Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Sigmund wept openly. Ugh, I really thought I was going to die. I thought I was done for. Would you just shut up? It's such a relief. Truly a relief. Hey, I said be quiet already. Why are you acting so embarrassingly? Should I call it typical of a Nordic woman? Jordis looked both delighted and mortified at the same time. Even the superhumans who had come to help joined in the conversation. Sigmund is such a loving husband. Jordis, cheer up. Do you know how much Sigmund's been through emotionally? You were possessed by the stigma for half a year, and you're only just waking up now. Half a year? It's been 6 months. Yes. Now stop wasting time. Hug Sigmund already. Jordis hesitated for a moment but eventually hugged Sigmund. Sigmund's crying grew even louder, and Jordis awkwardly patted his back. What is this? Are they really married? As I entertained such thoughts, Jordis glanced around and sent a sharp look in my direction. A silent command to leave. While I smirked, Sigmund snapped out of his emotional state. Oh, what am I doing? Honey, you need to thank this man. If it weren't for him, you'd truly be dead by now. Sir Superhuman, Mr. Kim, was it? Thank you so much. Sigmund, holding Jordis's hand, came over to express his gratitude. I simply waved my hand. It's nothing. I had my reasons for doing it. Even so, if you hadn't come today, we'd have had to start the Voyage of Fire. I'd have soon followed Jordis, too. Voyage of Fire? Don't say such ominous things. But it's true. It was genuinely that dangerous. You were just about to disintegrate. Seriously. Yeah. The other superhumans also expressed their thanks to me. Mr. Kim, thank you. You saved one of our comrades today. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to find our Horn brothers. You've saved one of us, so you're now one of us too, Mr. Kim. Well, I can't offer much, but I'll buy you a drink. As much of Thor's Court's special mead as you'd like. Wait, mead? Hey, what about me? You? Go drink some beer somewhere else, kid. Gradually, the others began to leave, sensing the mood. It was understandable. After all, Jordis had just recovered after 6 months. There were undoubtedly many words and matters left unresolved between the married couple. The superhumans left like a receding tide. In the house, only 3 of us remained, Sigmund, Jordis, and me. Would you like some mead? Oh, I don't drink much, actually. If you have coffee, I'd appreciate that. There's only alcohol, though. Pardon? Then just a glass of cold water, please. You foreigners are peculiar. Sigmund and Jordis gulped down mead heartily. Is that stuff even good? Curious, I tried a sip, only to find it had a rather peculiar taste. It was like macchiato with a hint of honey and mixed with breadcrumbs, giving it a slightly sticky yet mildly sweet flavor. Not my taste. I found myself longing for canned coffee or instant coffee instead. How does it taste? It's good, but, well, it's quite unfamiliar. Where are you from? China? Japan? Korea? The Republic of Korea? K-pop. Even in this world, K-pop seemed to be famous. After some casual conversation, we finally got down to business. I could feel it earlier. Are you, by any chance, trained in the Einherjar cultivation technique? Yes, that's correct. And you sought me out because of my family's mana cultivation technique. That's correct as well. Sigmund. A name that some might recognize. He's one of the most famous human heroes in Norse mythology. Sigmund, or Sigurd in Norse, and Siegfried in German. He's the father of the legendary hero Sigurd, famed for slaying the dragon Fafnir. The lineage of Volsung, Sigmund, and Sigurd spanned 3 generations, and in this world, the Sigurd family continued to carry on their legacy, recycling these 3 names every generation. Sigmund nodded heavily. Originally, our mana cultivation technique is a secret handed down only within our bloodline. However, I can't be stingy with the man who saved my wife. To me, superhuman, you are like a brother. I'll gladly teach you. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Compared to what I've received, this is nothing. Jordis is the light of my soul, the joy of my life, my guiding star, and the goddess of my love. I told you to stop saying stuff like that. Was she embarrassed by his sudden poetic outburst? Jordis slapped Sigmund on the back. Still, Sigmund just laughed heartily, clearly delighted. What a hopeless romantic. If someone saw him, they'd think he was an Italian man, not a Nordic one. Is there any need to delay? Let's get started right away. Sir Superhuman, come here and lie down. Following Sigmund's instructions, I lay down on the sofa. Sigmund placed his hands on my back, aligning them along my spine. An overwhelming flow of mana surged forth. It felt similar to mine but more refined and intense. The overall texture was also aligned with mine. The Sigurd cultivation technique is an advanced version of the Einherjar cultivation technique. That's why I chose Sigurd. Other options included the Beowulf cultivation technique and the Helgi cultivation technique, but the Sigurd cultivation technique was the most versatile. Rumble. The majestic mana coursed through my entire body. I could feel my mana circuits responding to it. It was as if every cell in my body was awakening one by one. My senses expanded to encompass the entire room, and I could vividly feel the mana circuits within me as they began to transform at novel bin at. Without significant side effects or resistance, I absorbed the energy steadily, sip by sip. The nature of my mana was changing. It wasn't just a simple transformation, it was evolution. Stronger, more resilient, rougher. And then, like a flame being lit at the core, a brilliant fire ignited within me. My mana circuits flipped in an instant. Like a lightning strike, they expanded, and fire spread through every corner of my body. Ugh! A groan escaped as a piercing blue flame coursed through my nervous system. Sigurd cultivation technique. Hwaya! A deep exhalation naturally escaped my lips. My entire body was overflowing with strength. My already substantial mana reserves seemed to have increased by at least 30%. Considering the improvement in the quality of my mana, I'd estimate I'd become roughly 50% stronger. This is the Sigurd cultivation technique. Now I understood why cultivation techniques were so important in the game. This wasn't something that could simply be described by increased stats, experience point bonuses, or boosts to attack, defense, and movement speed. It was a transformation as radical as a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Looks like I'll have to start building rapport with the Thor cult. Above intermediate cultivation techniques are advanced cultivation techniques, and beyond those, supreme cultivation techniques. Intermediate techniques are named after warriors, advanced ones after heroes, and supreme ones bear the names of gods. In Norse mythology, the greatest god of warriors is Thor. Odin's cultivation technique or Tyr's cultivation technique would also work, but Thor was still the better option. I stabilized my mana and expressed my gratitude to Sigmund. Thank you. Thanks to you, I learned it with ease. Sigmund hadn't used the conventional method of passing on a cultivation technique. Normally, the process involves guiding the recipient over several months, explaining the method and assisting their mana flow through direct instruction. That's how I had taught Beck Soren and Janet, after all. But Sigmund had directly implanted a portion of his mana circuit into me. That seed had immediately altered my mana circuit. He had essentially sacrificed as much effort and mana as it would take to create a diamond, yet he was smiling brightly. This is nothing compared to what you've done for us, superhuman. It was the same thing he'd said earlier, but hearing it again now carried a different weight. Sigmund's actions had proven the sincerity of his words. How many people in the world only take without giving back? Most treat kindness as an opportunity to exploit someone. Who would have thought the drunkard from the game would turn out to be such a noble man? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's hold a feast? A celebration? No, really, the two of you should spend some time together after being apart for so long. Hadn't she just woken up after 6 months? Wasn't that why their comrades and friends had all left to give them space? I tried to wave it off and excuse myself, but before I could, Jordis, who had been quietly sitting by, suddenly chimed in. A feast. Her voice, loud enough to sound like she'd swallowed a steam engine, echoed through the house. Then, out of nowhere, she pulled out a massive horn. Bringing the horn to her lips, she took a deep breath, channeling mana, and blew into it. Gwaya. The sound shook not just the house, but the surrounding buildings and even the entire neighborhood. It roared across the city and, possibly, even deep into the Grand Labyrinth. The door swung open as if on cue. A feast. We've been waiting for this. What took you so long? The superhumans who had left earlier swarmed back in like a tidal wave. Their faces were flushed red, likely from having already downed one too many drinks or maybe more like 10 bottles each. Some burst into loud, boisterous songs, while others entered dancing wildly, shouting incoherent cheers. Each of them carried something exotic: meat, rare liquor, or snacks infused with magical spices piled high on their shoulders. You're a hero. Our hero. Take a drink. The first thing they did was start shoving drinks at me. Wait, hold on. Just a second. Resistance was futile. The Nordic superhumans know, let's be honest, the Viking superhumans had no regard for my protests. They drank, sang, and danced with abandon. Even Jordis, who had just been bedridden until moments ago, was guzzling alcohol straight from the bottle. Wasn't this too much? It seemed my sense of common decency didn't apply to these rugged men and women. Even Sigmund, who should have been resting after sharing his mana circuits with me, had climbed onto the table and was now doing a ridiculous dance while shaking his hips. At that point, I gave up completely. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I laughed helplessly. A white-haired woman sat beside me, chuckling softly. First time at a Nordic-style feast. Yes, it is. I'm having trouble adjusting. It's very different from what I'm used to in my country. You're from Korea, right? How do you celebrate there when someone recovers from a stigma? Well, we don't have many cases of people being afflicted by stigma, but I've seen people celebrate when they recover from divine fever. Ah, the Old Father's cult. The white-haired woman's face briefly twisted in distaste. That cult caused the Divine Annihilation War, and I hear they're still wreaking havoc in East Asia. Things apparently got worse after their sane test reached level 8. You're well informed. Of course. Our cult doesn't get along with them, and neither does Gaia's cult. During the Divine Annihilation War, the Thor cult and Gaia's cult clashed most fiercely with the Old Father's cult. In the end, Thor's and Gaia's cults won, maintaining their hold over Europe. Though, to be fair, the true victor was the human faction, while the two cults merely capitalized on that victory. Drink, drink, drink. Pour it, chug it. We set sail aboard the ship of flames carrying fire as we go begin the voyage of fire. Don't say such unlucky things, you idiot. The voyage of fire referred to a funeral rite. It involved placing the deceased on a small boat, setting it afloat on a river or sea, and then burning it. A Nordic superhuman punched another Nordic superhuman square in the chest, and the one who got hit only seemed more energized as they belted out a resounding funeral dirge. You crazy bastard. You unlucky bastard. Go sit next to Odin. No thanks. I'll sit by Thor instead. Who even wants to go to Valhalla these days? Endless war? Infinite pork and mead? There are better things in life now. Yeah, exactly. This is the 21st century. The age of milk and honey. Praise cola. Praise ice cream. The chaotic revelry of the Nordic superhumans was reaching absurd levels. Fortunately, they only forced drinks on me during the beginning. As time passed, they became more engrossed in partying among themselves. The reason was simple, the white-haired woman sitting next to me, a priestess of the Thor cult. I downed the drink I was holding in one go and turned to face her. Is there something you'd like to say to me? Well, the priestess glanced at the Nordic superhumans, hesitating for a moment, her gaze lingering especially on Jordis. I knew what she wanted to ask. However, instead of speaking first, I waited patiently for her to open her mouth. It's always the thirsty who dig the well. After a long moment of hesitation, the priestess finally spoke. By any chance, could I ask where you learned how to cure the stigma? It's not a cure. It's an overcoming technique. An overcoming technique. To be honest, I don't remember clearly. It's something I picked up from another superhuman a long time ago. I tried to track them down again, but all I heard was news of their death. I see. So, while I know how to overcome a few types of stigma, my knowledge is limited. The priestess's dim eyes lit up with renewed hope. That look was overwhelming, to say the least. When I averted my gaze, pretending not to notice, she suddenly grabbed my hand and spoke earnestly. Sir Superhuman, would it be alright if I made a difficult request? Go ahead. Pardon. You're going to ask me to teach you the overcoming technique, right? What's so difficult about that? Let's do it. Are you serious? You're really willing to teach me? The priestess was so shocked that her voice faltered. It seemed she had expected me to start negotiating for compensation first. After all, methods for overcoming stigma, even more so than curing it, are extremely valuable, especially when the patients are high-level superhumans, level 5 or above. Feigning magnanimity, I smiled warmly. This is for the sake of those protecting humanity and holding back the Grand Labyrinth. Of course I'll teach you. And then, I sealed the deal. For free. Unbelievable. The priestess cried out in gratitude, nearly overcome with emotion. You, Sir Superhuman, are truly a saint of this era. Am I, though? Is it really free? Would the famously bold and extravagant Thor cult, their allies in the Gaia cult, or even the Protector Alliance who would directly benefit simply take the overcoming technique and keep quiet about it? Absolutely not. To put it in game terms, I had chosen a third option after studying the guide in advance, the choice that unlocks the quest route. 3 people arrived promptly. An elderly man in a suit with a lightning-shaped tie, a woman in a stately priestly robe, adorned with a golden mitre, and a grizzled warrior with a beard bristling like a porcupine. They introduced themselves as the Archbishop of the Thor cult, the Archbishop of the Gaia cult, and a Director of the Protector Alliance, respectively. The Archbishop of the Gaia cult scrutinized me, as if trying to assess me. You claim to know the cure for stigma? No, the overcoming technique. The Archbishop of the Thor cult nodded. That's correct. Our cult has already verified it. We confirmed that Jordis, a devout follower of our faith, was healed. Jordis, you mean the superhuman married to Sigmund? That's right. It seems Sigmund's reputation extended even to these figures. Well, that wasn't surprising. Sigurd, after all, was a legendary hero. Sir Superhuman, does this overcoming technique have any restrictions or side effects? I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that stigmas have tormented and burdened us for so long, and the fact that it could be resolved so easily is difficult to comprehend. There are no side effects. I answered with confidence. There's just one restriction: the correct overcoming technique must be used for the specific stigma. If you try to use the overcoming technique for Chimeris's stigma on another demon's stigma, side effects will occur immediately. What sort of side effects? Corruption. The victim will transform into a demon on the spot. My goodness. The Archbishop of the Gaia cult clicked her tongue. We must manage this strictly to prevent any careless misuse of the overcoming technique. Indeed, caution is essential. Even a small mistake in the ingredients could lead to irreparable consequences. Ahem, ahem. The Director of the Protector Alliance cleared his throat. I've heard you know more than just the overcoming technique for Chimeris's stigma. May I ask which other demons' overcoming techniques you're familiar with? Of course. I paused briefly. The 2 archbishops stared at me intently, and the director's gaze was practically burning a hole in me. I know the overcoming techniques for 6 types of stigma: Chimeris, Gremory, Andrus, Belial, Dantalion, and Andromalius. In truth, I knew all of them. All 108 demon lords. I hadn't memorized them intentionally, but creating guides, crafting catalysts, and experimenting with applications had naturally etched them into my memory. The real problem lay in the fact that most of the core ingredients came from Hell, specifically, regions unlocked only after Episode 5, The Gates of Hell. For now, only 6 overcoming techniques could be created with ingredients obtainable on Earth or in the Grand Labyrinth. The Director of the Protector Alliance repeated my words. Chimeris, Gremory, Andrus, Belial, Dantalion, Andromalius. Though he might have had reason to feel disappointed, his eyes gleamed with excitement. That alone is incredible. Aren't those among the most frequently encountered demons on the lower levels? More than half of all stigma victims were afflicted by those 6. Just providing these 6 overcoming techniques would be a monumental contribution to the Protector Alliance. Now that you mention it, that's true. Many of our followers have also been afflicted by stigma. They'll be overjoyed. And who's to say we must stop at just those 6? If we join forces, we can surely unravel the secrets behind other overcoming techniques. Exactly. There are no mysteries that sufficient time and funding can't uncover. This is the time to unite humanity's strength. Precisely. The Archbishop of the Thor cult and the Director of the Protector Alliance were perfectly in sync. They were already buzzing with excitement, clearly planning to allocate research funds and delve into the overcoming techniques as soon as they returned. The Archbishop of the Gaia cult bowed deeply to me. Just hearing about this knowledge is overwhelming. Its value is beyond measure, neither gold nor nectar could compare. And yet you've offered it in the spirit of humanity's well-being. I can't find the words to adequately express my gratitude. We all help each other. Without the Protector Alliance and the 2 cults holding back the Grand Labyrinth, humanity would have long since been wiped out. The saints of past generations would have been delighted to hear such words. Who doesn't know of the sacrifices made by the Protector Alliance and the 2 cults? It's not just me, humanity as a whole is grateful to you all. Who doesn't enjoy a little flattery? The 2 archbishops and the director beamed with satisfaction. Then, the Archbishop of the Gaia cult's expression turned apologetic. There's one thing I'd like to ask your understanding about, Sir Superhuman. Please, go ahead. While I'd love to immediately implement your overcoming techniques, this is an official matter, and we must proceed transparently. I hope you won't mind, but we've decided to conduct a public experiment of your overcoming techniques. A public experiment? Clinical trials. I readily nodded. That's only natural. While the chimerous overcoming technique has been proven, the other 5 haven't yet. Feel free to conduct as many experiments as needed. I prefer it that way. We should be able to recruit volunteers quickly. Can we begin right away? Of course. I'll observe as well just in case any emergencies arise. Thank you for your kindness. The recruitment of volunteers was carried out with lightning speed. I found myself at the Protector Alliance headquarters. The Protector Alliance had always maintained a thorough registry of stigma victims. They reached out to those with the most severe conditions, and their families already on high alert rushed over with the afflicted, carrying them in their arms or on their backs. The grand auditorium of the Protector Alliance headquarters was now filled to capacity. The president of the alliance, its directors, renowned superhumans, and even German politicians and celebrities had gathered. The grand auditorium was packed to the brim, so much so that it seemed ready to burst. The center was cleared to lay down the victims. The foundation of any overcoming technique is demon blood. All overcoming techniques begin with a reversed pentagram drawn in demon blood. That was how I began. The priests widened their eyes and hurriedly took notes on their tablets, while the superhumans, many of whom were higher level than me, reacted to my every instruction as they prepared the ritual. From there, the process differs slightly. For chimerous and Andrus, you'll need candles made from the hair of abyssal creatures. Gremory requires candles made from concentrated succubus marrow. Belial requires candles of fallen angel feathers, while Dantalion and Andromalius need candles made from ground infernal grimoires. Infernal grimoires. Not the cheap ones you see circulating in the market. I'm talking about the ones that come out of the Grand Labyrinth. The superhumans nodded, understanding. Damn, we've been burning every single one we've found until now. Who would have thought they could be used for overcoming techniques? Let's start collecting them from now on. We need to be careful. Those books are monsters that can seduce people. It might be better to carry special sealing bags for them. On the spot, countermeasures were formed, and methods were proposed. Rather than blindly following my instructions, they were already paving their own paths. And as for the flames used to burn the candles, the properties varied. Some rituals didn't require ordinary fire but rather darkness or flames soaked in blood. The catalysts and the potions fed to the victims were all different as well. The only consistent elements were that the magic circle had to be drawn with demon blood, and the main ingredient for the potion was the blood of the corresponding demon. We'll have to hunt the demons. As long as we can succeed, it's worth it. They resurrect a month after dying anyway, so, do we have enough demon blood in stock? We're fine for most of the demons, but Gremory's blood is running low. That woman is damn hard to track down. Then let's organize an expedition for Gremory immediately. Our brotherhood will be the first to join. What are you talking about? Our brotherhood will lead the charge. Our brotherhood has victims among its members. We'll be the ones to start. Let's ignore the Nordic superhumans who were now arguing over the honor of going first. The ritual preparations were completed. Potions were fed to 5 victims, and stakes, some intangible, some silver, some golden, and some forged from hellsteel, were prepared. The families of the victims trembled with anxiety nearby. This will work, right? Don't interrupt the superhuman. Just watch quietly. I told you, Jordis from our brotherhood was treated by him. Still, what if something goes wrong? Hey, shut it. What if you make him mess up by talking? Though their words sounded harsh, their eyes burned not with doubt or pressure but with desperation. Their emotions and mana, laced with their hopes and wishes, were tightly restrained within them. And these weren't ordinary people, they were high-level superhumans, level 6 and level 7s. This is a little overwhelming. Truthfully, even I was slightly nervous about driving these stakes, whether they were silver or golden, into the victims. In the game, as long as you had the necessary materials, the process would end automatically after clicking through the dialogue. There weren't even quick time events, just some flashing effects and screen shakes before it was done. It'll work out. At novel bin at. But if I hesitated now, it would all come crashing down. Trusting in the game knowledge that had carried me this far, I drove the first silver stake into the victim with all my strength. Gayarg. The middle-aged man convulsed violently. His body was already halfway transformed into a demon. The silver pierced his mutating heart, and the forces of the demon and dark magic clashed violently, causing the stake to disintegrate in an instant. A silver storm erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the middle-aged man. In a flash, his transformation halted. It was as if time rewound itself, returning him to his original state. And then, one significant thing vanished. The stigma that had been consuming his body, the demon's power, the trace of the demon and its invasive presence. All of it disappeared completely, leaving behind nothing but a powerful superhuman in its place. Ugh. Dad. Honey. Brother? Are you awake? Ugh. Where am I? One side of the auditorium turned into a sea of tears, while the rest became tense with anticipation, or was it expectation? Intense gazes poured over me like a waterfall. I drove the stakes one after another. It didn't matter if the stakes were intangible or physical. Each one dissolved upon impact, transforming into storms of light. Even for someone like me, who had resolved countless stigma debuffs in the game, the scene before me was completely unfamiliar. When the entire process was finished, I stood in awe, marveling at what I had accomplished. Maria, sister, brother, dear God. Thank you, Gaia. Thank you so much. All 5 victims had recovered. It was hard to believe these were the same people whose bodies and souls had been on the verge of disintegration. The superhumans opened their eyes, blinking in confusion, unaware of what had just happened due to their lack of memory. Their families, on the other hand, were crying, laughing, and radiating a whirlwind of emotions. Most of them were superhumans themselves, their mana waves overlapping and pulsating so intensely that the very air around them seemed to shimmer unnaturally. Before long, they came running to me, bowing and thanking me profusely. Thank you so much. We're deeply grateful. I'll never forget this debt. You're my savior. I'll repay this debt with my life. People of different races, religions, and cultures, all expressing their gratitude. Some people held my hands, others bowed deeply, and some even cut their palms and swore oaths in blood. It was enough to make my head spin. The director of the Protector Alliance finally intervened, smiling warmly as he pulled me away from the crowd. All right. Our superhuman must be exhausted. Everyone, please spend this time with your loved ones and let the superhuman rest. Superhuman, please allow me the chance to host you someday. I'll throw a Highland-style feast in your honor. I will grant you a village under your name. Have you married yet? I happen to have a lovely granddaughter. Hey, enough with the nonsense. After being surrounded by the families that nearly became mourners for quite some time, I finally managed to slip away. I retreated to a conference room within the Protector Alliance headquarters. As the door closed behind me, I let out a bitter laugh. This is overwhelming. It will only get worse from here, the director said. Starting tomorrow, we're planning to mobilize all the temples in the Labyrinth City. All of them. The 7 major cults will all be involved. While our Thor cult and the Gaia cult hold the strongest presence in Aachen, the other 5 still represent significant powers. At that scale, wouldn't I be unable to step outside at all? They're already treating me like a pop idol, and by tomorrow, my face will probably be plastered all over newspapers, TV, and the internet. I'd better finish my business here and return to Korea quickly. There are hardly any stigma victims in Korea, so the impact should be much smaller there. When I mentioned this, the 3 of them looked utterly shocked. What do you mean, you're leaving already? You should stay for at least a little while? You must meet our cardinal, the Pope, and perhaps even Thor himself might grant you an audience. And Gaia as well. You're joking, right? They wanted me to meet a god? Have they lost their minds? Even Greek mythology warned against such things. Wasn't there a story about Semele? She begged Zeus to reveal his true form and ended up burned to ashes because she couldn't withstand his heat and radiance. For a human to face a god directly, you'd need to be at least level 7. Even in the game, attempting such a raid required meeting the minimum level. Level 6 players would die the moment they entered. Level 7 players wouldn't last a minute. Only level 9, or the celestial rank, could even begin to survive the encounter. The 2 archbishops looked visibly disappointed. To think you'd leave so soon, even when the gods themselves would honor you. This is truly a shame. I chuckled awkwardly. I didn't do this for recognition. If more protectors can survive and dedicate themselves to humanity, I'll be satisfied with just that. To think there exists someone so selfless. No wonder he's called the saint of this era. We should propose canonization to the Pope. Indeed, is this not a miracle worthy of sainthood? Please, don't go that far. Seeing my troubled expression, the Archbishop of the Thor cult burst into laughter. Haha, don't worry, it's just a joke. You're not even a member of our cult. Canonizing you would indeed be excessive. There's an appropriate way to express gratitude in the divine realm, and there's an appropriate way to do so in the secular realm. The Archbishop of the Gaia cult gave me a meaningful look. It wasn't just directed at me, she also glanced at the Thor cult Archbishop and the Protector Alliance director. Wait, could it be? The most fitting form of gratitude for a superhuman? As if they'd coordinated beforehand, all three nodded simultaneously. Was that the signal? Suddenly, several magical chests materialized on the conference table. A small token of our appreciation. The three smiled warmly. I didn't bother pretending to be modest and refusing. With trembling hands, I opened the boxes. Flash! Brilliant platinum-colored light burst forth. It was the radiance I'd often seen in the game. Well, not that often. I'd seen it once when I pulled a celestial mount, but mostly I'd seen it repeatedly in streamers' broadcasts. In short, it was SSR tier loot. As the radiant, jewel-like light subsided, the treasures revealed themselves. The first to emerge was a massive war hammer. The hammer's head was enormous, roughly the size of a child's head. Its silvery surface was covered with densely engraved rune letters. The shaft was made of wood, polished to a glossy sheen, and the grip was tightly wrapped in rugged leather strips. I knew what it was the moment I laid eyes on it. Unable to look away, I heard the Archbishop of the Thor cult speak with pride. It is Mjolnir. Mjolnir? If you don't recognize this, you might as well be a spy. It's the most famous hammer in mythology, bar none. Of course, this wasn't the real Mjolnir wielded by Thor himself. The actual Mjolnir would only be implemented in Arcane Seoul during Episode 9, when the Dimensional Rift opens and the Divine Raid is unlocked. At any rate, no one below level 9 would even be able to touch the real one. I am honored. Are you certain it's alright to give this to me? This event is of great significance to the Aachen Parish and the Grand Temple of Stockholm alike. It is only fitting to present you with Mjolnir, an SSR tier hammer, no matter how you looked at it. Its built-in trait, Mjolnir, could easily rival my Black Tiger sword. Though, considering how absurdly high the attack power of the Black Tiger sword is, this hammer was more suited as a secondary weapon. If the Holy Sword combines the traits Radiance, Enhancement, and Protection, then Mjolnir is essentially an upgraded version, boasting Lightning, Radiance, Enhancement, Protection, and Retrieval. It's especially effective against darkness-affiliated monsters. You simply throw it. Throw, retrieve, and with each toss, lightning erupts, obliterating the monsters automatically. I picked up Mjolnir and ran my hand over it. I could already feel its immense power coursing through me. This was on an entirely different level from the holy sword I'd borrowed from Kim Sage's church. That's the difference SSR tier makes. As I marveled at Mjolnir, the Archbishop of the Gaia cult gestured toward the table. Why don't you take a look at the shield from our cult? If the Thor cult gave me Mjolnir, what could the Gaia cult possibly have in store? As the light faded, another treasure was revealed. An exclamation escaped my lips before I could stop myself. My goodness. Ha ha ha. The Archbishop of the Gaia cult chuckled in satisfaction. Floating in the air before me was a small, palm-sized metal shield. Around it shimmered a translucent mana field, distorting the view like a mirage. It was Aegis. In Greek mythology, Aegis is the shield of Athena. But in Arcane Seoul, for some reason, it belonged to the Gaia cult. Its form varied, but its function was simple, the ultimate shield. Its built-in trait, Aegis, combined barrier, morph, protection, augmentation, and dampening. It was absurdly durable, allowed for the flexible manipulation of its mana field, granted powerful buffs, and reduced incoming damage. Are you truly giving this to me? Both Mjolnir and Aegis. Of course. There's a reason we even joked about canonizing you. You've achieved feats worthy of sainthood. Since you're not one of our followers, we chose to express our gratitude with treasures instead. You wouldn't refuse them, would you? Refuse? Are you insane? Honestly, I would have been satisfied with just receiving an SR tier holy sword. But Mjolnir and Aegis? This is ridiculous. Only a fool would turn this down. I bowed deeply 90 degrees to the two archbishops. Of course not. I will gladly accept. Frankly, I'm overwhelmed by how generous this is. Haha, your joy brings us joy as well. The goddess will surely be pleased, too. And it wasn't over yet. The final treasure chest opened. Bang! With a loud burst, its contents spilled out in a dramatic display. Not just one or two items, they kept pouring out, as if the chest itself were enchanted. The items arranged themselves neatly on the table. 10 crystal vials, each holding liquid that sparkled like starlight. The sight was so astonishing that my jaw dropped as I stared at them. These are 10 bottles of nectar. Nectar? And not just 1 or 2, 10. The director of the Protector Alliance grinned as he explained. We had originally planned to gift you a high-level magic sword, but it seems you already have an excellent weapon. And with the Thor cult providing Mjolnir, we decided on something else we thought would be more essential to you, nectar. How did you know I needed nectar? Of course we know. Someone like you, advancing so rapidly, recently acquiring a new mana cultivation technique, would naturally need nectar to grow stronger. It's crucial for mana growth and to overcome any potential walls you may encounter. Though, at the rate you're progressing, I doubt you'll hit a wall anytime soon. That's where he's wrong. A wall or the growth cap will come soon enough. Warrior Kim is classified as N rank. The growth cap is at level 4, and breaking through it requires nectar. They must think I'm already at SSR tier strength. To be fair, that's probably how I look to them. After all, I've been growing at a terrifying speed, practically breaking through the atmosphere. And yet, the 10 bottles of nectar weren't the end. There was also a tiny magical chest and a single enchanted flask. When I looked at the two items, the director of the Protector Alliance gave me a meaningful smile. Nectar is undoubtedly a rare treasure. I can guarantee that there isn't another organization in this world capable of offering 10 bottles at once, besides our alliance. That's true. After all, the Grand Labyrinth is the only place where nectar ingredients can be found. The Protector Alliance director spoke as he held the magical chest. Yes, we prepared 10 bottles of nectar, but during the director's meeting, some felt that even this wasn't sufficient. So what else are you giving me? Just say it already. The suspense is killing me. Let me show you a glimpse. The director tilted the magical chest toward me and slightly opened the lid. What spilled forth was a thick, dark energy, a sinister power, and with it came a slow, ominous pulsation, as jet black mana crawled out like tendrils. Inside, I saw it. Something that pulsed faintly, resembling both a jewel and a chunk of raw flesh. Unintentionally, I murmured its name. A demon's heart. Correct. The Protector Alliance director nodded enthusiastically. You're aware, of course, that when you consume nectar, it needs to be processed with the proper ingredients. Of course. So this is. Yes, exactly. This is the main ingredient for making special elixirs. Just as consuming the heart of the Mountain King grants the trait Valor, the heart of a demon can unlock various traits depending on its type. However, there's one prerequisite: it requires supplementary ingredients to balance it. The director then held up another magical flask. This is the Angel's Tears. You're really giving me something this rare? Yes. This much is necessary to achieve balance. To be honest, the knowledge you've shared with us has benefited the Protector Alliance the most. He wasn't wrong. I gazed at the magical flask in awe. The Angel's Tears, one of the main ingredients for creating elixirs. It's incredibly rare and can only be obtained through special quests. After episode 3, when the heavenly invasion of the Old Father's paradise becomes possible, they become slightly more accessible, but for now, they're exceedingly scarce. Thank you. I didn't expect you to prepare so much for me. Oh, and as for the demon's heart, you can choose which one you'd like. Personally, I'd recommend either a goat demon or a Rakshasa. For warrior class superhumans, there's nothing better than those two. Those were excellent choices. The goat demon grants frenzy, and the Rakshasa grants massacre. Both are essential materials for the 1 against 1,000 trait. Come to think of it, I already have some of the materials for that trait. The rage trait embedded in the hand axe I obtained, and fighting spirit, which I earned after defeating Lion Knight Otazik. Those two traits are prerequisites for 1 against 1,000. If I take a demon's heart here and somehow gather the remaining 3 materials, I can unlock a top-tier combat trait. However, do you happen to have the heart of a flame demon dragon? A flame demon dragon. The director looked surprised. The flame demon dragon's heart is excellent for mages, particularly those specializing in fire magic. But for warriors, I've heard it's ineffective, or even detrimental. It's different for me. I swapped my traits and snapped my fingers. Whoosh! A black flame ignited at my fingertip, like a candle burning with dark fire. The 2 archbishops and the director nodded in understanding. Ah, that's right. You overcame the Old Father's baptism, and as a result, you gained black flame. In that case, the flame demon dragon's heart should suit you perfectly. The flame demon dragon, one of the largest and most powerful level 6 demons in the Grand Labyrinth. To be honest, consuming its heart at my current level would be a bit risky. Its embedded trait, Hellfire, is no joke. Hellfire, a magic spell everyone knows. It's a staple in fantasy stories and a high-tier spell. Why do I want Hellfire so badly? There's a good reason. It's a core material for transcendence. Specifically, the Extreme Flame Transcendence, which I had once wagered in a bet with the Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower. Both Extreme Flame and Supreme Flame require Hellfire as a common material. Sure, I could hunt the Flame Demon Dragon myself in the Grand Labyrinth, but since they're offering it as a gift, it's smarter to take it now. It's not an easy demon to hunt alone. Very well. We'll gladly prepare the Flame Demon Dragon's heart for you. Thank you. No, we should be the ones thanking you. It seemed things were wrapping up. I packed all the rewards into the golf bag I always carried. Of course, I immediately equipped Mjolnir and Aegis. With Aegis strapped to my left arm and Mjolnir hanging from my belt, the 2 archbishops beamed with satisfaction. There's one last thing we'd like to offer. There's more. It might just be the most important thing for you, Sir Superhuman, or should I say, Sir Paladin. Wait, what? What did he just call me? Sir Paladin? Before I could say anything, the 2 archbishops pulled out insignias, as if they had rehearsed this moment. One insignia depicted a hammer striking with a bolt of lightning. The other was adorned with a blossoming flower, representing the earth. I recognized them instantly. They were the honorary paladin insignias of the Thor cult and the Gaia cult. The Pope has decreed that you be granted the title of honorary paladin of our cults. However, since you're not an official member, the formal investiture ceremony has been waived. Our cult feels the same. Additionally, if you wish, you can keep your honorary title a secret. In that case, I will refrain from addressing you as a paladin until you choose to make it public. The implications were clear. This was a move to counter the Old Father's cult. Imagine if I were to eventually join the Old Father's cult. The ones who would be most troubled by this would undoubtedly be the Thor and Gaia cults. During the Divine Annihilation War, they fought fiercely against the Old Father's cult and ultimately expelled them from their origins in the Levant and from Europe entirely. That's why the Old Father's cult has been focusing so heavily on Asia. because they can no longer set foot in Europe. Even their saintess equivalent to a pope is Korean. A complex mix of reasons led to the rewards being granted. For me, there was no real loss. After all, being an honorary paladin is merely a title. And the option to keep it secret? It was clear they wanted to use me as a weapon against the Old Father's cult. At a critical moment, they could announce my honorary paladin status and strike back with a well-timed counterattack. Still, that's not really my style. Thank you. I'll gladly accept the title of honorary paladin. However, I don't think it needs to be kept a secret. Is that so? Yes. I prefer to be upfront. The archbishops nodded in admiration, clearly moved. As expected of Sir Paladin, there's certainly no reason to keep it a secret. I've heard there's a phrase in the East, walking the path of virtue openly. We deeply respect your decision, Sir Paladin. Even though they're friendly forces, I can't afford to let my guard down. They clearly plan to use me in some capacity. I admit, it's tempting to deal a small blow to the Old Father's cult, but it's not really my style to be someone else's pawn. What I want is simple, to grow stronger as quickly as possible. To ensure no one cult, faction, or otherwise can hinder me. To achieve that, it's better to declare my honorary paladin status outright. Sure, it'll draw tons of attention, and the number of jealous and envious people will explode. Not like the atmosphere isn't strange enough these days. I haven't forgotten. When I visited the Sun Mage Tower, there were people specifically targeting me, trying to dig up information. Wasn't it the GMO group? It's strange that I haven't heard anything from them since, but they're likely not the only ones with their sights set on me. If I can create more layers of protection, I'll take as many as I can. From the Mage Towers, I have the Sun Mage Tower. From the Eastern Army, I have the support I secured through the Black Tiger Sword. And now, I have the Thor cult and the Gaia cult. While these factions aren't quite as powerful as the four major forces, if I add the Protector Alliance's support, I'll be more than capable of standing my ground wherever I go. The Protector Alliance director handed me something I had been hoping for. A standard Protector insignia. A standard insignia? Aren't those only granted to level 5 protectors who accumulate enough points in the Grand Labyrinth? Your dedication has far exceeded what points or level requirements could measure. A simple badge with a shield emblem. The only ornamentation was a single G engraved at the center of the shield. It wasn't flashy, but among superhumans, it was valued even more than the paladin insignias at Novel bin Adat. NPCs in particular had extreme reactions to it. It instantly raised your reputation grade by 1 level across all factions and increased the speed at which you gained reputation by 30%. That alone said it all. When do you plan to return to Korea? I have a flight early the day after tomorrow. I've been away from home too long, it's starting to feel nostalgic. The president of the Protector Alliance expressed a desire to meet with you. Would you be able to spare a moment to see him? The president. Not the useless president from the game. This one is different. I'd briefly exchanged greetings with him just before the public experiments, so I know exactly who he is. SSR Blood King. The youngest disciple of the heavenly demon. The Blood King was a middle-aged man with a stern and upright demeanor. Though he looked middle-aged, he was far older. Wasn't he already past 80? I bowed respectfully to him. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Warrior Kim. Nice to meet you, Warrior Kim. I'm Chen Wei. We met briefly earlier, didn't we? I serve as the president of the Protector Alliance. The world knows of your dedication, President Chen. Haha. I appreciate the kind words. Please, take a seat. The president's office was nothing like the one in the game. In the game, it was adorned with gold, jewels, and intricately drawn magical arrays everywhere. Here, there was none of that. There wasn't even a basic climate control magic array, let alone purification or mana stabilization arrays. No air conditioning or cleaning drones either, just a single table, a few wooden chairs, and 2 coat racks. This is extreme. Since there wasn't even a couch, I had to pull over one of the uncomfortable wooden chairs to sit. As I glanced around the sparse room, the Blood King gave a faint smile. I modeled it after my master's study, as best as I could. My master believed that curbing unnecessary desires was the quickest path to enlightenment. Master. Hearing that word made me instinctively adjust my posture to be more respectful. Do you mean the heavenly demon? Yes, the heavenly demon. The greatest martial artist in history, the man who touched the heavens through martial arts alone. Though I've never even come close to his shadow, I've always aspired to follow in his footsteps. Level 9 superhumans are exceedingly rare in Arcane Seoul. There are only 4 of them in total. Apparently, back in the Middle Ages, when gods still walked the earth, there were more. But after the Divine Annihilation War, when many gods were killed or sealed, they became almost extinct. Eventually, as the story progresses through later episodes, they'll become more common again. I've heard much about the heavenly demon. Oh, and what have you heard? Well, stories akin to myths. Like how he defeated the Demon King alone or overcame the avatar of an evil god. Those aren't just stories, they really happened. Yes, the historical records confirm them. I've reviewed them a few times myself, and each time I was in awe. Ha ha ha. You mean those lousy video recordings? They don't even scratch the surface of the greatness of my master. You witnessed it yourself, then. Of course. I saw it all firsthand. Those mythic battles are still as vivid in my mind as if they happened yesterday. His age truly showed. Though his appearance was that of a middle-aged man, his speech and tone were unmistakably those of an elder. Unexpectedly, his Korean was so fluent that I could catch even the subtle nuances of his words. The Blood King's expression turned wistful. The only regret is that I haven't seen my master in decades. He's been in seclusion for so long. If he were still active, I'd be bowing to him every morning, hoping to glean even a fragment of his wisdom. Alas, it must be because my senior brother, junior sister, and I have failed to meet his expectations. Though the three of us were called geniuses, we likely never lived up to his standards. The Divine Army General, the Devil Emperor, and the Blood King. All three are SSR tier superhumans, NPCs at level 8. They're monsters on par with the Saintess, but compared to the Heavenly Demon, they still fall short. After all, the Heavenly Demon is a one-man powerhouse completely unmatched. Isn't it precisely because the three sovereigns stand firm that the Heavenly Demon was able to enter seclusion? No, my master went into seclusion to reach the perfect divine realm, level 10. It has nothing to do with us. Level 10. It's possible my master has already transcended and ascended. That can't be. I'm serious. For the past 22 years, the pills of transcendence and nectar left at the entrance to his retreat have remained untouched. Wait, what? The Heavenly Demon ascended? I looked at the Blood King with wide eyes, and he raised a hand to calm me. I said he might have ascended, not that he has. But he hasn't consumed the pills of transcendence or the nectar. Perhaps because he no longer needs to. But his presence and mana waves remain. You can still sense them clearly if you approach the base of Mount Heaven. Then, he's still in the secret martial hall of Mount Heaven. In theory, if someone were to leave their body behind and ascend as a soul alone, it would explain the current situation. But realistically, that's improbable. Historical records show that those who ascended or transcended typically took their bodies with them or disintegrated them during the process. Most likely, he's still in the final stage before full ascension. That explains a lot. There's a reason why the four great superhumans don't make an appearance in the game. The Heavenly Demon, Warrior, Leviathan, Reinforced, Merlin, Mage, and Gabriel, Priest. You can't meet or talk to them, they only exist as characters you can acquire through rare pulls. They're probably all in seclusion, like the Heavenly Demon, or in similar circumstances. That's unfortunate. I always hoped to one day receive guidance from the Heavenly Demon. That's the dream of all warriors. Many protectors in the Alliance are willing to risk their lives just to receive even a fragment of his teachings. How amazing would it be to inherit the Heavenly Demon divine art from the Heavenly Demon himself? It's the strongest and most supreme trait in existence, far above even the big three sword arts. The reason is simple. The Heavenly Demon divine art isn't just an ultimate offensive and defensive technique, it's also a mana cultivation method and a movement art. You could think of it as a combination of the Heavenly Demon's Heaven Cleaving Palm, Heavenly Demon's Iron Wall, Heavenly Demon's Heart Technique, and Heavenly Demon's Dominion Step. Even compared to the big three sword arts, its level is completely different. Even the big three sword arts are busted, but this is on another level entirely. The Blood King looked at me with a steady gaze. My master would have liked you, Warrior Kim. It's a shame he cannot meet you. Thank you for saying so. No, really. You have an odd quality that resembles my master's. Me? I do. It's true. I can't quite explain it. Your personality and appearance are completely different, yet there's something about you that feels similar to my master. If your face resembled his even slightly, I'd have thought you were his biological son. It's an honor. No one has ever said something like that to me before. I'm serious. If my master weren't in seclusion, I'd have taken you to him and recommended you as his youngest disciple. What? Is he joking? But his eyes tell me otherwise. The Blood King wasn't joking, he was completely sincere. Did he notice my trait switching ability as an 8th level superhuman? Even though I've been leveling up at a ridiculous pace, it's not like there's no precedent for it. After all, Seo Woojin reached level 5 immediately after overcoming his divine fever. I'll need to tread carefully. The Saintess, the Tower Master, the Legion Commander, they're all 8th level superhumans who seem to see something in me. I bowed my head deeply in response. Thank you for your words. I'll consider them an honor for generations to come. That being said, would you consider becoming my disciple? Excuse me. Of course, I can't teach you the Heavenly Demon divine art since it was passed down to my senior brother. But my Blood Heaven Demon Fist isn't a martial art to scoff at either. The Blood Heaven Demon Fist isn't bad, it's tier 1 in hand-to-hand combat techniques. It's a level below the big three sword arts, but it's still highly regarded. But, when compared to Garuda, the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, it falls short. It's roughly equivalent to the Black Tiger Invincible sword art used by the Eastern Army commander. And I already turned down the commander's offer to teach me that technique. Now he's asking me to settle for the Blood Heaven Demon Fist? I put on a troubled expression. While it's truly an incredible honor, and I deeply appreciate your offer, I'm afraid I can't accept it. Why not? Do you think I'm unworthy as your master? Of course not. But, I tapped the sword hanging from my waist for emphasis. The Black Tiger sword. The Blood King raised an eyebrow. And what about that? Do you think that old man will have anything to say to me? Even so, I would be directly disrespecting the Legion commander. While you may not see it that way, the commander is a living legend in Korea, a historical hero. I can't bring myself to tarnish his reputation. An independence hero. A war hero. A giant who supported Korea during its early years. In Korea, the Legion commander's stature is second only to the Heavenly Demon himself. There's no comparing the commander's disciple to the Heavenly Demons. The Blood King clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tisk. I finally find a disciple worth taking, only to have it ruined because of some old man. My apologies. Forget it. I already have 2 of the big 3 sword arts. Why would I settle for the Blood Heaven Demon Fist at this point? If he had offered me the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, I'd have dropped to my knees and started bowing immediately. Thank you, Legion Commander. If it weren't for the Black Tiger Sword, I'd probably be stuck as the Blood King's disciple right now. So this is what they meant. What the Tower Master admired, the Legion Commander was astonished by, and the Protector Alliance President sought after. Take this. The Blood King suddenly tossed something my way. It was a dark, heavy, rectangular plaque. The moment I caught it, my eyes widened in shock. The Heavenly Demon reigns, all submit to him. The words, written in bold characters, were inscribed on a plaque made of eternal cold iron. A line you'd see repeatedly in martial arts novels. There are slight variations, but the core meaning remains consistent. It's the Heavenly Demon plaque. Why are you giving this to me? Consider it a gesture of goodwill. This plaque is only to be used by my master, our 3 brothers, and our direct disciples. Use it whenever you need. But, there's a catch, isn't there? The Blood King smiled faintly. On the surface, it seemed like a calm, indifferent expression. But deep in his otherwise emotionless eyes, I caught a glimpse of something. A competitive spirit. Most likely aimed at the Eastern Army commander. What could have happened between the 2 in their youth? There's a significant age gap between them, after all. The Legion commander is over 100, while the Blood King has just passed 80. A nearly 20-year age difference. Well, off you go. I look forward to the day you call me master. Be well, sir. I bowed respectfully and left the office. Though he had tried to make me feel at ease, had I been tense the entire time? My back was damp with sweat. Whew. As I reached the Protector Alliance lobby, I let out a long sigh. Sigmund, who had been waiting for me, gave me a knowing smile. You've had a rough time, haven't you? He has a way of making people tense, doesn't he? Well, he's a transcendent, after all. He's on a completely different level from us ordinary superhumans. You're also level 5, Sigmund. I wouldn't exactly call that ordinary. Here, level 5 is pretty average. Even level 6 can't act all high and mighty. Only level 7s can walk around with their heads held high. This place really is a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Dragon Lake and Tiger Cave. Did my translation sound strange? I admit, it might have come off odd when directly translated. If only I knew more English proverbs and idioms. Anyway, Mr. Kim, since you're now officially a protector, let's celebrate. Again. Of course, it's only natural. There's a whole crowd of protectors waiting for you outside. You're a benefactor to all of them? A benefactor to everyone? The citywide festival will start soon. A citywide festival? What's that supposed to mean? It's just as it sounds. A family reunion or a brotherhood gathering isn't enough. Who knows, from now on, today might be celebrated every year in honor of Mr. Kim and the overcoming technique. Isn't that a bit much? If I had revealed all the overcoming techniques or even those for mid-tier demons, sure, it might make sense. But I only shared 6 methods and stopped there. Of course, if they analyze those 6 and extrapolate the principles to apply them to all 108 demon lords, it might justify the hype. Boom, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks erupted outside. Sigmund started bouncing in excitement. As if they couldn't wait any longer, Sigmund shouted in excitement. What? They started without me? These rascals? Let's go, quickly. Wait a second, let me catch my breath. You can catch your breath on the way. There was no resisting the momentum of a Nord warrior. Dragged along by Sigmund, I stepped outside. The entire city was already in full celebration. The streets were alive with noise and movement, as if the entire city itself was reveling. Kyung, Gwaya, a superhuman was blowing into a 20-meter-long horn all by himself. Bang, 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 kaboom. Another was pounding on a massive mana-charged drum, creating thunderous echoes. Zing, zee-ear. High above, on the side of a skyscraper, a superhuman was running mana strings across the building like violin strings and playing them with a divine sword as if performing a concert. The entire city was a stage for chaos and dance. Everyone was holding silver goblets of liquor in one hand and massive slabs of roasted meat in the other, dancing gleefully. Their supposed singing sounded more like shouting. A shirtless Nord warrior and a Spartan in a skirt-like armor were doing the can-can, arms locked over each other's shoulders. Nearby, a cyborg of African descent was breakdancing, while a magician in a theatrical robe scattered tarot cards in all directions. Wherever the cards landed, dazzling spells erupted, stealing everyone's attention. Even the priests weren't behaving any differently. Dressed in their robes backward, they were standing on their hands, squealing and squawking in a bizarre choir. It was both utterly ridiculous and utterly overwhelming. What is all this? It must be your first time seeing something like this. Sigmund smiled brightly. When the city has something truly worth celebrating, festivals like this happen. It's been so long, over 30 years, in fact. The last time was when the heavenly demon himself visited the labyrinth city. It's a bit overwhelming. Ha ha ha, this is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of festival? Come on, let's go. Is this really a festival? It feels more like pure madness. But soon enough, I, too, was swept into the frenzied crowd. Mr. Kim, thank you so much. We're so grateful to you. Because of you, my daughter survived. If it weren't for you, my brother would have died. At novel bin at. People were expressing their gratitude with sincerity, and others were literally bouncing with joy, their entire bodies radiating their thanks. Sure, I ended up having to drink until I was nearly at my limit, but it wasn't so bad. Indomitable, drug resistance, poison resistance. Sigurd's cultivation technique, endurance, resolve. I had trait switching on my side. Our protector is pretty good at holding his liquor. Let's test him properly. Let's drink till the end. A drunken Nord warrior. A mutant enhanced with the strength of a monstrous bear. A mage who claimed to have spent his entire life studying wine magic. A priest who boasted about personally offering wine to Dionysus. None of them were a match. Blayarg. Ugh. Snore. Snore. Around me lay nothing but fallen soldiers. One superhuman was retching loudly, another was snoring with gusto, and yet another was crawling along the ground, scratching at it like a defeated beast. I felt a pang of disappointment. Should I call it the allure of drinking? 3 or 4 more bottles would have been perfect. Oh, forget it. What am I even thinking? Time to head back to the hotel and get some sleep. As I made my way toward the hotel, something stopped me. In the alleyway right next to the hotel, where the shadows grew thick under the twilight, someone called out to me. Hyung, Hyung. It wasn't in English or German, it was raw, unfiltered Korean. I froze on the spot without realizing it. It was a voice I recognized. Sage. Even with his hoodie pulled low over his face, I recognized him instantly. That gentle face, the metallic sheen of his silver hair. It was Kim Sage. SHH. Kim Sage pressed a finger to his lips. After quickly scanning his surroundings, he whispered to me. Hyung, is there a quiet place we can go? I'm being chased right now. Being chased. Well, that's no surprise. Kim Sage's cult is, without question, a full-blown cult that isn't even listed in the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation. All right, I'll help you out. Kim Sage immediately understood my intentions and began acting drunk, staggering convincingly. I supported him by the shoulder and guided him toward the hotel entrance. As we approached, a staff member smiled and opened the door for us. Welcome back, hero. You've been working hard. Couldn't even enjoy the festival, huh? Next year, I'm definitely taking a vacation to join the fun. Haha, they don't really hold an annual festival, right? That would be embarrassing to explain. I passed through the door with an awkward laugh. The hotel staff we locked eyes with greeted us with radiant smiles. Just a few days ago, their expressions had been polite but businesslike. Now, they beamed with genuine warmth. Hyung, you're really popular, huh? Kim Sage whispered as we passed through the lobby and stepped into the elevator. It just turned out that way. So, where on earth did you learn this stigmata healing method? Or overcoming technique, as they're calling it. I've picked up bits and pieces here and there. I'm no expert, though. You're selling yourself short. Remember when you helped correct the sacrificial ritual method for our cult? That was incredible. Well, that was something I had studied thoroughly. It feels like the entire city adores you, Hyung. My hotel room was on the top floor. Originally, I'd booked an ordinary deluxe room, but as soon as I revealed the overcoming technique, the Protector Alliance upgraded my reservation to the presidential suite. I'd only ever seen such rooms in movies. For the first time in my life, I got to experience it myself. It didn't feel like a hotel room, it was more like a high-end luxury apartment. 3 massive bedrooms, a large conference room, a lounge, and an oversized bathroom. Wow. Kim Sage let out a low exclamation of awe. Hyung, you've made it big. Then again, you're level 4 now, so I bet you're raking in the cash. It's not like I paid for this. The Protector Alliance provided it. This hotel belongs to them, after all. Of course, truly fitting for the Stigmata's Protector. Stigmata's Protector? What's that supposed to mean? It's your nickname. The internet's been going wild about you. Even the German news covered it. Your face is all over TV. Sigh. What now? Oh, by the way, congratulations on reaching level 5. Hehe, thanks. So he found the treasure vault after all? The Kim Sage before me had leveled up, just like I had. While I have reached level 4, he had ascended to level 5. Still, his disheveled appearance left something to be desired, so I raided the minibar and handed him some soda and snacks. All free, of course. The thought reminded me to grab a can of coffee for myself. Phew, I can finally breathe. So, what brings you to Aachen? I thought you were staying put in Levant. Well, I did find the treasure vault. Seriously? Congratulations. I found the treasure vault and even held a ritual with its golden artifacts to reach level 5. Things were going great, until the Old Father's cult discovered me while I was moving the treasure. The Old Father's cult again? They really are relentless. The Old Father's cult still has a presence in the Levant region. It's their place of origin, after all. I thought they'd been wiped out after the Divine War. Nope. Just weakened, not eradicated. There are still quite a few people in Levant who believe in the Old Father's cult. It seemed he had gone through quite an ordeal. According to him, the treasure vault had been hidden in a corner of the Sinai Peninsula. From there, a relentless chase had begun. He barely escaped to Cairo in Egypt, but they kept pursuing him. Then to Alexandria, Cyprus, Athens, Palermo in Sicily, Rome, Geneva in Switzerland, and finally Aachen in Germany. A truly epic journey. You've had it rough. Don't even get me started. I thought I was going to die. Thankfully, Southern Europe is dominated by Gaia's cult, so I managed to hide in their temples several times. Isn't your cult on bad terms with Gaia's cult? Well, since our god is resurrecting, their priests were willing to give me a break. Let me be clear, any god not listed among the 100 recognized divine beings in the Westphalian Covenant is a heretical deity. But in reality, if a god is alive and wielding power, it's not so easy to dismiss them as a demon. Given their animosity toward the Old Father's cult, Gaia's cult must have shown Kim Sage some leniency. Is your god fully resurrected now? Halfway there. Once we build the grand temple and create the golden idol, he'll be fully revived. So, you're almost there. Yeah, but I need to reach at least level 7 to perform the resurrection ritual. That sounds surprisingly easy. Other resurrection rituals for gods are far more demanding. Yeah, I feel bad for saying this, but our god isn't exactly one of the stronger deities. He'd love to have a grand resurrection ceremony, but he's willing to come back as a minor deity if that's what it takes. The Old Father's resurrection ritual, by contrast, was no joke. It required sacrifices in the tens of millions. They even had to pile up mountains of high-level superhumans' corpses as offerings. That's why, in Episode 3, the Old Father's cult launches a full-scale assault on Seoul. They were also behind Episodes 1 and 2. Is there anything I can help with? Well, there is, actually. What is it? Actually, Kim Sage was just about to speak when, ding dong, the doorbell to the suite rang. Who could it be? It was late at night, there shouldn't be anyone coming by. The intercom buzzed. As I was about to remotely unlock the door, my ring vibrated. At the same time, a stiffness ran through my body. It was the danger sense ring giving its warning. I quickly equipped Sixth Sense and Insight, and a sudden flash of inspiration hit me. That was close. Standing up, I turned to warn Kim Sage. Hide. Without making a sound, I mouthed the word. Kim Sage's eyes widened. He immediately put down the snack he was about to eat and stealthily melted into the shadows of the room's corner. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. Yes? Coming. I flushed the toilet to make it seem like I'd been in the bathroom. Who is it? I asked as I approached the door. A deep voice answered from the other side. Apologies for disturbing you, Protector. The Bishop of the Old Father's cult has come to see you. The Bishop of the Old Father's cult. Yes. I don't have any business with the Old Father's cult. What's this about? There was a rapid exchange of words outside. It was in German, so I couldn't make out much. Then, a hotel staff member spoke in an apologetic tone. Well, Protector, here's the thing. They've brought a search warrant, and the individual possesses search privileges. By city law, we cannot refuse them entry. A search warrant and search privileges. There was a good reason the danger sense ring had activated. It was an Inquisitor. Just as I'd suspected, the Inquisitor chasing Kim Sage had tracked him all the way here. Should I resist? I'm an honorary paladin and an official protector. And while it feels a bit vain to say it out loud, I'm also the so-called Stigmata's protector. If I reached out to the Protector Alliance and the two cults, I could probably fend them off. No, I'd lose the moral high ground. An Inquisitor's search privileges are internationally recognized. If I tried to block them using personal connections, I'd only ruin my reputation. It would also be legally problematic. It's better to trust Kim Sage. His secretive cult has survived over 3,000 years, even after the death of its god. Surely they have contingencies for situations like this. Well, fine. I opened the door, making it obvious I wasn't thrilled about it. A woman as thin as a bamboo pole stepped in. She was wearing a bishop's robe with a steel breastplate over it. A warhammer hung from her waist, and a massive shotgun was slung over her back. A bishop dressed like a paladin, but she wasn't one. An Inquisitor. She met my gaze and bowed politely. Greetings to the Savior. What's with her? As my face twisted in annoyance, the Inquisitor broke into a bright smile. After recent events, the Saintess has issued a decree. Should you choose to join the faith, Savior, you will be treated as an equal to the Saintess herself and receive the privileges of an apostle. Furthermore, a special ascension process will be crafted solely for you to elevate you to apostle of the Holy War. What the hell? They're outright announcing their intent to capture me now. Are they feeling threatened because the Thor cult and Gaia's cult have gotten involved? Maybe at first, they weren't sure what to make of me, thinking I was insignificant. But after seeing what I've accomplished, they've probably decided I'm worth going after. I'll have to be careful. Even this smiling Inquisitor would jump at the chance to convert me, no hesitation whatsoever. Who said I'd join? This is the path ordained by the Old Father. Human free will is noble yet futile, grand yet fragile. In the end, Savior, you will offer both your body and soul to the Old Father. You will ascend from this hellish earth, this sea of suffering we call life, to eternal salvation. It is truly the highest virtue and the greatest happiness. This lunatic. Is she schizophrenic? As expected of a fanatic, her words made absolutely no sense. I crossed my arms and glared at her. Is that what you came here to tell me? Oh, I must have lost myself for a moment in your divine presence, Savior. I'd say she's perpetually lost in her delusions. The Inquisitor's gaze swept over the spacious living room behind me. There has been a report, she said, her tone shifting. A follower of an ancient, depraved demon, a vile, cunning, and insidious individual has infiltrated this place. A follower. Yes. They are a living plague, an idol of corruption. They must be eradicated and burned to death. I ask for your cooperation. We have no desire to clash with you, Savior. Savior this, savior that. Without a word, I stepped aside to let them in. The Inquisitor strode into the suite without hesitation. Trailing behind her were 2 level 5 paladins, along with crusaders attempting to enter with muddy boots. That's when I spoke up in a disgruntled tone. For all your talk of me being the savior, your cult seems to lack any respect for one. I can understand the paladins, but crusaders too? Don't tell me none of your people are afflicted with stigmas. Though I started politely, I quickly dropped the formalities. The crusaders paused, looking at each other and then at the Inquisitor leading them. The Inquisitor responded in a soft voice. This is simply our procedure. We have a search warrant, after all. It's natural for crusaders to handle the groundwork. I've already opened the door for you because of your warrant and privileges. Isn't that enough? Why do you need to bring in more people? 1, 2, 3. Wow, you're planning to bring in 15 people? Is this why the Protector Alliance gave me this nice suite? Because Inquisitors can do whatever they want? If anyone saw this, they'd think we're in the 17th century, not the 21st. The Inquisitor hesitated at my words. The 17th century. A time when witch hunts and human sacrifices reached their peak, and the Old Fathers cult turned all of Europe into their enemy. That era led to the Divine War, forcing the Old Fathers cult to flee Europe and migrate to the New World. For the Old Fathers cult, this was a moment they'd rather forget, a dark chapter in their history. No matter what you say, the search will proceed as planned. Come in. Wow, as expected of the Old Fathers cult? I'm truly in awe. Go ahead, by all means. How could someone as powerless as me possibly obstruct the great Old Fathers cult? Take everything, my body, my mind, my soul. Check everything? Don't just look around casually, flip over the sofa, open the wardrobe, and check under the bed too. Oh, absolutely. Of course, the Inquisitor wasn't swayed by my sarcasm. I trailed behind the Crusaders, practically shouting like I was singing a song. No lion's roar, no deafening yell, but still, I'm a level 4 superhuman. I was so loud that my voice practically echoed throughout the entire hotel. Soon, one by one, guests began stepping out of their rooms. What's going on? Hey, isn't that our protector? Oh, the Stigmata's protector. But who are those people? Inquisitors? They're Inquisitors. What? Inquisitors are here. They're here to arrest our protector. Those lunatics? Someone get my sword, now. At novel bin at. Most of the people staying in this hotel were superhumans and we were on the top floors, too. These levels only housed the presidential suite and high-grade rooms directly below it. When a level 6 superhuman, stronger than the level 5 Inquisitor, revealed themselves, the Inquisitor's expression visibly stiffened. This is outrageous, Savior. Are you really going to obstruct a heresy investigation? Obstruction? I opened the door for you, didn't I? And I stepped aside, too. Sure, I complained a bit, but obstruction? That's a bit much, don't you think? You're not the only ones who can play dirty. I can play dirty too. The murmurs were already spreading throughout the hotel, like ripples in a pond. And outside, large vans were speeding toward the building. The logos of broadcasting companies were clearly displayed on their sides. The reporters had already caught the scent. They were probably nearby, covering the city's festival, when they picked up on the commotion. Bishop, wouldn't it be better to stop here? The hotel staff finally stepped in to mediate. It was the general manager, someone I'd met before, who now tried to reason with the Inquisitor. You've already inspected the room, haven't you? And while you mentioned a report, you've neither identified the informant nor provided any evidence. There was indeed a report. Then why not reveal the informant? As you know, Bishop, there's a significant difference between having a witness and not. Internal informants are protected under international agreements. Therefore, I cannot answer that request. Are you concerned we'll retaliate? I swear by Thor that we won't impose any penalties. Despite such assurances, the Inquisitor remained silent, refusing to reveal the informant. The general manager gave her a knowing look. Could it be that there wasn't an informant to begin with? Perhaps they had tracked Kim Sage using some advanced method. Even though Kim Sage had quietly dispersed divine energy to erase his traces as he entered, there's always someone better. Reporters will be here soon, and that'll be troublesome for both you and us, won't it? Why not end it here? I'm only saying this out of concern for the honor of the great Old Father and the noble Saintess. Grr. Mentioning their god and Saintess seemed to hit a nerve. The Old Father's cult already had a bad reputation, and given my recent rise in public favor due to the overcoming technique, the backlash would be immense if news broke that they searched my room. People might even suspect the heresy investigation was just a pretext to abduct me. Fine. For the honor of the Saintess and because you clearly disapprove, I will end the search here. As expected. How wise of you. That's right. There's no need to escalate things unnecessarily. Let's head downstairs together. I'll treat you to a glass of fine wine in the lounge. It's the best quality, aged in barrels made from spirit wood and infused with spirit water. I'm sure it will suit your tastes, Bishop. Humph. The Inquisitor snorted openly. She glanced coldly around the suite one last time before speaking in an icy tone. Follower of the evil god, we will meet again. With that dull brain of yours, it's obvious where you'll go. Rats always return to the sewers. Then she turned and walked out, waving her hand dismissively. She didn't even acknowledge the general manager, who was nervously wringing his hands. My apologies for the disturbance. Please rest well. Neither the Inquisitor nor the Paladins said another word. Only the Crusaders gave me slight bows before retreating. It seemed they felt at least a little guilty. Have a peaceful night, Protector. Thud. The general manager closed the door. The door, imbued with protective magic, shut securely, and at last, silence returned to the room. Kim Sage finally revealed himself, stepping out of his hiding spot. He collapsed onto the floor, letting out a single, shaky word. Are you alright, Sage? Phew. I'm okay. Thanks to you, I'm alive. You were lucky. Hehe. If you hadn't started shouting and causing a scene, that woman would have inspected every speck of dust in this room. I almost got caught back there. Kim Sage laughed, saying that hiding was the only skill he'd mastered during his days on the run. He raided the minibar again. He must not have been eating properly during his escape. Only after he completely emptied the minibar, devouring all the chocolate bars, chocolates, cookies, and potato chips, did Kim Sage finally catch his breath. But why are you alone? Weren't you made the patriarch of your cult? I was officially elected as patriarch by the council. Congratulations. Well, it'd be strange if a level 5 apostle wasn't made patriarch. Originally, I traveled with the protectors, but we've split up temporarily. It's because we're transporting the treasure. Treasure. It must be quite the haul. Even if it's from 3,000 years ago, the religion was once prosperous, so it makes sense. Kim Sage glanced at me and cautiously spoke. That's why I want to ask you a favor. Right, you mentioned that. What is it? Could you take me to the Great Labyrinth? The Great Labyrinth? Yes, to the Fortress of Beginnings on the 10th floor. I understood the situation. Kim Sage's cult couldn't openly operate in the current state. Their god had only been resurrected after 3,000 years. Until the god fully regains power, hiding was a necessity since they weren't listed in the Westphalian Covenant. They had to endure. The Fortress of Beginnings in the Great Labyrinth was a good choice for that. Laws of the surface world didn't apply within the Great Labyrinth. So, the protectors are already at the Fortress of Beginnings. Yes, I'm the decoy. What? Are you joking? What kind of kid acts as a decoy? Someone at my level qualifies to be a decoy. Fair enough. A level 5 apostle appearing after thousands of years. No wonder the old father's cult was chasing him so relentlessly. I stared at Kim Sage, feeling a pang of pity. The fact that this innocent kid volunteered to act as bait made me feel bad for him. I'm not asking you to take me there for free. From the treasure I recovered, I'll give you a few things that suit you. Well, I won't say no to that. You're a level 5, and I'm an official protector, so we don't need any extra certification. Let's rest for a bit and leave at 3 a.m. Okay, Hyung. Before that, I need to check something. What abilities did you get? You can at least do basic healing and blessings, right? I think I can handle most things: healing, blessings, shields, offense. I activated insight to check Kim Sage's abilities. It had only been a few months since we last saw each other, but his traits had undergone a complete transformation. Apostle Complete Recovery, Light of Purification. Divine Domain, Wrath of God, Golden Blessing. Healing Hands had evolved into Complete Recovery, and Purification into Light of Purification. Holy Shield had become Divine Domain, and Light's Arrow had turned into Wrath of God. And on top of that, Golden Blessing? It was a unique blessing exclusive to Kim Sage's cult. It greatly amplified luck, enhancing critical hit rates, evasion chances, resistance rates, item drop rates, and more. Kim Sage didn't explain much about his traits. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem to fully understand them himself. He hadn't had much experience yet, and he probably hadn't compared himself to other priests. Alright. With that, the two of us should be able to make it to the 10th floor. You're practically a level 5 warrior, right, Hyung? I heard the stories. You defeated a level 5 reinforced in a one-on-one fight. That's about right. If you're worried, should we ask someone else for help? If I asked, Sigmund or Jordis would lend a hand. They were both level 5 warriors, so their assistance would be valuable. Kim Sage shook his head at Novel bin at. No, it's better if it's just the two of us. The Inquisitor uses some kind of special authority. They track you down faster if more people know about your whereabouts. I think it's the Authority of Revelation. Authority of Revelation. The more people know about your location, the faster they can track you. Even earlier, they probably pieced together traces from the hotel staff who saw me and pursued me based on their subconscious impressions. That's possible. I only learned about it just now. I'd heard of entities growing stronger the more people knew about them, but that was quite the peculiar authority. In the end, we decided to head to the Great Labyrinth alone. At exactly 3 a.m. the time when the bustling city finally settled into quiet, we slipped out. We avoided the staff as much as possible, using the stairs and exiting through the back door. Let's take it slow. Okay, Hyung. Fortunately, the Great Labyrinth wasn't far from the hotel. The Protector Alliance headquarters, their affiliated apartments, and their hotels were all strategically placed as barriers around it. After walking for about 15 minutes, the Great Labyrinth revealed its majestic form. From above, it looked like a spiraling snail shell. From ground level, it was nothing short of a massive mountain. In front of the Great Labyrinth stood an enormous magical wall. The wall towered over 100 meters high. Its thickness and layers of defensive magic were so extensive that even large-scale spells from high-level mages couldn't break through it. The security was intense. Superhumans armed with magical rifles and swords stood guard at a narrow passageway barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Halt. What is your business here? You're doing a great job. We're here to enter the Great Labyrinth. At this hour, we have our reasons. Both Kim Sage and I had our faces covered. The superhuman looked at me and frowned. A level 4 superhuman, officially registered as a protector. I had removed my honorary paladin insignia. Even so, since we needed to enter the Great Labyrinth, I wore my protector badge. It seemed to make him suspicious of me. After hesitating a few times, the guard finally stepped aside. As you know, entry into the Great Labyrinth is permitted for anyone who is an official protector or level 5 and above. However, please remember that upon exiting the labyrinth, your identity will be verified. Yes, I'm aware. Also, what you do or have done outside doesn't matter in the Great Labyrinth. But remember the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you break the laws of the labyrinth, you will be executed immediately. Don't expect to act as recklessly as you might on the surface. Your head won't stay attached for long. It seemed they thought of me and Kim Sage as fugitives. Which, to be fair, wasn't entirely wrong. From a typical perspective, Kim Sage was a heinous criminal of the worst kind. Thank you for the warning. May you find peace. Thud, thud, thud. We walked along the concrete structure. It was quite a long path. After walking over a kilometer, we finally reached an entrance engraved with ancient runes. The Great Labyrinth. Seal of the Fallen Gods. The first floor didn't look much different from the outside world. It reminded me of the first landfill site I'd visited a few times before. In fact, it was so well maintained that it seemed surprisingly clean. Square concrete corridors stretched on, illuminated by bright fluorescent lights embedded in the ceiling. There were even public restrooms at regular intervals and designated camping spots for resting. Whew. Kim Sage pulled back his hood. We finally made it inside. Do you have a place to stay at the Fortress of Beginnings? There are lots of our priests stationed there. I'm planning to live in the apartments they've set up. They've all been leveling up recently. What about the Grand Temple? We're still considering it. We're planning to collect more gold and build a temple, but wouldn't constructing a Grand Temple inside the Great Labyrinth be a bit much? The Gaia cult and other cults would love it. Same with the Protector Alliance. Strategically, building a Grand Temple here, gathering your strength, and then expanding to the surface would be a good move. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. Once inside the labyrinth, Kim Sage visibly relaxed. Even as we headed toward the second floor, he kept chattering nonstop. On the other hand, I didn't let my guard down. Sixth sense insight sensitivity. Keen ears, bright eyes, keen nose. I used everything I had combined with the detection ability of my helmet and the danger sense of my ring to survey the surroundings. The Great Labyrinth was far too dangerous a place to walk through carelessly. I also couldn't shake the lingering unease from the words the Inquisitor had muttered as we left the hotel. Keith. Maybe that's why I caught the strange sound. Along with it, the faint scent of sulfur pricked at my nose. Kirit, kiririt. Kick, kick, kick. Kick-it, kit-kit. A distinctive sound, like nails scratching against glass. And on the first floor of the labyrinth? It could only mean one thing. Rumble? I drew Mjolnir from my waist. Instead of the clear hum of a holy sword, thunder rolled as the weapon came alive in my hand. Hyung, what's going on? There are demons ahead. D-demons? What should we do? It's just the first floor, so we're probably dealing with level 3 demons. Don't worry too much. You could kill them all with just a few lights arrows. One thing I'd learned in this world was that its inhabitants were both similar to and different from NPCs in games. The biggest difference? They didn't rely solely on the traits they officially possessed. For instance, just because Kim Sage had Wrath of God didn't mean he only used that ability. He could freely utilize its lower-tier skills like Light's Arrow and Holy Spear as needed. That said, the additional stats and perks still followed the rules of the currently equipped traits. Unless there were special circumstances, the default traits remained in use. I'm a bit nervous. Why? Haven't you been in combat much? I've only ever run away. Well, you definitely know how to hide, I'll give you that. That's only because our god helped me. We moved forward slowly. The scent of sulfur grew stronger. The sounds from earlier had disappeared, but I could still sense their presence clearly. Kim Sage's nose twitched. Hyung, this smell. Remember it. In the labyrinth, whenever you smell sulfur, it means demons are about to appear. Even if there's nothing around you, if you catch this scent, assume a demon is watching you. That's kind of creepy. What are you scared of? You're an apostle. The demons were already closing in. They were trying to sneak up on us, but they couldn't fool my eyes. I was about to throw my weapon but instead handed Mjolnir to Kim Sage. Bless it for me. Yes, yes. Kim Sage reached out to touch Mjolnir. Kwa kwa kwe. A massive pillar of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the ceiling and striking Mjolnir. The beam of light was at least 10 meters in diameter. Mjolnir absorbed the light and began to glow violently, crackling with raw energy. Boom, crackle. It had become a mass of pure lightning, practically unrecognizable. Was this what Zeus's thunderbolt, Astrap, would look like? I lifted Mjolnir, now transformed into a spear of lightning. The overwhelming divine power coursing through it filled me with a godlike sense of omnipotence. It felt as if I could split mountains and crush the sky. Incredible. An SSR-grade weapon enhanced with golden blessing? I didn't even need a heavy swing or any special skill. With throw equipped, I hurled Mjolnir forward. Kwaruum! Lightning exploded. Even with all my detection traits equipped, my vision blurred for a moment from the sheer intensity of the light. An enormous surge of brightness erupted, and rivers of lightning flowed, tearing through the air. Mjolnir shot forward like a dragon, reaching its peak before boomeranging back to me. I caught it effortlessly. The aftermath, however, was terrifying. Wah! Kim Sage gasped, almost choking. The concrete hallway ahead of us was completely scorched, reduced to charred rubble. The hard, grey walls of the corridor were completely scorched black. And the demons? The ones that had been sneaking toward us in stealth were obliterated, leaving only fragments of their remains. Wow, as expected of Mjolnir. It's truly Mjolnir. Your blessing was amazing too. It felt like, no, Mjolnir's power exploded at 100%, maybe even 200%. Hehe. Well, our god did lend a lot of strength to it. Was it because of the level 5 blessing? It felt like every possible boost, additional attack power, elemental enhancements, and critical hits had all activated at once. As I passed by the destroyed demons, I extended my hand. Extraction activated. I smoothly pulled out the mana cores, and Kim Sage watched with amazement in his eyes. Hyung, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Climbing up from the bottom does that to you. Oh, right. You said you started out as a cleaner, didn't you? Did you ever hunt magic beasts? I did that too. I'm a full member of the Korean Hunter Association. Cleaner, hunter, protector. That's like the standard progression path, isn't it? Pretty much. Here, take these. I handed him the collected mana cores, 22 in total. In other words, Mjolnir's throw had reduced 22 demons to ashes in a single strike. It was a huge leap from my early days when I had to work tirelessly just to extract a single level 0 mana core. Kim Sage blinked as he took the cores. Wait, Hyung? You did all the work, but you're giving me some. All the work? You cast the blessing too, didn't you? Still, we're close, Hyung. I wouldn't mind if you kept it all for yourself. The closer you are, the more precise you have to be about these things. Really, it's fine though. You need gold, don't you? These level 3 mana cores are worth a fair amount. Trade them for gold when we get to the Fortress of Beginnings. Even with synthesis, there are limits. While there's no chance of failure with level 0, 1, or 2 cores, failures start happening around level 3. Sometimes, the materials even vanish entirely. That's why higher level mana cores are exponentially more expensive and why Kim Sage would need them. He gave a sheepish laugh. Then, I'll gratefully accept them. Got something to store them in. Of course. It seemed even someone like Kim Sage still had a few useful tricks up his sleeve. He stored the mana cores into a small pocket of subspace, a storage artifact he'd taken from an ancient treasure vault. Though small, it worked like a game inventory, making it perfect for discreetly carrying valuables. Step, step, step. We pressed onward through the great labyrinth. The first 10 floors were essentially the beginner area, so the demons we encountered were at most level 3 or 4. The floors themselves were also relatively small, so within a few hours, we could reach the Fortress of Beginnings. The experience was somewhat like climbing Mount Jirizan, roughly a 5-hour trek. If all went well, we'd arrive just as morning broke on the surface. After about 4 hours of walking, as we neared the Fortress of Beginnings. At the end of the 9th floor, where the narrow passage led down to the 10th, we ran into a group that had already taken control of the area. You're late. A woman stood before us, clad in a bishop's robe layered beneath steel plate armor. An inquisitor. How did they know? It wasn't hard to figure out. Why else would Kim Sage flee all the way from the Levant region to the Labyrinth City? He intended to hide in the Great Labyrinth and build his strength. And with the Old Father's cult's intelligence network, they must have known about my connection to Kim Sage. Instead of wasting time arguing in a hotel room, it made perfect sense for them to block the passage in advance. I quickly scanned the group of inquisitors. They hadn't brought mere crusaders, they had arrived with a full contingent of paladins. On either side of the inquisitor stood 2 level 5 paladin squad leaders. Behind them were 20 additional paladins, perfectly aligned in formation. A total of 43 people. 3 level 5s, 8 level 4s, and 32 level 3s. This was more than enough firepower to command respect anywhere. Hyung. I could feel Kim Sage trembling beside me. It was just the two of us, facing 43 superhumans. I could handle 1, maybe even 2 level 5s on my own, but beyond that, it was impossible. And now, I had to break through this with Kim Sage, an apostle with almost no real combat experience. Flash. One of the paladins tossed a jewel into the air. The gem shattered midair, releasing a burst of light that formed a barrier around us. The passage was now completely sealed off from the outside. We couldn't escape, nor could we send an SOS to Kim Sage's cult at the Fortress of Beginnings. The Inquisitor grinned wickedly. At last, this tedious chase comes to an end. And her eyes shifted from Kim Sage to me. The Savior will finally join our faith. Who said I would? There's no need for concern, Savior. We'll take care of everything. A few years in our cult's temple at the Fortress of Beginnings, studying the greatness of the Old Father, and you will naturally entrust your body and soul to him. Did you toss the Westphalian covenant aside for soup? I see the Old Father's oath isn't worth much. This is the Great Labyrinth. It's beyond the laws of the surface world. What a convenient double standard you've got there. The Inquisitor shrugged as if it didn't matter. I took a moment to reflect. I relied too much on the danger sense ring. Just as they'd encircled us with their barrier, they must have been using some special method to hide their presence. That's why the danger sense hadn't activated as we crossed the 9th floor. Even the detection ability of my helmet hadn't picked them up. There was only one option left. A direct confrontation. Titles like honorary paladin or official protector didn't mean a thing now. The Inquisitor's bloodshot eyes made it clear they weren't backing down. Can I do this? At novel bin at. I went over everything I had in my arsenal. First, my high-tier traits. Giant strength, Vajra body, undying, indomitable, magic resistance, mana soul, Tiger King sword technique, Sigurd cultivation technique, gunplay. Then, my equipment. The black tiger sword, the Dasan rifle, Mjolnir, Aegis, and consumables. The elixir from the Sun Mage Tower and the nectar gifted by the Protector Alliance. It might just be possible. Looking back, I had quite a lot. Each one was a gem of a trait or artifact. High-tier traits alone required at least an SR grade character to possess. Moreover, using insight, I could tell that neither the Inquisitor nor the squad leaders appeared exceptionally strong. Inquisitor. Holy Shield Healing Torture. Command Order Secret Hunter. Squad Leader A. Radiance Shield Bash Charge. Shining Hammer Healing Hands Purification. Squad Leader B. Radiance Shield Bash Taunt. Holy Shot Regeneration Blessing. These were the traits of the Inquisitor and the two squad leaders. Not bad, but none of them were high tier. In other words, they were equivalent to N-grade characters. And me? I was fully loaded with 6 high-tier traits, easily placing me at SSR grade. No, even SSR might not be enough. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me X-grade. I can do this. After all, I'd already defeated the level 5 SR Vampire Lord in a one-on-one battle using my Trinity build. And now, with my current build enhanced by Mana Soul, Indomitable, Tiger King Sword Technique, Sigurd Cultivation Technique, and Gunplay, I was even stronger. It was a shame I didn't have a swordsmanship specialist with me, but with the Black Tiger Sword and Mjolnir equipped, I was ready. I can pull this off. That was my final conclusion. If the Inquisitor or the squad leaders had been R grade, it might have been impossible. But their focus on schemes and tracking, rather than combat prowess, was their fatal flaw. With no hesitation, I casually pulled a grenade launcher out of my golf bag. The Inquisitor's grin widened. So, you intend to defy the Old Father to the very end? If you surrender now, we'll treat you as befits a savior. But if you continue this resistance, I can't be held responsible for what happens next. Humph. I tossed a grenade as a warm-up. Boom! An explosion echoed, but it was easily blocked. The Inquisitor herself had deployed a holy shield, as expected of a priest type. Unlike warriors who could only shield their immediate vicinity with mana, the Inquisitor's holy shield covered the falling grenade midair. The grenade exploded, but its shrapnel didn't even scratch the barrier. The only thing I gained was a brief moment of time. In that instant, I swiftly loaded a special grenade into the launcher. You think that toy will? Gunplay shoot aim. Rapid fire insight black flame. Did they think I'd been wandering around unprepared? I'd always been mindful of the Old Father's cult. That's why I carried this special grenade in my golf bag. It was enhanced with catalytic divine slayer. Sage, blessing. Huh? Oh, yes. Whoosh! A pillar of light descended, reacting with the grenade. Brilliant, golden waves of mana surged outward. On top of that, I added black flame. Black and gold flames, the symbol of the Old Father, surged from the grenade launcher as I aimed and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Thump, 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 thump. All 6 grenades fired in quick succession. The Inquisitor cried out in awe. As expected of the savior, such magnificent black gold radiance. She raised both hands in fervent exaltation. The paladins followed suit. Oh, Old Father, protect your children. We dedicate our souls and bodies to you. Descend upon this earth and make all humanity your nourishment. Ugh, what a pack of fanatics. Layers upon layers of holy shields shimmered into existence. Dozens, at the very least. The paladins who lacked shields of their own emitted radiance or channeled their holy power into their allies, forming a collective defense barrier. And onto that barrier, the black gold grenades rained down. Boom! 3 forces collided. The divine blessings of a god hostile to the Old Father, the catalytic divine slayer used to kill the Old Father, and the black flames, wielded only by transcendent beings who had overcome forced baptism. The synergy among these was devastating. Yet, the combined barrier of dozens of paladins was no pushover either. The surface cracked and split, fissures forming across its layers, but it held strong. It managed to repel the black gold explosion that burned as though it would consume the very world. The Inquisitor, drunk with exhilaration, shouted. This is the power of the Old Father, Savior. Is it, though? Boasting about barely blocking a joint attack from just 2 people with 43 members on your side seems a bit much. And this was just the prelude. The real battle started now. Giant strength Vajra body mana soul. Tiger King sword technique Sigurd cultivation technique charge. I took a deep breath. Hyup. The Sigurd cultivation technique and mana soul resonated within me. A colossal amount of mana surged through my body, igniting the circuits etched into my vascular and nervous systems. Whoosh! Even my blood seemed to boil. The overwhelming influx of mana reacted with the moisture in my body, making me feel as if I were burning from within. My body was hot, my mind alight with searing clarity. Yet my reason remained intact, sharper and colder than ever. With heightened senses, I perceived everything around me in intricate detail. I could feel it all. The world. And the paladins bristling like porcupines ahead of me. Without even activating insight or sixth sense, I discerned their thoughts and intentions. I could tell what they were planning, what they were thinking. And so, I moved toward their most vulnerable point. Feigning readiness to strike the shield wall, I instead lunged at their weakest member. Boom! The ground beneath me ruptured. The combined power of Giant's strength and Mana Soul unleashed devastating force. This was what they called the double power build. Channeling all of it, I swung the black tiger sword. And as I struck, I switched traits. Severing Moon. Flash. A crescent moon slash ripped through the air. The resulting sword energy wasn't something a level 4 superhuman could produce. Even a level 5 warrior would have been hard-pressed to withstand it. Gaia. The paladin I targeted was split clean in two. Focused on maintaining the collective barrier, the knight couldn't react in time. What? Sir Charles. The remaining paladins shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. The knight crumpled to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. Gritting my teeth, I swung my sword again. Once from right to left, then from left to right. My movements resembled a tiger striking with both front paws in succession. Tiger King's Twin Strike. The Severing Moon trait activated. Blinding arcs of white sword energy clawed through the air like the talons of a tiger. The paladins caught in the attack screamed, "Arg! Guh!" Back when I first learned the Tiger King sword technique, I struggled to use advanced moves like Twin Strike or Tiger King's Flight. But now, after steady training and acquiring Mana Soul and Sigurd cultivation technique, I had matured enough to wield these techniques in actual combat. The Inquisitor bellowed, her voice sharp and commanding. Shadow Knights, form a defensive wall. Defensive wall. Lance Knights, Radiance formation. Radiance. Their demeanor changed. The paladins near me raised their shields, forming a tight wall shoulder to shoulder, while those farther back unleashed Radiance to suppress me. The Radiance buffed their allies and weakened me simultaneously. With it stacking repeatedly, even I felt my mana being suppressed, as though a heavy weight was pressing down on me. TCH. Gritting my teeth, I gripped Mjolnir in my left hand. Its embedded traits, enhancement, and protection, activated. At the same time, Aegis on my left forearm shone brilliantly, triggering protection and augment. Finally, I switched out Severing Moon for Fighting Spirit, and the suffocating pressure around me vanished like mist in the wind. Hyung. From a distance, Kim Sage channeled his golden blessing onto me. Hape. I swung my sword in a wide arc. Tiger King's Mighty Strike. A shield shattered, and the paladin behind it froze in terror. Fall back. Pull him back. Cover him. The paladins moved as a single unit, like an enormous beast. They dragged the exposed knight to the rear and filled the gap in their formation. But I wasn't idle either. Before they could regroup, my sword thrust forward. Tiger King's Ascension. A streak of light pierced through their ranks, and another paladin lost his shield. Fall back. Fall back. Damn it. Is he really level 4? How is he this strong? Raise your shields. Shields up. The ordinary paladins couldn't even block my strikes. Whenever I swung, stabbed, or slashed, their shields were destroyed, or they suffered a direct hit, forcing them to retreat. Only the elite level 4 knights managed to hold their ground, and even they struggled to do so. When a few more knights fell, the Inquisitor screamed in frustration. Enough! Everyone, retreat! Put some distance between us. The paladins quickly withdrew. The Inquisitor, who had been commanding from the rear, finally stepped back, allowing the squad leaders to take charge. The three of them formed a triangular formation and surrounded me. I took a deep breath, then gave them a slow, deliberate smirk. So, you're stepping in personally? Don't. You'll die. Wouldn't it be better to just throw waves of troops at me instead? We cannot waste the lives of our brothers so carelessly. That much was true. If they wanted to take me down, they'd have to accept losing at least half of their paladins. No cult would willingly sacrifice 20 paladins' valuable assets that are notoriously difficult to train, especially when they believed they had other ways to capture me. In this world, it's common sense. If 3 level 5s gang up on a single level 4, the level 4 doesn't stand a chance. Backing off now would only result in the Inquisitor losing the trust of her subordinates and the confidence of her superiors. For me, this was a stroke of luck. If they'd chosen to treat their knights as expendable pawns and used sheer numbers to grind me down, I would have struggled. Thanks to the Inquisitor's predictable judgment, I now felt a solid chance of victory. Try not to die. I mean it, you'd better not die. The Inquisitor raised her hand. That was the signal. The 2 squad leaders charged at me like enraged bulls. How blessed we are. The Inquisitor almost wept. Witnessing the true glory of the Savior heralded by the Old Father through prophecy and proclaimed by the Saintess felt like a divine revelation. To see black gold radiance forged from the powers of a wicked god, a divine slayer, and black flames? This must be the fulfillment of prophecy. The glorious gospel of the mighty Old Father crushing all enemies and reigning supreme over this little planet. Some of the paladins had died, but their loss didn't matter. They would rejoice in the divine kingdom of the Old Father. And yet, something wasn't right. Calling back the paladins and pitting 3 level 5s against the Savior had been the logical choice. No matter how talented or blessed by the gods he was, a single level 4 couldn't possibly stand against 3 level 5s. Especially with the paladins keeping the apostle of the wicked god in check. But this. What was this? Why were the squad leaders being pushed back? Why, whenever they clashed with the Savior, was it not the level 4 Savior who was repelled, but the level 5 squad leaders instead? This cannot be. This is impossible. The Inquisitor screamed in denial, her voice ringing with disbelief. Boom! Another deafening explosion. One of the squad leaders was sent flying. The difference in numbers, the gap in levels, it was all meaningless. They couldn't overpower him. No, they were the ones being overpowered. By a single man. But the one most shocked at this moment wasn't the Inquisitor. It was the squad leader who had physically clashed with me. Ugh. He swallowed a groan. A metallic taste filled his throat. How is this even possible? Judging by the concentration of his mana waves, his opponent was undeniably level 4. Yet the destructive power he was facing was beyond comprehension. It didn't feel like fighting an ordinary squad leader, it was more like colliding with a senior commander. Each time their shields clashed, it felt as though his entire body was being crushed, his vision turning stark white. Even his insides throbbed with pain, as if internal damage had already been done. This is absurd. No matter how much he screamed internally, the monster before him charged forward like a wild boar. Damn it. He charged in return, but he already felt himself faltering. Though both unleashed shield bashes of equal technique and power, somehow, his opponent's strikes were sharper, stronger, and more devastating. Come on. Come at me. Sir Clement, his longtime partner, bellowed a taunt, but it was useless. The sacred proclamations that worked against demons, magical beasts, and heretics all missed their mark when aimed at this opponent. And every time it happened, he saw it. A strange glimmer in the monster's eyes. It was as if the monster was silently muttering an incantation. An incantation. That's what it is. It had to be an incredibly unique one. Surely, it was something bestowed by an evil god? Light? Savior? What nonsense. This creature was undoubtedly an apostle of a wicked god. How else could it exhibit such overwhelming power, such horrifying strength? If it had been level 6, he would have accepted it. Even if it had been level 5, he could have understood. But a mere level 4 showing this kind of capability? Clearly, the Saintess had been deceived. This man must have drawn his strength from a dark god. For the squad leader, a man of ordinary talent but unwavering faith, such blasphemous doubts should have been unthinkable. But against Warrior Kim's overwhelming might, even his unshakable beliefs were beginning to waver. Die? Just die already. He had been commanded to keep the Savior alive at all costs. But that order had vanished entirely from his mind. With all his strength, he charged forward again, swinging his shield. This was his 20th, no, perhaps his 30th charge. But neither the squad leader nor the Inquisitor had accounted for one crucial fact. The monster's shield wasn't ordinary. It was Aegis, the pride of the Gaia cult, a relic of unparalleled value. Even though the version Kim carried was a mass-produced model, Aegis was still an SSR-grade artifact miles apart from the standard shields used by the squad leader. The result was catastrophic. Crack! Unable to withstand the repeated impacts, the squad leader's shield shattered into dozens of fragments. His eyes widened in disbelief. Through his stunned gaze, a sharp killing intent gleamed cold and deadly. Whoosh! A blinding flash of light erupted alongside that murderous intent. A single, straight beam of radiance sliced forward. The moment he saw it, he knew it was the end. He instinctively raised his left arm to block, but it was futile. The beam carried a long, trailing tail and had already pierced his heart. Beautiful. As consciousness began to fade, his last thought was how it resembled a shooting star in the night sky. With that, his vision went dark. Sir Frederick. No. The paladins watching from the sidelines screamed in anguish, calling out to their fallen commander. But there was no time for mourning. The other squad leader shouted urgently. Protect the bishop. The monster who had taken the squad leader's heart, Warrior Kim, was now leaping toward the Inquisitor. GRRK. To cut to the chase, the paladins were too late. Instead of charging forward, I used a leap to vault over the squad leader and swung my sword at the Inquisitor. Giant Strength Mana Soul Slash. Tiger King Sword Technique Sigurd Cultivation Technique Severing Moon. I ignored the recoil caused by the double power build. This strike carried every ounce of my strength. A flash of sword energy, as swift as lightning, tore through the Inquisitor. Neither her holy shield nor her magical barrier could block the attack. She was split from her neck to her chest, blood foaming from her mouth. Bishop. Maybe an elixir could save her, maybe. But I wasn't about to leave any doubts. I slammed my blade into her skull and severed her neck to ensure the job was done. You bastard. The remaining squad leader charged at me, screaming like a madman. But he was too slow. A sluggish, enraged paladin without any acceleration traits or techniques wasn't worth my attention. Taunts? I had Vajra body and Indomitable. Even just Vajra body allowed me to resist provocation, and adding Indomitable made it completely ineffective. Boom! I leaped once more, soaring through the air like a bird, easily clearing several meters and leaving the squad leader behind. Instead, I aimed for the paladins. Specifically, the weakest ones, those who, according to Insight, were level 3 and lacked strong traits or equipment. Shadow Knights, Defensive Formation. Defensive Formation. Lance Knights, Defensive Formation. Defensive Formation. With the Inquisitor dead, the senior paladins took over, barking commands. The paladins moved quickly, but it wasn't enough. Without the Inquisitor's command and order traits, their coordination was noticeably lacking. And to me, their weaknesses were glaringly obvious. One of the Lance Knights moved half a beat too late. Giant Strength Mana Soul Sigurd Cultivation Technique. Close Combat Mastery Smash Throw. I switched traits the moment I threw. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed through the great labyrinth. A bolt of lightning descended, precisely striking the point I'd targeted. A storm of electricity erupted in its wake. Ugh! Aiic! Old Father, protect us. Paladins were the most resilient defensive build in existence. It wasn't possible to annihilate them all with a single blow, but one of them, the unlucky knight whose head had taken a direct hit from Mjolnir, was utterly finished. After Mjolnir, it was the Black Tiger Sword's turn. I leapt forward, closed the distance, and drove the blade in with blinding speed. A true meteor slash. Following it up with a severing moon strike, I turned the paladins into little more than straw men being cut down. Stop him, I said. Defend yourselves. The squad leader is coming. Only the elite level 4 knights could even hope to withstand my attacks, but I relentlessly targeted the weaker level 3 knights. Whenever the squad leader approached, I'd retreat, firing the Dasan rifle and grenade launcher. Once I'd shaken them off, I'd rush back in, raining down slashes and severing moon strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Kim Sage, now freed from interference, added his golden blessing to the mix, making me even stronger. Every one of my attacks began to register as critical hits, and with the luck-boosting effects of the golden blessing, the paladin's formation crumbled like a house of cards. At this point, I would have expected them to flee, but instead, they turned their eyes back in fanatical determination. Do not retreat. Show the might of the Old Father. The great Old Father is watching us. To the divine kingdom. Truly behavior befitting zealots. Not a single one fled. Each one embraced death as if it were a blessing. Even the squad leader, after being struck through the heart by my blade, spoke with a satisfied smile. You truly are the light, the savior foretold by the Old Father. Cough. I eagerly await the day your soul ascends to the divine kingdom and is offered to the Old Father. With that, the squad leader collapsed, his head slumping forward with a serene, radiant smile, one of pure happiness. It gave me chills. I shook my head in disbelief. Zealots were impossible to reason with. As I was doing this, Kim Sage approached, his face exhausted. Hyung, you did amazing. You too. You looked like you put a lot of effort into maintaining the blessings. Come on, I just stayed in the back and watched. Still, Hyung, you're incredible. 3 level 5s and 8 level 4s, and you took them all down by yourself. Well, I haven't exactly been slacking off these past few months. Slacking off? There's no way this is just from effort. Kim Sage waved his hands animatedly, his fingertips sparkling faintly with a golden light. By the way, our god says there's nothing left nearby. Oh, and they've dissolved the barrier too. It's such a relief. A relief? Why's that? It seems the Inquisitor didn't manage to call for reinforcements. No transmissions went in or out before or after they set up the cloaking and suppression barriers. You can figure that out. Well, our god can. Even if their power is still weak, they can do quite a lot. I guess a god is still a god. I used insight to examine the corpses for any useful magical artifacts but quickly lost interest. There was nothing worth taking for myself. The Inquisitor and squad leaders were probably from a lower tier in their hierarchy. That made sense, given that Kim Sage's cult wasn't exactly a major player. It was only natural that the Old Father's Inquisitors assigned to them would also be second-rate. Still, there was one gain from this battle. Acquired the trait, Destruction. I had obtained it earlier when I shattered the squad leader's shield. Now, if I ever needed to break through someone's armor or defenses, I'd have just the tool for the job. I'll take care of selling all this and send you the cash. Really? Thanks. Hehe, is it okay if I take a small commission? Of course. Nothing in this world is free. Thank you. By the way, Hyung, what was all that about them calling you the savior? What does that even mean? I have no idea. They've been calling me that for months now. Huh. The savior. I had my own suspicions, but there was no need to voice them. For now, the fact that the Old Father's cult was preparing for resurrection was a closely guarded secret. Just planting the seed of curiosity in Kim Sage's mind was enough. Eventually, the Thor cult or the Gaia cult would get wind of this. Those two cults were sharp enough to piece together the Old Father's ultimate goal. We passed through the field of corpses and descended to the 10th floor. The ceiling above suddenly opened up, revealing a crimson sky. Though this was still deep within the spiraling shell of the labyrinth, spatial distortion made it appear as though we had emerged onto the surface. The 10th floor was home to a critical stronghold. The Fortress of Beginnings. The vanguard for conquering the labyrinth all the way to the 100th floor. A place governed by laws entirely separate from those of Earth. A true labyrinth city. Clusters of low, 2-story concrete buildings were gathered like groups of turtles huddled together. Grand Archbishop. The priests gathered at the entrance cheered at the sight of Kim Sage. They wore flowing, ornate golden robes that practically screamed, "I'm a priest." The chest of each robe bore the unique sigil of Kim Sage's cult. "You're safe?" We were worried because an Inquisitor descended here just a few hours ago. We actually ran into them on the way here. What? Are you unharmed? You must have evaded them masterfully. As expected of the Grand Archbishop. A true son of stealth and escape. A son of stealth and escape? It seems he had picked up some odd nicknames while we were apart. Kim Sage shook his head with an amused laugh. I didn't evade them. My Hyung killed them all. What? Killed them? What do you mean? Go check the passage on the 9th floor. It's littered with their corpses. How could that be? You're saying a level 4 warrior, not even a level 6, managed to wipe out 2 entire squads of paladins? And there was a level 5 Inquisitor with them too. Go see for yourselves. You'll understand when you see it. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. It was an understandable reaction. Even I wouldn't believe someone claiming a single level 4 wiped out 43 superhumans alone. Though, to be fair, that level 4 was more than SSR grade, closer to X grade. After sending the priests and guards away, only Kim Sage and I remained inside the temple. It was a humble temple, to say the least. The interior of the two-story building had been cleared out to house a single gilded statue of their god. However, to Kim Sage's cult, this temple must have been deeply meaningful. After all, it was the first temple they had built in 3,000 years. I'm so grateful to you, Hyung. Kim Sage spoke as he gazed at the statue of their god. This temple wouldn't exist without you. If you hadn't taught me the golden offering ritual, our god wouldn't have grown strong enough to gain the Gaia cult's cooperation. You're the one who worked hard. No, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it this far. I'd still be back in Sinramdong pretending to be a chi therapy specialist. He wasn't wrong at novel bin at. As I silently nodded, Kim Sage reached behind the statue and pulled something out. This is the most precious relic I obtained from the treasure vault in the Levant region. I was originally going to give you an ancient holy sword and armor, but since you already have better gear, I'll give you this instead. The best item? Shouldn't you be the one using it? That was the plan, but after everything you've done for me these past 2 days, I couldn't just give you something random. I've made good use of the holy sword and idol you gave me before. Thanks. I'll use this well. You're so straightforward, Hyung. That's what I like about you. Haha. Smiling, I accepted the gift. It was a necklace, a relic that gleamed with an opulent beauty. Dozens of gemstones were strung together on golden threads, so dazzlingly extravagant that wearing it outside your shirt would probably attract a horde of thieves by the end of the day. I recognized it immediately. In the game, this was an artifact excavated and taken by the Old Father's cult. Heart of Abundance. Its abilities were simple. It increased all stats. And it came with luck. Compared to Mjolnir or Aegis, it seemed underwhelming, but Heart of Abundance was still an SSR grade artifact. In terms of pure stat boosts, it was one of the best in Arcane Seoul. And the bonus luck could also provide plenty of small but meaningful benefits. It was a reward I was more than satisfied with. While I smiled contentedly, Kim Sage seemed to think it wasn't enough. I'm sorry. I should have given you more, but I had to liquidate a lot of items into gold. Hyung, is there anything else you need? If it's something I can get in the Great Labyrinth, I'll find a way to send it to Korea for you. There is something. What is it? Just tell me. If you can, get me the heart of a goat demon. I already had the heart of a flame dragon, but that was something I planned to consume when I reached level 6. For level 5, as the Protector Alliance advisor had recommended, the heart of a goat demon or Rax Hasa was ideal. I'll check on it. I didn't have high hopes. The goat demon was a level 5 entity, hunting it would be difficult, not just for Kim Sage but for his entire cult. But to my surprise, Kim Sage returned with a bright, beaming smile. Hyung, they're selling one at the auction here. I'll buy it for you. Capitalism truly is the best. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Thanks. Come on, don't thank me. After everything you've done for me, this is nothing. Around this time, the priests and protectors who had left earlier returned. They all looked completely dazed. Their faces were pale, like they'd just seen a ghost. Watching their stunned expressions, I stood up. Sage, I'll see you later. Huh? You're leaving already? Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? I've got things to do. Things of great importance. I'd secured enough nectar and gathered all the ingredients I needed to create an elixir. Now, I just had to return home and consume it to reach level 5. But there was one hurdle left to overcome. Warrior Kim was an N-grade character by birth. The growth limit for an N-grade character was level 4. In other words, my first limit break was waiting for me. I carefully inspected the barrier. Then, I unleashed my full strength and struck it with my fist. Boom! The barrier shook with a deafening roar, but not even a single crack appeared. Giant strength, Vajra body, undying. Mana soul, close combat mastery, strike. Even with those traits, my punch couldn't break it. It was a blow capable of shattering the mana barrier deployed by a level 3 defensive warrior. In other words, this barrier was almost as tough as a level 5 defensive barrier. Impressive. Right? The previous owner lived here for a long time. He was also a superhuman from the warrior class, so all the necessary facilities for warriors are already set up. He moved to Gangnam and needed cash urgently, so he put it up for sale. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to acquire. In front of me stood a massive standalone mansion. No, calling it a mansion feels insufficient. When combining the house and the garden, it spans over 200 paiyong, approximately 660 square meters. It features a swimming pool, a mini theater, a golf practice range, and even a sizable elevator. A training room? That's an understatement. It would be more accurate to call it a secret martial training ground. Deep beneath the ground, the facilities rival the martial training grounds I saw at Seo Wijin's home. The security was top-notch as well. You could even station full-time security personnel here if needed. With the sanctuary already in place, mansion barriers, defense drones. It's the epitome of a noble's estate in this world. You're not planning on hiring any staff? No. Periodic maintenance is enough for me. In that case, the mansion might not be properly maintained. Properties like this surprisingly require a lot of upkeep. As long as the security is solid, I'm fine. I plan to use golems and magical spirits instead of security personnel. The sanctuary for the mansion was already in place. I planned to install another sanctuary exclusively in the basement. There's no reason not to use the divine statue I received from Kim Sage. Considering that the old father's cult still covets me, it's better to be overly prepared than underprepared. Understood. As you requested, we'll send workers for cleaning and maintenance just once a week. They don't need to enter the basement. Maintaining the ground floors is sufficient. Yes, superhuman. Manager Choi nodded obediently. I surveyed the mansion with a sense of awe. This estate cost 30 billion won. The building alone spends close to 200 paiyong, featuring 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. But the highlight is the basement. I don't know how the previous owner used it, but it's a vast space twice the size of the secret martial training ground. That area could be used as a garage. For someone who loves cars, sure. But I'm not much of a car enthusiast. Oh, by the way, sorry about the car I wrecked last time. Huh? Oh, don't worry about it. I gave that car to you anyway, didn't I? And I'm just glad you survived that incident safely. It's been fully repaired, so I'll leave it parked in the garage. Thanks, as always. It wasn't just the car. I had requested more things as well. Manager Choi fiddled with his smartphone, pulling up the list of items I had ordered. You requested a precision measurement device, a magical spirit computer, an elixir bath, and a restructuring elixir recipe. Correct. Exactly. In the game, breaking through one's limits was straightforward. Just guzzle down nectar or ambrosia, and that was it. The experience bar would break, the level cap would shatter, and you'd progress to the next stage. Sometimes, failing the breakthrough attempt would trigger the wasted debuff. But as long as you soaked in a mana spring or stayed at a resort for a while, you'd recover. The problem is, this isn't a game, and I'm not a game character. If I got hit with the wasted debuff here, it would be a disaster. I'd have to recuperate for months, which is time I absolutely don't have. Becoming as weak as a level 0 character? How am I supposed to relax under those circumstances? Manager Choi scratched his head. Superhuman, I think you'll make it to level 7 without much trouble. You've overcome divine fever and even achieved a 6-layer mana circuit overlay. A subtle way of asking if I'm SSR grade. If the growth cap for someone born N grade is level 4, R grade is level 5, SR grade is level 6, and SSR grade is level 7. I shook my head slowly. I thought so too, but no. After reaching level 4, I've hit a wall. Surprising. Maybe I grew too quickly. That's why I need the restructuring elixir. In the game, raising levels only required nectar, but in this world, consuming processed nectar and trade elixirs is standard practice. A specially optimized elixir for breakthroughs. A miracle potion that minimizes the risk of becoming wasted. All 4 items have been ordered. By the way, I was shocked. Who would have thought there'd be a mana spring at Jinwubong? You saw it last time, didn't you? I assumed you had it custom installed. Right after my battle with the Cleaner Association at Jinwubong, I collapsed into the mana spring I had transported from home. Now that I think about it, I must have drained the water in advance back then. I didn't fully utilize the underground training area at the time. Your disciples must be thrilled. You're not planning on selling the house, are you? Of course not. The mana spring alone is incredibly valuable. If I hadn't been able to buy the elixir bath worth billions, I would have simply expanded the basement instead. The new equipment started to arrive one by one. The precision measurement device was installed in its designated area, and the elixir bath was set up. The magical spirit computer, which was larger than a supercomputer and resembled the server room of a major IT company, was also ready. After inputting the restructuring elixir recipe into the magical spirit computer, the workers packed up and left. Busy, as always. The move was finally complete. This was my second home. In the game, I had moved from the Jinwubong house to the Iron Fist Tower, and later to the Songpa skyscraper. I had never spent any time in this place. But now, having secured this house with my own efforts, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This isn't the time to be getting sentimental. I had already wasted too much time moving in and installing all the equipment. I needed to level up quickly. While I was certainly stronger than a level 5 thanks to my various high-grade traits, leveling up remained the most fundamental condition for growth. After all, traits ultimately amplify the base stats that come from leveling, working as multipliers. Flash. As I inserted a level 5 mana core into the magical spirit computer and activated it, the system booted up. It was faster than an SSD, completing the boot process in just 0.1 seconds. A clear, vivid image appeared. A palm-sized girl with transparent butterfly wings. She was a fairy-shaped magical spirit. Hello, Master. I was born to assist you, Master. How can I help? First, take control of the mansion's systems and set the security level to maximum. Understood. Beginning immediately, a small mansion has been registered, 3 floors above ground, 5 floors underground. Detected resources include 1 magical spirit computer, 10 auxiliary computers, 1 precision measurement device, 2 smart TVs, 4 smart refrigerators, 10 smart air conditioners, 2 smart beds, 1 elixir bath. No personal tablets detected. 1 smartphone found. Would you like to connect it as well? Connect it. Understood. Connection in progress. Detected sanctuaries, 2. Detected barriers, 3 layers. Security assets include 10 combat golems, 20 defensive drones, 25 automated defensive machine guns, 25 hidden CCTVs, 25 standard CCTVs, 50 claymores. To be honest, it was overkill. But I had installed these security measures with an almost obsessive level of precaution. It had cost me a fortune. Nearly all the money I had saved up until now had been poured into this house. All synchronization is complete. From now on, I will manage the mansion for you, Master. Good. When can the precision measurement start? It's ready to begin at any time. Let's start immediately. I stepped into the measurement device. It resembled a large glass chamber. Soon, the entire device began to glow, scanning me thoroughly. The results were transmitted in real time to the massive monitor installed in front of me. A red silhouette of my body appeared, overlaid with intricate blue mana circuits crisscrossing like a spider web. The tangled circuits were gradually separated, with speech bubbles popping up one by one. Level 4. Warrior Class. 6-layer circuit. Musculoskeletal Giant. Musculoskeletal Vajra. Regeneration Undying. Mana Soul. Mana Sigurd. Combat Tiger King Sword Technique. So this is how the data was displayed at Novel Bin at. As I stood with my arms crossed inside the glass chamber, the magical spirit fluttered over to me. Master, shall I begin designing the restructuring elixir? Yeah, go ahead. Do we have enough data? Yes. If I combine the Trinity elixir with the double power elixir, the results should be promising. The main reason I had purchased such an expensive magical spirit computer was to design the restructuring elixir. But there was one issue. Run the precision measurement again. I activated my trait swap ability, changing all of my traits. Immediately, the monitor updated, showing an entirely new set of results. Level 4. Warrior Class. 6-layer circuit. Defensive Magic. Defensive Indomitable. Sensory Sixth Sense. Sensory Insight. Combat Close Combat Mastery. Combat Gunplay. The mana circuits had completely changed. The magical spirit began beeping frantically, emitting warning sounds. Error? Error? An error occurred during the mana circuit measurement. Initiating remeasurement. Starting remeasurement. Error? Error? An error occurred during the mana circuit measurement. Initiating remeasurement. Starting remeasurement. After several repeated attempts, the magical spirit stopped and stared at me. I raised a finger and wagged it side to side. Don't leak this information. Understood? Yes, Master. I am a spirit completely bound to you, so I cannot leak information even if I wanted to. But Master, how is this possible? It's my ability. I can alter my mana circuits in real time. That's possible? My data doesn't contain any such ability. You've seen it for yourself. I swapped my traits a few more times. Each time, the measurement device displayed entirely different results. I even demonstrated changes in my physique, which left the magical spirit visibly astonished. If she weren't a magical spirit designed to be unhackable and self-delete upon intrusion, I wouldn't have revealed this secret. The magical spirit glanced at the restructuring elixir recipe displayed on the screen, then scrunched it up and discarded it. Master, you must not consume an ordinary restructuring elixir. Exactly. Yes. Combining the Trinity elixir with the double power elixir would only specialize you in one area. But Master, you don't just have musculoskeletal, mana, regeneration, and combat abilities. While defense is included, you also rely heavily on sensory and mobility traits. Oh, and crafting as well. I was glad I'd been honest about my abilities. My most frequently used traits were indeed Giant Strength and Vajra Body, but I also made extensive use of Gunplay and Detection traits. If traits like Gunplay, Sixth Sense, or Insight were weakened, it would have been a major disadvantage. The same went for crafting. I planned to delve into blacksmithing or alchemy in the future. Please share all of your abilities with me, Master. I'll design a restructuring elixir that can be used universally. Alright. First, I began listing my traits, one by one. First, my high-tier traits, Giant Strength, Vajra Body, Undying, Indomitable, Magic Resistance, Close Combat Mastery, Gunplay, Sixth Sense, Tiger King Sword Technique, and Sigurd Cultivation Technique, a total of 11. But what if I included all of my general purpose and class-based traits as well? The answer was 136. Even after excluding traits like Frenzy, Detection, and Swift, which were still embedded in equipment and couldn't yet be transferred, the total was the same. 136 traits. Yeah, Master, you have 136 traits. That's what I said. Wow, wow, whoa. Despite being a newly created magical spirit, her emotional expressions were incredibly vivid. After flapping her wings in shock for a while, the magical spirit finally calmed herself. Please tell me everything about them. Alright, let's start with Giant Strength and... No, wait. It'll be faster if I just show you. One by one, I equipped each trait and ran a precision measurement. One trait at a time. A total of 136 precision measurements. Initially, I thought I could group them in sets of 6 to save time, but after a few attempts, the magical spirit requested otherwise. She insisted that equipping only one trait at a time would provide a clearer view of the mana circuits. It took over 3 hours. The sound of 10 auxiliary computers whirring in unison echoed loudly in the room. The magical spirit seemed deeply engrossed, tilting her head, puffing her cheeks, and carefully analyzing the results of each measurement. Wow, Master, you're truly incredible. How does your body grow and shrink so drastically every time you change traits? You look like an entirely different person each time. Haha. No, seriously? You look completely different. Even your mana patterns change, your brainwaves shift, and your cells transform. Really? You can see all that? Yes. You can't see it with standard measurement devices, but it's visible with precision ones. If you used ultra-precision equipment, it'd be even clearer. Could you possibly get one? That's a bit much. Too expensive. Please consider it for the future. But this is fascinating. Despite having such extraordinary abilities, you've already hit the superhuman wall. Is it because your body keeps changing? Your mana circuits don't seem to have room to expand further. Well, that's what happens when you're born N-grade. I didn't reply, just offered a faint, bitter smile. The magical spirit flew to the monitor and spread her arms wide. The screen split into 136 sections, displaying the mana circuits of all my traits in a grid-like arrangement. She pouted her lips as she crunched the data. Trinity Elixir or Double Power Elixir. Those would create too much imbalance, so let's rule them out. Master, you want to retain all your current abilities, right? Yeah. I'd rather be 110% effective across the board than 150% in just one area. A jack-of-all-trades approach? Master, you're quite ambitious. I'll need to reference the Thousand Tribulations Apex Elixir for this. The Thousand Tribulations Apex Elixir. It's an elixir that exists only in theory. The name comes from the legendary blessing known as Apex of the Thousand Tribulations. It's said to enhance the talents of warriors, reinforced fighters, mages, and priests alike. Sounds like it doesn't suit me. It doesn't. You're firmly in the warrior class, after all. The challenge here is to specialize in the warrior class while ensuring a baseline effectiveness in every known superhuman ability. Rumble? The computer roared like a jet engine preparing for takeoff. I worried for a moment that it might overheat and explode. Even the magical spirit's face turned red, as if she herself were overheating. After cranking the air conditioning to maximum, I waited. A considerable amount of time passed before the calculations finally concluded. Master, it's finished. Great work. But, the ingredients are a bit excessive. Will that be okay? How excessive are we talking? The magical spirit conjured a sheet of parchment in midair. I had expected materials like a phoenix heart or a thunder dragon's horn. Instead, what appeared were entirely unexpected items. Giant mutant mana core. Demon mutant mana core. Yaksha mutant mana core. Thunderbird mutant mana core. Mutant mana cores. These were not your average mutated beings. They were mutants who retained their human intellect, sentient beings who had only recently earned recognition as individuals with human rights. And now, the magical spirit was claiming that their hearts were essential for my restructuring elixir. Are you serious? You're telling me to use mutant mana cores? I asked sharply, but the magical spirit calmly explained further. Master, your abilities are too numerous. To make full use of all of them, you need not just groundbreaking but revolutionary physical reconstruction. A standard reconstruction won't suffice. You'll require something on par with a mutant level reconstruction. On par with a mutant level reconstruction. What if I end up becoming a mutant myself? But Master, you already possess mutant abilities, don't you? Well, yeah, that's true. We'll incorporate a purification process midway. Fortunately, with your indomitable and purification abilities, it's feasible. By utilizing your mana circuits, we can remove the mutant factor. My calculations show that it'll be safe. It was a bit concerning, but the magical spirit's logic was sound. I decided to trust her. After all, she wasn't just any artificial spirit. Her simulation capabilities were nearly precognitive. Designing a restructuring elixir recipe that could handle my trait swap ability was something only a magical spirit or a handful of high-ranking mages could achieve. Is the mutant mana core the only ingredient we need? The other ingredients are relatively easy to obtain. That's troublesome. I frowned. Several sources for rare materials came to mind: the Shine One Market, the Mage Tower auction, the Colosseum. But I shook my head. It wasn't just one or two kinds of mutant mana cores I needed 4 different types. Mutant mana cores. They weren't ordinary mana cores extracted from beasts or mutated creatures. When the word mutant was attached to a mana core, it meant it came from only one kind of being. Well, calling them a species didn't quite fit. After all, they could interbreed with humans and have offspring. Mutants. Humans whose DNA had been altered over generations as mana accumulated in their lineage, transforming them into something beyond human from birth. They were called mutants, and their hearts were called mutant mana cores. In the Joseon era, they were killed at birth. But times have changed. Nowadays, they live secluded lives in deep mountain villages in Gangwon province. Where do I even get mutant mana cores? Do I have to go to the monster village? According to my data, the monster village is the only legitimate source. Occasionally, items show up on the black market, but that's strictly illegal. If the monster village finds out, they'll press criminal charges. In some cases, they even seek personal revenge. Whew, got it. By law, mutants were recognized as humans. It couldn't be helped. Though they often had violent and impulsive personalities, they were fully sentient, capable of speech and reason. They could marry and have children. That said it all. I'll bring back the mutant mana cores, so wait here. Finish the design and preparations in the meantime. Also, contact Manager Choi to procure the other ingredients. Understood. Be careful on your journey. I got into my SUV and headed toward Gangwon province. It was the same SUV that Manager Choi had repaired until it was almost spotless. But not entirely. With driving, riding, and inside equipped, I could tell every time I shifted gears, there was a faint metallic noise. Once I hit the highway and picked up speed, the wind noise grew harsh. Just a little longer. Then I'll get a proper vehicle. For now, buying a new one was out of the question. No money. Vroom. I sped down the highway, lost in thought. How am I going to get those mutant mana cores? I already knew the answer. Reputation quests. The monster village wasn't very old. Since it was isolated and inhabited only by mutants, they lacked many things and didn't know much about the outside world. Just by scratching their itches in the right spots, I could raise my reputation there quickly. And with high enough reputation, I could obtain plenty of materials. The problem is that you can only get mana cores after completing all the reputation quests. Obtaining a living mutant's mana core was impossible. The best I could hope for was to receive mana cores that had already been extracted from deceased mutants. I mentally reviewed all the methods for raising reputation in the monster village. Repeatable quests, resource collection, monster hunts. All of them take way too long. In that case, I needed to change my perspective. In Arcane Seoul, there were a few quests that awarded massive reputation boosts for the monster village. The standout ones were character-specific quests tied to mutant characters. I needed to find one that could be activated at this stage and didn't require the presence of those characters. Grizzly bear, thunder, skeleton snake. Ah, this one will do. I found it. A quest that could be completed in a single day if you knew about it in advance. In the game, this quest alone could raise your reputation rank by 1 full tier. If I handled it well here, I might even get all 4 mutant mana cores. Vroom. I organized my thoughts and stepped on the gas. The destination, Deem Mountain, spanning across Yanguan and Ye in Gangwon province. Before heading up, I stopped by a nearby store to gather supplies, essentials, food, provisions, and, from a shop that seemed to deal with the monster village, a bulk purchase of level 0 mana cores. What brings an outsider here? I have some business to take care of. That's so. The shopkeeper eyed me suspiciously. I left the store and headed out of town. In the car, I made some modifications to the mana cores, then began my ascent. At the summit of Deem Mountain lay a high-altitude wetland known as Yeongnyeop, where the monster village was located. The road only extended partway up the mountain. I parked the SUV by the roadside and sprinted up the trail. Sigurd cultivation technique, mana soul, mana recovery, leap, dash, mobility. Even I had to admit my speed was incredible. Deem Mountain was infamous for its rugged terrain, but it couldn't slow me down. I streaked through the dense forest like a bolt of lightning, leaping over massive boulders like a deer as I raced toward the summit. How far had I run like that? Swish! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Ugh. At the same time, danger sense activated. I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck and immediately twisted my body. I shifted direction almost 90 degrees, rapidly decelerating. The ground furrowed beneath my feet, leaving deep skid marks as my body came to an abrupt halt. Thud. Just then, a white object flew past me and embedded itself in a tree. It looked like an arrow at first glance. I narrowed my eyes as I examined it. This was no ordinary arrow. It was a finger bone. Someone had used it as ammunition, like a bullet or arrow. At the same time, a voice imbued with mana reverberated eerily through the air. Stop. This is a restricted area. I turned toward the direction of the voice. A figure stood there, a peculiar individual. Her body was obscured by a bulky outfit, and her face was hidden behind a gas mask. The only part of her exposed was her pale skeletal hand. SR skeleton snake. I knew what lay beneath those clothes. Her entire body was skeletal, with a snake's head and a snake's tail. An undead mutant. In the game, many players favored her for her exceptional performance. A restricted area. Exactly. No one is allowed to enter. If you wish to pass, you must present an entry permit. Normally, you could only proceed through a special quest. But I knew a magic phrase. Isn't this the path to Hope Village? Hope Village. That was what the mutants called their monster village. It was actually the official name, though most referred to it as the monster village due to the poor perception of mutants. I stared at the skeleton snake, feigning innocence. I came to find Hope Village, but this is the first I've heard about needing an entry permit. Who told you about it? A friend. Which friend? Do I really have to say? I deliberately expressed irritation, and the skeleton snake scrutinized me intently. Her face, hidden behind a gas mask and goggles, tilted slightly. From the empty sockets beneath the goggles, a green glow pierced out, radiating directly toward me. So what? I had nothing to hide. A friend from the game is still a friend, isn't it? If you know that name, you're a friend of mine too. Follow me. Our village is protected by a barrier. Thank you. It was fortunate she was the one patrolling. If it had been someone like Thunder, who was notoriously inflexible, this would have been much harder. As we walked, the mist thickened. It was an unnatural fog, suffused with mana. Tap, tap. Skeleton snake leapt gracefully from rock to rock as we moved. She only stepped on specific boulders, each spaced several meters apart. I memorized the sequence and followed her, leaping to each rock. She mumbled a warning as she moved. Step on the wrong rock, and you'll be immediately expelled. There's a sanctuary barrier here. I've heard about it. The rocks change every day, so don't get any funny ideas. If I had bad intentions, I would have gone after you the moment I saw you. I casually tapped the Mjolnir hanging from my belt as I spoke. She gave me a peculiar look but then continued flying ahead. After hopping across countless boulders, we finally reached the village. Wow, The sight before me was exactly as it had been in the game. It didn't match the name Monster Village at all. Instead, it resembled a quaint countryside hamlet. Houses built from mutated trees lined the area, their walls formed by sprawling ivy vines. Roses, lilies, and chrysanthemums bloomed abundantly around each home. Some houses even used flowers to create murals on their walls. It felt less like a monster village and more like a town of flowers and trees. As I marveled at the scenery, the villagers began to notice me. A human. Huh? It's a human. What are they doing here? The reactions were varied. There were so many of them, and the diversity was astonishing. A 5-meter-tall giant. A man with 6 arms and growths on either side of his head, making him look like he had 3 heads. A woman resembling the demons I'd encountered in the Great Labyrinth. A child with feathers crackling with electricity sprouting from their body. An elderly man, pale as a corpse, who cast no shadow. A flaming humanoid, their entire body composed of fire instead of flesh. If I'd seen them outside, I probably would have attacked them immediately, assuming they were just mutated creatures. But now, they were simply staring at me with wary eyes. So, what brings you to our village? I need to speak with your village chief. The chief? All right, follow me. At the village center stood a tree house 5 times larger than the others. Chief, I'm coming in. Skeleton Snake pushed the door open without hesitation and entered. Inside, I saw him. A massive bear. His entire body was encased in an armor-like shell of steel, and majestic horns curved upward from his head. A mutant. SSR Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear blinked as he looked at me. A human? What business does a human have in our village? Tisk. They said they wanted to see you. Click your tongue all you want, but at least learn some manners. You've been here for over 20 years, yet you still talk like that. It's easier this way. Do as you please. With a grunt, Skeleton Snake vanished, leaving me alone with Grizzly Bear. He regarded me with moist, calf-like eyes. In the game, this had been weird enough, but seeing it in reality was even more jarring. Who would believe this was a level 7 superhuman and a mutant? If he were smaller, he'd be called Cute Bear instead of Grizzly Bear. You're someone I've never met before. You said you had business with me. Yes. I came to ask for a favor. A favor? I can't imagine what a human superhuman would need from me, but go ahead. Let's hear it. I took a deep breath. How should I phrase this? In the end, being straightforward was best. I'd probably take a hit for it, but it was better than being suspected of ulterior motives. I need mana cores. Grizzly Bear's eyes took on a peculiar gleam, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. It was clear he was questioning his own ears. Even though the disaster I had anticipated was now unfolding, I didn't back down. Instead, I strengthened my voice and pressed on. The giant mutant mana core, the demon mutant mana core, the Yaksha. You bastard. Just as expected. Grizzly Bear erupted with rage. His eyes flared like blazing fire as he swung his massive arm. That gigantic arm, thick as a tree trunk. Swoosh. The air itself split apart. It felt as if space was being torn asunder. If I took that blow without any defenses, death would be the only outcome. Switching traits in a flash, I extended my left arm. Vajra body, undying, Sigurd cultivation technique. Mana shield, close combat mastery, defense. Sheeing, Aegis unfolded. Metallic wings spread sleekly outward, forming an intangible force field that solidified into a wall. Over this wall, a shield-shaped barrier layered itself. Finally, the massive iron-like arm of Grizzly Bear came crashing down like a thunderbolt. Boom! The world turned white. For a moment, I nearly blacked out. If not for Vajra body or the resolute will it bestowed, this would have been the end for me. But that didn't mean I was unscathed. My body was flung into the air and sent flying over 10 meters at Novel bin at. Gah! My left arm throbbed with pain as though it had been shattered. But it wasn't actually broken. Aegis had held firm. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to my feet. Grizzly Bear bellowed as if flames were pouring from his mouth. Not bad. That makes it worth killing you? I'm going to crush you. Standing tall on his hind legs, Grizzly Bear roared. The sound struck my ears like a cannon, bursting my eardrums. Then, Grizzly Bear slightly lowered his body, a clear preparatory motion to leap forward and flatten me in one devastating attack. If I took that head on, even I wouldn't survive. Just as Grizzly Bear tensed for his leap, I shouted with all the strength in my voice. Wait, what the hell are you doing? I didn't come here to poach anyone, so why are you attacking me right away? Huh? I know exactly what human superhumans think. You ask for mana cores? Sure, you won't take them from the living. But you're here to pillage the mana cores stored in our mausoleum, aren't you? Tell me, would you sell the remains of your family or friends for a handful of coins? We don't need money or gold. All we want is a small paradise to live in, away from you people. Grizzly Bear slowly brought his front paws together. Mana rippled violently around him. The intense reddish-brown mana began to solidify into a visible form. Aura claws. Or an aura blade. A bear capable of using aura attacks. This had to be a joke, right? I'll pay you. Pay? Would you sell the corpses of your family and friends for a price? Of course, not for money. But I would sell them, if you took my soul as the payment. What? Your soul? Grizzly Bear's eyes widened as he looked at me, utterly baffled. Keeping my composure, I slowly set down the golf bag I'd been carrying on my back. Unzipping it, I retrieved a particular item. I raised it high so Grizzly Bear could clearly see it. It was slightly larger than my palm. A perfectly inflated container with a smooth, slightly slippery styrofoam texture. Just as in my previous world, it was a beloved national snack in this one too. Grizzly Bear's fiery rage visibly cooled as his gaze narrowed. Cup ramen? Why, of course, this wasn't just any cup ramen. Just wait a moment. I pulled out a heating jar I had bought at the mart. Sprinkling the ramen seasoning and dried garnishes over the noodles, I poured in some water. The moment I did, Grizzly Bear wrinkled his face in open disgust. You're seriously expecting me to eat that? Yes, I am. Are you messing with me? Huh. Roar! Grizzly Bear's roar ruptured my eardrums, which had only just healed. If it had been a normal person, their brain would have exploded, killing them instantly. I endured it with my mighty body and sheer resolve. Letting the sound flow in one ear and out the other, I reached into the golf bag slung over my shoulder and pulled out a small pouch. The one I'd bought at the exchange. Inside was a powder I'd prepared in advance. Carefully, I sprinkled it over the noodles. When I closed the lid and placed the wooden chopsticks on top, Grizzly Bear, who had been roaring moments earlier, sniffed the air cautiously. His angry expression gave way to one of confusion. Of course, he would be bewildered. This must have been a scent he had never encountered before. Would a mutant's sense of smell and taste be the same as a human's? What about sight, touch, or hearing? Naturally, it varied depending on the mutant. Some were similar to humans, but many were not. I heard from a friend that the people in Hope Village struggle to eat proper meals. That was because of their impaired sense of taste and smell. I also heard that even the village chief can only taste bitterness. That's why you like herbal medicine so much. So you've done your homework, huh? What do you think? Isn't this spicy, savory aroma something you've never smelled before? Spicy and savory. The sensation of spiciness was a combination of heat and pain. However, Grizzly Bear lacked temperature sensitivity, so he couldn't fully experience spiciness. The same applied to his sense of smell. His face contorted in a mix of confusion and frustration, as if he wanted to be angry but had missed the timing. 3 minutes had passed before I knew it. Smiling, I removed the chopsticks and held out the cup ramen. Why don't you try it? Don't you want to understand why humans are so obsessed with ramen? Gulp. His throat bobbed visibly. For the first time, a clear emotion surfaced on Grizzly Bear's face. An emotion or perhaps an urge that even he didn't fully recognize. It was hunger. As the chief of Hope Village, I have a duty to learn about human culture. I'm not eating this because I'm curious about the smell or anything. Of course. Everyone knows how dedicated you are to Hope Village. Well, let's see. Grizzly Bear skillfully grasped the chopsticks with his massive front paws. He stirred the ramen once, swallowed nervously, then twirled the noodles like pasta and lifted them to his mouth. With one swift motion, he scooped up most of the noodles in a single bite. The child-sized lump of noodles disappeared into his mouth in one go, and then, he froze. His arms trembled slightly. His eyes widened, quaking as if struck by an earthquake. Well, how is it? The taste of modern civilization? That salty, spicy, savory flavor that no one in their right mind would call healthy. But for Grizzly Bear, who had only ever known the bitterness of herbal medicine, this must have been an entirely new world. This. Grizzly Bear stared down at the now empty cup ramen in shock. Then, with a single motion, he downed the leftover broth, chugging it until there wasn't a drop left. His throat bobbed violently as he swallowed, and Grizzly Bear shuddered. His half-closed eyes and slightly open mouth were a testament to his journey to heaven and back. More? More? Give me more? I need more. Please calm down. Other people need to eat too. Others. Grizzly Bear's expression faltered with hesitation. What's wrong with you? You're the type of guy who'd share a single bean with your fellow mutants. Are you really going to abandon your village over a cup of ramen? Instead of giving him another cup ramen, I pulled out a cooling pack. Thanks to the dry ice packed to the limit, its contents were perfectly preserved. Ice cream. A treat that looked remarkably like the melon-flavored popsicles from the original world. Carefully peeling off the wrapper, I sprinkled a light dusting of powder over it. The moment the smell wafted out, Grizzly Bear's eyes locked onto the ice cream with a predatory intensity. Why don't you try this as well? I'll say this again, I'm only eating it because. Yes, I know. Just try it already. Grizzly Bear gingerly took the ice cream as if it were something precious. Closing his eyes tightly, he sniffed once, his hands trembling as he brought the ice cream to his mouth. And then, a single bite. Hurg. Grizzly Bear let out a strange noise. Then, sticking out his long tongue, he tried to lick the ice cream. My mistake. He couldn't lick it properly. When he tried, his tongue tensed up, snapping the ice cream in two. The broken piece fell, but Grizzly Bear darted his tongue out like a frog, catching it midair. Urk. Grizzly Bear trembled violently as he finished off the ice cream in 2 bites. He shuddered as if struck by lightning, then looked at me with desperate eyes. Could you give me just one more? Sure. In a world where the cost of daily necessities was low, this ice cream was less than 501. I handed it over generously, and sprinkled a touch more powder on top. With each bit of powder melting into the ice cream, Grizzly Bear's face softened. With every bite he took, his entire body seemed to melt as well. What's that smell? Something smells weird. Is this what they call a scent? The thing that people with noses can detect. That's right, you don't have a nose, do you? Hey, who gave you permission to come in without being called? Grizzly Bear bellowed, but the other mutants ignored him and took seats nearby. Ah, come on, let us watch. Stop acting so high and mighty just because you're the chief. What is this? What's this smell? Seriously. Is this one of those human perfumes? The kind that makes you feel good? The mutants all began sniffing the air, their curiosity growing. Mutants are notoriously unable to perceive sweetness. The same goes for smell. If they can detect salty or sour flavors, they're considered lucky. Many mutants, like Grizzly Bear, live their entire lives only knowing bitterness. Others lack any sense of taste altogether. So, for beings like them to encounter sweetness for the first time, it was only natural that their noses would twitch involuntarily. Smiling brightly, I offered them the ice cream. Here, give it a try. This ice cream is something you can enjoy too. Ice cream. This stuff? It's just cold, that's all. Just because they were mutants didn't mean they were poor or unaware of modern conveniences. After all, Grizzly Bear's home was filled with appliances like a TV, a console gaming system, a large refrigerator, air conditioning, and a washing machine. Naturally, they'd tried things like ice cream or cup ramen before. The issue was that they simply couldn't taste them. The mutants tilted their heads in confusion but each accepted a bar of ice cream. The green, rectangular ice cream bars. After a moment of hesitation, they each cautiously bit into the frozen treat. And then, what the? Whoa. Their eyes widened, like exclamation points springing to life. Human eyes, beast eyes, snake eyes, plant knots, and even camera apertures all at once, they opened wide. For a moment, they were stunned, their expressions vacant. But only for a moment. The next instant, the mutants charged at me all at once. More? Give us more. Ice cream? Ice cream. Hand over everything you've got. These were beings strong enough to barge into the chief's house without hesitation. In other words, mutants of at least level 6. Without even being able to resist, my cooling pack was ransacked. Well, technically, I let them take it. A Thunderbird mutant snatched the cooling pack and soared high into the ceiling. The ice cream is mine. Give it back. No, it's mine. Was it their mutant instincts that made them so impulsive? They had to be well past the age for such childish antics, and yet it was like watching kids bicker and play. Even Grizzly Bear joined in, reaching out his massive paw toward the Thunderbird mutant. Watching them, I couldn't help but laugh. Ehehe. The Thunderbird mutant bit into an ice cream cone without even unwrapping it. White vanilla ice cream and dark chocolate began to ooze from the cracks. His face was full of anticipation, but soon turned to disappointment. What the? This tastes like nothing. Huh? Really? It's tasteless. They're right. It's just icy powder. Just icy powder. The cooling pack ripped open, and the ice cream bars fell to the floor. The mutants who scrambled to pick them up had expressions as if they'd lost their country. Unlike the sweetness and richness from a moment ago, the ice cream was now nothing more than lumps of icy powder. Even the mutants who couldn't sense coldness blinked their eyes as if asking, "What is this?" I pinched the small pouch between 2 fingers and raised it into the air. This is the key. Picking up a fallen ice cream bar, I tore it open and sprinkled a bit of powder on it. Though I wouldn't be able to smell it even with keen nose equipped, the mutants reacted differently. Not a single one of them was an exception. Their noses twitched uncontrollably. Even mutants with heightened senses of smell and those without any sense of smell at all reacted the same way. With just a sprinkle of this powder, you'll be able to truly taste the flavor of any food, whether it's delicious or awful. Wait, when you say awful, you mean the human idea of bad taste. Exactly. Grizzly Bear, without hesitation, naturally took an ice cream bar from me as he asked the question. Swallowing the ice cream in one gulp, Grizzly Bear immediately became the subject of deadly glares from the other mutants. Hey-ah! There was no trace left of the solemn village chief. All that remained was a grinning, writhing bear, basking in the euphoria of eating ice cream. The others erupted in protests. Look at that stupid bear, stuffing its face all by itself. Do you think only your mouth matters while the rest of us are just here to watch? Give me some too. I want some. I handed the entire pouch to Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Bear cautiously inspected the contents of the pouch after receiving it. What is this? Take a guess. It's not normal seasoning, but what the heck is it? Grizzly Bear stuck out his tongue and licked the powder. His pupils contracted sharply before he whipped his head around to glare at me. What is this? Are you trying to kill me? Level 0 mana core powder. Grizzly Bear's extreme reaction was understandable. After all, mana cores were considered lethal to mutants. If a naturally born mutant's powers were augmented by external mutation, the results were catastrophic. But I answered calmly. It's already purified. There are absolutely no side effects. How can you guarantee that? I mean it. If anyone experiences adverse effects after consuming what I've given you, you can kill me. I won't hold it against you. If you're still worried, you can soak it in the lowest grade holy water before consuming it. It'll even enhance the flavor? That's because it boosts mana reactivity. But just to be safe, only use level 0 mana cores. Anything above level 1 could be dangerous. Hearing this, the mutants seemed to realize the powder's true identity. They began murmuring amongst themselves. Mana core? That's a mana core. I can sense mana from it. Ugh, did we really just eat mana core powder? He said it was purified. Yeah, but it's still a mana core. I don't care if it's a mana core or whatever. As long as I can eat ice cream again, I'll eat anything, even a mana core. They say ghosts who die eating well look better anyway. Does this mean we can eat stuff like ice cream cake, shaved ice, and gelato now, like in those human dramas? Half of the gazes were filled with concern, the other half with greed. Spreading my arms wide, I addressed them at novel bin at. You have a guardian deity, don't you? If you're still worried, why don't you ask your guardian? If they truly possess the power of prophecy, they'll be able to tell you whether this is safe to eat or not. How do you know about the Great Mother? I told you, I heard it from a friend. Of course, I couldn't tell them I knew from the game. Grizzly Bear looked down at me for a moment before bowing on the spot. Toward the massive Meiji-tech TV in the corner of the living room, more specifically, toward the oversized wooden TV cabinet beneath it, he bowed 10 times before muttering strange incantations. A bizarre combination of subsonic and ultrasonic frequencies that human ears couldn't fully process. The sound was incomprehensible. This was how they communicated with their guardian deity, the Great Mother, the protector of their mutant village, the tree god. After remaining prostrate for a long time, Grizzly Bear finally stood up. He glanced at me, then at the other mutants, and finally at his wooden home before speaking. The Great Mother says it's safe. However, you must make it yourself, purify it, or soak it in holy water before consuming it. Really? The Great Mother said that. Are you saying it's okay to eat a monocore? They said it's a level 0 monocore. Level 0? No one in our village is weak enough to mutate from just a level 0 monocore. Ha, those weaklings wouldn't have even been born in the first place. The mutants were practically drooling, their gazes glued to the pouch in Grizzly Bear's grasp. From the way their eyes gleamed, you'd think they were sword masters about to unleash a blade aura. Even Grizzly Bear, a level 7 superhuman, shivered slightly under the intensity of their stares. Quietly, I opened my golf bag and began pulling out plastic bags one after another. What's that? It's pork belly. There's chicken, too. Jye Jang Maiyan? Is that Jye Jang Maiyan? The golf bag, which was as large as a car trunk, was packed full today. Instead of guns, grenade launchers, or bombs, it was stuffed to the brim with food. I'd practically emptied the entire mart. As soon as I tore open the bags and handed out the food, the mutants lost their minds and began looting the bounty. Thank you, human. You're a good human. Now I understand why someone in our village considers you a friend. Thank you so much. If you ever need a liver, I'll happily donate one. I've got 4 of them. I handed out a few more pouches. It wasn't just the powder I'd given Grizzly Bear earlier. Drooling, the mutants eagerly sprinkled the powder over their food. While I couldn't smell it, to the mutants, it was an irresistible scent, far more enticing than even ant pheromones. Hey, the mutants were practically melting, like candles left in the sun. This wasn't an exaggeration. One amorphous mutant even lost his shape entirely, collapsing to the floor in a puddle like a blob of slime. If they're already like this, what'll happen next? Pulling out my trump card, I retrieved a self-heating, oversized pot from the depths of my golf bag. Filling it with water, I set it to boil before tossing in some ramen. To the included ramen seasoning packet, I added generous amounts of black pepper, salt, red pepper flakes, and sugar, almost an entire handful of each. What emerged was an abomination of saltiness, spiciness, and sweetness, a chaotic hybrid stew ramen. A normal person would spit it out after a single bite. But for mutants? For beings who didn't taste food with their tongues but perceived its flavors indirectly through their mana circuits? The mutants, faces entranced, gathered around. And then they took a spoonful, a single bite of noodles. Wow, whoa, a storm broke loose. A literal storm of flavor. Every mutant was completely and utterly swept away. 10 servings of ramen were gone in an instant. The mutants licked the bowls clean, not leaving a single drop behind. No more. Just one more bite. It's such a shame. Don't you have ramen at home? Of course not. We survive on nutrition capsules and rice cakes. Since they couldn't taste food, it seemed they'd been getting by with just the basics. Eating herbal medicine like Grizzly Bear did was probably considered luxurious. Why don't you head to the mart and buy some? Or go hunting? Even if you just sprinkle salt, pepper, and monocore powder on meat, it'll be delicious. Gulp. I'm going right now. Who's heading to the DMZ? At novel bin at. Hey, do you think the DMZ is some park in the neighborhood? The mutants scattered in all directions. Some said they were heading to town, while others set out to hunt. Even Grizzly Bear was bouncing with excitement. Should I head to Inye Town too? Chief, don't even think about it. With your size, where do you think you're going? They'd think you were some kind of monster. The mutants returned in no time. One came back carrying a wild boar, another brought a bundle of dozens of pheasants, a third hauled in a tower of ramen boxes like they were spoils of war, and one mutant had frozen ice cream using their own breath for preservation. A sudden festival had erupted. The entire mutant village was buzzing with excitement. High-level mutants of levels 5 and 6 joined in, as did toddlers wobbling on their feet and patients barely able to stand. It's so delicious. So this is what sweetness tastes like. Living this long was worth it. Incredible. Sniff. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it didn't end there. Mutants with peculiar accents began to join the fray one by one. What's this? Is it an ice pop? This instant noodle is quite tasty. Thank you kindly. What kind of people talk like this? I gave Grizzly Bear a baffled look, and he leaned over to whisper in a tone he couldn't quite conceal. For us, there's no such thing as a north-south divide. No matter where we go, we're treated the same with discrimination. That's true, I suppose. Don't judge them too harshly. Those people had a rough time crossing over. You know how things are up north, it's hard to survive. Even in this world where Meiji tech had advanced, North Korea remained the poorest country. Life was even harder for mutants there. In South Korea, mutants were legally recognized as humans. But in North Korea, they were hunted and their mana cores extracted, or so I'd heard. I nodded, and Grizzly Bear raised an oversized pewter cup high. It was a toast. The beer I'd mixed with sojo, enhanced with mana core powder, shimmered with a golden hue. Let's drink. Cheers. Cheers. I wasn't much of a drinker, but this wasn't the time to abstain. While I sipped cautiously, Grizzly Bear drained his massive cup in one gulp. AHH. I see now why humans love alcohol so much. It's so refreshing. But Chief, you're a human too. Why do you call humans something separate? It's just habit. To be honest, it hasn't been that long since we've been treated as people. During the Japanese colonial period, we were treated as talking beasts. I've had countless brushes with death. Back then, the hunters were ruthless. At least the current president of the Hunter Association is someone I can talk to. Oh, by the way, aren't you part of the Hunter Association? Yes, I am. When you're hunting, make sure you confirm whether your target is a mutant or just a regular beast before pulling the trigger. Every year, 1 or 2 people from our village end up getting shot. I'd hate to have to kill you with my own hands. I'll remember that. The mutant village's stance on mutant hunting was always the same, a duel, followed by vengeance. It was a right explicitly stated in South Korea's mutant law. From what I'd heard, it was a hard-won right, achieved through the efforts of mutants like Grizzly Bear who had participated in World War II and the Korean War. That aside, didn't you say you needed mana cores? Yes. My ears perked up. Grizzly Bear stared into his pewter cup, deep in thought. The golden liquid reflected in his cow-like eyes swirled as he contemplated. In the game, this kind of reputation wouldn't have been possible. But in reality, now, with their senses overwhelmed by a new world of flavors, caught in the whirlwind of culinary delight, well, technically it's against the rules. Grizzly Bear glanced around at the villagers. The festival was in full swing. Everyone, having temporarily gone wild over the food, had now calmed down and were enjoying themselves. Oh, pine tree, my pine tree, a wooden mutant with a rough, gravelly voice sang a strange song. Boomchit, boomchit. A bizarre, 3-headed Yikshaw mutant twisted his body in an awkward dance. It's delicious. I want more. Now, you'll get a stomachache if you eat too much. Even a chick-shaped mutant child was whining for more ice cream. Laughter and happiness, rare sights in the mutant village, overflowed in abundance. Grizzly Bear wore a gentle smile. It's been so long. Truly, it's been such a long time. What memories was this old bear revisiting? His eyes, filled with nostalgia, seemed lost in thought. Rising briefly, he disappeared for less than a minute before returning. In his massive paw, he held several jewels radiating a brilliant light. Here, take them. These are the mana cores you wanted. Exactly 4 of them. A giant's, a demon's, a yakshas, and a thunderbird mutant's mana cores. Whose were they? It was impossible to know. They could have belonged to Grizzly Bear's comrades, friends, or even close relatives. Without hesitation, I placed the mana cores into my golf bag. Thank you. Use them well. I'm sure they'd prefer to be of use to a human friend like you rather than lying idle in a columbarium. You're not planning to sell them, are you? I'm going to use it. I've hit a wall in my progression, so I'm trying to create a reconstitution elixir. My magic spirit told me that mutant mana cores are absolutely necessary for it. What? You're using it for a reconstitution elixir? Yes. Is that a problem? It would be a huge headache if they said no here. I carefully watched for any signs of disapproval, but Grizzly Bear suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew it from the moment you blocked my attack earlier. You're quite an extraordinary human. Do you think so? Of course. Do you know who was the last human to ask me for a mutant mana core for a reconstitution elixir? Who was it? It was none other than the Legion commander of the Eastern Army Black Tiger Sword. Oh, wait a second, isn't that thing on your back the Black Tiger Sword? Or is it the White Tiger Sword? He knows the Legion commander? Well, it makes sense. Both are independence heroes and war veterans. It would actually be stranger if they didn't know each other. You're right. You should have mentioned earlier that you had a connection to that old man. I wouldn't have hit you for no reason. I'm not his disciple. The Legion commander gave it to me as a gift. He gave it to you as a gift? Even though you're not his disciple. Grizzly Bear shot me a look that screamed disbelief. But then his expression shifted, and he nodded as if it made sense. Well, considering the state of his son and disciples, I suppose it adds up. Plenty of leopards and wildcats, but no tigers. I met them briefly. They were all brave and wise individuals. Not in that old man's eyes. He aimed to rival the heavenly demon. At the very least, you'd need to be level 8 to satisfy him. Grizzly Bear looked at me with an almost probing intensity. You're only level 4, yet you've already hit a wall in your progression and need 4 types of mutant mana cores for a reconstitution elixir. Do you know what level that old man was when he used mana cores? He must have been level 7. No, he was level 5. Level 5 and already facing the growth limit? That means he was an R-grade talent, not SSR. In the game, they likely resolved all his progression issues by the starting point, labeling him as SSR. Grizzly Bear nodded deeply. You might just become the true Black Tiger Sword King or perhaps even a Sword Saint. Sword Saint? That's way too much praise. Different temperament, sure, but strength defines a sword saint. It's as simple as that. In any case, if you need 4 types of mana cores now, you'll probably need even more later. That's likely. If you need something, don't hesitate to ask. It wouldn't hurt for our village to have a connection to the next Legion commander. Thank you for saying that. I'll gladly accept your help. In return, there'll be a few favors we might ask of you. Keep that in mind. Of course, that's only fair. This was exactly what I wanted. Quests from the mutant village often came with lucrative rewards. Though, considering how fast I was progressing, I wasn't sure if I'd even have the time to complete them all. I stood up, dusting myself off. As I slung my golf bag over my shoulder, the mutants gathered around me. Some looked disappointed, others openly shed tears. You'll come back, right? You're the savior of our village. The hope of mutants worldwide. Thank you so much. We'll miss you. Mutants, ruled more by instinct than reason, and quicker to use their fists than their words. Maybe that's why they felt more genuine, more heartfelt, than humans. As I began running downhill, dozens of mutants followed. Most fell behind quickly, but a few managed to keep pace with me. Among them was a woman completely covered from head to toe skeleton snake. She tapped my shoulder lightly. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Because of you, I had a meal for the first time in 200 years. 200 years? Turns out she's a fossil. You've lived a long time. Lived long, but to no real purpose. It's been decades since I've felt joy like this. Decades, huh. I heard that mutant mana cores are needed for a reconstitution elixir. If you ever need a skeletal snake mana core, let me know. I'll give you mine. Is she insane? Why would she offer her own mana core? I shook my head furiously. There's no need for that. Even if I need one, I would never use the mana core of someone still alive. There are plenty of mana cores in this wide world. If you ever truly need one, just say the word. I'll give it willingly. She only has one heart, and yet she's willing to part with her mana core? Before I knew it, we'd arrived where my car was parked. As I started the engine, Skeleton Snake waved. Take care. Don't die before you come for my mana core. Stop saying weird things. But it's true. When I was born, a prophecy was made. It said that I would offer my mana core to the one who restores my tongue, blood, and flesh. That from them, I and the world would be reborn like the sun. Her personal quest did have a prophecy like that. But it's the first time I'm hearing about receiving her mana core. If I take her core, she'd die even if she's 200 years old? I waved my hand dismissively. It's probably metaphorical. Prophecies are rarely literal, you know. Maybe. Thanks for the advice. Think it over carefully. Don't interpret it the wrong way and make things worse. Got it. Thanks. See you next time. Take care. Vroom. And with that, my brief yet exhausting visit to the mutant village, which felt like days even though it hadn't been a full day, came to an end. Dragging my tired body, I returned home. Driving under the influence? Iron skin, undying, Sigurd cultivation technique. Indomitable, drug resistance, poison resistance. With this set of traits, a few sips of alcohol are meaningless. Honestly, I could probably digest radiation. I've got the mana cores. Thank you for your hard work, Master. Please place them in the materials compartment. Everything had already been prepared. Once I placed the mana cores in the compartment, a hatch opened, and the materials were transported to a magical cauldron. The process began immediately. There was no need for me to do anything else. The entire process was automated, ensuring not even a millimeter or milliliter of error as the reconstitution elixir was crafted. Soon, 4 reconstitution elixirs were complete. Red, black, blue, and white liquids swirled thickly in magical crystal bottles, forming milky whirlpools. Nectar is required. You will need 3 bottles. 4 bottles total if we include the trait elixir, right? That is correct. That's more than I expected. It is estimated that even more will be required for your next reconstitution. At least 5 bottles of nectar will likely be necessary. And only 1 bottle for the trait elixir. Yes. I am also in the process of designing a method to forcibly expel the mana contained within the nectar. If Master were to absorb the mana from 5 bottles directly, it would inevitably cause a mana surge. I currently have 11 bottles of nectar. That should be enough to carry me through the next level up. I retrieved 4 bottles from my safe and placed them into the materials compartment. The reconstitution elixirs began to compress. Hiss. Steam burst forth. Golden smoke spread thickly before dispersing into the air. A substantial amount of mana was being released, far more than I possessed. It is complete. At last, the reconstitution elixir was finished. Should I call it the mutant elixir instead? Its golden black, white, blue, and crimson hues swirled and split into 5 distinct streams before merging back together, repeating the cycle in an almost mesmerizing rhythm. Master, I recommend you remove all traits and consume it raw. You're telling me to take it without any active traits. Yes. Doing so will maximize the effects of the elixir. However, be prepared, it will be extremely painful. Ha. Even when I drank nectar fully geared with my traits, I thought I was going to die. And now you want me to take this raw? But there was no other choice. I needed to grow stronger. If I wanted to live, if I didn't want to die a meaningless death, I had to endure this pain now. Even now, the Old Father's cult was waiting for an opportunity to strike. If not for the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation, I'd already have been dragged off and brainwashed like a dog. I shut my eyes tight and gulped down the reconstitution elixir. Gaia. My body was breaking. It shattered into pieces, crumbling apart. Bones splintered, muscles unraveled. It felt like my cells were being torn apart one by one, only to be reassembled again. It was a sensation that words could never truly describe. I blacked out several times, slipping into unconsciousness again and again. At some point, I actually stopped breathing. My heart had ceased beating. But I survived. Not because I was extraordinary. It was solely because of the core ingredient of the elixir, nectar. There was a reason my magic spirit insisted on bringing 3 bottles of it. Gasp, gasp, gasp. As I struggled to catch my breath, the magic spirit spoke in its usual cold tone. Master, consume the trait elixir immediately. To fully activate its effects, you must take it now. All right, all right. The trait elixir wasn't gentle either. It tormented me, tearing through my body like it was trying to finish what the reconstitution elixir started. But I didn't care. It was worth it. Acquired the trait, Onslaught. A gift from the heart of the goat demon. And with it, I had finally reached level 5. I didn't tell anyone that I had reached level 5. The only thing I did was visit the superhuman tower once for certification. Superhuman? Congratulations. How did they find out? Manager Choi barged in, carrying a 10-tier cake larger than me. Teacher, I heard you reached level 5. Congratulations. Behind him, Baeksorin and Janet walked in. Unlike Manager Choi, they didn't bring anything as flashy, but each carried a bottle of wine and champagne. Meanwhile, magical fireworks exploded in the sky. Boom, bang bang. Congratulations to Teacher Warrior Kim on his grand achievement. Cheers to level 5 Warrior Kim. From everyone at Jailbowen. I didn't even need to check to know who was responsible for the fireworks. It was Seo Woojin. The extravagant fireworks display, which must have cost a fortune, was accompanied by a drone show flashing lasers as it darted around in the sky. And it didn't stop there. We've been waiting for this day. From the Iron Fist Gang. Cheers to a great achievement from the Hunter Association. Congratulations on reaching level 5. From the Sun Mage Tower. Celebrating this small but monumental step. From the Eastern Army. May your path be filled with flowers. From the Thor Church. We pray for your ascension. From the Protector Alliance. May the goddess bless you. From Gaia's cult. Congratulations on your achievement. Always rooting for you. From your little sister with white hair. The Old Father is still waiting for you. From the Old Father's cult. Wreaths lined up as they were brought in one after another. These weren't the plain and simple wreaths I'd seen in my original world. They were made with magical spiritual flowers and decorated with all kinds of gemstones. Some even seemed enchanted, as the surrounding space shimmered gently. When I saw the last wreath, my lips twisted into a grimace. The Old Father's cult. Is this some kind of provocation? Truly amazing. Baeksorin's eyes sparkled. I had no idea you were connected with so many places, teacher. Kim Chul-kwan, who arrived just in time, nodded in agreement. That's right. Other than the major conglomerates, every one of the 4 great powers sent a wreath. When did you build such connections? I guess this is what happens when you live diligently. Now that I think about it, what's going on with the GMO group? They tried to steal my information through the Sun Mage Tower, so I thought they'd contact me soon, but there hasn't been any news. Party time. Manager Choi had already set up a grill and was cooking meat. Baeksorin helped him, while Kim Chul-kwan brought an entire crate of alcohol from his car. Janet, not knowing what to do, just stood there watching. Manager Choi, have you heard anything about the GMO group? I asked casually, and Manager Choi gave me a surprised look. So, you've heard about it too, superhuman. Well, no matter how much they try to suppress the news, those in the know will find out. Wait, what? Something happened? As you may know, it's a real mess right now. The succession war has become unwatchable. Succession war? You're aware that the fallen chairman had 7 children, right? Among them, the eldest son, the second son, and the youngest daughter are locked in a 3-way battle. The other children have already been eliminated. Their factions are evenly matched, and since their abilities are also similar, it's not easy to determine a winner. It's basically come down to war. The board of directors has apparently already approved a method for warfare. Wait a minute. Isn't this something that was supposed to happen much later? The GMO group's succession war. In my memory, this event was supposed to take place just before the nuclear war in episode 6. It all began when the GMO group chairman was assassinated by the mastermind behind the nuclear war. The eldest son, the second son, and the youngest daughter. Yes. Are you interested? Actually, just this morning, we received a request. It seems like they're quite interested in you, superhuman. What kind of request? It's simple. A duel. A duel. It seems the 3 factions plan to hold 5 consecutive duels. They're asking you to participate. They've offered a colossal amount as a success fee. Listening to him, it sounded insane. First of all, 10 billion won in cash. That was the base amount, offered equally by all 3 factions. In addition, the eldest son offered 30 diamonds, the second son offered 3 pieces of magical equipment, and the youngest daughter offered a Dasan gun. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. 10 billion won as the baseline. Well, they're conglomerates after all. Plus, if it's you, superhuman, they're certain you can win against level 5 opponents. You might even beat a level 6. Did they set any level restrictions? Yes. The board of directors imposed a limit, 2 level 6s and 3 level 5s per faction. Level 7s are not allowed to participate. Why would they bother with such restrictions? I heard it was a collaboration between the second son and the youngest daughter. The eldest son's master is a level 7. Ah, I see. So the eldest son included level 5s in the lineup. While level SIXs are evenly matched, his in-laws at level 5 are some of the most skilled fighters around. Politics sure are complicated. Even in a series of 5 duels, there's this much maneuvering. They're deciding a conglomerate's succession with 5 consecutive duels. That's not all. The 5 duels are just one of 3 rounds. 3 rounds. There's also the Grandmaster duel and a team match planned. Shouldn't running a conglomerate be about making money? Deciding it through combat doesn't make much sense. Well, the factions and abilities are evenly matched. Plus, making money is tied to power, isn't it? Without strength, you can't protect your assets. The fallen chairman was particularly famous for not hesitating to use force, which is why this kind of decision suits them. Fair enough. In the game, the GMO group was practically a villainous organization. I've heard that all 3 contenders had already proven their managerial abilities. Diamonds, magical equipment, and a Dasen gun. Should I get involved? All 3 rewards were items that were hard to come by. Since it wasn't a team battle but one-on-one duels, honestly, I could breeze through it. Didn't I win a 3-on-1 fight in the Grand Labyrinth? Granted, that was because the 2 Inquisitors and the Knight Commander were only N rank. I'll participate as well. You too, superhuman. I have some unresolved business with the GMO group. A few months ago, did you hear about a mage being expelled from the Sun Mage Tower? Yes, I saw it in the news. I heard he's now working as a private bodyguard for the GMO group's eldest son. The eldest son? So, the backer behind that incident was him? Then I'll join the youngest daughter's side. The reason was simple. Her reward was the best. In the game, the youngest daughter had always been at the biggest disadvantage. It's probably the same here. The elders of GMO Electronics would back the eldest son, and the skilled members of GMO Security would support the second son. The youngest daughter might control GMO Financial, but at this point, even that was likely weak. High risk, high reward, that's an unchanging truth. Superhuman, there's something you should know before you decide. It's about the fallen chairman. It's probably information I already know. In the game, the chairman's death appeared to be from natural causes. But later, when the Truth Tower was revealed as the mastermind behind the nuclear war, the full story came to light. In the secret documents obtained after raiding the Truth Tower, it was revealed that the events of Episode 4, Evil Dragon, Episode 5, Hellgate, and Episode 6, Nuclear War, were all orchestrated by the Truth Tower. The reason the Truth Tower was not considered one of the 4 Great Towers, despite its internal operations being fully implemented, was also explained there. There's a rumor that the Sun Mage Tower had a hand in his death. The Sun Mage Tower? Why is their name coming up here? Beck Soren, who had been lingering nearby, quickly jumped into the conversation. The Sun Mage Tower? What about them? Well, I don't know the intimate details, but I've heard that the GMO group made a mistake involving the Sun Mage Tower, and the Sun Mage Tower retaliated. No way. No matter what happened, they wouldn't go after a conglomerate chairman, would they? That's where you're wrong, Soren. Kim Chulkwan interjected. People often lump the 4 great powers together, but there's actually a clear hierarchy among them. Strictly speaking, it's more accurate to say there are the 6 major forces and 12 lesser forces. The 6 major forces and 12 lesser forces. Kim Chulkwan is right. The Eastern Army, Western Army, Shinhwa Group, Sun Mage Tower, Old Father's Cult, and Shiva Church are considered the 6 major forces. The gap between these 6 and the rest is significant. Among the 18 major powers, the 2 great armies, 4 conglomerates, 5 mage towers, and 7 churches, the distinction between the strong and weak was straightforward. They're the ones with level 8 superhumans. Exactly. It's also highly likely that the Sun Mage Tower's Tower Master personally got involved this time. I've heard about that as well. They say the chairman's heart was charred black, yet some unidentified magic was still circulating his blood, keeping it pumping. It's pretty clear. In Korea, only the Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower could pull off something like that. Apparently, there are a few people abroad who could, though. Listening to Manager Choi and Kim Chulkwan's back and forth, I fell into thought. Why would the Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower intervene? The first thing that came to mind was the incident from a few months ago, the attempt to extract my information. Perhaps the Tower Master had quietly issued a warning, but things escalated. The GMO group chairman wasn't exactly the type to back down either. If the situation had spiraled to the point where the Tower Master's rage exploded, it wouldn't have been just covert sabotage. It would have turned into an outright brawl. The GMO group would have done everything in their power to cover it up. Conglomerates care the most and the least about public perception. It's no wonder they've got TV stations and newspapers firmly in their grip. Still, this feels off. Even so, the idea that the GMO group chairman is dead doesn't sit right with me. While the Tower Master has a quick temper, he doesn't seem like the type to kill a conglomerate chairman without caring about the aftermath. There's probably more to this that I don't know yet. What's odd is the siblings' reaction. If the Sun Mage Tower took out their father, shouldn't they be seeking revenge? That's not how that family operates. They're a bunch of hyenas. None of them even suggested bringing in a saintess or a pontiff. If they'd used an elixir and brought in a resurrection miracle from a saintess or pontiff at the time of discovery, the chairman would have survived. The chairman had definitely lost public support. He frequently sent assassins after people, disguised it as promotions, and then exiled them to remote locations. Who would have liked him? Even his own children aren't fighting to save him, they're too busy battling over control of the company. It's too late to save him now anyway. They say his life is being sustained by machines, with only his heart still beating. The moment the vice chairman is elected, the chairman's death will be officially announced. What a mess. In the game, they at least tried to save him. Here, they're practically pushing him to die. The things people do for money. Understood. Manager Choi, please officially contact them on my behalf. The youngest daughter's side is at a clear disadvantage, but are you okay with that? It's fine. Disadvantages come with their own advantages. Understood. I'll reach out right away. The appointment will likely be scheduled a few days from now. That's what I thought as I popped open a bottle of champagne. I was congratulating Baeksorin and giving her some advice when I noticed she was close to reaching level 4. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and at the same time, Manager Choi's smartphone buzzed loudly. Manager Choi checked his phone and widened his eyes. She's here. What? The youngest daughter? No, President Song of GMO Financial has arrived outside. I had barely accepted the request, and she's already here? She must have jumped into a flying car, or maybe even an aircraft, the moment she received the message. I adjusted the sanctuary's boundaries and opened the door. Under the pouring sunlight stood a proud woman, exuding an air of confidence. No secretary, no bodyguards. She was alone. But that didn't mean she could be underestimated. The raven feather marking on her neck immediately caught my attention. A small gem, partially hidden behind her hair, radiated potent magic. It was the Leviathan build, a combination of biological mutation and mechanical augmentation. Clearly, even among Chaebol families, they had access to specialized knowledge about enhancements tailored to their lineage. President Song. Yes, I'm Song Huiyang. I received your email. So, you've agreed to take on my request. Song Huiyang scanned me from head to toe, her gaze as appraising as if she were evaluating merchandise. I did the same to her. In the game, she was described as both a viper and a scorpion, someone dangerous and calculating. Though wary, I was also intrigued. Her mother was a top star, so at least in terms of appearance, she was truly exceptional. Come inside. We're having a small celebration. I heard you reached level 5. Congratulations. Thank you. She herself was a level 6 superhuman. Song Huiyang's heels clicked sharply against the floor as she stepped inside. The previously noisy atmosphere of the house grew silent. Though she wasn't releasing any mana waves, her mere presence was enough to dominate the room. Song Huiyang glanced at Baeksorin and Janet, letting out a soft nasal hum. Are they your genius disciples, superhuman? Yes. Both are level 3. One of them is about to reach level 4 within a month. They certainly look the part. I'd heard from Director Seo that you seem to have a natural talent for teaching. 7 disciples, and all of them are level 3 or above. 7? She must be including Seo Woojin and his friends in that count. They weren't official disciples, but if this were martial arts fiction, they'd be considered external disciples or lay disciples. Either way, a disciple is a disciple. I merely shrugged my shoulders. Something like that? If possible, we'd like to bring you into our security team. Or, better yet, as the CEO or a permanent advisor to GMO security. How about it? Making a mere level 5 the CEO? That seems like a stretch. It's possible. After all, you're not just anyone, you're the Black Tiger Sword Master. Her gaze lingered on my waist, on none other than the Black Tiger Sword. Well, who would think of me as just a simple level 5? I was connected to the Sun Mage Tower, honored as a knight of both the Thor Church and Gaia's cult. Though I'd kept my actions relatively quiet, those who needed to know were well aware. Apologies, but I don't like being tied to organizations. I expected as much. Someone who even turned down the offer to become the Legion Commander's disciple wouldn't find the CEO of GMO Security appealing. But I've heard there are things you do like. Song Huiyang reached into her pocket. Kim Chul-kwan, visibly on edge, rose to his feet at Novel Bin Adat. His hand hovered near his submachine gun, but Song Huiyang didn't so much as glance at him. From her pocket, likely a magical one with spatial expansion, she pulled out a hefty pistol. It was a familiar weapon. I'd seen it countless times in the game, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the 2 guns currently resting in my golf bag. This is a Dasan pistol, Song Huiyang said confidently. I'll give you one as your retainer fee, and if you succeed, you'll receive another one as a bonus. Talk about a bold lady. She was like this in the game too. Unlike the petty behavior of her eldest and second brothers, Song Huiyang had none of their stinginess. Maybe it was her survival strategy to stand up against her much older brothers. I examined the pistol in Song Huiyang's hand. A destruction-type pistol, I assume. That's correct. The success bonus is a stasis-type pistol. That rang a bell. I had mentioned it once before. Dasan guns share their abilities. Right now, I already have the impact shotgun and the phantom shot sniper rifle. Adding destruction and stasis to the mix. Destruction specialized in breaking through armor and demolishing structures, while stasis could temporarily freeze an opponent's movements. These would certainly come in handy, especially in the middle of a heated battle. Freeze the enemy, break their armor. What could they possibly do after that? I nodded calmly. You certainly live up to your reputation as a straightforward person. Sounds good. Shall we draft the contract right away? Song Huiyang gave me a radiant smile. Perfect. I've brought the contract with me. Please sign here. She flicked the gemstone beneath her ear with a finger. A blue light flashed, and a neatly bound paper contract materialized. So, she had a fascinating augmentation implanted in her. Manager Choi cleared his throat and took the contract to review it. Superhuman, let me review this first. Let's see. The duel is scheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Is that a problem? Song Huiyang tilted her chin upward arrogantly. Right. No, it wasn't a problem. There was a reason she had rushed over as soon as I replied. Her confident demeanor was amusing. It even made me smile. Well, I appreciate the efficiency. I heard this is a 5-round duel series. What exactly do you need me to do? It's simple. Song Huiyang locked eyes with me. Win. At least once, if possible. Twice or 3 times would be even better. Is it a consecutive win format? Yes. It's the perfect setup for a protagonist to emerge. Her expression wasn't great. It made sense her eldest and second brothers had fairly well-known level 6 superhumans on their side, but the superhumans she had secured weren't on that level. If you win even once, I'll pay you the success bonus. For 2 or 3 wins, you'll receive additional bonuses each time. Of course, this is on average since we'll have to fight twice overall. What about rounds 4 and 5? 4 and 5? You're aware that 2 of the 5 opponents are level 6, right? Song Huiyang gave me a look like I just said something absurd. But then, after glancing at the black tiger sword on my waist and the 3 emblems pinned to my chest, she seemed to reconsider. Well, with you, superhuman. But still, there's a gap between level 4, level 5, and level 6. Fine. If you achieve results, I'll provide performance bonuses accordingly. I haven't decided on the specifics yet, but you have my word. The more wins you secure, the more rewards you'll get. Thank you. What's my position in the lineup? You're my joker. I've placed you third. Third, That meant she planned to save me for last among the level 5s. Should I ask her to move me up to first? If I crushed both the level 5s and the level SIXS, sweeping all 5 rounds. Nah, forget it. I'm not some attention seeker. There's no need to go that far. This isn't a secret duel, either. It's bound to make the news. Having my face plastered across the nation and being hounded by paparazzi doesn't sound appealing. Better to play it safe. That's fine. Third sounds like a good spot. I won't ask you to risk your life. If you win even one match, you can surrender at any point after that. We've already agreed to end the fight immediately upon surrender. Understood. But there's one thing I'd like to ask. Go ahead. If I win 3 matches for you, does that mean you'll win the 5-round duel series, gain the board's approval, and be inaugurated as the group's chairwoman? It was important to clarify the exact victory conditions. At my question, Song Huiyang's expression darkened. No, that won't be enough. To be honest, my chances of winning this 5-round duel are slim. My brothers will fight each other first, and then I'll face the winner. Finally, I'll fight the loser in the last round. Both of my brothers have renowned level 6 superhumans supporting them. I see. But I can't give up. There's still time before the board reconvenes. If I put on a good performance in this duel and manage to find the crow chip by then, I might still have a chance. The crow chip. Song Huiyang's face shifted as if she'd just let something slip. It's something like that. A family secret. Please forget I mentioned it. Forget it? I already know everything. The crow chip. It's the GMO Group's secret enhancement recipe. A memory chip containing the formula for the golden crow mutation factor combined with gemstone magic arrays and mechanical augmentation. You could call it the legacy of their half-dead chairman. In the game, it was the decisive factor in determining the winner of the succession war. And there's one more thing I should mention. Since this duel follows a consecutive win format, there are certain restrictions. I heard you're skilled in making elixirs and enhancement catalysts, but you won't be able to use them in this duel. That's a bit unfortunate. Maybe they adjusted the rules to speed things up? When I probed a bit further, she mentioned there was a target. Apparently, one of the eldest son's close aides was a famous level 6 assassin who specialized in poisons and drugs, and the rule change was aimed at neutralizing him. Superhuman, I've finished reviewing the contract. It's a standard duel agreement. All that's left is to add the bonus terms mentioned earlier. I haven't decided what to offer yet. Take your time deciding. Oh, by the way, I prefer magical equipment, diamonds, or nectar over cash. Magical equipment, diamonds, nectar. Got it. I'll make sure it's one of those 3. Thank you. The revisions to the contract and my signature were completed quickly. Song Huiyang extended her hand for a handshake, winking as she spoke. With this, we're in the same boat. See you tomorrow at the headquarters building. Sure. Click-clack. Song Huiyang walked out, not bothering to look back. Her exit was as arrogant and daring as her entrance. Wio. Baek Soren, who had been quietly observing, finally exhaled the breath she'd been holding. Her aura is no joke. I really thought I was going to suffocate. She's a chaebol heiress and a level 6 superhuman, after all. At that age, she looks like she's around my age. In fact, she looked about the same age as me, well, as Warrior Kim. In the game, she was in her 30s, but this was a few years before the events of the game began. Baek Soren looked at me with a concerned expression. Teacher, isn't this dangerous? I mean, anyone involved in a chaebol succession war has to be a big deal. What do you think? Janet chimed in from the side. I simply smiled. Your teacher is also a big deal. Even so, At least among the duel participants, no one can really touch me. That applied to the level 5s, of course. Level SIXS? Now, that was a bit riskier. Once you reached level 5, characters with advanced traits started appearing. By level 6, it wasn't uncommon to see multiple advanced traits stacked together. In other words, crushing high-level superhumans like I used to wouldn't be as easy anymore. I'll assess the situation as it unfolds. There was no need for me to win all 5 rounds by myself. Even if Song Huiyang lost the 5-round duel, that was her problem, not mine. If I truly wanted to make her the chairwoman of the conglomerate, the quickest and most reliable way would be to secure the crow chip mentioned earlier. Kim Chul-kwan, who had been quietly listening, raised his glass high, a toast to the superhuman's victory. Cheers. I decided to set aside thoughts of tomorrow's duel and lose myself in the party. Time passed quickly, and the day of the duel arrived. The venue was the headquarters in Samsongdong, Gangnam-gu. This area housed the headquarters of the 5 great conglomerates, Shinhwa Group, Daejeon Group, Dragon King Group, GMO Group, and Ascension Group. Like Songpagu, where the superhuman tower was located, the area was a forest of skyscrapers. I entered one of the sleek, wing-shaped skyscrapers. The duel was to take place on the rooftop. A 3-dimensional magic array completely enveloped the towering heights, and stylish flying cars arrived one after another. The eldest and second brothers had yet to arrive, but Song Huiyang's faction was already waiting for them. You're here. Even Song Huiyang looked slightly tense. Pleased to meet you. I'm Team Leader Ko Ilsok. I'm Team Leader Zhang Munyang. Warrior Kim. A pleasure to meet you. I exchanged greetings with the duelists on Song Huiyang's side. None of them particularly stood out. From what I could tell, their traits were all R rank at best. If the eldest and second brothers brought similarly weak superhumans, I could easily win this on my own. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Lights burst as more flying cars arrived. They weren't the usual sleek, sports car-style flying vehicles. These resembled yachts floating in the sky, a mix between limousines and yachts. In perfect synchronization, the cars landed on the opposite side, and the passengers disembarked, glaring at each other like they were ready to kill. You're here, little brother. Yes, I've arrived. Electricity crackled in the air. The intensity of the mana waves they were emitting caused the 3-dimensional magic array to ripple. Meanwhile, neither of them spared a glance at Song Huiyang, as if they didn't even consider her a competitor. However, Song Huiyang didn't seem bothered. She held her chin high, glaring down at her brothers with disdain. Gentlemen, let's proceed, shall we? There are 15 matches to get through. We've got a long day ahead of us. The facilitator, unable to bear the standoff, intervened. Humph, humph. Both brothers snorted, turning away from each other. The duels began swiftly. The first match was as expected between the eldest and second brothers. Judging by the atmosphere, it might as well have been the final round. All 10 duelists on both sides exuded killing intent so fierce that the mana waves made the air feel frozen. Thanks to Song Huiyang's consideration, I was seated nearby to watch the duels unfold. On the eldest brother's side, you should watch out for team leader Kim. That cyborg over there. Yes, you've got a good eye, as expected, superhuman. The man was massive, his entire body cybernetically enhanced. Standing 3 meters tall, his mechanical limbs looked incredibly formidable. He was like a cyborg version of the Hulk from Marvel movies. And, of course, EMP bombs wouldn't work on him. They'd invested a fortune in reflective shielding. On the second brother's side, team leader Lee is the famous one. That one was a mutant. Other than his face, his entire body was engulfed in flames. He had pushed mutation factors to their absolute limit to transform like that. His only weak point was his face, but whenever it seemed like it might be hit, he would activate flame form to turn his entire body into fire and escape. One was SR Cyborg, the other SR Flame Horse. As expected of a conglomerate family, they sure had their share of enhanced fighters. The duel will now begin. Most of the other combatants didn't catch my attention. The only ones I recognized were those two. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred right at the start. The eldest brother's duelist unleashed a torrent of fire as soon as the match began, roasting the second brother's duelist alive. Solar flame. Song Huiyang shot to her feet in shock. I narrowed my eyes. The duelist, clad in a hoodie with the hood pulled low to obscure his face, had just shown his hand. His arms, briefly visible, were steel prosthetics. And beneath the hoodie, the glimpse of his face revealed a steel mask. At first, I thought he was just another enhanced fighter, but he was a mage. Could it be him? I activated insight. I carefully examined the duelist. Solar Flame Solar Heart Furnace Mana Concentration. Magical Pulse Cannon Fusion Heart Cyborg Adaptation at Novel Bin at. And one more thing stood out. Brand debuff? Eclipse buff? There was no doubt. It was the mage who had been expelled after getting tangled with me in the past. Hired as a personal bodyguard, and now appearing as a duelist as well. On top of that, they had gained traits related to enhancement builds and even acquired a unique buff. The Eclipse buff, that hadn't been there before. The Sun Mage Tower consisted of dozens of factions, and the Eclipse faction born from dark magic was among its top 5. The Eclipse buff was something that Elder Joe of the Eclipse faction always carried into battle. It greatly amplified magic power and significantly boosted mana stats. In prolonged battles, it could even drain mana from the opponent. This won't be easy. This was commonly called a mage warrior build. Just as paladins straddle the line between warriors and priests, this build was a fusion of enhancement traits and mage traits. Looking at the traits, they were no joke. The combination of Solar Heart Furnace and Fusion Heart, paired with Solar Flame being fired from the magical pulse cannon, their mana waves were definitely at the level 5 range, but they might even be capable of going toe-to-toe with a level 6. Next, a mechanical voice echoed through the tense air. It seemed they had replaced their vocal cords with cybernetic parts during their cyborg adaptation process. The next duelist stepped forward with a gun in hand. So you're from the Sun Mage Tower? I thought you were just another enhanced fighter, but now that I've figured out your true identity, it's over? I'll rip off that hood and expose your face. Come at me. His bravado was nothing more than talk. When the expelled mage raised their hand to cast Solar Flame, the man was engulfed in a pillar of fire, reduced to ashes in an instant. Such was the power of Solar Flame. Even though I had resisted it in the past with fire resistance, magic resistance, and black flame, there was a reason Solar Flame was the signature magic of the Sun Mage Tower. Impressive. Normally, Solar Flame was hard to use for someone at level 5. But the Mage Warrior was exploiting the combination of Solar Heart Furnace, Fusion Heart, and Mana Concentration, as well as the mana stored in their cyborg augmentations. Those augmentations were essentially mana storage artifacts. A walking human battery. The duelists on the second brother's side were utterly helpless against the Mage Warrior. In the blink of an eye, the eldest brother's team secured 3 consecutive victories. One of the 2 remaining level 6 duelists from the second brother's side stepped forward, breathing heavily, but the Mage Warrior immediately forfeited, walking away without a care. The score was now 3-1. With 2 level 5 duelists still left on the eldest brother's side, the outcome was all but decided. Secretary Kim, who is that person? They're a level 5 mage named Park Hyunju, formerly of the Sun Mage Tower, a direct disciple of Elder Jomayan, a level 7 mage, and previously a senior researcher at the Sun Mage Tower. After being expelled several months ago, they were hired as the personal bodyguard of GMO Electronics president. How is a level 5 putting out that kind of firepower? Was the investigation not thorough enough? I will investigate further. It's confirmed that their cyborg augmentations serve as mana storage artifacts. I know that much. But just having more mana doesn't mean you can cast Solar Flame like that? And even if you could, it wouldn't be that powerful. Apologies. It seems our investigation was lacking. Apologies? Do you think that's enough? Director Lee and Director Cho are about to get killed. The first and second duelists for the second brother's side wore grim expressions, looking as though they were about to walk to their deaths. The 5-round duel between the eldest and second brothers was already nearing its conclusion. Although one of the second brother's level 5 duelists had managed to kill 2 of the eldest brothers, they were eventually defeated by a level 6 duelist on the eldest side. Even Flame Horse, who secured a victory, was ultimately no match. After a fierce battle against the cyborg, they surrendered, barely saving their life. The first round ended in victory for the eldest brother. The eldest brother smirked as though he had already won everything. Well, what do you think? Your duelists fought well, but they couldn't compare to my strategy. How does it feel to lose, little brother? Go to hell. Tisk tisk. You're a long way from becoming the chairman of GMO Group. Your strategy failed, little brother. You still have much to learn. Now, it was our turn. I could see the Mage Warrior warming up on the other side. They had finished recharging their mana during the break. Through insight, I could see their cyborg augmentations glowing with a sun-like radiance. If left alone, the same scenario would repeat itself. Before our duelist could drag their half-dead body to their feet, I raised my hand to stop them and stood up. President Song. Yes. The Mage Warrior's gaze turned toward me. They had already recognized me. I could feel their hostility. A seething resentment and rage had been radiating toward me since earlier. I recalled the feelings from back then as well. How they had tried to deceive me, subjecting me to precision measurements and manipulating training programs to humiliate me. What right did they have to be angry? It was time to settle this long-standing grudge. Suppressing my emotions, I calmly spoke to Song Huiyang. I will go first. My voice was low and cold, laced with a sharp, murderous intent. Will you be all right? Song Huiyang looked at me. Her worried gaze bore into me. What if he loses? What if even he fails and we can't secure a single proper win? Those emotions were written all over her face. I nodded slowly. I can win. Please, I'm counting on you. All eyes were on me, especially the first and second duelists, those department heads who had previously been defeated. They bowed their heads in gratitude. I shrugged off the golf bag I'd been carrying. I had selected only 4 items for this match. The Black Tiger Sword, Mjolnir, Aegis, and my magic rifle. The morning sun reflected off the magical equipment, scattering its light. The eldest brother frowned at the sight. Black Tiger Sword. Are you the Black Tiger Sword Master? The second brother scowled. No matter how skilled the Black Tiger Sword Master is, he can't withstand Solar Flame. One more corpse to clean up. Brother, you'd better start preparing what you'll say to that old tiger. I'll handle it. Sure. As if I'd expect anything less from you. The superhumans on both the eldest and second brother's sides looked at me as if I were already dead. The second brother's reserve duelists, in particular, were muttering openly about how lucky they were not to have been selected for the match, as if being a reserve was their salvation. Finally, I stood face to face with the Mage Warrior. Crackle. Electric sparks flickered at the corner of the mage warrior's lips. Beneath the steel mask, or rather, the entirely cybernetic lower face, including the jaw, the place where a faint smile might have formed instead emitted sparks. At last, the mechanical voice lacked emotion, but the mana waves pouring out of him betrayed his true feelings. They were as deep and sinister as a cavern, yet burned fiercely like hellfire. I stared him down and asked, "Does Elder Joe know what you've become? You bastard." The mage warrior snapped his head up. Beneath the hood, his eyes glowed orange, like small fiery orbs. "My master knows everything." "Really? He knows everything." "Everything." Something about his tone felt off. Even without activating a sixth sense trait, a strange itch crept into my chest. "Everything, you say? What do you mean by that?" "That's none of your concern." The mage warrior clamped his mouth shut. But he couldn't escape my insight. His gaze briefly flicked to the eldest brother, who sat smugly in his chair, before returning to me. Oh, there was something there. Sixth sense sensitivity focus. I honed in on the fleeting feeling that threatened to dissipate. Elder Joe knows everything. The mage warrior build must have been his creation. He and the eldest brother likely had a long-standing relationship either as collaborators or through an employment contract. And there was another secret involving the eldest brother. A hidden connection between Elder Joe, the mage warrior, and the eldest brother. Could it be? A horrifying possibility came to mind. The chairman's sudden death. What if these people were involved? What if they escalated the dispute between the Sun Mage Tower's tower master and the GMO group chairman into a matter of life and death? What if they actively ensured the chairman wouldn't be saved, preventing an SOS call to the 7 great churches that could have brought him back? This explains a lot. It was speculation, yes. But knowing these three based on what I had seen in the game, it was a plausible scenario. Elder Joe and the Mage Warrior, I could understand. But for the eldest brother to go this far? This was nothing short of betrayal. A crime against his own blood. Enough talk. Let's begin. Whir, clack. The Mage Warrior raised his right hand. It transformed into a massive cannon, with a large crystal embedded at the end instead of a muzzle. The crystal was pitch black, glowing faintly as though it housed an eclipse within. Song Huiyang shot to her feet once more. Magical pulse cannon. What? A magical pulse cannon. They even installed that. Damn it. It's over. We're done for. Groans erupted from Song Huiyang's faction. Some stared at the Mage Warrior in despair, while others simply gazed blankly at the sky. The second brother's faction wasn't much different. They glanced anxiously between the Mage Warrior and the eldest brother, their faces pale with shock. The magical pulse cannon. Among enhancement cyborg components, it was one of the rarest and most powerful. It unleashed all the mana stored within the body in a single, devastating attack. It reduced the user's stamina to 0, but its instantaneous firepower was monstrous. Coupled with solar flame, it could easily take down even a mediocre level 6. The eldest brother, speaking lazily but loud enough for everyone to hear, remarked, "Tisk, I told him to save that for a level 6 opponent." 3 consecutive uses of solar flame, and he still had enough mana left for the magical pulse cannon? It was an outrageous boast, but one that carried weight. Wuong? I didn't respond. Instead, I unfolded the Aegis. The invisible force field extended outward, completely enveloping me in a protective barrier. The Mage Warrior's glowing eyes narrowed. Aegis. You know what that means, right? If I block this, I win. I've heard about you from my master. You held off solar flame for 15 seconds, didn't you? Fine, I'll acknowledge that. Holding off solar flame for 15 seconds is impressive. But that's all it is. Your Aegis won't withstand my solar pulse cannon. Turn to ash quietly. I'll grant you that mercy in honor of the Black Tiger Sword. Mercy? Who does he think he is? Without a word, I drew Mjolnir. Against something like this, Mjolnir's 5 stacked traits would serve me better than the Black Tiger Sword, which was all brute strength. The Mage Warrior aimed the magical pulse cannon at me. His heart whirred and thumped loudly. The solar heart furnace and fusion heart spun mana at their limits, making the very air around us grow frigid. Everyone's attention was on us, or more accurately, on him. No one was looking at me. They didn't believe I could defend against this. Feeling the icy atmosphere, I silently replaced my traits one by one. Magic resistance, fire resistance, black flame. These 3 were basic necessities. Sigurd cultivation technique, Vajra body, mana shield. I layered on additional protection. It was still a bit lacking. Mana soul, mana core, close combat mastery, defense, endurance, resolve. There were plenty of excellent traits to choose from, but I could only equip 6 at a time. Still, it didn't matter. I had Aegis and Mjolnir on my side. Not to mention the protective gear crafted by Jochul, the Death Artisan, which activated its defensive traits. The duel will now begin. The facilitator raised their hand. 3, 2, 1. Start. Bang! Mana sparks flared from the Mage Warrior's fingertips as the solar flame surged forward. It was fast. Faster than a warrior's reflexes. The magical pulse cannon fired like a bolt of lightning, almost as if it had been pre-programmed. Quah! It poured down like a waterfall. The orange flames descended like a river. By the time the visual information registered in my brain, the solar flame and now the solar pulse cannon had already spread in all directions. There was no dodging, no deflecting. The only option was to endure it head-on. Wuyung. A barrier formed over Aegis. It was a semi-transparent shield forged entirely of mana, created by pouring all my mana into one powerful mana shield. As it resonated with Aegis, the shield grew darker and more intense. And then came black flame. It surged from the center of the radiant barrier like flower petals, spreading outward and coloring the entire shield black. The once translucent, shapeless barrier now glowed with a dark sheen, fully enveloping me as the solar pulse cannon slammed into it. Whoosh! It was hot. It felt like stepping into the depths of hell. The solar pulse cannon split into two streams upon hitting the shield, completely blocked, and only the residual heat passed through, but even that was intense. I narrowed my eyes, watching the shield closely. I can handle this. It was definitely stronger than the solar flame I faced at the Sun Mage Tower. Granted, back then, I was only level 3, but even factoring that in, this was far more powerful. But I, too, had grown stronger. My stats had been significantly boosted thanks to reconstruction elixirs, and I now wielded higher tier traits, not to mention Aegis and Mjolnir at Novel bin at. I gripped Mjolnir tightly. Crackle, crackle. Small arcs of lightning danced across its surface. The magical pulse cannon was all about overwhelming firepower at the cost of abysmal stamina. It was already weakening. Though it shook the three-dimensional magic array and melted the concrete beneath me, it hadn't so much as singed a single strand of my hair. I remained unscathed, with plenty of mana to spare. What? Is he alive? He survived that? A level 5 warrior. Guess Aegis and Mjolnir really are that good. They were wrong. The reason I endured the solar pulse cannon was my strength alone. Beneath his hood, the mage warrior's glowing eyes quivered violently. He was clearly stunned. This can't be. No. The mage warrior faltered, his movements halting. Mjolnir had transformed into a mass of lightning in my hand. Giant strength, Vajra body, mana soul. Sigurd cultivation technique, close combat mastery, throw. Sir? He tried to surrender, but it was too late. Mjolnir flew from my hand. Crack! The lightning strike pierced the mage warrior. It was blindingly fast. The mage warrior build might excel in raw firepower, but it completely sacrificed speed and agility. Mjolnir smashed into his face, pulverizing it. Boom! And that was the end of it. The explosion shattered his head, and flames from his magic core erupted toward the sky. Sizzle, crackle. The mage warrior stood there, headless, with sparks flying from severed wires. Thanks to the intense modifications to his blood pressure system, no blood spurted from his veins, his blood only oozed out sluggishly. The headless body stood upright for a moment before toppling over with a thud. Thud. The heavy, cybernetically enhanced body struck the ground with a dull impact. Thwack. Mjolnir returned to my hand just in time. I caught it effortlessly, savoring the satisfying sensation of its handle wrapping around my palm. The tension that had been weighing on my chest dissipated completely. I glanced at the fallen body and let out a derisive snort. For a moment, silence reigned. Song Huiyang was the first to break it, practically bouncing in place. You did it? You were amazing. Absolutely amazing? You're the best. The duelists from her faction stood up, joining in the cheer. You're incredible. As expected of the Black Tiger Swordmaster. That was truly a phenomenal strike. Not only did you block it, but you ended it with a single blow. The mood had shifted entirely. Song Huiyang's faction, which had been like a funeral moments ago, came alive like a phoenix reborn, while the eldest brother's faction slumped in despair. I sheathed Mjolnir and drew the Black Tiger Sword. Next, I mimicked the mage warrior's taunts toward the second brother's duelists earlier. Ha ha ha. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Look at them. Just look at their faces. Cheer up. Smile for once. The second brother's duelists were clearly relishing the moment, mocking the eldest brother's faction without restraint. Your smiles won't last long. The second duelist stepped forward, scowling. He was a fairly competent enhanced superhuman, but he didn't last more than a minute against me. I deflected his bullets and dodged his explosives with ease, closing the distance to place my sword at his throat. Gazing into his trembling eyes, I spoke calmly. Surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Well fought. Although he was technically my opponent, I had no personal grudge against him. It was best to end things here without pushing too far. The enhanced superhuman rubbed his neck where the Black Tiger Sword had been, swallowing nervously. Thank you for sparing me. No need to thank me. Let the next one know it's their turn. Why yes, I'll pass it along right away. With that, I had won 3 consecutive matches. I had defeated the Mage Warrior and 2 level 5 duelists in quick succession. And aside from blocking the Solar Pulse Cannon in the first match, I had hardly used any mana. Undying, Sigurd Cultivation Technique, Mana Soul. Mana Recovery, Mana Absorption, Vigor. I had even recovered the little mana I'd spent between matches. That's how I managed it. When the eldest brother's level 6 R rank enhanced fighter came out as the 4th duelist, I defeated him too after over 30 minutes of fierce combat. I forfeit. Flame Horse stepped forward next but surrendered without hesitation. He must have realized that if I showed my full hand, I'd still come out victorious. There was no need to overdo it. It was important to remember that this duel would inevitably make the news. Well done. Song Huiyang greeted me, her face flushed with excitement. It was manageable. 4 consecutive wins. I honestly didn't expect that. I would have been happy with just 1 or 2 wins. I'll be counting on you for the next duel as well. Leave it to me. The 5-round duel against the eldest brother's faction ended decisively with Song Huiyang's victory. It was entirely thanks to my 4 consecutive wins. Flame Horse was worn down by fighting 2 level 5s and 1 level 6 in succession, and the final duelist finished the job. No one died. Everyone stopped short of lethal damage, just like I had. The Mage Warrior had been the exception, killing without hesitation an anomaly in a contest where most participants knew each other well. Tisk. The eldest brother clicked his tongue as he glanced at the Mage Warrior's corpse. Then, he approached me and extended his hand for a handshake. Impressive work, Black Tiger Sword Master. You flatter me. I don't know what my sister has promised to pay you, but I can offer you truly unparalleled rewards. If you're interested, don't hesitate to contact me. He handed me a gold-embossed business card. This man had no sense of honor or loyalty. He was bold enough to ignore Song Huiyang's glare and the second brother's derisive chuckle. Suppressing a laugh of my own, I accepted the card. Of course. I'll reach out if I'm interested. I'll be waiting. Next up was the 5-round duel against the second brother's faction. The second brother's face was tense. He had already guessed the outcome. And he was right, there were no surprises. It played out exactly the same way as the first duel. I secured 4 consecutive wins, and then 2 level 5s and 1 level 6 wore down Cyborg until the final duelist finished him off. The second brother gave a bitter smile. You've won, sister. As they say, you don't know who's stronger until you measure. You've done well, I'll admit. But this won't be enough. Little sister, the most important thing in our group is personal strength. We agreed to 3 battles, didn't we? A 1vs1 format. Who do you think has the advantage there? The answer was obvious, the winner of the individual matches. In this brutal world, both power and wealth ultimately stemmed from personal compatibility. Song Huiyang bit her lower lip. I told you, you don't know until you try. Ha, but there are things in this world where you don't need to try to know. Who compares a stork to a sparrow? The outcome is obvious. Are you saying you're the stork? Of course. And you think that's fair, when we're both level 6? Ha ha ha. Just because we're the same level doesn't mean we have the same skills. Look at the Black Tiger Sword Master you hired, for example. The second brother let his mana wave ripple out slightly. It was wild and savage, as if a flock of crows had blocked out the sky. Song Huiyang flinched for a moment, her shoulders trembling, but she quickly steadied herself and stood tall. The second brother chuckled and patted her on the back. I'll see you at the team match. Outwardly, it seemed like a friendly gesture, but in reality, it was insidiously malicious. He subtly directed his mana into Song Huiyang's body, sharp and deadly enough that a non-level 6 wouldn't have been able to resist. Pa. Once the eldest and second brothers were gone, Song Huiyang spat harshly onto the ground. Then, noticing my gaze, she straightened her clothes, regaining her composure. Apologies for showing you something unsightly. Please forget it. I already have. Thank you. It's time to settle accounts, isn't it? Black Tiger Sword Master, you've overachieved on my request. Song Huiyang signaled to her secretary with a glance. The secretary brought over a silver tray laden with items. More than 100 gold bars. A pistol. A heap of diamonds. 2 bottles of nectar. And a pair of magical shoes shaped like golden crows. It was practically a gift set. Let's break it all down one by one. First, the gold bars. The surface was engraved with the GMO group emblem and the words 1 kilogram clearly marked. There were at least 100 of them. I don't know the current gold price in this world, but if I compare it to the prices from my original world, this would easily amount to 10 billion won. It'll be a hassle to carry all this. Although the tray the secretary used to hold the gold bars was radiating mana to support the weight, my golf bag wasn't equipped with any lightweight magic. Next, the handgun. It was the 4th Dasan gun promised by Song Huiyang. Unlike the handgun I'd received before, this one was noticeably smaller and sleeker, compact enough to fit snugly in the palm of my hand. With this, I had acquired stun in addition to impact, phantom shot, and destruction. This was arguably the most compatible item for me. In battle, I can use stun to immobilize my enemies and finish them off with the Black Tiger Sword. No one would stand a chance. I guess there's no need to carry a magic rifle anymore. Additionally, there were 20 diamonds and 2 bottles of nectar. Just looking at them warmed my heart. While the nectar was valuable, I was especially pleased with the diamonds. With these, I could acquire all the traits I hadn't been able to implant yet. I was planning to visit the Colosseum soon, but I might not even need to anymore. I'll save that for when I begin Beck Soren's personal quest. Finally, there was one last item remaining. I picked up the shoes sitting atop the tray. Is it really okay for me to have these? I already knew what they were, but I asked anyway. They were shoes carved to resemble a golden crow. GMO shoes, a pair of SR grade magic shoes. Though they were a tier below the SSR grade magical equipment I possessed, such as the Black Tiger Sword, Mjolnir, Aegis, and Heart of Abundance, the GMO shoes had their own unique advantage. They were part of a set item. The set consisted of a helmet, belt, and shoes. When all 3 were equipped, their performance rivaled SSR grade equipment. Originally, the chairman had owned the full set, but he'd distributed them among his children. The key trait of the GMO shoes was GMO Leap, a powerful ability that not only allowed mid-air jumps but also negated inertia. These shoes serve as both your success reward and the commission fee. A commission fee? Yes. I have another request I'd like to entrust to you, Black Tiger Sword Master. I already knew what she was getting at, but I feigned ignorance. A new request, you say? At novel bin at. Before replying, Song Huiyang glanced around. The crowd that had been bustling moments ago had dispersed like the receding tide. Even without words, it was clear that everyone had understood the situation. The once noisy rooftop had fallen silent. Simultaneously, the three-dimensional magic array transformed into a veiled magic array, isolating the surroundings. Please keep this confidential. Of course. As you've seen, I'm still at a disadvantage. Thanks to you, I've narrowly escaped a crisis, but the fact remains that I'm weaker than my brothers. It was because of her age. Her eldest and second eldest brothers were already in their 40s. Meanwhile, Song Huiyang was in her early 20s, around the same age as warrior Kim. The fact that she had reached level 6 was impressive in itself. If she had just a few more years, she wouldn't have fallen behind her brothers. However, at the moment, it was undeniable that she was weaker. The team battle will undoubtedly go to my eldest brother, and unless something unexpected happens, the one-on-one duel will be won by my second brother. That leaves the final decision to the board of directors, and while I don't know who will win, I'm certain it won't be me. That does seem likely. It's true that you're at a disadvantage in many ways, President. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to sit back and accept it. After careful consideration, I've realized there's only one way to turn this situation around. Song Huiyang touched her ear. More precisely, the gemstone embedded beneath her ear. As light radiated from it, a small chip materialized in the air. A magical chip grasped in the talons of a sunlit crow. Have you ever heard of the crow chip? You mentioned it before. Yes. In fact, I intentionally let it slip. I thought I might need to enlist your help, Black Tiger Sword Master. Song Huiyang's sharp gaze focused on the magic chip. This contains a secret of our family. Hidden within it is a mutated gene that only responds to our family's DNA. A mutated gene, you say? If I can secure it and inject it into myself, I'll be able to reach level 7 and overturn everything. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. The chip likely also held data on compatible cybernetic enhancements, but the risks of mutation and mana overload were always present for reinforced beings. Even with nectar, custom elixirs prepared in advance, or an abundance of money and magic, the danger remained. Still, Song Huiyang was willing to take that risk. She wanted to reign over the world. I understand what you're saying. You want me to find the crow chip for you. Exactly. My subordinates have already scoured the building, but they've had no luck. My father claimed he hid it within the building during his lifetime, but... Very well. I accept the request. What's the success reward? The success reward. Song Huiyang gestured toward the magical tray again. I'll give you something similar to this. Something similar. Yes. She immediately outlined the specific items. Gold bars equivalent to 10 billion won, 20 diamonds and 2 bottles of nectar, and the GMO helmet, a headpiece for defense. Since the GMO shoes she just handed over served as both the success reward and commission fee, it made sense for the rest of the reward to be of similar value. I shook hands with Song Huiyang, formally accepting the request. All right. I'll get started right away. Could you provide me with a small office to use in the meantime? There's an office I've been using. I'll let you have it. Feel free to use it until this matter is resolved. And you? I can use any executive office. That's no issue. The office Song Huiyang assigned to me was on the penultimate floor. The top floor was exclusively for the chairman. The penultimate floor had been used by his children. After ensuring that the elevators were separated to prevent us from running into each other, I made my way to the office. Wow. The moment I stepped inside the president's office, I couldn't help but let out a short exclamation of awe. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the entirety of Gangnam District's cityscape was visible. The interior was sleek and modern, with cleaning drones flitting about like birds, purifying the air. The walls were adorned with abstract modern art pieces too high concept for me to fully comprehend, and the floor was tiled with patterns of exposed magical arrays. Altogether, the space exuded a unique and sophisticated atmosphere. Hearing my admiration, Song Huiyang smiled, clearly pleased with my reaction. What do you think? Do you like it? I don't know if I deserve to use a place this nice. It looks better than my own home. You're too humble. Your house wasn't bad, Black Tiger Sword Master, though it didn't quite match your stature. I suddenly felt the weight of how far I'd come. Back in my original world, I'd lived in a Tupayong Goshai one. Who would have thought that someone like me would one day receive such treatment from the heir to the 4th largest conglomerate in the country? If only this world wasn't teetering on the edge of chaos, what with ancient gods reviving, nuclear wars, and dimensional rifts threatening calamity, I might consider settling down here for good. I'll leave you to it, then. Song Huiyang closed the door and left. I wandered around the office, which was easily over 100 paiyang, before plopping down onto the executive chair. This wasn't just any ordinary executive chair. The premium leather hugged my body, while its ergonomic design cradled me perfectly. And then, the magic kicked in. Dozens of layered enchantments activated simultaneously: cleansing, comfort, stability, purification, and recovery. My exhaustion vanished in an instant. Money really is something else. While the office was impressive, the chair in particular had me tempted. Should I ask for this as part of my success reward? Bringing one home and taking just a 10-minute rest in it whenever I felt tired would be more than worth it. I chuckled at the frivolous thought before proceeding to remove my enchanted equipment, piece by piece, and set them on the desk. detection helmet, rapid shoes, fury hand axe, danger sense ring. These were the magic items whose traits I hadn't yet absorbed. With the 20 diamonds I just received, I could finally acquire them all. Since I'd used these items extensively, their compatibility with me had already been maxed out. Without hesitation, I infused the diamonds into the equipment, causing them to glow brilliantly. I could feel the traits being absorbed into me. Whew! My heart raced. Even though I'd already combined several high-tier traits, the thrill of unlocking a new one never failed to excite me. Charge, leap, sprint, mobility, evasion, swiftness. I began assembling the traits. I could feel my mana circuits shifting. Like leaves scattering and then reassembling block by block, the traits fused together, revealing a grand new trait. Grand Assault. It was somewhat similar to Baeksoren's Rampaging Train. The difference was that while Rampaging Train focused solely on moving forward relentlessly, Grand Assault allowed for retreating or taking detours when necessary. I've secured a mobility skill. My next goal was a high-tier sensory trait. While I already had the excellent sixth sense, adding another one wouldn't hurt, right? After all, I already had insight, detection, tracking, and danger sense lined up. I just need 2 more. There were several options to choose from: clairvoyance, empathic vision, or evil eyes. For me, empathic vision would be the best. Although I was tempted by evil eyes, empathic vision suited me better. While evil eyes temporarily inflicted debuffs like paralysis on an opponent, empathic vision allowed me to read all their information. With a Dasen gun in hand, empathic vision was the obvious choice. I'll need to gather traits like weakness detection and penetration for that. I just decided on my next goal. Should I create a provocation skill too? Normally, I didn't need one since I often worked alone. But even if not for provocation, having something like a roar could prove useful. It'd be effective in 1 versus many fights, and even in one-on-one battles, it could be used to impose sudden debuffs. Whether it evolved into Lion's Roar or an all-encompassing battle cry, it would be worth considering. And then, I began replacing my traits. Resolve, Fierce Strike, Fury, Destruction. I was still missing 2. I needed the traits Rampage and Massacre to combine into the higher tier trait One-Man Army. If Giant Strength purely enhanced physical abilities, then One-Man Army boosted stats while also providing significant combat bonuses. When it came to sheer combat power, One-Man Army was superior to Giant's Strength. Though for versatility, Giant's Strength still had its merits. And there's one more. I was talking about Swordsmanship Expert. I'd already fulfilled 5 of the necessary traits, with only parry left to acquire. That one could be achieved through focused training. Seo Wijin was too busy to help, but I could always call Baeksoren or find a suitable sparring partner for some practical training. Good. After confirming everything, I stood up. Although I had materials for becoming a shield expert, I decided to put that off for now. I lacked the essential skill shieldsmanship, and my only shield-related trait was shield bash. For now, my priority was finding the crow chip. I donned the GMO shoes, placed the rapid shoes and fury hand axe in my golf bag, wore the detection helmet, and slid the danger sense ring onto my finger. Insight, tracking, focus, sixth sense, sensitivity, bright eyes. With detection and danger sense already embedded in my magic equipment, there was no need to equip them separately. The crow chip was in the lobby, wasn't it? This was the ultimate cheat. Knowing the answer in advance. While others painstakingly scoured the entire building, I could just stroll in, claim it, and call it a day. Why hadn't they found it yet, though? Because the chairman had poured an obscene amount of money into hiding it. An interdimensional barrier. The Sun Crow statue in the center of the lobby had been deeply embedded and isolated using an interdimensional barrier. On top of that, it was surrounded by a host of detection disruption magic arrays. To make it even more impenetrable, the Sun Crow statue itself was crafted entirely from a special alloy. Externally, it was said to be made of world iron and coated in gold, but in truth, it held the GMO Group's founder family's most closely guarded secret. Unless the Sun Crow statue was destroyed, there was no way to detect what was hidden inside. And no one had the guts to smash a statue personally sculpted by the GMO Group's founder and former chairman. Let's give it 2 days before I mention it. If I pointed to the Sun Crow statue right now, it'd only raise suspicion. For the time being, I enjoyed the lavish lifestyle as much as I could while pretending to bide my time. When I got bored, I wandered around the building, using detection traits for fun. If that grew tiresome, I'd return to the president's office and call for an employee to cook me some ramen. If even that wasn't enough, I'd explore the basement, poking around here and there. Black Tiger Swordmaster? That area has already been thoroughly inspected. We don't know where the target is, but it's definitely not there. You never know. I respect your skills, Black Tiger Swordmaster, but when it comes to tracking, I believe we're better equipped. Please leave it to us. We will find the target, no matter what. 149th floor views are supposed to be stunning, right? I'd love to see them at least once before I die. Their attitude practically screamed, just sit in the CEO's office and stay out of our way. I simply laughed it off. It was amusing to see people boasting with only traits like detection, tracking, and sprint at their disposal. Honestly, headbutting my way through this alone seemed far more effective. 2 days passed like that before I called for Song Huiyang. When she came, her face carried a mixture of nervous anticipation. Black Tiger Swordmaster, you called for me. Yes. I acted as if I owned the place, brewing coffee myself and offering her a cup. True to her chaebol background, Song Huiyang maintained a composed demeanor, even though she was likely impatient inside. She calmly sipped her coffee while observing me, but could she still keep her composure after hearing what I was about to say? Looking her straight in the eyes, I spoke. I found it. Her delicate, pale fingers flinched slightly. Though she moved with elegance, her trembling eyes betrayed her unease, as if an earthquake had struck her calm facade. You found it? Where? There's no need to waste time talking. Let's go retrieve it right now. Fine. She placed her coffee cup on the table. Clink. The sound it made was unusual for her, something that would never happen normally. The coffee in the cup quivered faintly. We immediately took the elevator down. Song Huiyang stood with her arms crossed, maintaining a dignified posture, but her heels tapped nervously against the elevator floor. It was clear she was both anxious and full of anticipation. How did you find it? I haven't received any special reports. That's a trade secret. You entrusted me with this job because you thought I had the ability to succeed, didn't you? To be honest, I didn't expect much. The only reason I gave you the GMO shoes as a success reward was, well, never mind. She trailed off mid-sentence. Didn't she hire me because she knew I had tracking abilities? It seemed like she might have some ulterior motive I wasn't aware of. Ignoring it for now, we stepped out of the elevator on the first floor. Stopping in front of the Sun Crow statue in the lobby, I saw her expression shift into disbelief. Yes, I did suspect it. We even conducted multiple ultra-precise inspections. But the conclusion was always that there was nothing inside. That's because it can't be detected unless it's destroyed. I picked up Mjolnir. Kurung. The hammer roared as I channeled mana into it, thunder exploding around it. Mjolnir transformed into a mass of lightning, exuding overwhelming power. Song Huiyang's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you can't just destroy it? Let's perform another ultra-precise inspection first. Contact the 4 Great Mage Towers for assistance. I told you already. That won't work. Ignoring her protests, I hurled Mjolnir with all my might. Kwarung. The Sun Crow statue shattered in an explosion of thunder, and a belated scream tore through the air. No, it was too late. The Sun Crow statue crumbled completely. Mjolnir, crackling with thunder, flew back into my hand. But I wasn't done yet. I hurled Mjolnir once more and began walking toward the shattered statue. What are you doing? Are you insane? Stop it right now. Song Huiyang was hopping mad, practically screaming at me. I ignored her and retrieved Mjolnir again. Now, the distance between me and the statue was 0. No need to throw it anymore. I channeled compressed mana into the hammer and swung it directly. Kwarerang, Kwang, Kwang. Each strike released thunderbolts, shattering the Sun Crow statue further in real time. By now, it had turned into nothing more than a hulking, deformed monstrosity. At this point, guards flooded out of the security room. Freeze. Stop it. Stop right now. Kill that terrorist bastard. The guards aimed their guns at me, but none of them dared pull the trigger. Over the past few days, I'd made myself familiar to them, and the VIP visitor badge dangling from my chest was clear proof of my status. And honestly, who'd dare shoot a high-level superhuman wielding a hammer crackling with lightning? What would they gain from provoking someone who could obliterate them with a single swing? Bang, bang, bang. With the destruction trait activated, every strike turned the Sun Crow statue into scrap metal. No, not even scrap metal, just fragments. The once grand Sun Crow statue had been shattered into hundreds of shards. HAAA. Song Huiyang let out a long sigh. Ignoring her exasperation, I sifted through the metallic debris. Using the treasure hunter trait made it a trivial task to locate the hidden item. I found it. What did you say? You found, oh my god. The crow chip. Just as Song Huiyang had described it before, a magical chip clutched in the talons of a 3-legged crow. When I held it up to show her, her eyes widened to their limits. Her gaze was a mixture of shock, disbelief, and joy all blended into one. In a low voice, I addressed her. There's no time. What do you owe? I get it now. I hadn't acted today without careful preparation. I'd already checked the schedules of the GMO group's eldest and second eldest sons before smashing the statue. Both were currently at their respective company offices at Novel Bin at. No matter how fast they used flying cars to rush here, it would take them at least 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes would determine everything for us. Song Huiyang straightened herself immediately, urgency evident in her movements. Follow me. There's a body modification facility in the training center on the 2nd floor. As expected of a chaebol conglomerate. While most companies might have fitness centers, the GMO group apparently boasted body modification equipment. We didn't even wait for the elevator. Instead, we dashed up the emergency stairs. On the way, Song Huiyang made rapid-fire phone calls. Yes, Secretary Kim, it's me. Gather all of my security personnel immediately. Send them to the 2nd floor modification room. You know where that is, right? Director Zhang? It's me. Come to the 2nd floor modification room right now. Don't ask why, just get here. Secretary Kim will brief you on the details. Team Leader Lee, bring your entire team to the modification room on the 2nd floor. Notify the other teams, too. Yes, I mean it. Everyone, right now. She issued orders like a machine gun, one after another. Her desperation was palpable as she practically kicked the door to the training facility open and stormed inside. The receptionist at the counter blinked in shock. Young lady, The modification room is vacant, right? Yes, it's empty, but what's going on? Activate it right now. Despite their confusion, the staff member quickly began operating the controls. A large glass chamber in the corner of the room lit up. It resembled the facilities I'd seen back at Jinwubong Mountain, but this one was far more advanced and luxurious. Song Huiyang walked over to the chamber and inserted the crow chip. The monitor came alive, displaying complex mana circuits. Golden Crow mutation gene. Gemstone magic array cybernetic frame. GMO mana circuit design. The secrets of the GMO family unfolded one by one. Song Huiyang began stripping off her clothes without hesitation. Young lady, what are you doing? The surrounding staff were utterly flustered, but she ignored them completely. In no time, she stood bare, turning to face me with an unwavering gaze. Black Tiger Sword Master. I leave everything to you? Understood. Don't worry and step inside. I'll guard you until you come out. At that moment, Secretary Kim arrived, leading a group of security personnel in tow. Miss, we're here what? They froze in shock, their eyes trembling like there was an earthquake as they locked onto Song Huiyang. Unbothered by their reaction, she stepped into the glass chamber. The chamber turned semi-transparent as mana fluid began to fill it, sloshing around her form. Secretary Kim glanced at the monitor and gasped. GMO mana circuit design. You understand the situation, don't you? Yes, I do. Secure the training facility. Evacuate everyone inside and lock it down completely. No one gets in, no matter who they are, not even the chairman. Understood. I'll handle it. Within a minute, the training facility was cleared. Employees who'd been training, guards, and other personnel quietly withdrew. Of course, it was only the calm before the storm. Even as they left, many were hurriedly making phone calls, either inside the facility or just outside. If we'd detained them, it would have caused a bigger mess. Better to let them leave and accept the risk of information leaks than deal with an accidental death. I stood guard at the entrance to the training facility, gripping the Black Tiger sword tightly. Roughly 30 minutes. This would be the most critical time for this job. Ding! After a long period of silence, the elevator chimed. The number displayed above it was 2. Soon, the doors slid open, and 2 men in their 40s stormed out, their faces filled with fury. Huiyang, where are you? You sneaky little brat, scheming behind our backs. Get out of my way. The eldest brother charged in first. His face was flushed red, as though he'd been drinking, and the mana waves emanating from him were suffocatingly heavy. It felt like a massive giant was pressing down on my shoulders, forcing my knees to buckle. Ugh, that wasn't just a feeling, it was reality. Secretary Kim, who stood beside me, groaned and fell to his knees under the pressure. The bodyguards who had followed him weren't any better off. Their faces turned pale, and their trembling hands dropped their guns. Only those at level 4 or above could resist such overwhelming mana. Anyone below level 3 couldn't even manage a word. I took a deep breath. With my left hand, I gripped Mjolnir, and simultaneously activated Aegis. Giant's Strength. Vajra Body. Undying. Mana Soul. Tiger King Sword Technique. Sigurd Cultivation Technique. Filling my trait list with high-tier abilities drastically eased the oppressive pressure weighing down on me. I stepped forward and blocked the eldest brother's path, standing squarely in front of him. Now face to face at close range, he furrowed his brows savagely. Oh, blocking me, are you? It would be wise to stop while I'm still being polite. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what happens next. Just because you've been doing well lately, you think you can stand on equal footing with me? Listen here, Black Tiger Sword. I showed you respect last time, but now you're pulling this? Do you even know who I am? I do. I answered with absolute sincerity. You're the CEO of GMO Electronics, or rather, the soon-to-be former CEO. After all, there was no way Song Huiyang would let her competitors go unchecked. The eldest brother bared his teeth in anger. How dare you? What? Are you going to hit me? I leaned in slightly, holding both the Black Tiger sword and Mjolnir in plain view. The eldest brother flinched, instinctively stepping back. He knew very well that he couldn't beat me. He'd seen it himself just 2 days ago, me defeating a level 6 master warrior. Sure, I hadn't gone up against Cyborg or Flame Horse yet, but there was no way the eldest brother was stronger than the level 6 master warrior I had defeated. If anything, in practical combat terms, he was likely weaker. The master warrior might have been an ordinary level 6, but he was a seasoned veteran. At that moment, the second brother stepped forward, trying to defuse the situation. Why don't you calm down? Calm down? About what? Black Tiger Sword, I understand that you're an exceptional warrior, but even you wouldn't stand a chance if my brother and I combined our strength. And soon, my brother-in-law and his friend will arrive, and they'll join us as well. You should step aside while you still can. Whatever Song Huiyang promised you, we'll make up for it and then some. His tone was far more rational than the eldest brother's. The eldest, who had been scowling, seemed to be considering the compromise now as well. TCH, I hate to admit it, but he's got a point. And do you even know what kind of woman Huiyang is? That witch will suck you dry and throw you away when she's done with you. Join us instead. We won't just make up for your losses, I'll even give you the position of vice president at GMO Security if you want it. Such a small offer. Song Huiyang had offered me the president position the moment she saw me. What good was a powerless vice president title? I swung Black Tiger sword and Mjolnir simultaneously, pointing them at the brothers. No thanks. Switching sides in the middle of a job is the kind of thing only human trash would do. I intend to keep my word. TCH. Then I'll just have to break through by force. Ding! As if on cue, the elevator doors opened. From within stepped two superhumans. A towering, 3-meter-tall steel giant and a man whose body, save for his face, was engulfed in flames. Cyborg and Flame Horse. As soon as they exited, they locked eyes with me. The eldest and second brothers shouted in unison, as if rehearsed. Kill him. Yes, sir. Boom! Cyborg stomped the ground, sending a thunderous tremor through the building. The eldest and second brothers moved to either side, creating an opening for Cyborg to charge directly at me. A full-power charge. Equipped with SR-grade equipment and traits, it was a devastating rush. Ordinarily, the correct move would be to dodge to sidestep and stab the back of the charging enemy. But I couldn't do that. Behind me stood the glass door leading to the modification room. Breaking through that door and reaching Song Huiyang was their ultimate objective. So, I raised my shield. Eyes sharp, abdominal muscles tensed, and lips pressed tight, I switched my traits. Giant's Strength. Vajra Body. Mana Shield. Close Combat Mastery. Defense. Insight. Cyborg slammed into Aegis. Kwang. Thunder roared. In that moment, it felt like lightning was splitting the world. The sheer impact rattled my brain and shot through my spine. It was a blow that should have sent me flying 10 meters. But thanks to the synergy of my traits, particularly the automatic defenses from Close Combat Mastery and the perfectly timed block enhanced by Insight, I managed to withstand the attack. I was pushed back by just a single step. Meanwhile, Cyborg staggered 2 steps backward from the recoil of his own force. Huh. What is this? Everyone was stunned. Even the eldest brother, whose eyes had been gleaming with hostility. Even the second brother, who'd been watching with his arms crossed. Even Cyborg, who had charged with confidence. Even Flame Horse, who had been ready to leap into the fray. The bodyguards and security personnel standing around all wore similar expressions, wide eyes and slightly open mouths. Now it was my turn. I didn't bother giving them time to prepare or react. Without a word, I replaced my traits and swung Black Tiger Sword in a diagonal arc. Giant's Strength. Mana Soul. Close Combat Mastery. Tiger King Sword Technique. Slash. Severing Moon. A single, decisive strike completely disregarding any injuries I might sustain. Light flashed. A sharp blade aura cut through the air as though splitting the moon itself. Gah. The attack came while Cyborg was still unprepared to defend. This wasn't a strike from an ordinary level 5. It was a ferocious blow reminiscent of a level 6 Master Warrior. Cyborg let out a long, agonized scream as his chest was slashed open. His exterior, stronger than most magical equipment, had been torn apart, and my sword had reached all the way to his magical core before being withdrawn. TCH. I clicked my tongue in frustration. Even though it had been a critical hit, it hadn't been enough to finish him off. SR grade was still SR grade, after all. While I retrieved the Black Tiger Sword, abandoning any lingering regret, searing flames lunged toward me. You bastard. Flame Horse. His entire face had transformed into fire as he charged. He moved faster than the wind, the heat palpable as he closed in. My danger sense ring barely had time to trigger before he was right on top of me. He even managed to slip past Aegis. An ordinary superhuman would have been engulfed in flames and burned alive, meeting a gruesome end. But I wasn't ordinary, and I had my trump card ready. No matter how fast a superhuman might be, or how they elementalized their entire body to move faster than sound, they couldn't move faster than my preparation. I swapped my traits. Vajra Body. Undying. Close Combat Mastery. Magic Resistance. Fire Resistance. Black Flame. The searing fire engulfed me. This was Flame Horse's ultimate ability, full body flame transformation, a move that was both an invincible defense and a devastating offense. But it had no effect on me. I'd withstood the sunfire and the sunlight demon's radiance before. No matter how powerful the heat of his flame transformation was, it couldn't overpower me. On top of that, undying meant I regenerated any burns the moment I received them. Boom. Gah. I coated Mjolnir in black flame and struck back at the fire. Frankly, Mjolnir alone would have been enough to deal a significant blow. But I had wrapped it in black flame, one of the top-tier fire traits. Predictably, Flame Horse screamed in agony and was sent flying. When he reverted to his human form, his entire body was shaking, his flesh eaten away by the lingering black flames. You bastard. Cyborg roared and charged again. This time, his approach wasn't reckless. His movements were calculated, conserving energy for a prolonged battle. Vroom! A magic drill shot toward me. I carefully deflected it with Aegis, but then his left shoulder opened up. Bang! 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 A close-range spray of buckshot. Again, I blocked it with Aegis, merging the shield with my mana barrier. Die. Somehow, Flame Horse had shaken off the black flames and charged again. He fragmented his body, raining fire down upon me. From the rear, he launched fireballs, followed by a close-range flamethrower before retreating. As soon as he fell back, Cyborg dashed forward, firing his magical drill from his right arm, his built-in shotgun, and a machine gun that emerged from his left arm. It was relentless. My mind felt overwhelmed. Each individual attack was something I could block or evade, but the sheer volume of their combined assault was staggering. Flawless coordination. Their attacks were as synchronized as the gears of a well-oiled machine. If not for insight and my extensive combat experience, I would have fallen by now. Damn it, just die already. Son of a bitch. What kind of freak is this? The eldest and second brothers joined the fray. Even better for me. Compared to Cyborg and Flame Horse, their combat abilities were significantly weaker. The overall firepower aimed at me increased, but their lack of coordination disrupted the seamless attacks. This made it manageable for me to block everything with my shield alone. And maybe that's why at some point I noticed my shield had become stronger. With Aegis combined with Mana Shield, I felt confident enough to block even Cyborg's charge. Shield Bash. After deflecting Cyborg's attack, I swapped to the Shield Bash trait and struck back. Cyborg let out a roar of disbelief. What the hell are you? You are only level 5. That's impossible? Absolutely impossible. Flame Horse, the eldest brother, and the second brother all looked similarly bewildered. They had realized the truth. Victory was impossible. Even with 4 against 1, they couldn't defeat me. If it were just Cyborg and Flame Horse, I might have eventually fallen. But dragging the fight out was definitely within my power. And as proof, more than 30 minutes had already passed. Vroom. The door opened. Cyborg fell silent. Flame Horse's flames flickered violently. The eldest and second brothers turned, their faces filled with disbelief. At the end of their gaze, beyond the open door, stood Song Huiyang. She had emerged, now at level 7. You're late, brothers. Those were Song Huiyang's first words. Her gaze was cast downward, her lips curled into a twisted smirk. She was openly mocking them. Behind her, a group of armed superhumans poured into the room. A brief glimpse of the interior behind her revealed that it was in ruins. While I had held the front line, her brother's forces had broken through the windows, leading to fierce combat inside. Apparently, her subordinates had also entered through the windows and clashed with the intruders. It had truly been a narrow margin. Whether it was me at the main entrance or her forces at the windows, we had barely held on. Damn it. Fucking hell. The eldest and second brothers' faces twisted into grotesque expressions. Their gazes met, and a silent understanding began to form in their eyes, a shared murderous intent. Though Song Huiyang had yet to fully adapt to her newly achieved level 7, the brothers were clearly contemplating an all-or-nothing approach to end it right here. Crack. Song Huiyang gracefully spread her arms. Black feathers sprouted from the back of her neck. The feathers spread rapidly down her arms, transforming them into crow-like wings. They were pitch black, with only the tips gleaming gold. Then, the gemstone beneath her ear expanded, morphing into armor that clicked into place over her body. And finally, the transformation completed. The black crow feathers and the radiant gemstone armor turned golden, creating the appearance of an armored crow-like humanoid. Magical arrays floated around her like planets orbiting the sun or like the rings surrounding Jupiter and Saturn. No mana waves leaked from her. Every ounce of her mana was perfectly contained within the armor and feathers. The second brother let out a groan as he muttered a single phrase. The Sun Crow. A power granted only to the head of the family. Could they possibly win against it? Even with the might of their level 6 Black Crow abilities? The eldest brother's eyes flared with defiance. Did you think I'd be scared? It seemed he was truly prepared to fight. Black mana waves began pouring out of him in thick streams. But before he could act, a voice interrupted. That's enough, eldest. What? Father-in-law. The voice belonged to a man emerging from behind Song Huiyang. A level 7 reinforced superhuman, wearing a badge that read Director Zhang Kyungjun. It's over. If the young miss fights seriously, the building will collapse. Surely you don't want that to happen, do you? But, father-in-law, the timing isn't in your favor. Even if you manage to remove the young miss here, would the board acknowledge it? Follow the established procedures. Grr. It wasn't just Director Zhang Kyungjun. Several more directors stepped forward. Most of them were level 6 superhumans, though a few were level 7. They were either founding members of the GMO group or key enforcers. With their intervention, the eldest and second brothers had no choice but to relent. Grinding their teeth, they began to retreat. We'll settle this in the team battle. Don't think this is over. The crowd dispersed like a receding tide. In front of the training facility, only a few people remained, Song Huiyang, myself, and a handful of others. Looking around, I saw the chaos left behind. The surrounding area was utterly wrecked, shattered, burned, and devastated. It was a testament to how fierce the battle had been. Fortunately, the eldest and second brothers' forces had held back from unleashing their full firepower. If the fighting had been any more intense, the building might have collapsed. Black Tiger Swordmaster, you've done well. It's nothing. I'm just relieved you awakened in time. Honestly, things were a bit dicey. I heard about it. You held off my elder brothers and 2 master warriors all at once. It was tough. Tough? That's how you describe it. Song Huiyang shook her head with a laugh. This entire success is thanks to you, Black Tiger Swordmaster. Without you, I'd have been eliminated during the consecutive duels, and I wouldn't have been able to complete the Sun Crow today. I'm truly grateful. Don't mention it. I was just fulfilling the request. I'll give you the reward as promised. You've already successfully completed my task. And Song Huiyang suddenly hesitated. The arrogance that had been evident on her face was gone, replaced by an uncharacteristic uncertainty. It was the first time I'd seen her look this way, even though we hadn't known each other for long. There's something else I've been considering, but I'll tell you later. As you wish. What about the team battle? What's your plan? I'm planning to forfeit it. Honestly, my forces don't compare to my elder brothers. It was an unavoidable decision. The GMO Group's foundation was built on GMO Electronics, and its private military company, GMO Security, far outclassed her faction, GMO Financials, in terms of military strength. The age gap between her and her brothers meant she hadn't had enough time to recruit subordinates. Would you like me to help? You, Black Tiger Sword Master? I appreciate the thought, but I don't have much left to offer you. Song Huiyang gave a troubled smile. I presented the proposal I'd already prepared. How about this? What do you mean? You're planning to reward me similarly to last time, right? Money, nectar, diamonds, magical equipment, all of that. Correct. I'd like the reward to include the GMO set. Song Huiyang raised an eyebrow. The GMO set. Are you serious? I am. What superhuman in the world wouldn't want the GMO set? Well, that's true. But are you aware? The GMO set isn't distributed to anyone unless they're a direct descendant of the family or a director of the GMO group. That's exactly why I'm proposing this. The GMO set, with each individual piece being SR grade, became SSR equivalent when all 3 pieces were combined, granting a new trait. And I only needed 2 more pieces to complete the set. Why wouldn't I ask for them? Even if it meant giving up the gold, nectar, and diamonds, just acquiring 2 more pieces of the GMO set would be a huge gain. Song Huiyang fell into deep thought. After a long moment of silence, Song Huiyang suddenly broke into a radiant smile. It was as if a brilliant idea had just come to her. All right. I agree to your proposal. The remaining pieces are the GMO helmet and GMO belt, correct? I'll add them to your reward if you win the team battle for me. That, combined with your work on the crow chip, will earn you the 2 remaining pieces of the GMO set. Thank you. I'll do my best. Just don't get hurt. You're more important to me than some silly team battle victory. Even if you fail, I'll try to find another way to get you the GMO set. You're too kind, lady. Thank you. The team battle was scheduled shortly after. It had originally been planned for tomorrow, with a 3-day gap from the consecutive duels. This time, the battlefield was again the rooftop. The once expansive rooftop now felt cramped as hundreds of people gathered. Each faction had brought 100 fighters, making a total of 300 combatants, each glaring at the others as they formed ranks. Song Huiyang leaned in nervously and whispered to me, "My brothers have teamed up." The original format had been designed to mimic the consecutive duel system. The eldest and second brothers' factions were supposed to fight first, rest, and then face her faction in successive rounds. The last fight would have been between Song Huiyang and the second brother. But everything had changed overnight. The rules had been rewritten so that all 3 factions would engage in a free-for-all, with the last faction standing declared the winner. Song Huiyang had tried to oppose this, but the board of directors had presented a rationale she couldn't refute. The chairman must be overwhelmingly strong. The GMO group didn't believe in morality or law. They only believed in one thing, power. The former chairman had ruled with unmatched charisma, and now that he was gone, his children were locked in a brutal struggle for the position. Meanwhile, the board remained opportunistic, shifting loyalties as the tide of power changed. Will this be all right? There's still hope. My brothers won't be able to field any level 7 superhumans. Song Huiyang wasn't entirely passive. She had imposed a restriction barring level 7 participants, herself excluded. This meant only one of the siblings' eldest brother, second brother, or herself could participate if they were level 7. Her brothers had agreed to this rule. The catch? Song Huiyang was still inexperienced as a level 7, making her combat power not much different from a strong level 6. Her brothers likely intended to overwhelm her with numbers. I'm counting on you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Her eyes were filled with heavy expectations. As I inspected my equipment, I nodded. You can trust me. I carried the Black Tiger Sword, Mjolnir, and Aegis. 4 guns from the Dasan gun set. On my hands, I wore Iron Fist, and on my feet, the GMO shoes. It would have felt incomplete without the Jochul's armor. Additionally, I had the detection helmet and mana concentration belt, which I would soon replace. Around my neck hung the Heart of Abundance, and on my fingers, the Mana Storage Ring and Danger Sense Ring, both of which I checked one last time. I had opted not to bring a grenade launcher or rocket launcher. With my lighter loadout, I could move more freely, and those kinds of weapons were ineffective against high-level superhumans anyway. They might work against level 3s, but anything higher? Not worth the effort. I'm going to dive straight into the enemy lines. What? Isn't that too dangerous? You'd be better off staying as my guardian. I'm not sure if you know, but the Sun Crow Mana circuit has firepower comparable to mages. I'm sure your brothers know that too. They do. I'll disrupt their formation while you attack from within our own ranks. Let the others guard you. I think this is the best strategy. Her eyes questioned me, silently asking if I was sure. I nodded firmly. I can handle it. The formations were finalized. The eldest and second brothers' factions had aligned into a nearly unified force. Their ranks were tight and orderly, resembling an impenetrable wall of stone. In contrast, Song Huiyang's faction was a mess. While the other side boasted a significant number of level 6 superhumans, her faction consisted mostly of level 5s, haphazardly arranged like scattered grains of sand. The referee raised a mana-powered pistol high into the air. Bang! The team battle begins now. I bolted forward instantly, faster than anyone else. My reaction time was exactly 0.1 seconds quicker than even reinforced superhumans with jet engine prosthetics or cheetah legs. Grand assault. Swift. Sprint at novel bin at. Charge. Leap. Mobility. On top of that, the GMO shoe's GMO leap further amplified my speed. The gap of dozens of meters disappeared in an instant. Naturally, standing at the forefront was an SR grade level 6 superhuman cyborg I had fought before. You bastard. His eyes blazed with fury, clearly eager to avenge the humiliation I had dealt him last time. But the one delivering retribution today wouldn't be him. I jumped with all my might before reaching him, rocketing several meters into the air. From my vantage point above, the top of his head was completely exposed. Take this. Bang, bang, bang. I fired my guns. Dual-wielding handguns in akimbo style, each one imbued with a different trait. Explosive round on one, stun on the other. It was impossible to imbue two traits into a single gun, but I had equipped each one with a separate effect. Every time I pulled the triggers, bullets enhanced with alternating traits slammed into Cyborg. Gah. Defense was useless. The first bullet pierced through his raised arm, the physical barrier shattering as the impact struck his mind directly. The second bullet, imbued with stun, froze him in place, leaving him completely immobilized. I could have dashed forward and cleaved him in two with the black tiger sword, but I chose not to. Instead, I spun midair, using the recoil to propel myself downward. My feet landed squarely on Cyborg's head, and I launched myself upward again, as if bouncing off a game character. You bastard. Cyborg roared in frustration, but it was too late. I had already vaulted past the heads of the other superhumans, rocketing toward the eldest brother. Where do you think you're going? A fiery figure closed in behind me. Flame Horse. Flame Horse fired dozens of fireballs at me, but he didn't dare engage directly. That wouldn't work, not a chance. I twisted my body slightly and unleashed a rapid barrage from my pistols. This time, I used the destruction attribute. Firearm mastery, rapid fire, aim, spray, focus, rapid reload. I packed in all the best traits. Thanks to that, even though my shots seemed wild, every single bullet hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy. The erratic, zigzagging fireballs detonated one by one. The only human part of Flame Horse's face visibly stiffened in shock. You insane. Shoot. Shoot him now. As my time in the air lengthened, the superhumans below weren't idle. Most of them were reinforced, modifying their arms or deploying shoulder-mounted guns. Some even extended lenses from their eyes before unleashing a hail of bullets. Tat 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 tat. Pew pew pew. Boom boom boom. The torrent of bullets, lasers, and missiles came at me like a storm. But I remained calm. I flipped my body mid-air, swapped traits, and activated a new one. Evasion. My movements became fluid and precise, performing effortless aerial somersaults as I slipped out of their attack range with room to spare. Kill him? Kill him now. The barrage didn't let up. I activated Grand Assault to execute another aerial leap, dodging cleanly. Still not enough? I used GMO Leap, the unique ability of the GMO shoes, to jump once more mid-air. By now, I was practically floating. This triple jump, almost like something out of a video game, brought me closer to the realm of aerial dominance. I dived toward the eldest brother, targeting him directly. Damn you! He barely managed to block by deploying his Black Crow ability. His face turned beet red, veins bulging from his neck to his forehead. The impact must have been enormous. And of course, it would be. Giant Strength, Tiger King Sword Technique, Severing Moon, Sigurd Cultivation Technique, Mana Soul, Grand Assault. All of my high-tier traits were in play. The force was so intense that it caused a small fracture in my own arm. No. Protect the young master. Stop him now. The superhumans rushed at me in a panic. But I was already pulling away. As I sheathed the black tiger sword into my belt, I aimed my shotgun at them. Firearm mastery, spray, destruction. Undying, Grand Assault, Black Flame. Boom 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 boom. I emptied the entire magazine. The wide-gauge shotgun pellets slammed into the superhumans. Each shot carried the combined power of destruction, impact, and black flame. Black streaks, like torrential rain, tore through the air. Gah. Ugh. What the hell kind of bullets are these? The shotgun shells didn't outright kill them, but they shattered, tore, and burned through their bodies, leaving them incapacitated. More importantly, they ensured none of them could pursue me as I darted away with the agility of a bird. Damn it. What kind of monster is that? Hey, fight fair, you coward. You sneaky bastard. Oh, thanks for the compliments. This is exactly why I chose Grand Assault. It lets me hammer down on enemies like a strategic bomber, raining destruction at will. And more than that, I'm not just some bomber, I'm the kind of weapon that can adapt to any situation. A fighter jet, a bomber, a tank, or even a fortress I can transform into whatever the battlefield demands. I continued wreaking havoc, scattering their ranks until their formation was completely broken. All their attention was focused on me. Stupid. This is exactly why they'll lose. Unable to hold back my amusement, I taunted the eldest and second brothers as I stood before them. Aren't you afraid of your youngest sibling? What are you what? Wait, no. The two brothers snapped their heads around in unison. But it was too late. Song Huiyang had spread her arms wide. Within them, the Sun Crow was being born. The overwhelming mana waves radiating from her were reminiscent of the grand magic of the Sun Mage Tower. A golden crow manifested, descending upon the rooftop of the headquarters in all its glory. And with that, the team battle was over. I lost. The youngest brother spat out blood as he spoke. The eldest brother? He had already surrendered and was sprawled on the ground long ago. You made a wise decision. Song Huiyang retracted her wings. The mass of light, which had combined golden feathers with a golden magic circle to look like an enormous lightsaber, dissolved into nothingness. Standing arrogantly, Song Huiyang looked down at the youngest brother. The youngest brother glared up at her, grinding his teeth. Don't think this is the end. Well, let's see. I've already won 2 out of 3 matches, haven't I? What are you planning to do now? Humph. The youngest brother clamped his mouth shut. It seemed Song Huiyang had no intention of pushing further. She stared directly at the announcer, who hastily raised his voice. The team battle goes to the young lady. With this victory, the young lady secures 2 wins out of 3. She is now 1 step closer to the final victory. Woo-ah. President, long live. Congratulations. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. The board makes the final judgments. Even though it was 2 out of 3 victories, it wasn't a best of 3 format. Why? Because there was always a chance Song Huiyang could lose in the final duel, or she could die before surrendering. And if she lost in a one-on-one duel, things would definitely become disadvantageous. In a world where personal combat power reigns supreme, especially in a company like the GMO Group, which values strength above all else, this was even more true. Humph. Song Huiyang let out a scoff. Then, she walked toward me with a confident stride. Thank you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Her eyes, cold and stern when directed at her blood relatives, were completely different now. Her face, warm like the spring sun, showed a gentle smile that even surprised the surrounding superhumans, leaving them in a daze at novel bin at. It's thanks to you again, Black Tiger Sword Master, that I won this time. Without you, I would have lost for sure. You're too kind. It's not kindness at all. Now I understand why you became the Black Tiger Sword Master, why you were named an honorary Holy Knight of both the Thor Church and the Gaia Church, and how you became an official guardian at level 4. I only did what I was asked to do. I'll make sure you're rewarded properly. Do you see that over there? Song Huiyang gestured toward the eldest and youngest brothers. To be precise, she pointed to the crow-shaped hat worn by the eldest brother and the crow-decorated belt worn by the youngest brother. I plan to take those from them after the next duel and give them to you. Otherwise, I'd have to raid the family treasury, and the procedures for that are just too cumbersome. Her attitude made it seem like she was treating people as mere loot. Of course, the eldest and youngest brothers erupted in anger. You've got to be kidding me. Do you think we'll just let you take them? Then, brothers, do you think you can beat me? If you want to live, hand over the GMO Mall and GMO University through Secretary Kim and head to Germany, or maybe the US. I won't accept China or Japan, but I'll let you go to Germany or the US. You two don't want to die just yet, do you? Song Huiyang made a gesture across her neck with her thumb. The eldest and youngest brothers gritted their teeth but didn't dare to act. The outcome was already decided. The only way to turn the tables now was in a one-on-one duel. But could they really manage that without some extraordinary external help? Just wait and see. We'll show you that the one who laughs last is the true winner. The two were carried off, supported by others. Song Huiyang, who had been laughing smugly, suddenly changed her expression entirely. Black Tiger Sword Master, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Please help me with my training. As expected of a second-generation Chable, even Song Huiyang wasn't complacent. Her arrogance had merely been for show. I nodded readily. Of course. Immediately, we moved to the secret training facility within the GMO financial headquarters and began training. This was my first time clashing swords with a level 7 opponent. Naturally, I was a bit tense as we started, but surprisingly, Song Huiyang turned out to be far from flawless. Bang! The timer rang, and as I dashed forward, Song Huiyang could do nothing but expose her neck to my black tiger sword. Song Huiyang looked at me in shock. Why are you so fast? The one who was truly shocked, however, was me. Wasn't the GMO Group's Crow Magic Circuit supposed to be an all-rounder? I had heard it was well-balanced, excelling in close combat, mid-range control, and high firepower. So why was she so easily allowing me to close the distance? President, please take this seriously. I am serious right now. Then why didn't you react? Haven't you had a neural implant installed? It's standard for the GMO Group, as far as I know. I did. Song Huiyang tapped the jewel embedded below her ear. If her nervous system had been replaced with electronic circuits, she should have been able to react at least this quickly. I quickly pinpointed the problem. President, do you perhaps lack real combat experience? That can't be true. I've had plenty of experience. I've participated in GMO security operations and even anti-rebel campaigns in the Middle East and Central Asia under my father's orders. What did you do during those campaigns? You only provided fire support from the back, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. That's the problem. This was the issue with Silver Spoon reinforced types. Always staying in the back line, providing fire support while being protected by others. If that's what she wanted to do, why didn't she just choose to be a mage instead of a reinforced type? Reinforced types had varying strengths depending on their build, but their key advantage was excelling in close combat, mid-range, and ranged combat alike. I groaned, recalling the eldest and youngest brothers. They were different. Even when I first faced them in front of the training facility, they had opted for close combat instead of long-range support. Their skills were solid. The only issue was that they were outmatched by armored troops and fire mages, and their teamwork was lacking. If they went up against Song Huiyang in this situation, the outcome was obvious. They would throw themselves at her with the intent to kill, regardless of the consequences. Even if they lost an arm in the process. Even if the Sun Crow's bombardment tore apart their lower halves. A high-level reinforced type could endure that much. The duel is in 3 days, right? Yes. Until then, let's focus on blocking my attacks as much as possible. It seems close combat isn't your strong suit. That's exactly what I'm worried about. To be honest, I've barely, or rather never, engaged in close combat before. I'll be counting on you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Understood. I won't go easy on you. Be prepared for scars. No scars, please. Song Huiyang glanced toward one of the walls. The wall responded to her gaze and rotated, revealing a hidden magical cabinet. Inside, it was filled with rows of elixirs. Her attitude practically screamed that she'd use an elixir even for a scratch. As expected of a chaebol, I let out a soft chuckle but straightened my black tiger sword. Here I come. Ready. Boom. I didn't hold back at all. To be honest, I couldn't afford to hold back. Even though Song Huiyang lacked experience and had slower reflexes, she was still level 7. The moment her brain registered a response, her movements would surpass mine in speed. Without giving her a moment to breathe, I pressed forward relentlessly. I slashed down with the black tiger sword and smashed with Mjolnir. Bang, bang bang bang. When I created some distance, I unleashed a barrage with dual pistols. Wait a second. Take it a bit easier. Song Huiyang screamed as she got pummeled. Only when her entire body was covered in blood and her breathing sounded like her lungs were about to collapse did I finally grant her a break. Isn't this a bit too much? Song Huiyang protested, but I had my own point to make. At this rate, your brothers will take you down in 10 seconds. I've fought them, they're not pushovers. Well, yes, but still. The chairman's position is just a step not even a full step, half a step ahead of you. Are you planning to die here instead? If so, I'll go easy on you. Song Huiyang let out a short sigh. My brothers might go to America. If Germany's Aachen held the Great Labyrinth, the US Grand Canyon was home to the Great Rift. The difference was that, instead of demons and devils, it spawned extra-dimensional gods and alien beings. It's a tradition, you know. Otherwise, they'll have to die. While my other siblings have agreed to surrender to the winner, those two would never do that. There's also the possibility they won't leave. If it were me, I'd charge at you with the determination to self-destruct. Haha, my brothers? I don't think so. They're not that bold, their ambition is as small as a grain of rice. Unlike you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Song Huiyang cast a strange look my way. It was warm and gentle yet tinged with desire. For some reason, a chill ran down my spine. It was a look I had seen several times before. Especially when Song Huiyang gazed at the headquarters building, it was exactly the same. The eyes of someone driven by conquest and possession. At some point, Song Huiyang had started seeing me as an object to conquer and possess. Still, we should prepare. My brothers might go mad and try to ram into me. Or some external force could get involved. You're right. Things don't always play out rationally. Let me drink one of these elixirs. For the next 3 days, I pushed Song Huiyang to her limits. She was stabbed, slashed, and beaten by the Black Tiger Sword thousands of times. She passed out dozens of times after getting struck in the head by Mjolnir. Only then did she begin to show her true potential. Boom, boom, boom. Unpredictable fireballs flew toward me. Swoosh, swoosh. Sinister golden beams of light stabbed at me. Clatter, clatter. Crow feathers spread out like a fan, surrounding me. Whoosh. And to top it all off, Song Huiyang charged directly at me. In her left hand was a lightsaber, while her right hand conjured a magical axe. Excellent. This was what a reinforced type should look like. Not someone who just stays in the back throwing fireworks. As a level 5, I should have been crushed by Song Huiyang's offensive. But the experience of the past 3 days, her still imperfect attacks, and my trait switching ability allowed me to hold my ground against her. Sixth sense sensitive skin bright eyes. Insight detection danger sense. I first switched to sensory-related traits to track Song Huiyang's movements. Amidst her wave-like assault, I spotted a tiny opening. I dove into it. Then I switched my traits again. Giant Strength Vajra Body Close Combat Mastery. Mana Soul Grand Assault Sixth Sense. I slipped through the gap. I couldn't avoid everything, but I could find ways to block. I swung the Black Tiger Sword with almost supernatural precision. The fireballs coming straight at me were blocked with Aegis. Just as I pierced through the blazing curtain of flames, Song Huiyang dashed toward me like a thunderbolt. Finally, I got a hit in. Her voice was slightly excited. Was she that thrilled to finally land a blow after 3 days? But I had predicted this, too. Giant Strength Vajra Body Close Combat Mastery. Mana Shield Insight Swordsmanship. At the exact moment and angle, I thrust the Black Tiger Sword forward. A mana shield encased the blade like an aura. Song Huiyang's magical axe struck down on it. Grind? Even I had to admit it was a perfect parry. Blocking head-on would have cost me dearly, so I diverted the force. Song Huiyang lost her balance and slipped. I didn't miss the opportunity and kicked her in the back of the head. Using the recoil, I slid back to the opposite wall as Song Huiyang glared at me. Do you have to keep doing this? Are you that against letting me land a single hit? Of course. One wrong move, and I could die. I'll feed you an elixir. No, thanks. I'd rather not get hit in the first place. I swung the black tiger sword lightly. A strange sensation rose within me. It felt as if the rigid sword was softening, like I was holding a whip instead of a blade. Parry. It must be the parry trait. The effort I'd put into practicing parry over the past 3 days of training with Song Huiyang had paid off. The final piece of the swordsmanship expert trait. I was about to combine the traits when a loud bell rang overhead. Ring ring ring. It was the alarm signaling 3 hours until the duel. Song Huiyang, as if reluctant to stop, extinguished her lightsaber and magical axe. Let's go one more round. Let's head out. 3 hours isn't even enough time to rest and clean up properly. We've been at this for 72 hours straight. Song Huiyang looked visibly disappointed. But I was firm. The duel was important, yes, but I was completely drained at this point. Song Huiyang had already found her rhythm. If we went a few more rounds, she might actually manage to beat me. I still had my pride. I had no intention of losing to someone I'd dominated for 72 hours straight. Imagine winning 199 out of 200 matches only to lose the final one. And here. So you're actually terrible, huh? No thanks. Let's go. Fine, fine. I get it. And then, the duel arena. The now familiar rooftop of the GMO Group headquarters. Song Huiyang stood alone in the center of the rooftop, waiting for the others to arrive. Her once elegant, long, straight hair had been chopped off during training with my black tiger sword. She now sported a short haircut. Clad in golden armor, she looked like a valiant warrior. Her sharp and commanding aura was unmistakable. She was a completely different person from the pampered rich girl she'd seemed just a few days ago. Doesn't the president seem a little different to you? You noticed too. Yeah, I think so. She looks much more fitting for the chairman's position now. Before, to be honest, it didn't really suit her. I heard the Black Tiger Swordmaster is a skilled tutor, and it seems to be true. Wasn't the head of Jailbowen Security also his student? Both of his students hit level 3 not long after they started. That's pretty impressive. Even as we waited, the two brothers didn't show up. Only the cold wind swept across the rooftop. Instead, 2 drones arrived. They carried GMO Mall and GMO University contracts attached to their frames. The announcer checked the drones before shouting loudly. The presidents of GMO Electronics and GMO Security have declared forfeit. It was the reasonable choice. 3 days ago, when Song Huiyang didn't know how to use her own body properly, they might have had a chance. But now, there was no way for the eldest and youngest brothers to defeat her. The superhumans on Song Huiyang's side exchanged glances. And then, cheers erupted. Victory. We won. We did it. We won. Did you see that? Did you see it? Our president is now the chairman. Long live the chairman. Long live the queen. Song Huiyang tilted her head back and gazed at the sky. The overcast sky was heavy with dark clouds. Dim sunlight broke through the cracks, scattering like shards of glass. Looking at it, I felt the reality of the situation sink in. This matter had finally come to an end. But it seemed things wouldn't end so simply. That night, in the dead of night, Song Huiyang summoned me to her private quarters. Sitting across from me, she slid a high-grade SSR-ranked ring across the table and said, "Warrior Kim, will you marry me?" Her gaze was seductive and elegant, yet brimming with desire. I couldn't help but shiver. Song Huiyang is undeniably attractive. With a face as beautiful as her top star mother's and a body exuding sensuality, she has both elegance and allure. And what about her abilities? She's already level 7 and the head of a conglomerate. Not just a second or third generation chaebol, but the chairwoman herself. In terms of conditions, there's nothing more perfect in South Korea. The problem lies in her personality. She's the spitting image of the previous chairman, now a near corpse. A person who sees others not as people but as numbers, someone deeply authoritarian and consumed by a thirst for power. Can such a person even be called human? It would be more accurate to call her a monster. I looked at Song Huiyang directly. Her crescent-shaped eyes and neat, white teeth were undoubtedly lovely. There was no doubt that Song Huiyang genuinely wanted me. I could feel her sincerity. But beneath that transparent gaze burned a sinister ambition. It wasn't a blind, pure love, it was a hunger to possess me and soar to even greater heights of power that made me hesitate. I'm sorry. And so, I refused. Thank you so much for the honor, but I must decline. Her expression twisted for a moment. Song Huiyang's face morphed, glaring at me like a vengeful spirit. Why? You're not even seeing anyone. What's wrong with me? I paused to gather my thoughts. We're not a good match. You'll find someone better. Clichés like that came to mind, but I dismissed them all. At the very least, Song Huiyang had confessed her feelings sincerely. So I needed to show her a bit of my own sincerity in return. You're not my type. What did you just say? Huh? Unbelievable. That's your reason? Do people like us, people at our level, even care about something as trivial as preferences? It matters to me. I stayed silent for a moment before speaking. If I'm going to date someone, or marry someone, it will be with a person who sees only me, not someone who sees me as a tool to consolidate power or a stepping stone for connections, like you do. Song Huiyang trembled slightly. A tool to consolidate power and a stepping stone for connections. There was no way she could deny it. Sure, she might have liked me as a man, but without those reasons, she would never have proposed to me. Her eyes gleamed with cold hostility. That's the issue? How naive of you. You're completely stuck in a commoner's mindset. As a high-level superhuman, you need to change your way of thinking. No matter how skilled you are, you can't rise without a foundation and connections. Yes, that's true. And I already have as much of both as I need. I tapped my black tiger sword. Then, I puffed out my chest, making the two Holy Knight insignias and the Protector Alliance badge gleam in the light. The energy in Song Huiyang's eyes faded. Her once proud shoulders slumped, and for the first time, she looked less like the chairwoman of a conglomerate and more like an ordinary girl my age. I can't believe it, over something like that. It's simple. I don't want to be used. This was my true sentiment. In business, relationships are built on mutual benefit, where both parties gain what's commonly called a win-win relationship. But should love and marriage follow the same principle? Maybe that's how it works for the upper class, where arranged marriages are the norm. But as for me, despite everything I had been through, I couldn't completely abandon the mindset I had from my original world. Especially when it came to relationships. Because I had been utterly betrayed. By the woman I loved the most. By the woman I gave my whole heart to. A bitter smirk crossed my lips. I'd rather live alone than be betrayed again. Even the woman who approached me with pure intentions in my original world turned out that way. What about Song Huiyang? A woman whose feelings were half love, half calculation? It was clear that, if circumstances turned unfavorable, she would have no hesitation in cutting me off. I had no desire to marry someone like that. You don't want to be used. Song Huiyang let out a bitter laugh. I understand. I was wrong. Warrior Kim, or should I say Black Tiger Sword Master, you must have your own principles. Please forget about tonight. With that, she turned away. As if it didn't matter, she stared out the window, at the city lights in the distance. I couldn't hear her breathing. She had suppressed her nervous system through her neural implants to keep her body from reacting. Most likely to suppress her tears. It stung a little, but I had no intention of taking back my words. From the very beginning, Song Huiyang and I were pieces that didn't fit together. Get some rest. I closed the door gently behind me and stepped outside. This was supposed to be a soundproofed room protected by magical formations. Yet, was it just my imagination that I heard faint sobbing behind me? Closing my eyes, I let out a long sigh. Why are you coming out already? As I passed through the multi-layered security doors, the agents outside gave me strange looks. It seemed they had anticipated something happening tonight. I shook my head. Let the president know I'm leaving first. You're leaving? At this hour? Yes. I've left my house empty for far too long. Take care. I woke up the SUV that had been sitting in the underground parking lot for days. Vroom! With a powerful engine roar, the SUV sped off. The moonlight was unusually bright that night. Was I feeling regretful? The image of Song Huiyang's smile under the moonlight and the curve of her body as she turned away flickered in my mind. Sigh. Why was I still thinking about it after rejecting her? Of course, the reason was simple. I'm a man. My body is that of a young man in his early 20s, brimming with vitality. What else would you expect from someone who would react just by holding a woman's hand? When a beautiful woman flirts with you with a smile, how could you not think about it? Ain her jar cultivation technique, indomitable mana soul. Resolve, purification, focus. If I hadn't equipped these traits from the moment she called me to her bedroom, I might have given in to my desires and taken her that night. Song Huiyang would have feigned helplessness, spent the night with me, and then demanded I take responsibility. That way, she'd have tethered me to the GMO group, calling me her husband but turning me into little more than a glorified servant, scraping the ground to meet her whims. Refusing her was the right choice 100 times over. So why did it feel so disappointing? Seriously. I jabbed my finger into my thigh. 1 point. The sharp pain, enough to draw blood, cleared my mind instantly. Right. Who cares about women? Life is meant to be lived alone. Focus on training. I needed to get stronger. To survive. To withstand the hurricane of episodes that would soon sweep through. To start, I picked up the hat and belt. The GMO helmet and GMO belt. These were rewards I received for participating in the team battle and assisting with training. With the GMO shoes I already had, I now had the full GMO set. I removed the detection helmet I'd been wearing and unclasped the mana concentration belt before equipping the new items one by one. As I did, my mind cleared, and it felt as if a layer of secrets was peeled away from the world. At the same time, my mana surged, and strength flooded my body. The abilities of GMO Sight and GMO Reinforcement. GMO Sight provided mental protection and enhanced detection capabilities, while GMO Reinforcement amplified mana and physical attributes. And the set bonus added one more trait. GMO. Its effect was simple, an increase to all stats. As proof, energy coursed through my entire body. My movements felt lighter, my mind sharper, and my mana incredibly powerful, flowing through my circuits like molten lava. If you looked closely, you could even see a faint orange glow on my skin. It was a kind of intangible barrier. Similarly, if I punched or swung a sword, that orange aura would envelop my attacks, causing even greater damage to my opponents. That's the benefit of a boost to all stats, not just physical abilities like strength, agility, or resilience, but also offense, defense, resistance, and mobility. This is why it's SSR grade. There was one last thing to do. When I returned home, I lay on my bed and began swapping traits. Swordsmanship 1 point /. Quick draw, parry, deflection. Finally, the 6 traits I'd been gathering were complete. I had lagged behind my gunslinger build by quite a bit. At lower levels, guns were naturally stronger than swords. Now, though, even if I picked up the Dasan rifle, my sword was undeniably more powerful. I closed my eyes. As my heart pounded, I focused on my mana circuits. They were already riddled with cracks. I visualized them merging into one cohesive whole. It didn't take long. And it didn't hurt either. Just like when I transitioned from my gunslinger build, my mana circuits splintered apart and then reformed into one unified flow. Swordsmanship expert. The surroundings were silent. My mind settled into a calm stillness. Quietly, I drew the black tiger sword. The weapon that always felt awkward and unwieldy in my grip was different now. It felt as if it were an extension of my arm, perfectly synchronized with me. Swish! I swung the sword experimentally. I could feel the wind. It was as though the sword had become an extension of my senses, the cold winter air brushing against its surface now seeping into my heart with a chilling clarity. Excitement bubbled up within me. I stabbed, slashed, twisted, struck, and swept the blade. A spontaneous sword dance emerged. In the reflection of the glass window, my movements looked surprisingly refined. Not bad. If I added a sword aura to this, it'd look even better. Now, what else did I need? I just formed the swordsmanship expert trait. I already had flash and severing moon. Sword aura would come naturally as I kept fighting. Suddenly, fatigue hit me like a wave. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't slept in over 3 days. Lately, I'd been running non-stop. Originally, I planned to take a long rest after returning to Korea, but Song Huiyang's arrival had disrupted that plan entirely. I decided to take a break for a few days. Humans aren't made of steel. Rest is necessary when it's needed. Finally, I crawled into my own bed and drifted off. With my sanctuary spell activated twice over and all security devices fully engaged, silence as still as death enveloped me. The blissful weight of sleep pressed down on my eyelids. And for the first time in a long while, I truly rested. I slept for what felt like nearly 2 days straight. Even then, I lazed around in bed for a while longer. I ended up watching a movie for the first time in ages at Novel Bin At. Someone had stocked the fridge with popcorn and cola, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Ha ha ha. The movie I picked was a light-hearted slapstick comedy. Was it because this world was different? Action films here felt more like gore fests, science fiction fantasy movies were disturbingly bizarre, and romance films were basically chaotic harems with 5 or 10 love interests. Comedy was the safest bet. Specifically, classic slapstick in the vein of Charlie Chaplin. Even then, I had to choose carefully. Otherwise, I'd end up watching something 10 times more outrageous than Japanese variety shows from my original world. Ugh. After finishing the movie, I flipped through hundreds of TV channels. But there was nothing worth watching. While talking and working with the people here, I hadn't noticed as much. But the stark difference in cultural codes between my world and this one became painfully apparent. I don't exactly want to go home. After all, a cramped 2-Pyong studio back home couldn't compare to this spacious mansion. That is, as long as survival wasn't a concern. All I need to do is take down the Old Father's cult, destroy the Truth Mage Tower, and crush the hyperdimension. Simple, right? Totally simple. This was the thought I kept having lately. Humans are creatures of adaptation. Maybe staying here was better than going back to my original world. Even if I returned, I'd still be a lonely, broke bachelor with nothing to my name. A new chairwoman has been inaugurated at GMO Group. Today, Chairwoman Song Huiyang held her inauguration ceremony, where so she officially took over. I watched the broadcast of the inauguration ceremony while rolling around on my bed. Standing at the podium, Song Huiyang exuded an aura as sharp as a blade. The GMO set completion seemed to radiate through her entire body, with an orange aura enveloping her, making her presence even more striking. Even the announcer covering the broadcast couldn't hide their admiration. She doesn't hold a grudge against me, does she? They say even frost falls in midsummer when a woman holds a grudge. The thought made me feel uneasy for no reason. No, it couldn't be. In the game, Song Huiyang often displayed a broad-minded and magnanimous attitude. Of course, that was when she was already in her 30s and married. Beep beep beep. For the first time in a while, my smartphone rang. It was Manager Choi. Superhuman? Did the mission succeed? I'm watching the inauguration ceremony right now. It succeeded. I heard you won 4 consecutive duels twice and played a decisive role in the team battle as well. That's accurate. Wow, honestly. Superhuman, you're incredible. Every time I see you, I think you should always be considered one level higher than your actual rank. Well, that's almost true. Even I think I'm quite strong. Haha, not just strong, you're unbelievably strong? At this rate, are you going to beat a level 7 superhuman next? Oh, that would be difficult. By level 7, most superhumans have their 6 high-tier traits fully developed. Some even have top-tier traits. Unless it's someone unpolished like Song Huiyang from a few days ago, it's nearly impossible for me to win. In fact, if Song Huiyang had fought me from a distance of about a kilometer, even I wouldn't have been able to defeat her. But you know, Manager Choi's voice lowered. Have you heard the news about the Sun Mage Tower? What about it now? I've received a direct request for you. They want to know if you can locate the Phoenix Valley again. What? Why would they want to find the Phoenix Valley again? Didn't I already locate it for them once? That should have been enough. The Sun Mage Tower could have used the phoenixes sustainably for over a century or 2, provided they didn't overhunt. They already have one, don't they? If they manage it properly, why do they need to find another one? That's the thing. It seems the phoenixes have left the valley. They left? Why? Even the Sun Mage Tower doesn't know. They said they made sure to capture only a few at a time so the phoenixes wouldn't notice, but one day, they all just disappeared. Could the divine beast phoenix have realized what was happening? The mother of all phoenixes on Earth. A sacred creature that has lived for over 1,000 years. If it were that phoenix, its intelligence would be nearly transcendent, so it might have caught on. But the Sun Mage Tower, especially its tower master, isn't someone careless enough to be caught by the phoenix. This is strange. Something smelled off. It felt like there was more to this story. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck me. Everything I'd seen, heard, and experienced at the GMO group connected in my mind to the Phoenix Valley and the Sun Mage Tower. No way. A hypothesis formed in my mind. If this were true, if this turned out to be the case, I might soon have to face a level 7 mage. Not someone clumsy like Song Huiyang, but a fully matured, formidable mage. The Tower Master greeted me with a bright smile. It's been a while. Warrior Kim, or should I call you the Black Tiger Sword Master? You've truly become a remarkable person since I last saw you. It just turned out that way. Well, you were never ordinary to begin with. Who else but a mere level 3 warrior would dare block the sunfire? Huh. But anyway, it's only been a few months, and you're already level 5? Are you even human? It really was an extraordinary pace. As I merely smiled, Kim Mabiab interjected from the side. Grandfather, shouldn't we get to business? Listen to this impudent brat. Black Tiger Sword Master, this is how I'm living these days. Once you get old, you might as well die getting nagged by your only grandson while wasting away your meals. This rascal here, I worked hard to get him to level 5, and now he acts like some kind of heavenly dragon. You're the real heavenly dragon, grandfather. I'm just an average mage at best. An average mage? Coming from a pyromancer? Don't make me laugh. You're 100 years too early for that. Grandfather? Seriously. We eventually sat around the table. Just like in the past, the Tower Master personally brewed coffee and served it to us. You've heard the situation, haven't you? Yes. The phoenixes have disappeared, you said. Exactly. It's something we never anticipated. At the Magic Tower, we've been capturing phoenixes, but only in numbers small enough not to alert them. Yet, one day, they all suddenly vanished without a trace. Could it be that the Divine Beast Phoenix showed up? That's correct. It's certain that the Divine Beast took its offspring away. The problem is how the Divine Beast sensed the danger. We made sure only to capture phoenixes when the Divine Beast wasn't around. So, it wasn't overhunting? I had my doubts about the opposite situation. Is it possible that there was unauthorized overhunting? Unauthorized? Even if you were careful and the tower managed it closely, isn't it still a human endeavor? If someone had secretly been hunting phoenixes indiscriminately, the phoenixes would have surely caught on to the situation. Poaching, you're saying? That would be a tough one. The Sun Mage Tower strictly emphasizes discipline, and once something is under their management, it's nearly impossible to bypass their magical surveillance. Even so, the Tower Master seemed to think there was merit to my suggestion, judging by his contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Kim Mabiab shook his head. Wouldn't that be difficult? I participated in the Phoenix Valley Patrol, and the surveillance system was no joke. Not even a single bird or rat could sneak through unnoticed. You never know. No human endeavor is ever perfect. If someone deeply familiar with the surveillance system at Phoenix Valley knew even a small gap, they could infiltrate it. Well, that's... it's plausible. The Tower Master nodded in agreement. But for that to happen, it would require someone high up in the Magic Tower, someone at the elder level at least. Grandfather. An elder. Yes. How did I not think of this? It's certain now. 1 or 2 elders, maybe even several, must have gotten greedy, and that's why things have come to this. Those greedy bastards. Whoosh! Magical energy flared up, roaring like fire. As it began to spread like crimson flames, Kim Mabiab shouted in panic. Grandfather? Calm down. You'll set the place on fire again. There won't be a fire. Come on. I'll end up hospitalized again. You weakling. You call yourself a pyromancer, yet your resistance is so pitiful. Indeed, if it had been anyone else, they'd already have been rushed to the hospital with third-degree burns all over their body. Kim Mabiab had conjured a flame barrier and was sweating profusely within it. And me? I was just watching from the side, enjoying the spectacle with my fire resistance and magic resistance, enhanced further by my black flame. The Tower Master eventually calmed down and looked at me. Indeed, a warrior's perspective is different from a mage's. I'm glad I sought your advice. You would have figured it out on your own, regardless. No, my mind doesn't work as sharply as it used to. Getting old does that. Bah, this kid here should be assisting me, but he can't even brew coffee properly. Anyway, I'd like to continue relying on your help. Do you have the time? I do. I don't have any pressing matters at the moment. Thank you. Once this is resolved, I'll give you a magnificent magical artifact. One that you'll surely find to your liking. The Tower Master's gaze was fixed on the ring I wore. The mana storage ring on my right index finger. I'd received it from Karen and made good use of it for a while, but lately, I hadn't used it much. Even the mana gun I used to pair it with was now hanging in my house as a decoration. I'll look forward to it. Of course, of course. You won't be disappointed. Now then, let's get started immediately. Understood. I'll begin at Phoenix Valley. There's nothing there now, but, well, that's the only choice. I'll send my grandson along to assist you. Oh, do you have a vehicle? I do. I don't mean an ordinary car. I'm talking about a flying vehicle. You're planning to take a car over that rough terrain. The last time, I'd taken a car, so why now? When I gave him a questioning look, the Tower Master chuckled, pulled a thin magical chip from his desk, and tossed it toward Kim Mabiab. Here, take this. Make sure you escort the Black Tiger Sword Master properly. Think of yourself as his chauffeur for the day. Kim Mabiab's eyes lit up as he caught the magical chip. This is the Red Cougar, isn't it? That's right, the Red Cougar. Grandfather, you didn't give it to me when I kept asking for it. It's not yours to keep. I'm only lending it to you so you can take care of our Black Tiger Sword Master. Once the task is done and he's back, you'll return it. When did he become our Black Tiger Sword Master? We're both level 5, but the favoritism is strong. TL note, in Korea, you refer to someone as our as a term of familiarity, like if they were a part of your family/group. Even as Kim Mabiab grumbled, he was practically beaming with excitement. Black Tiger Sword Master? Let's go already. Red Cougar? It's a flying car, right? Of course. It's super famous. It's one of my grandfather's most prized collectibles. We moved to the private parking lot that only the Tower Master used. Dozens of flying cars were lined up in neat rows. Among them, 3 vehicles stood out the most. A bright red sports car, a boxy white SUV, and a grand black sedan. They were all eye-catching at a glance. Even the texture was different, and faint magical glyphs floated across their surfaces. And the mono waves. I didn't know which Magi-Tech engine they used, but the mono waves radiating from them exceeded even a level 3 superhuman's capabilities. They pulsed like ripples in a vast ocean. Impressive, right? Kim Mabiab practically drooled as he stared at the sports car in awe. I didn't get it before I became a superhuman. Why are these 3 so ridiculously expensive? But after I awakened, I finally understood. The key is the Magi-Tech engine. Do you know? These cars have magical spirits embedded in them, so they can cast magic themselves. A car that casts magic. It's better than some clumsy level 3 mage, I'll tell you that. Kim Mabiab raised his right hand. The magical chip he had received from the Tower Master sparkled on the back of his hand. As his hand touched the sports car, the mono waves rippled dramatically. Whirr. The engine started up automatically, and the door swung open. Scissor doors sharp, angular, and slicing upwards like a blade. At the same time, the robotic head mounted on the console of the passenger seat lit up. Welcome aboard, Kim Mabiab. Hey, Red. It has been 181 days, 7 hours, 31 minutes, and 3 seconds since your last boarding. Is the Tower Master not accompanying you today? Nope. My grandfather told me to escort the Black Tiger Sword Master. The robotic head tilted precisely 11 degrees and turned to me. Black Tiger Sword Master. Black Tiger Sword Master. Identity confirmed. Warrior Kim, welcome to the Sun Mage Tower and the Red Cougar. Driver Kim Mabiab, please take the driver's seat, and passenger Warrior Kim, please take the passenger seat. Kim Mabiab grabbed the steering wheel. Whirr. With a mechanical hum, the roof slid open halfway. It was like watching a giant observatory dome open. Or perhaps, like something from an old anime where the protagonists dramatically launch from a secret base. The Red Cougar floated gently into the air. Kim Mabiab gripped the yoke-style control stick, which resembled a bull's horns, and, without hesitation, yanked it back. The car shot forward like a bullet. Whoosh! The immense G-forces pressed down on my body. As a warrior, it didn't faze me at all, but Kim Mabiab's face scrunched up like a crumpled piece of paper even as he wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Let's go, Red. He gestured with his right hand, the one holding the magic chip, then pushed the throttle all the way forward, tapping on the floating particles in the air as he did so. Boom! The flying car accelerated sharply. Calling it a car felt misleading. It was closer to an aircraft. The robotic head turned toward Kim Mabiab, its mechanical voice calm yet pointed. Kim Mabiab, you are exceeding the recommended flight speed. Would you like to switch to automatic mode? Are you insane? Manual? Always manual? No matter what. Calculations of your piloting patterns indicate a high probability of an accident. I don't care. There are safety measures. Manual or nothing. Watching this from the side, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. If he wanted to die, couldn't he at least do it alone? Why drag me into it? Yahoo! Kim Mabiab pulled the control stick back and then slammed it forward in one motion. The Red Cougar nosedived sharply. In the blink of an eye, it broke past 800 kilometers per hour. This wasn't a supersonic jet, it was a flying car. Reaching 800 kilometers per hour meant the air resistance was monstrous. The overwhelming pressure caused Kim Mabiab's eyes to roll back. Foam bubbled from his mouth. He had passed out, unable to withstand the G-forces from the rapid acceleration. Seriously. A fragile mage? No. Pyromancer trying to pull off extreme maneuvers like this? The Tower Master also had a tendency for sudden bursts of speed, so I guess that bloodline hadn't gone anywhere. Being young probably made it worse. Switching to automatic mode. The Red Cougar smoothly transitioned to autopilot as if it were used to this. The flight became slow and steady. As it turned out, Kim Mabiab had been flying in the wrong direction. If I left things to the magical spirit, we wouldn't reach Phoenix Valley until sunset. The trip should only take 30 minutes if we kept a reasonable pace. Sigh. With no other choice, I took matters into my own hands. In the cramped interior of the sports car, I shuffled Kim Mabiab into the passenger seat and slid into the driver's seat myself. The robotic head silently observed as I peeled the magical chip off Kim Mabiab's hand and attached it to mine. It had probably already received remote authorization from the Tower Master to grant me driving privileges. Driver Warrior Kim identified. Would you like to switch to manual mode? Yes. Display the shortest route to the destination. Displaying via augmented reality. A blue line appeared on the windshield. I followed it diligently. At maximum speed, of course. The car's body rattled aggressively, but the flying car itself maintained a smooth, stable flight. Gaya. Kim Mabiab let out a bizarre screech from the passenger seat, but I ignored him. Eventually, he started vomiting, but the magical barrier between the driver's seat and the passenger seat ensured I remained unaffected. The robotic head spoke in its usual monotone voice. Foreign substances detected inside the vehicle. Initiating self-cleaning, purification, and disinfection. Purification magic evaporated the vomit. A magical beam swept over Kim Mabiab, automatically cleaning his soiled clothes and body. Disinfectant gas was then sprayed over him. I gave a small nod of approval. This car is worth every one. Thank you. Oh, that wasn't a compliment, it was just me talking to myself. Well, if the car was happy, I suppose that's fine too. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive at Phoenix Valley. Though I'd never received any formal flying car training, driving it was easy. After all, I have the driving and riding traits. I parked the car in a suitable spot and dragged the still unconscious Kim Mabiab out. As I did, the robotic head turned toward me and spoke. It's been a long time since I experienced such a smooth and enjoyable flight, Warrior Kim. I hope you'll also be the one driving on the return trip. Sure. Kim Mabiab seems less interested in driving and more in treating it like extreme sports. It runs in the family. Ah, so he picked it up from the Tower Master? This is why education is so frightening. The things children pick up while sitting on their grandparents' laps can leave a lasting impact. Ugh, where are we? As soon as his feet touched the ground, Kim Mabiab began to come to his senses. This is Phoenix Valley. Already? Oh, I guess Red did the driving. I silently raised my right hand, showing him the magical chip faintly glowing on the back of my hand. You drove, Black Tiger Sword Master. Adat Novel bin Adat. Yes. It was simple enough. I just followed the navigation. My grandfather usually never hands over full permissions, so I guess he really likes you. Well, I think it's just that I'm better than you at driving. You were a little too extreme back there. Hee. When else will I get the chance to push it like that? My grandfather might lend out his other cars, but he never lets anyone touch red, white, or black. He was referring to that SUV and sedan from earlier, I assumed. The Tower Master must really like cars. I'd heard he often drives himself around without relying on a chauffeur. Kim Mabiab leaned in and whispered to me. Once this job's done, you should ask him to give you the Red Cougar. What? The Red Cougar? Didn't you say it's one of his favorites? Would he really give it to me? He would if you asked. Just try it. There's no harm in asking, right? No harm? I'd call it a debt, not a favor. When I showed up wielding the Black Tiger sword, the Tower Master's eyes were already glimmering with greed. I didn't want to give him any more leverage over me. Still, if he insisted on giving it to me, I wouldn't refuse. Has Mr. Phoenix arrived yet? Ha ha ha. Please don't call it that. What else should I call a phoenix but Mr. Phoenix? The mages who had been guarding Phoenix Valley approached us. I glanced into the valley. It had completely transformed in just a few months. The enchanting, otherworldly scenery was gone, replaced by something akin to a barren desert. Nothing but sand dunes and rocky mounds remained. The mana that had once made the environment rich and vibrant, thanks to the Phoenix's presence, had completely vanished. It's desolate, right? Even the Phoenix barrier has disappeared. Just a few days ago, a district office inspector came by, and we were scrambling to come up with excuses. You've already conducted a full magic scan, haven't you? Yes, the Tower Master himself inspected it. He said the Divine Beast Phoenix had done such a thorough cleanup that there was nothing left to recover. So magical tracking was impossible. Even with all my traits equipped, I wouldn't have any luck finding anything this way. That meant I'd need to use a different method. Fortunately, I had a plan in mind before I'd even left home. I lowered the golf bag I had been carrying on my back onto the ground. Zip. I opened the zipper and began pulling out the items I'd packed inside. A folding low table, a miniature magical stove, a specialized cauldron for medicinal herbs, crystal beakers and flasks, heat-resistant spoons and stirrers, and, of course, various ingredients and syringes. All of these were tools for alchemy, but this wasn't enough. I also took out a portable magic cooling unit. Then came the materials, world steel, pure silver, and solar copper. Finally, I pulled out a small anvil for quenching. With all the items set, I activated the traits needed for the job, crafting, potion making, and modification. With those, my preparations were complete. Kim Mabiab stared at me with wide eyes as I worked. Black Tiger Sword Master. You know how to craft things? That's unexpected. But what are you making? I'm preparing to make something. Every phoenix has an instinct to return to its parent. Just like homing pigeons have a natural instinct to return home. Using a live phoenix as a key ingredient would have been ideal, but I could make do with substitutes. Even a deceased phoenix could work as a replacement. Snap. I pulled out a medical-grade rubber strap and stretched it taut. Kim Mabiob. Yes. Blood. Yes. Just think of it as a blood donation and give me 400 cc. I handed him a 400 cubic centimeters blood donation pack and a vein syringe. Kim Mabiob stared at me for a moment before tying the medical rubber strap around his own arm. It seemed the trust we had built so far was enough for him to comply with such an absurd request without question. Soon, red blood began to slowly fill the donation pack. I crouched beside him. Crafting and potion making alone aren't enough. The item I was about to create required higher level traits. While I had gathered most of the material traits, there was still one missing. I reached out toward the world steel, pure silver, and solar copper. This is going to take a while. Well, no helping it. I might as well get started now. Whoosh! I lit the magical furnace. First, I melted the world steel into molten metal, transferred it to the cooling unit, and rapidly cooled it. Then, I equipped traits like magic resistance, fire resistance, and black flame before handling the steel, clumsily shaping it into wire. Black Tiger Swordmaster, I've drawn all 400 cc. Just leave it anywhere. It's protected by preservation magic, so it'll be fine. Okay, got it. I twisted and bent the rough, scribble-like wire. As I melted the pure silver and solar copper, I began shaping the wire into a bird. Well, bird was a stretch. What came out was a strange, crude wire sculpture. After a moment of silence, I unbent the wires and started over, twisting and shaping them repeatedly. Snap! I broke the wire several times, having used too much force. Luckily, I had plenty of world steel. Dozens of attempts later shaping and reshaping the wire into the form of a bird, I finally felt like I was getting somewhere. As the crimson sunset bathed the world, my hands, now moving with an almost instinctive fluidity, completed a wireframe phoenix. I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Acquired the trait, crafting. I immediately equipped it. With this, I now had the key traits from my early days, crafting, potion making, and repair, all obtained while working tirelessly with enchanted fabric in my first house. Added to that was synthesis, acquired during my early days of grinding as a warrior, and modification, unlocked later. And now, with the addition of crafting, I had reached a perfect state for this task. Together, these traits culminated in the higher level trait, artisan. Traits like alchemist, tinkerer, or blacksmith might also have been useful, but artisan suited me best. I wasn't planning to dive too deeply into any specific crafting field. It was better to excel at a variety of things. If I needed something more specialized later, I could always create it then. There was no reason to wait any longer. I moved my hands like lightning. I fed all the remaining world steel into the furnace, melted it, and transferred it to the cooling unit to create steel plates. Then, using Jolnir, I hammered away at the steel plates. I shaped the world steel into bird-shaped plates, lightly coated them with pure silver, and etched leaf vein patterns into the surface using solar copper. It was amateur craftsmanship at best. But the artisan trait and the traits I cycled through as needed supported my efforts. Thanks to that, the finished product looked decent on the outside. Bubble. I boiled Kim Mabiob's blood, adding pre-prepared ingredients to the mixture. Finally, I added a level 3 mana core. The blood simmered down and was absorbed into the mana core, which began emitting an eerie orange glow. Kim Mabiob, his eyes brimming with curiosity, stared at the glowing mana core. Where did you learn to do this? 20 years of scraping by at the bottom will teach you, whether you like it or not. That's not true. Most people I've seen at the bottom just learn how to curse and trash talk. Do I look like most people to you? Well, no, but still. I retrieved the mana core from the mixture. I pressed it firmly into the alloy phoenix I had just made. At the same time, I activated synthesis. The synthesis trait wasn't limited to mana core fusion. When the right recipe was followed, it could even merge to similar materials or objects. Of course, if done carelessly, the materials could evaporate entirely, which is why it wasn't commonly used for this purpose. Flash! The mana core emitted a blinding light. It quickly liquefied, melting into the alloy phoenix. The surface of the alloy phoenix began to glow. It emitted a fiery light the same hue as the flames of a living phoenix. Whoa, is that a magical spirit? No, it's a phoenix? He's created an artificial phoenix. A warrior pulled off something even we mages couldn't do. Did you record all of that? Of course. If we follow the exact steps, we can make our own artificial phoenixes too. Did I show them too much? Well, if they take too much, I'll just have to take it back later. I threw the alloy phoenix into the air with all my might. It shot up like a paper plane before leveling out. Then it began flying, heading northeast, guided by its innate homing instinct, buried deep in its blood and DNA, flying toward its mother. In other words, toward wherever the real Phoenix Valley might be hidden. Kim Mabiob, get in. I naturally took the controls of the Red Cougar. Kim Mabiob smacked his lips and climbed into the passenger seat. Can't I drive this time? No, just once. No, following the alloy phoenix required delicate, precise driving. And he wanted to turn it into some extreme sport? Absolutely not. I lightly pulled back on the controls. Guided by my driving and riding traits, the Red Cougar moved as though it were an extension of my own body. Silent as a ghost, it rose into the air and followed the alloy phoenix. Under the darkness that had now fallen, the alloy phoenix shone like a beacon. Slow and steady, the alloy phoenix. The Red Cougar followed it at a perfect distance of 10 meters. Isn't this too slow? It is. It's not a real phoenix, just a makeshift model I cobbled together. So this will really lead us to Phoenix Valley? I didn't realize there were phoenix experts in the back alleys. Does anyone not have a story to tell? My guess is they were probably a phoenix researcher. Can you introduce me to them? They're not in this world. Oh, since he was a game designer, of course, he's not in this world. Time dragged on endlessly at novel bin at. Kim Mabiab yawned widely before eventually falling asleep. How much time passed? By the time night had passed and dawn began to break, the alloy phoenix started descending. This was where things could get dangerous. I quickly rolled down the window and threw Mjolnir. Bang! The alloy phoenix burst apart on impact. What just happened? Kim Mabiab, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up with a start, clearly alarmed. Ignoring him, I pushed the control stick forward. The red cougar descended slowly, carefully avoiding any sudden or provocative movements. I sharpened my focus as much as I could. With traits like sixth sense, insight, and sensitivity equipped, all of my attention was locked on the area below, where the alloy phoenix had been descending. It doesn't seem like it's noticed us yet. The divine beast phoenix is a level 9 creature. Its detection range is nothing short of transcendent. If I didn't want to provoke it and die a miserable death, I needed to be exceedingly cautious. We've arrived? We've arrived? Where? I don't see anything. Now's the time to start looking. Phoenix barriers aren't something you can find by conventional means. But if you know their general location, pinpointing them is easy. I focused all my sensory traits. If there was a barrier, there would undoubtedly be a slight sense of distortion. Sure enough, I felt it. Although I was descending in a straight line, my instincts and insight told me otherwise. They whispered that the path had curved slightly, as if avoiding a certain space. Bingo. I didn't pull the control stick any further. Since the alloy phoenix had flown here, it was likely that the divine beast phoenix was within the Phoenix Valley. And barging in while a divine beast phoenix was guarding it? That was nothing short of begging to be killed. I've found it. Where? I don't see anything. It's right in front of us. You just can't see it because of the barrier. Oh, then let's go in. We can't. The divine beast phoenix is inside. Kim Mabiab and I exchanged glances. We couldn't just charge in recklessly, nor could we sit around hoping for the divine beast phoenix to leave on its own. I presented the obvious solution. We'll ask the Tower Master to help. My grandfather. He's the only one who can help. This is beyond my abilities. If he can draw its attention, I'll infiltrate during the distraction. If he decides to wait until the divine beast phoenix leaves on its own, I'll just regroup later. My time is valuable. Finding the second Phoenix Valley and demonstrating how to locate one was enough to fulfill my obligations. Kim Mabiab called the Tower Master. After a brief conversation, the Tower Master arrived via spatial transfer. Ho! He immediately let out an exclamation of admiration upon arriving. This is indeed Phoenix Valley. I heard about it from the dispatched mages. They mentioned you crafted some sort of special object to find it. Yes. It's something I learned a long time ago. I didn't think I'd ever actually get to use it like this. You truly are a fascinating individual. At first, I thought you were just a promising warrior. But now I see you have the heart of a warrior, the adaptability of a reinforced, the intellect of a mage, and the resolve of a priest. How can a person possess all of that? Are you even human? You're not some kind of avatar, are you? Haha. No, of course not. I'm human, though I can't say much about my parents. Yes, that's true. You don't know your parents. That's how the backstory goes. According to the setting, Warrior Kim is an orphan. The Tower Master gave me a scrutinizing look, his expression turning serious. It's possible your parents had an ancient bloodline. I've heard that the Heavenly Demon displayed a similar level of versatility and extraordinary talent. Could you perhaps be descended from such a lineage? The Heavenly Demon? I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The idea that the Heavenly Demon, who was supposed to be in seclusion training, had somehow traveled to Korea and fathered a child was laughable. Unfortunately, there was absolutely no resemblance between the Heavenly Demon and me. But hey, let him think what he wants. My abilities come solely from trait swapping. I simply shrugged my shoulders nonchalantly. Who knows? Even I'm aware I'm not an ordinary person. Your value just keeps climbing higher and higher. Still, a bet's a bet. You know what happens if you lose, right? You should be more prepared to grant my wish, Tower Master. Haha, bold words. I like it. Fine, I'll grant you anything except the position of Tower Master, of course. The Tower Master reached out his hand. The space around him warped, and a golden handgun materialized in his grip. It wasn't just any handgun, it was studded with magical jewels, and a large mana core, shaped like a rod, was embedded in the barrel. A magic handgun, serving as both a weapon and a staff. The Tower Master, dressed sharply in his suit, spun the handgun around his finger. I'll lure out the phoenix. I'll take a lap around the planet while I'm at it, so make sure to figure out what's going on here. Uncover the truth. Be careful. Grandfather, if it looks dangerous, run away, okay? Don't worry. This old man has seen his fair share of battles. I even helped Merlin take down a divine beast once. Just sit tight and watch from afar. With a flash of light, the Tower Master vanished. Moments later, in the far west, a massive sun erupted into view. Sunfire. Without hesitation, it slammed into the presumed location of Phoenix Valley. A translucent, orange-tinted barrier shimmered into existence, blocking the sun fire. Kwayarg. An enraged roar filled the air. Flames erupted, rising like a massive mountain. At the center of it all, a pure, fiery essence took the form of a majestic bird as it soared into the sky. At that moment, the Tower Master began flying westward. He easily surpassed supersonic speed. But the divine beast phoenix was faster. Kwayarg. The phoenix let out another deafening cry and flapped its wings. In an instant, it caught up to the Tower Master. Kim Mabiab turned pale and shouted in panic. Grandfather. It was too early to worry. With a burst of light, the Tower Master vanished from sight. Spatial transfer, most likely. Kwayarg. The divine beast phoenix hesitated for a moment, then fixed its gaze northwest. Even after what must have been a spatial transfer spanning at least several dozen kilometers, it had detected the Tower Master's presence. Without delay, the phoenix spread its wings and disappeared from view in a flash. Will he be okay? He should be fine. He's got the cloak of concealment, doesn't he? Huh? Oh, yes. He does. Then put it on. We're going in. A familiar scene unfolded before us. Though it had only been a few days since the phoenixes had relocated their nesting grounds, the new Phoenix Valley was already complete. A kaleidoscope of vibrant colors stretched before my eyes, a paradise that seemed out of this world. The dazzling display tempted my senses, but I kept my focus entirely on the phoenixes. Sixth sense, sensitivity, bright eyes, insight, detection, focus. With all these traits equipped, I quickly noticed something unusual. Many of the phoenixes were staggering. Outwardly, they appeared similar to the others, but their mono-wavelengths told a different story. Compared to phoenixes of similar age, they were noticeably weaker. Bang! I raised my Dasan rifle and fired. The infused attribute, stun. The sudden gunshot caused the phoenixes to screech and scatter in all directions. Gah! Black Tiger Swordmaster, you scared me. Why did you shoot a phoenix? I didn't kill it. I knocked it out to examine it. I approached the unconscious phoenix and began my investigation. My primary focus was on its heart, mana veins, and nervous system critical components for the phoenix's flame magic. If what I suspected about human interference was true, there would definitely be traces left behind here. Kim Mabiab examined the phoenix as well, tilting his head in confusion. This is strange. What is? This one is clearly over 20 years old, but it's weaker than a 10-year-old phoenix. I don't understand why it's so frail. You noticed it too, didn't you? It was easier to let Kim Mabiab come to the conclusion himself rather than me explaining it. Even though I already knew the answer, I patiently waited as Kim Mabiab poked and prodded the phoenix. After a while, he began infusing his own mana into the creature to get a more accurate reading of its mana state. Crimson flames swept over the phoenix, from its head to its tail, as Kim Mabiab conducted his analysis. When he finally finished, his eyes narrowed. Did you figure something out? It didn't weaken for no reason. This phoenix, its mana was drained. Drained? How? Yes. Its heart and mana veins are completely dried up, completely desiccated. There aren't many things that can leave behind traces like this. And for it to happen with a fire attribute. Exactly. That's it. Say it, Kim Mabiab. You should know. Even if you're not a mage, as the direct grandson of the Tower Master, you should be able to figure it out. A moment later, Kim Mabiab's expression hardened. Don't tell me, the Solar Eclipse faction. Bingo. The Solar Eclipse faction. One of the several factions that made up the Sun Mage Tower. Its leader was Elder Joe, the master of the mage warrior I had killed. The Solar Eclipse faction. I feigned ignorance as I asked. It's nothing. Kim Mabiab mumbled evasively. Well, I'm an outsider. It's not like he'd want to share the tower's dirty laundry with me. Black Tiger Swordmaster, can you catch a few more phoenixes for me? My grandfather will understand when he sees them. Of course. Bang, bang, bang. I took down a few more frail phoenixes. They tried to hide, but with intelligence no better than that of beasts, the young phoenixes were easy targets. Hit by my stun rounds, they collapsed one after another. Kim Mabiab handled the sealing process. Though he was no longer a proper mage, he could still perform simple seals. We loaded the phoenixes onto the Red Cougar and took off. Kim Mabiab pulled out his smartphone and sighed in relief. My grandfather says he managed to shake off the Divine Beast Phoenix. He wants us to meet him back at the tower. How did he do it? A Divine Beast Phoenix must be incredibly smart. He used a clone. A clone. Yes. It's a spell that creates a duplicate with the exact same abilities as the original, but only for 3 minutes. After that, it dies. This world truly has all sorts of wonders. I pushed the throttle forward as far as it would go. The Red Cougar glided gracefully through the air. Even at the same maximum speed, the difference between me piloting and Kim Mabiab was night and day. There was no vibration, no noise, just the smooth sensation of cutting through the air like a gentle breeze as we crossed the Korean peninsula. It took about 20 minutes to return to the Sun Mage Tower. We landed in the Tower Master's private parking lot. As I stepped out of the car, the Tower Master greeted us with a wide grin. You've returned? As expected, Black Tiger Sword Master, you're a treasure to our tower? You're every bit the future head of Sun Security. The future head? Come on, Tower Master, that's disappointing. I'm planning on asking for something truly extraordinary as my wish. Tisk, my son has done nothing to impress me. I should have had a daughter, not just a son. You're joking, right? The image of Song Huiyang's greedy eyes flashed through my mind, and I shuddered involuntarily. The Tower Master laughed heartily but then erased all traces of amusement from his face. His sharp gaze landed on the young phoenixes Kim Mabiab was unloading. You found traces of the solar eclipse faction? Yes, grandfather. The Tower Master's eyes glowed like miniature suns. Beams of light shot from them, scanning every inch of the young phoenixes. The phoenixes, beginning to stir, let out sorrowful cries, but there was no mother to come to their aid. After a prolonged examination, the Tower Master's fury erupted as he stumped his foot. Rumble! The entire parking lot trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Beep! Beep beep! Dozens of luxury cars blared their alarms simultaneously. Grandfather! Kim Mabiab shouted sternly, bringing the Tower Master back to his senses. Ah, I lost my temper for a moment. These damn mana circuits, they always push me into fits of rage. Anyway, I've confirmed it. I know who's behind this. You do? Who is it? Of course, it's her, that damned woman. I gave her special treatment as the leader of her faction, even turned a blind eye when she broke tower regulations, and now she dares to go after my head. Crack. Apparently, the Tower Master wasn't as calm as I'd thought. His voice grew louder and louder, veins bulging in his neck as he roared with the force of a thunderstorm. The air vibrated, the sound rattling my eardrums until my head felt like it would burst. Crash. Bang. The vibrations shattered the windows of many of the parked cars. Only 3 vehicles remained intact, the red sports car, the white SUV, and the black sedan, clearly of a higher caliber than the rest. The Tower Master shook his hand fiercely. Follow me, I'm going to teach that woman a lesson she'll never forget. The Tower Master floated into the air, his entire body engulfed in flames, and shot forward like a meteor. He flew out of the parking lot, ripped the elevator doors off their hinges, and sped up the elevator shaft at a staggering speed. I scrambled to keep up with him using aerial maneuvers, while behind me, Kim Mabiab panted and shouted, "Grandfather, wait for us." Of course, the Tower Master paid him no mind. Like a mage possessed by flames, his eyes were ablaze with fury. "Jo Okban, you wretched woman, get out here right now." The Tower Master roared in front of a large door. I glanced at the nameplate on the door. Elder Jo Okban. So, Elder Jo, the very person I had suspected from the beginning, was also the Tower Master's chosen culprit. The Tower Master grabbed one of the young phoenixes and shook it violently. "You dare to keep everything for yourself? At Elder Council meetings, you just sit there pretending to be innocent. Get out here this instant, or I'll kill you." His voice was loud enough to sound like it came from someone who had swallowed a train whistle. The Elder Chambers were located near the top of the tower, but his voice seemed loud enough to be heard in the lower floors and even the underground research labs. Soundproofing magic? Completely useless. When an 8th level mage infused their voice with mana and roared like a lion, nothing could suppress it. What's going on here? Tower Master, is something the matter? The doors to nearby Elder Chambers opened, and elderly mages peeked out, their expressions curious. Younger mages, likely their disciples or grandchildren, also watched with wide, intrigued eyes. The Tower Master, unable to contain his rage, hurled the young phoenix onto the ground. Thud. The phoenix hit the floor and burst apart. "If you have eyes, come and see. Look at what that bitch Elder Jo has done." The mages murmured among themselves as they gathered around. Some cast detection spells. Others infused the phoenix with mana to confirm its condition. Though their methods differed, their conclusions were the same. It's solar eclipse magic. There are clear traces of mana theft using fire attributes. It's very characteristic. But, what does this mean? What does it mean? The Tower Master bellowed. "Do you know where this creature came from? Not the black market, not even from within our tower? This black tiger sword master here tracked down the new Phoenix Valley where the phoenixes had relocated and brought it back." A new Phoenix Valley. Yes, that's right. So the sudden disappearance of the phoenixes was caused by the solar eclipse faction. Now that you mention it, Elder Jo hasn't been seen much at the tower recently. Many members of the solar eclipse faction have been taking extended leaves of absence. The mages exchanged glances. When it comes to intelligence, mages are second to none. The Tower Master didn't need to explain anything further, they had already pieced the entire situation together. Elder Jo, open the door. Adat Novel bin Adat. Come out here. Are you planning to just stay in there forever? Without any prodding from the Tower Master, the other mages crowded around Elder Jo's door. Some shouted loudly, while others pounded on the door as if they meant to break it down. But there was no response. Even the magic spirit managing the Elder Chamber didn't reply. "Move aside." Finally, the Tower Master, his face red with fury, stepped forward. Flames ignited in his hand. With a casual swing, the supposedly sturdy door turned to ash in an instant. The defensive magic circle inside flared brightly as if resisting, but it melted away just as quickly. Zap! Security magic activated. Flaming bolts rained down from above. Pillars of fire surged up from the ground as if to incinerate everything. The Tower Master snorted derisively. This is nothing. Though it was a carefully prepared trap, it proved futile. The Tower Master waved his hand, and the entire trap collapsed like a house of cards. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Tower Master is on another level. Thanks to my bright eyes, I could see it. The mana waves spreading from the Tower Master's fingertips, infiltrating the spell's formulas, disrupting its complex structure, and triggering a cascade of failures that dismantled the magic. It was a technique I could never hope to replicate. Step. The Tower Master strode into the Elder Chamber. The space was massive, easily over several hundred square meters and opulently furnished. It didn't look like a workspace at all. It was more like the suite of a 5-star luxury hotel. The magically projected celestial dome on the ceiling rotated slowly, displaying a map of the stars. At the far end of the chamber, amidst dozens of astronomical telescopes, sat an elderly woman. She appeared to be in her 70s, dressed in an elegant grey suit. What caught my eye, however, was the golden hairpin tucked into her chignon. It wasn't just its appearance, there was something about the mana waves emanating from it. The Tower Master plopped himself down on a chair across from Elder Joe. You were here the whole time. Why didn't you answer? I was having tea. What nonsense. Since when did you become so obsessed with tea? Elder Joe didn't respond, instead raising her teacup with an air of elegance. Judging by the smell and color, it was black tea, but something about this scene felt off. At a glance, it seemed like nothing more than a typical standoff between mages, but a peculiar sense of unease tugged at me. Marksman, shooting, aim, sixth sense, insight, focus. These were the traits I currently had equipped, the same setup I used when hunting phoenixes. My instincts were whispering to me, pointing at Elder Joe, the golden hairpin, and the teacup in her hand. If I activated bright eyes, keen nose, or detection, I could confirm it for sure. But the Tower Master's presence gave me pause. Even now, he was pushing to make me the head of Sun Security. Who knows what he'd do if he found out about my trait-swapping ability. He wouldn't actually try to dissect me, would he? Whoosh! The Tower Master reached out and summoned a dead phoenix, dragging it toward him. Explain yourself. He leaned back on the sofa, sinking into a deceptively relaxed posture. Though his body appeared at ease, the mana circuits visible through my bright eyes were running at full throttle. Elder Joe glanced at the phoenix's corpse and spoke calmly. It was outside my calculations. Outside your calculations? Yes. Surely you didn't think I was the only one hunting phoenixes, did you? It wasn't just me. All of the proud elders of our tower have been capturing phoenixes. Check their labs if you don't believe me. You'll find plenty of phoenix corpses there. I only followed the trend, hunting a few for mana absorption. Honestly, I'm better than the others. I only absorbed their mana and didn't engage in full-scale hunting like they did. Cough, cough. The mages who had followed us coughed awkwardly. The Tower Master turned, glaring at the assembled mages with an incredulous expression. You people, after all my warnings, you still went poaching phoenixes? How many times did I tell you? The Phoenix Valley is like a goose that lays golden eggs. And you went and cut it open. But, Tower Master, you barely distributed any phoenixes to us. That's right. How are we supposed to make do with just 3 phoenixes? We need them for pyromancers. Do you even know how long the waiting list is? It's in the hundreds. Still, it wasn't enough. I understand Elder Joe's position. Honestly, I've taken a few phoenixes myself. Well, isn't this something? So that's how it was. The Sun Mage Tower was capturing phoenixes, and the elders were taking even more for themselves, leading to this disaster. It was a plausible explanation. Mage greed knows no bounds. Phoenixes, said to be the closest creatures to the sun among all divine beasts, were a treasure trove of research opportunities. Letting them go without study would practically disqualify them as mages. I was beginning to accept this when I noticed something. Elder Joe's eyes. They were unnaturally clear, like glass. Her expression betrayed no emotion. Her gaze was empty, almost colorless, and devoid of focus. Even as she looked at the Tower Master, even as she glanced at me, there wasn't a single flicker of feeling. Something was wrong. The last time I crossed paths with her, she would glare at me with open disdain. After all, I had killed her disciple. She should be brimming with hostility toward me, possibly even exuding killing intent. And yet, here she was, unnaturally calm. Another thought struck me. For someone who claimed to have hunted just a few phoenixes, the staggering number of frail phoenixes we'd seen earlier suggested otherwise. It had to be at least dozens. In terms of proportion, nearly 5% of all the phoenixes had been affected. Why would she lie about that? Maybe she was trying to buy some time with misdirection. But the Tower Master wasn't an idiot. If he decided to dig into the matter properly, he'd figure it out in no time. It would only be a question of how long it would take to investigate who had been poaching so many phoenixes. The investigation would require a detailed look into who had access to the original Phoenix Valley. Time, My head tingled with the realization of something just beyond my grasp. Tapping my fingers against my thigh, I focused as much as I could. Equipping the focus trait while hunting phoenixes earlier had been a game changer. My mind felt crystal clear, like a still lake, allowing me to grab hold of the inspiration that had been slipping away. The recent string of events connected like pieces of a puzzle. The clash between the GMO group's chairman and the Tower Master. The expelled mage returning as a mage warrior. The excessive phoenix poaching that even alerted the divine beast phoenix. And now, the suspicious Elder Joe standing before us. The Golden Crow. The Solar Mana Circuit. Mage warriors and reinforced fighters. All of these pointed to one conclusion. Once I grasped the full picture, I immediately turned to the Tower Master and said, Tower Master, that's a fake. What? It's a clone. That's not her real body. The Tower Master sprang to his feet as if launched by a spring. Elder Joe pursed her lips into a faint smile. You found out. How? I just heard about clones a little while ago. If I hadn't, I might not have noticed. The performance was flawless, wasn't it? Your eyes gave you away. And the phoenixes, too. I personally checked the phoenixes we captured, and nearly 5% of them were staggering, clearly weakened by solar eclipse magic. That's when I knew for sure. You checked all of them? How? She must have thought I was bluffing. And to be fair, I hadn't done a full survey, but she likely assumed no one would suspect the solar eclipse faction's involvement, let alone discover such a high proportion of affected phoenixes. The Tower Master bared his teeth and drew his handgun. You filthy wench! You dare mock me with a clone? Do you think you have 2 lives? Do you think it won't hurt when I blow you apart? Humph. We'll see who ends up getting hurt. Elder Joe reached up and pulled the golden hairpin from her chignon. Mana erupted from her in a violent surge. Veins bulged across her face, glowing an ominous blue, while her eyeballs protruded unnaturally from their sockets. Just as I had suspected. The black tea and the golden hairpin were suppressors. They were tools designed to prolong the lifespan of a clone that could otherwise only last 3 minutes while maintaining the abilities of the original body. Sigh. The Tower Master shook his head. So you suddenly started drinking tea, huh? Should have known something was up. The battle ended quickly. No matter how strong the clone was on par with the original body, it was only at level 7. The Tower Master, a fully realized level 8 mage and the unrivaled pinnacle of every faction within the Sun Mage Tower, was simply out of her league. Even solar eclipse magic, which could drain fire mana, had no effect on the Tower Master. Elder Joe crumpled to the floor, her face grotesquely twisted in agony. Ha, ha. It's too late now. I can feel it. The original body is beginning to awaken. She was likely referring to an ascension ritual to reach level 8. Under normal circumstances, such an achievement would be celebrated and supported by the entire Sun Mage Tower. But the expression on the Tower Master's face had twisted into that of a wrathful demon. So you're really going through with it? That forbidden ritual. A forbidden ritual? I know what that is. But why is it showing up already? This was supposed to be an event that only appears in the personal quest line of an SSR character from the Sun Mage Tower, a character who starts with the unique trait Transcendence. In other words, this ritual wasn't supposed to happen for several years. This is because of me. The butterfly effect. My involvement caused the disciple of Elder Joe to get entangled in things, to be exiled from the Mage Tower, and to reclass as a magic warrior, leading to an entirely different chain of events. A forbidden ritual, you say? I asked, pretending not to know. The Tower Master scowled. There is such a thing. Humph. I know exactly what that woman is thinking. We're leaving immediately. The Tower Master raised his hand. With a flash, an orange light enveloped everyone. My vision brightened for a moment before returning to normal, but the next thing I felt was a sudden cooling sensation, as if my eyes were bathed in a refreshing blue. It made sense. Just moments ago, we had been standing inside the Sun Mage Tower, but now, we were hovering over an endless stretch of ocean. Below us lay a single island. An island adorned with lush green trees and sheer cliffs that seemed to harmonize perfectly with one another. Alungdo. As expected of the Tower Master, he had crossed hundreds of kilometers in an instant, bringing along not just me, but Kim Mabiob, the elders, and several attendants, a group of dozens via spatial teleportation. It has already begun. We were just a little too late. The ocean was beautiful, and Alungdo looked like a painting. Yet, a deep shadow had been cast over everything. I tilted my head back and looked at the sky. It was daytime. The sun, which should have been blazing in the sky, was instead shrouded in thick black smoke. The edges of the sun looked like they'd been bitten into, with charred black traces spreading inward. A solar eclipse. A phenomenon befitting the name of the sect responsible. This wasn't just a simple spell to obscure the light by manipulating mana. They were absorbing the sun's mana to its very core. If that were the extent of it, the ritual wouldn't have been forbidden. But the real problem was that they weren't only absorbing the sun's mana. They were devouring the mana of the heavens, the earth, the sea, and even the mana of living beings. The elder's expressions grew dark. She's gone through with the ritual after all. She's insane, isn't she? We must act quickly. Performing such a vile ritual in today's world could spell the end of our Mage Tower. The Ice Mage Tower must be laughing right about now. I wondered, had Elder Joe overcome the side effects of the solar eclipse ritual? In the game, there was a reason Elder Joe didn't perform the ritual before developing Transcendence. Absorbing all the stray mana to ascend to level 8 made mana outbursts inevitable, and even if one reached level 8, they'd lose their sanity and transform into an abomination. What use is becoming level 8 if you end up as a monster, unable to enjoy your power or wealth? It's that way. The Tower Master gestured downward. Suspended in midair, we began to descend swiftly, cutting through the wind. We landed at the center of Alungdo, in the Nari Basin. Further inward, we spotted an ancient mansion standing in a place where, in the original world, wild thyme flowers would have bloomed in abundance. The mansion was surrounded by walls that resembled castle ramparts. VRRRRMMM. An overwhelming amount of mana was in the air. It was being drawn from the sun, from the earth, from the atmosphere. Crash, sploosh. The sound of waves crashing against the shore, several kilometers away, echoed all the way here. Faint whispers carried on the wind. The wind feels strange. Is there a typhoon coming? In winter. Your voice sounds weird. It keeps echoing. Yours too. And what's with the sky? Should we call the police? My phone isn't working. It truly was a matter of moments. As soon as we arrived, the outside world had been cut off from the mansion by a transmission barrier. Had we been a little later, even space itself might have been isolated. At that point, no one could have entered without specialized equipment. Tisk. The tower master clicked his tongue as he stared at the mansion. That damned woman. She's been hiding quite the ace up her sleeve. What kind of mess has she created this time? What do you mean? To catch her, we'll have to go inside. She's set up a dimensional labyrinth. It means we'll be wandering around for quite a while before we can even reach her. Clones back at the mage tower. Now this labyrinth, it was all just a ploy to buy time. Kim Mabiob asked the tower master a question. Can't you just attack it from the outside with magic? The labyrinth is too solid. Even my sunfire wouldn't work. You could rain down meteors on it, and it still wouldn't collapse. The whole island could sink, and it would remain intact. Wow, she must have spent an enormous amount of money. Was Elder Joe always this wealthy? What else could it be but embezzlement? Where would those solar eclipse bastards get any money otherwise? Those damned scoundrels. Once this is over, I'll make them pay. Everyone looked troubled. One of the elders removed his belt and began levitating several magical gemstones in the air. Tower Master. For now, let's focus on disrupting the ritual. If it's a dimensional labyrinth, we'll need to organize an exploration team. It'd be better to break through the labyrinth than to engage Elder Joe directly inside. Elder Kim is right. There's no need to barge in against prepared mages. Someone might die if we're not careful. I agree. That's the most reasonable approach. But the Tower Master frowned. How long will it take to organize an exploration team? By the time we make an announcement through the Superhuman Union and get things rolling, the ritual will be complete. Just look at the sun. A massive amount of mana has already been absorbed. It'll be over in a day or two, at most. Well, that's true, but there seemed to be no alternative. The elder's gazes said as much. The Tower Master crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. I, too, hesitated. Should I step forward here, or simply watch from the sidelines? Let's give it a shot. There was a chance of success. If Elder Joe's dimensional labyrinth was identical to the one from the game, and if the elders meant it when they said they wouldn't directly engage Elder Joe, I only have to break through the labyrinth. In the game, you end up fighting the bossified Elder Joe, but that's something I absolutely have to avoid here. I'm still level 5. There's no way I can fight Elder Joe, who might already be at level 7 or even level 8. I'll go in. What? You? Yes. Just provide me with the necessary equipment and supplies, and I'll go inside and dismantle the labyrinth. That's far too dangerous. Well, as far as I know, there are at least 10,000 people living on Ulungdo. Isn't it better than letting all of them die? Should I be honest? I don't care whether those people live or die. Even if the number were higher, it wouldn't change a thing. I have enough on my plate just keeping myself alive. I'm aiming for one thing and one thing only, the rewards. That's the only way I can survive in this chaotic world and endure the storm of episodes that lies ahead. If it's the Black Tiger Sword Master, we can trust him. A level 5 warrior should suffice. No matter how powerful Elder Joe or the Solar Eclipse sect may be, there are limits to how robust a dimensional labyrinth built in secret can be. If we or the Tower Master were to go in, the entire labyrinth would react. But if it's just a level 5 warrior, then only the standard defense mechanisms will activate. That's why they had suggested sending an exploration team. The ideal approach to a dimensional labyrinth is to deploy a superhuman with a level neither too high nor too low. After much deliberation, the Tower Master nodded. Very well. It seems we owe you another favor. I'll leave it to you. Once you're inside, just set up a few heavy-duty magical devices here and there. Place them at regular intervals, and that's it. That'll allow me to enter without interference. You can count on me. I'll make sure you're handsomely rewarded. Oh, take these as well. The Tower Master handed me several magical dice and a single ring. The magical dice were none other than dimensional heavy artillery, and the ring. A Grand Escape ring, my friend. Grand Escape? Isn't this thing ridiculously expensive? It may be expensive, but it's far less valuable than your life. Use it immediately if you're in danger. It will teleport you directly to the Tower Master's chamber in the Sun Mage Tower. The Elder's eyes lit up with astonishment. All magical equipment is valuable, but those related to space and time are particularly rare and costly. The Grand Escape, which is essentially a second life, is especially prized. It has no time limit and can be used from anywhere. Even within restricted areas, dimensional labyrinths, great labyrinths, or massive rifts, it doesn't matter. You'll need to wait a month before you can use it again after activating it. Don't hesitate to use it if things get risky. I can't have the future security director of the Sun Tower dying here. I told you, I'll win and make my wish. Yes, I'll hold you to that. I removed my mana storage ring and slipped on the Grand Escape ring at Novel Bin Adat. Why not just wear them all, you ask? I have 10 fingers, after all. It's not that simple. If you accidentally inject mana into the wrong ring, it could trigger multiple effects at once. As I turned toward the mansion, Kim Mabiob suddenly chimed in. I'll come with you. Huh? You, Mr. Kim Mabiob? Yes. Sending you in alone is too dangerous. Right, Grandpa? Kim Mabiob waved both hands. On one hand was a Grand Escape ring. On the other was a ring of unknown function, likely a defensive one, especially considering he was showing it off in front of the Tower Master. Be careful, then. Don't forget to activate the Grand Escape ring the moment anything goes wrong. Although it wouldn't have been unreasonable for the Tower Master to refuse, he willingly allowed Kim Mabiab to join me. And honestly, that was the right decision. Had the Tower Master coddled his descendants too much, keeping them in his pocket at all times, his family wouldn't have maintained control over the Sun Mage Tower for so long. The other mages didn't join us, they didn't have their own grand escape rings. So, in the end, it was just the two of us, Kim Mabiab and me. If we ran into Elder Joe, we were the only ones equipped to escape. Be careful. With a final warning, the Tower Master made a slashing gesture in the air. VRRRMMM. The space split open. A swirling blue dimensional gate appeared, revealing a faint, ash-colored world beyond. Gripping the black tiger sword, I stepped forward. Let's go. Wait. Hold on a second. I need to mentally prepare myself. There's no time. We crossed through the dimensional gate. For a moment, a dizzying sensation brushed across my forehead. I regained my composure and surveyed the area. The air was thick and dry, stabbing into my lungs like needles. It was saturated with fire elemental mana, as dense as what you'd find in an area of contamination. For ordinary people, the sheer density would cause spontaneous combustion, leaving nothing but ash. Ugh, what the hell is this? Kim Mabiab followed in after me, recoiling in horror. It was understandable. The fire elemental mana aside, the surroundings were utterly grotesque. The ground was covered in crumbling grey ash. The sky was pitch black, pierced by strange beams of light. And all around us were walls of ash-grey grim, oppressive barriers that seemed to trap us. The walls looked like they were made from countless human bodies, layered upon each other after being reduced to ash. They were grotesque, horrifying, and utterly bizarre. Ugh, this is disgusting. That Elder Joe, she's completely deranged, isn't she? Most of the Solar Eclipse sect are like that. They were originally a black magic sect. These days, they've rebranded themselves as orthodox mages, but you can't escape your roots. Yay, I figured as much. Oh, watch out. Thunk. I thrust the black tiger sword forward. I didn't even bother using a flash technique or employing the Tiger King sword technique, it was a straightforward attack. The black tiger sword grazed Kim Mabiab's side and embedded itself into the wall. Grrrr. A monster, just emerging from the wall, let out a shriek. The blade had pierced its left eye, which glowed brightly in my bright eye's vision. I felt it through my fingertips, the distinct hard, smooth texture of its mana core. Whoa? Huh. Kim Mabiab jumped in surprise, belatedly realizing what had happened. You scared the hell out of me. If we were even a little later, that thing would have bitten you, Mr. Kim Mabiab. Ugh. Stay behind me. And whatever you do, don't touch the walls. I swung the black tiger sword and activated the extraction trait. The mana core popped out, as if skewered. Judging by its size, it was a level 5 mana core. If dozens of these things swarmed me at once, even I'd have a hard time. But there are ways to deal with it. Sixth sense sensitivity, bright eyes. Insight detection, sensitive skin. My entire trait window was filled with sensory type traits. Thwack, thwack, thwack. On top of that, I was already familiar with the terrain. This was the exact dimensional labyrinth I'd seen in the game. Even though I never pulled the SSR character from the Sun Mage Tower, this dungeon wasn't limited to just personal quests. The exploration team the elders mentioned? That was probably represented as a side quest in the game. Wow, you can see all this? I can't make sense of anything. You'll get the hang of it if you keep looking. That's amazing. By the way, Black Tiger Sword Master, have you gotten shorter? You used to be much taller than me. It's part of my ability. Oh, I see. I guess if some people can grow to giant size, others can shrink and grow at will. Hunting the spectral beings was easy. All I had to do was stab them with the Black Tiger Sword. Even without any flashy abilities, the Black Tiger Sword had the highest attack power in all of Arcane Seoul. Since I was only aiming for the mana cores, their weak spots, every strike landed a critical hit, killing them instantly. Sixth sense sensitivity, treasure hunter. Insight detection, swordsmanship expert. I switched my traits entirely. Since the mana core was also the weak point, all I had to do was locate it and drive the sword into it. That's when I felt something unfamiliar approaching. I stopped walking and scanned my surroundings. The spectral beings embedded in the walls had crimson cross-shaped patterns scattered across their bodies. Not that they were physically marked that way, this was simply how it appeared to me. Acquired the trait, weakness detection. This wasn't just a visual effect. Attacking those marked areas would now trigger actual bonus damage. I'll need X-ray vision next. I had to prepare for the possibility of encountering Elder Joe. If I acquired X-ray vision and combined it with the advanced trait Bright Eyes, I'd have a way to handle her. At the very least, I wouldn't be caught off guard by a sneak attack. This looks like a good spot to set up the heavy artillery. Here? But there's nothing here. You're supposed to place heavy artillery at leyline points for maximum efficiency. Do you know where the leyline points are? No, I don't. I'm not a mage. This was definitely the leyline point. Kim Mabiab couldn't see it, but it was visible to me. The mana flow of the dimensional labyrinth was subtly concentrated here. To the untrained eye, it was just a narrow gap between two ordinary walls. I shoved a magical die into the crevice. Whirr. The magical die shimmered, then transformed into a gem-like radiance before disappearing. The sight was almost like stardust scattering in the air. Kim Mabiab, startled, turned to me. So this was a leyline point? How did you figure that out? Instinct. Black Tiger Sword Master, you're on another level. I can see why Grandpa thinks so highly of you. Other warriors couldn't pull this off, could they? Well, I do have some talent. Ha ha ha, I completely agree. The exploration proceeded smoothly. Every spectral being that appeared became food for the Black Tiger Sword. By now, my golf bag was packed with level 5 mana cores. This alone was turning into quite a lucrative side gig. But I couldn't let my guard down. I was about halfway through setting up the magical dice when Elder Joe's shadow descended before us. It came without any warning. When an elderly woman in a suit suddenly emerged from the ground, Kim Mabiob nearly fainted in shock. Gasp! Elder Joe. The figure looked exactly as she had appeared in the mage tower, but there was no presence to her. Floating like a phantom, she simply glared at us. Ignoring her, I thrust the Black Tiger Sword behind Elder Joe. Squelch! With a familiar sensation, the mana core came out. I casually tossed it into the golf bag. Kim Mabiob, pale-faced, hid behind me. Ugh. Black Tiger Sword Master, you're really something. Wait, so this isn't the real Elder Joe? Would she leave the center of the labyrinth while busy performing a ritual? It's likely a projection or something similar. Humph. Elder Joe's shadow let out a scoff. So you're not a complete fool. Yes, this is merely a fragment of me. I came because the labyrinth grew noisy, and what do I find? An unexpected prize. Elder Joe glared at us with venomous eyes. A warrior who killed my disciple, and the wretched grandson of that Tower master. Heh, I can take my revenge on both of you at once. Me? Fine. But including Kim Mabiob? You'll just get killed by the Tower Master. Humph. Once the ritual is complete, the Tower Master will no longer be a threat. No, he'll become a fine source of mana. Everything has been planned since the moment you set foot on this island. She wasn't wrong. Solar eclipse versus sun. In such a matchup, who would have the upper hand? Still, something feels off. Despite their advantage in elemental compatibility, the Solar Eclipse sect had never managed to claim dominance over the Sun Mage Tower for centuries. The reason was their black magic foundation rife with side effects and vulnerabilities. I decided to probe Elder Joe a bit. So, did you already benefit from the Golden Crow? Pulling a stunt like this makes me think you did. Golden Crow. Kim Mabiob turned to me, confused. Elder Joe's expression stiffened for a moment. Humph, that's right. And yet, because of you, it failed. My poor disciple spent over a decade working toward that, even sacrificing his own body, only to end up as a subordinate to that crow's son. But it doesn't matter. The Black Crow will suffice. No, it's even better. It allows us to restore the true essence of our sect. So that's how it was. This wasn't a simple case of Elder Joe chasing money and partnering with the GMO group. She'd been orchestrating it from the beginning, targeting the Golden Crow mana circuit in the GMO group's ruling family. Because of my interference, she failed to secure the Golden Crow and settled for the level 6 Black Crow mana circuit. Yet, even that was enough to advance her plans starting the ritual years earlier than intended. This ends here. Elder Joe raised her right hand. Both of you will die here. Rumble? She had a reason for talking to buy time. The entire labyrinth began to shake. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The walls started to fold in, pieces moving like blocks, rearranging into a massive passageway. From the far end, the walls began to compress inward, ready to crush us. Are you kidding me? Kim Mabiob's eyes widened. To the heavy artillery. We have to get to the heavy artillery now? If we're too late, we're dead. The fact that I'd installed several magical dice earlier had mitigated the damage to this extent. Without them, the walls, ceiling, and floor would have closed in entirely to crush us. I turned quickly, grabbing Kim Mabiob, and started running. Elder Joe laughed maniacally behind us. Do you think you can escape? Run? Run as fast as you can? But death is all that awaits you. Yeah, right. I'd encountered this pattern multiple times in the game. This minigame-like sequence, where the dungeon comes alive, had wiped out many players. After a few tries, the pattern becomes predictable and easy to overcome. Giant Strength, Grand Assault, Sixth Sense. Insight, Detection, Sensitivity. To me, the traps were visible. Glowing red warning signs lit up wherever they were triggered. With my bright eyes and heightened senses at full capacity, there was no way I could fail to avoid them. The only real problem was the weight of Kim Mabiob on my shoulders. Go slower. You'll die if I do. Then go faster. Stay still. How am I supposed to stay still? The labyrinth quaked violently. Traps detonated just as we slipped past them. Explosive magic went off, lightning flashed, and the ground caved in. Kim Mabiob instinctively writhed and fidgeted, throwing off my balance. I'm so tempted to subdue him. For a moment, I thought about swapping Giant Strength with Close Combat Mastery, just to handle him. Bang! A burst of flame barely grazed Kim Mabiob, catching onto him. He frantically waved his hands, summoning a fiery storm from his palms to extinguish the blaze. A response fitting of a fire mage. The sticky flames that clung to him like grease were blasted away. Hold on tight. I can't dodge the next one. What? What does that mean? At the end of the straight passage was the final trap, a wall of flames. This one was unavoidable. Unlike the others, this was a remotely activated trap that triggered no matter what. Even in the game, there was no way around it. Fire resistance won't be enough. Not when I also needed to shield Kim Mabiob. In that case, Sigurd Cultivation Technique, Mana Soul, Mana Shield. Domain Shield, Mana Barrier, Mana Armor. A quadruple layered defense? The Sigurd cultivation technique anchored itself to my heart and mana circuit, unleashing a fierce power that radiated outward. That energy expanded beyond my skin. A spherical shield formed around us. A secondary shield took shape in the form of a barrier at the front. Another intangible shield enveloped my body, and the domain's protective force extended to cover Kim Mabiob as well. Most of the protection was focused on me, but Kim Mabiob was sufficiently covered. What is this? Kim Mabiob, sensing something strange, widened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the trap activated. Flames erupted, engulfing us completely. Whoosh! The heat pressed against us. But it wasn't enough to penetrate the quadruple layered shields. While Kim Mabiob could still feel the heat, his innate fire resistance as a pyromancer made him immune to serious harm. In the end, we broke through the wall of fire and entered the next stage. Phew! I took a deep breath. Kim Mabiob carefully climbed down from my shoulders. Do you think we've lost her? Yes. This looks like a different section of the labyrinth. The atmosphere's changed. You're right. Wow, I was really shocked back there. I've always wondered how you endured the sunfire before, and now I know it was this. Huh. You think I'd challenge sunfire without something to rely on? Fair point. We exchanged a few words while surveying our surroundings. The bleak, ashen wasteland we'd been traversing was gone. Instead, everything was now pitch black, as though the entire area had been coated in solidified tar. There were no walls, only dense, spike-like pillars protruding everywhere, so tightly packed they restricted our view like a forest. What is this place? It's kind of creepy. In game terms, this was the second floor. We were one layer closer to the core of the dimensional labyrinth. From this point on, I couldn't let my guard down. I secured the black tiger sword at my waist and instinctively reached for Mjolnir before shaking my head. No, that's not it. Conventional projectile attacks would just get blocked by the pillars. What I needed here were wide-area attacks that could target enemies at a distance. Unfortunately, I didn't have such traits. But I did have an alternative. I pulled a sniper rifle out of the golf bag. As I slid spare magazines into my belt, Kim Mabiob gave me a puzzled look. A gun? What for? Because I'll need it. With Dasan guns, abilities are shared, so even a pistol could work. But the enemies from here onward were going to be at significant distances. Even I couldn't reliably hit targets hundreds of meters away with just a pistol. Gunplay aim sniper. Sixth sense insight detection. I scanned my surroundings. All I could see were an overwhelming number of black pillars. Just as my eyes started to ache from the strain, a crimson light flickered in the distance. An attack signal. And then came the eerie wails. Uuaaaaah. Woo-oh. Hee. What's that? Startled, Kim Mabiob spread his arms, and flames flared from his hands just as the attack reached us. Vague gray shapes hurtled toward us, classic ghost attacks. I set the sniper rifle down for a moment and drew my twin pistols. Bang 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 bang. With the ghostly projectiles slow-moving, it wasn't hard to shoot them down midair with a flurry of enhanced bullets. Phew, what the heck was that? At novel bin at. Ghosts. I don't see anything. They're far away. Think of them as ghost snipers. That's what makes this section so dangerous. A forest of black pillars obscuring your line of sight. Ghost snipers that spawn off-screen and bombard you with long-range attacks. If you stand still, you'll be overwhelmed by relentless projectiles. Although the slow speed of the ghost projectiles makes them dodgeable, you can't keep evading forever. Not that it matters for me. Taking advantage of a lull in the attacks, I picked the sniper rifle back up. I waited for the crimson lights, the attack signals, to flicker again. Kim Mabiob couldn't see them, but thanks to insight, they were perfectly visible to me. At last, another light glimmered. And thanks to my detection traits, I could see through the pillars, as if the world itself had turned transparent. Bang! I pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. I emptied the 5-round magazine. Each shot extinguished a crimson light. I couldn't directly confirm the deaths of the ghosts, but my senses told me they were gone. I repeated the process over and over. If the sniper rifle wasn't a Dasan weapon, this would have been a nightmare. Without its ability sharing feature, I would have had to rely on Kim Mabiob's pyromancy or hunt each ghost down in person. What am I supposed to do? As I kept firing, Kim Mabiob stood to the side, grumbling in frustration. Now that I thought about it, he hadn't done much. And he probably wouldn't contribute much going forward either. I shrugged my shoulders. Make yourself some popcorn. Why did I even come with you? If you're that worried, just watch my back. I'm pretty exposed right now. Leave it to me. The sniper rifle was bolt action, meaning there were moments when I couldn't deal with incoming projectiles. I left that to Kim Mabiob. He channeled his fire magic and unleashed flames, melting the slow-moving gray projectiles midair. It wasn't a bad setup. With him on defense, I could focus entirely on counter-sniping. Since the ghost projectiles could pass through physical obstacles, it was essential to eliminate them before they could attack again. How many times had I pulled the trigger? By the time the dozens of magazines I carried in the golf bag were nearly depleted, the last ghost finally fell. Phew. I rubbed my sore eyes. And then, suddenly, my vision brightened. The world looked completely different. I'm not speaking metaphorically, it was literal. I could now see clearly beyond the forest of black pillars. Acquired the trait, X-ray vision. This was a pleasant surprise. Originally, I'd planned to install traps and dismantle walls to earn this trait. But my impromptu changes to the plan after entering the solar eclipse X-dimensional labyrinth had worked out. As a result, I had gained a new trait. Phew, no need to waste any more time. I immediately began combining traits. Insight tracking detection. Danger sense weakness detection X-ray vision. A sharp pain shot through my eyes. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. In fact, the blood vessels in my eyes ruptured, and blood dripped down my face like tears. Meanwhile, a deep, drilling pain pierced my skull. It felt like someone was jamming a drill into the back of my head and churning it relentlessly. Huff, huff. Perhaps it was because this combination affected both my senses and cognition. It was far more intense than when I acquired Sixth Sense. Kim Mabiob, wide-eyed, stared at me in shock. Black Tiger Sword Master, are you okay? I'm fine now. I think I just pushed my abilities too hard. Really? You're sure it's not mana overload? It's fine. My mana circuit is intact. That's a relief. Still, take this. If something happens to you, my grandfather will kill me. Kim Mabiob pulled a crystal bottle out of his magical pouch and handed it to me. The liquid inside was blood red, sparkling with golden, silver, and star-like glimmers. A top-grade healing potion. One of these could easily cost hundreds of millions. Truly, a golden spoon. I accepted the potion gratefully and drank it. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. No problem. Honestly, I wouldn't even be level 5 if it weren't for you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Haha, is that so? Of course. Truthfully, I was tempted to stash the potion for later, but I held back. That wouldn't have been polite. After downing the healing potion, we resumed exploring the area. I installed more magical dice and harvested mana cores from the ghosts we encountered along the way. At some point, Kim Mabiob pulled out his smartphone and started calculating something, a troubled expression forming on his face. We just need to set up one more heavy artillery unit, and we're done. That's good news. But why the long face? Well, the last one has to be installed further in. But given the scale of the labyrinth, Kim Mabiob trailed off, but the reason was obvious. Judging by the size of the labyrinth, the third floor was the final layer. And on that floor, there was a high likelihood that Elder Joe would be waiting. So it's come to this after all. I'd considered this possibility from the start. There was a chance I'd have to face Elder Joe directly. I ran a hand along the Black Tiger Sword. Let's go. Are you sure about this? It's risky, but we don't have a choice. I'll keep Elder Joe distracted while you set up the heavy artillery. Black Tiger Sword Master. Elder Joe is level 7. She might even be level 8 by now, but she's not a fully realized level 8 yet. The ritual isn't complete. The Tower Master and the elders outside are actively disrupting the ritual, so it couldn't have finished already. That buys us time. Right now, Elder Joe wouldn't be able to unleash her full power. At most, she'd be limited to casting level 5 or 6 magic. Even if she managed to use level 7 magic, its potency would be significantly weakened. That gives us a chance. I just need to hold her off for a few minutes while Kim Mabiob calculates the leyline and installs the final artillery. I can't use trait swap. As soon as the dimensional collapse begins, the Tower Master will intervene. If I'm caught swapping traits at that critical moment, the Tower Master will definitely figure out my secret. I had to avoid that at all costs. I carefully selected my traits. Swordsmanship Expert Close Combat Mastery Bright Eyes. Tiger King Sword Technique Sigurd Cultivation Technique Sixth Sense. No flashy Trinity builds or double power setups. This was the build of a warrior specifically, a sensory-focused swordsman. A lone warrior who stakes everything on a single blade. Walking the razor's edge of life and death, like a solitary swordsman traversing a cliff of blades. Let's go. We stepped into the next area. A basin filled with shimmering white sand, polished smooth like glass. Underneath a black sun, Elder Joe hovered like a crow. Her body was encased in an alloy exoskeleton forged from nether steel. A high-level mana core glowed ominously from her forehead and chest. On each of her shoulders were grotesque, hybrid heads, one a semi-elemental phoenix, the other a mechanical crow. Neither man, mutant, spirit, nor machine, she was a monstrous fusion of all four. Creak. Grind. Elder Joe's head turned with a jerky motion, like a broken tin robot. The opposing forces of nethersteel and her mana circuits were causing discord in her body. The mana sparks radiating from her were powerful enough to obliterate an entire village. Elder Joe locked her mechanical and magical gaze onto me. One eye was a magical orb, the other, a mechanical prosthetic. When she grinned, her jagged, gear-like teeth grated against each other, like a cheap horror movie creature. A little rat. You've come crawling to your death. She extended her hand. With a metallic screech, her fingers unfolded. It wasn't like the standard prosthetic weapons used by reinforced like mana cannons or magic machine guns. Instead, her entire arm had been modified into a magical staff. The arm bone formed the staff's body. The hand was an imitation, a magic jewel shaped to mimic human fingers. I quietly drew the Black Tiger Sword. Install the heavy artillery. Why yes. Kim Mabiob bolted toward one side of the room. Elder Joe's gaze shifted to follow him. I couldn't let her target Kim Mabiob. I tightened my stomach and shouted at the top of my lungs. Come at me, you mechanical bag of bones. What? I'll send you to your disciple. That dumb nephew of yours is waiting for you in hell. Ha. Ha ha ha. Elder Joe let out a dry, incredulous laugh. To her, this was probably nothing but the barking of an insignificant worm. A level 7 elder of the mighty Mage Tower, part of the 4 great factions, being insulted by a mere level 5 back alley warrior. How laughable. But soon, her eyes flared with dark, hellish flames. How dare you? From that moment, she didn't spare Kim Mabiab another glance. Her attention was solely on me. Her murderous intent bore down on me as she raised her mana. Whoosh! The atmosphere shifted. The immense mana flowing down from the black sun crackled and surged into her right hand. Without needing to aim, a streak of black lightning shot toward me. Gah! I barely deflected it. If not for sixth sense, I wouldn't have reacted in time. Using swordsmanship expert to parry and close combat mastery to defend, I redirected the dark bolt, sending it flying past me. Boom! The delayed sound of the impact slammed into my ears. The spot where the lightning struck had been completely obliterated. The ground was gouged out, leaving a crater at least 10 meters deep. If that had hit me, the only thing left behind would have been the black tiger sword. Humph! Elder Jo sneered. The ring on her left hand floated into the air, spinning rapidly. Dark light surged upward from the ring, connecting her right and left hands in a deadly circuit. Suddenly, flames began to flicker to life, glowing ominously like candlelight. Seeing the crimson arcs in the air, I swallowed hard. A full-scale bombardment was coming. Not just targeting me, but Kim Mabiab as well. Elder Jo intended to kill us both. That couldn't happen. If Kim Mabiab didn't finish installing the heavy artillery, I'd be dead as well. Jookban. I shouted the name I had seen in the Elder's records. You think becoming level 8 will let you defeat the Tower Master? What nonsense are you spouting? No way. You'll never beat the Tower Master. You've never won, not even once in your miserable life. You know why? It's because you're part of the Solar Eclipse sect. A pathetic, third-rate sect that can't hold a candle to the Sun Mage Tower. The air trembled for a moment. The flames in Elder Jo's eyes flared violently. A lifetime of inferiority, bitterness, and resentment, all of it surged to the surface in her mana. You insolent wretch. Am I wrong? It's called the Sun Mage Tower, isn't it? Not the Eclipse Mage Tower? If your Solar Eclipse sect was so great, you'd have renamed it centuries ago. Stop dreaming and just kill yourself already? When the Tower Master arrives, you won't even get the luxury of dying cleanly. How dare you speak of the Solar Eclipse sect in my presence? Under normal circumstances, she might have dismissed the provocation with a smirk. But Elder Jo took the bait without hesitation. Her incomplete knowledge and the unstable ritual had left her mind and emotions vulnerable. I felt an itchy sensation at my throat and quickly double-checked my traits. It was the effect of taunt. Acquiring a new trait was great, but keeping taunt equipped was dangerous in this situation. Elder Jo waved her hand. Under the guidance of bright eyes and sixth sense, I saw the red arcs of light again. This time, they were all aimed squarely at me. The murderous intent behind them left no doubt. Elder Jo was determined to kill me. Zap 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 zap. Beams of light shot toward me, moving at nearly the speed of sound. By the time the lightning struck, it was already too late to react. But I moved just as quickly. I slashed, parried, and redirected with the black tiger sword, staying one step ahead. It was a razor-thin margin. If I'd been even 0.1 seconds slower, if I'd hesitated for even an instant while switching traits, I would have been obliterated by the dark beams. Boom, 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 black lightning scattered in all directions. The entire dimensional labyrinth quaked as if it might collapse. Shockwaves rippled outward, sending debris flying everywhere. The aftershock alone was enough to rattle my insides, forcing me to spit blood. Still, I stood my ground, gripping my sword tightly. Elder Jo's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. Grah! Scowl! The semi-elemental phoenix and the mechanical crow embedded in her shoulders let out piercing cries. You blocked that. Yeah, I did. Even though it feels like my hands are shattered, I blocked it. At that moment, a welcome voice reached my ears. I've installed the heavy artillery, activating it now. What? Elder Jo whipped her head around, panicking. She raised her staff arm and aimed at Kim Mabiab, but it was too late. The magical dice had already begun to glow. Brilliant rays of light pierced through the air, burrowing into the fabric of space like a sharp awl. The rainbow-colored beams tore through the dimensional barriers, converging from multiple directions. And then they fused together. The space and the dimensional labyrinth were disrupted, and at last, the labyrinth began to collapse. Rumble? Space itself shattered. It fractured like shards of glass, falling and scattering into nothingness. The labyrinth was massive, so even its collapse took time. Before we fully returned to reality, a handgun pierced through the broken space. Bang! A crisp gunshot. Around the handgun, the fragments of space crumbled away, and a man forced his way through. An elderly man in a tailored suit with neatly combed hair. It was the Tower Master. Ah, my back. Haven't had to strain myself like this in a while. Feels like I'm about to pull a muscle. Whew, what a mess this labyrinth is. Elder Jo always had terrible taste. Claimed she gave up black magic, but look at this hellscape of a labyrinth. Who's she trying to fool? The Tower Master wasn't alone. The elders entered one by one in a line behind him. Elder Jo twisted her head with a series of creaks, looking up at the sky, or more precisely, at the black sun. The total solar eclipse, which should have been glowing with an ominous black light, was already shattered. What should have been a dark disk in the sky was now riddled with cracks, like a broken black plate. The ritual had failed. Naturally, the backlash had begun. Whoosh! Black liquid spewed out of Elder Jo's entire body, likely a type of mana oil. It was undoubtedly a concoction made by grinding down various rare materials into a refined mana solution, now spilling uncontrollably. You. Elder Joe's jerky movements turned toward me, her glare seething with rage. I will kill you, I'll kill you no matter what. Had the ritual succeeded, even if it took just a few more hours, it would have been a different story. Even if she had gone mad, even if she had lost her intelligence and devolved into a mutated or corrupted being, Elder Joe would have ascended to level 8. But to fail at the very brink of level 8? And because of a mere warrior, someone she considered as insignificant as dirt? It was no wonder she was losing her mind. Elder Joe surged forward, her mana radiating wildly. Boom! The sheer volume of mana she was expelling roared like a jet engine. As black wings etched themselves into the air, she reached me in the blink of an eye. This was a desperate moment where no one could save me. As her magical jewel hand expanded like a massive bomb, ready to explode, I moved instinctively. I swung my sword. Crash! Guh! The overwhelming shock was almost enough to knock me unconscious. I couldn't afford to swap traits. Instead, I activated Iron Fist. Without the protective steel plates and mana radiance shielding me, I would have been obliterated on the spot. My body flew through the air, not just a few meters but dozens of meters, tumbling like a leaf in the wind. As I fought to steady my mind and vision, I saw Elder Joe aiming her staff arm at me. At its tip, the magic jewel burned with a vortex of dark flames. By sheer coincidence or perhaps not, my eyes met the Tower Master's. The usually jovial look in his eyes was replaced by a cold, calculating glare. It was as if he were studying me, trying to uncover my secrets. Magicians, no matter how friendly they appeared, they always left you with a lingering sense of unease. I rolled several times across the ground before forcing myself to stand. As if waiting for that moment, a wave of black flames surged toward me. Aiaic. The duration of Iron Fist was nearing its end. I couldn't rely on magic resistance or layered shields anymore. Instead, I threw myself into the air. Once, twice, leaping higher each time. GMO shoes. Elder Joe gritted her teeth when she noticed my shoes. You? What are you? Are you the son-in-law of that dem crow? How did you get the GMO set? You're just noticing now? I couldn't help but think how dull she'd become. Honestly, a warrior's instincts would have been sharper than hers right now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Spells came flying at me. Black fireballs rained down. Dark lightning struck from above. Shadow mines exploded all around. And shadowy blades aimed for my vital points with silent precision. None of it mattered. I deflected, blocked, and evaded every attack. The overwhelming momentum Elder Joe had shown earlier, like that of a colossal beast, was nowhere to be found. At this point, she didn't even feel like a level 7 mage. She seemed closer to level 6, maybe worse. She stood rooted in place, relying only on brute force, casting spells with power but no finesse. At this rate, she couldn't stop me. Instead of rushing, she should have been stacking up precise attacks to land a decisive blow. Instead, she was just spamming magic aimlessly. I didn't even need trait swap to handle this. Patiently, I focused on defense, parrying her attacks with calm precision. Huff, huff. Despite being the one under attack, I was composed, while Elder Joe was gasping for breath. Her strength was visibly declining. From level 6 to level 5. From level 5 to level 4. From level 4 to level 3. And finally, to something laughable, a level 1 spellcaster. The mana she emitted weakened with every passing moment, and the spells she cast became pitiful. Eventually, a small blob of flickering candlelight came hurtling toward me. I stared at Elder Joe and lowered my sword. The blob of flame struck me directly. For a brief moment, hope flickered in Elder Joe's eyes. But it was fleeting. With a faint fizz, the blob of flame extinguished. This can't be. Elder Joe howled in despair. This is impossible. Impossible? My magic, my power, my world. That was the end. Elder Joe, still creaking, reached out with her staff arm one final time. Her entire body began to collapse. The enchanted mana circuits fell apart. The nether steel corroded and crumbled into dust. The semi-elemental phoenix's head disintegrated into flames, while the mechanical crow's head shattered into scrap metal. All that remained were bizarre remnants: her tin can head and the finely crafted staff arm made of magic jewels carved into the shape of a human hand. Oh, and one other thing, the dull black ring on her left hand. Humph. The Tower Master let out a scoff. Good riddance. Filthy bastard. He even cleared his throat, gathering phlegm before spitting on Elder Joe's remains. The elders, however, didn't look as pleased. Such a waste. How fleeting life is. Power is meant to be pursued through proper methods, not shortcuts. Where on earth did she learn such twisted knowledge? Isn't it obvious? Elder Joe's disciple was with the GMO group. They must have combined the mana circuits there with the solar eclipse sex knowledge and applied it. People really, trying things without proper testing. When someone's blinded by the idea of leveling up, there's nothing they won't do. I'm a mage myself, but honestly, that's just how we are. Victory. I had just taken down a level 7 mage single-handedly. Well, not exactly, I suppose. If the Tower Master and the elders hadn't disrupted the ritual and entered when they did, I'd probably have been drained dry and left for dead. You're truly impressive. The Tower Master approached me and spoke. Just moments ago, his gaze had been as cold and detached as though he were evaluating livestock, but now it had returned to its usual state, casually greedy, but still friendly enough to disarm you. A shiver ran down my spine. What scared me most was his ability to change his demeanor so effortlessly, to play his role so perfectly. Before, you seemed like a warrior specialized in magic combat. But today, you felt more like a practical, combat-oriented swordsman. Abilities reflect one's life experiences, yet how can someone change so much? Haha, I suppose I'm just a bit special. Indeed, you truly are. Only someone special could be entrusted with the black tiger sword by that old tiger geezer. The Tower Master's gaze lingered on my waist. For a brief moment, his eyes changed, filled with a fierce, insatiable greed. It was the kind of look that said he'd love to drag me off and dissect me in a lab if he could. A bead of cold sweat ran down my back. I was lucky to have the black tiger sword by my side, and even luckier that I had never revealed my true abilities in front of him before. If I had, this wouldn't have ended with a friendly wager or exchange. I've heard something about this. The Tower Master murmured, frowning as though trying to recall something. Chen, what was it? Oh, right. Cheonma. Supposedly, those born under it possess boundless talent and 10,000 abilities. TL note, Cheonma, which basically means that when the heavens are timid, the earth is bold. It's a way of saying someone has a divine fate. Wait, I'd heard of this somewhere. Right, when the magic spirit explained the reconstructive elixir. But wasn't this different from my trait swap? I mean, I can't even acquire traits with certain type restrictions. Feigning surprise, I widened my eyes. Wow, that sounds incredible. I wish I were born with something like that. What was it called again? What? Cheonma. The Tower Master replied. But it's purely theoretical. Unlike something like Heavenly Killing Star or Purple Star, it's never been confirmed to exist. Adat novel bin adat. He dismissed it with a shake of his head and walked toward Elder Joe's remains. He picked through the wreckage, grimacing as he retrieved the staff arm and the ring. The rest of the remains were gathered by younger mages who had accompanied the elders. But Elder Joe's body was so damaged it was beyond use, even as raw materials. Still, as a former elder of the tower, she'd likely be given a proper funeral. This is for you. The Tower Master handed me the ring she had collected. Consider it your reward for this incident. It was a plain, unassuming black ring. I accepted it, swallowing nervously. I knew exactly what it was. The elders, however, immediately erupted in protest. Tower Master, you can't do this. That's one of the treasures of the tower. How could you give the eclipse ring to an outsider? This is unacceptable. Absolutely not. Of course, the elders had no choice but to react this way. SSR Eclipse. The greatest treasure of the Solar Eclipse sect. It was both the symbol of the sect leader and the most powerful artifact in their possession. Additionally, it was one of the 8 great treasures of the Mage Tower. Despite the torrent of objections, the Tower Master remained unyielding. Should I just lock this away in the tower's vault, then? The Tower Master swept his gaze over the elders with cold eyes. As soon as I return, I'll convene a 4 Towers Council meeting. There, I'll officially declare the Solar Eclipse sect as an enemy of the tower. An enemy of the tower. Surely that's unnecessary, Tower Master. The elders expressed their unease. But the Tower Master had clearly made up his mind. Elder Joe committed treason. And what does it say that not a single Solar Eclipse sect mage showed up to stop her, even as things escalated to this point? It's obvious they were all sacrificed to her. That's true. Sacrificing their own members. That's pure madness. There's no way we can recognize such a vile group as an official section. I plan to publicly sever all ties with the Solar Eclipse sect and erase them entirely from history. They will never rise again. Now, think about this: if we, the tower, seize all of the Solar Eclipse sect's assets and treasures, how will it look to outsiders? I understood what he was implying. It would seem like nothing more than a power struggle. Not that it really mattered, but the Tower Master clearly had a deeper agenda. His goal wasn't just to strip the Solar Eclipse sect of their power, it was to destroy them so thoroughly that they could never recover. There's a stark difference between being the victim of political infighting and being a sect so evil that they sacrificed an entire island like Ulungdo in the name of black magic. This is what mages' battles look like. As for me, I just planned to reap the rewards and move on. After all, I'd gone through hell to get here. Earning an 8 great treasure level item wasn't too much to ask. Just like I'd received the Black Tiger Sword from the Eastern Army Commander and the GMO set from the GMO group. The elders, however, weren't ready to give up just yet. Why not give him something else? Black Tiger Sword Master has done well, but the Eclipse Ring is simply too much. Then what should I give him? If not for the Black Tiger Sword Master, we would have been utterly humiliated. Did you not see what happened outside? If the ritual had succeeded, Elder Joe would have become an 8th level Colossus. Not a mage, a Colossus. She would have unleashed mutations across the entire island, weaponizing Ulungdo against our tower. Can you even begin to calculate the damage that would have caused? Even if Elder Joe had become a Colossus, we would have defeated her. Sure, we would have won. But there would have been casualties. I can't guarantee that I would have come out unscathed against an 8th level Elder Joe. Some of you here would likely have died, perhaps half of you. So tell me, what weighs more? Your lives or the Eclipse Ring? Faced with this argument, the elders could no longer object. They lowered their heads in reluctant agreement. Understood. We won't oppose this any further. It's not like he's an ordinary warrior, he's the Black Tiger Sword Master. For the sake of the future, it's probably the best choice. And it also allows us to publicly mark our complete severance from the Solar Eclipse sect. And so, the SSR Eclipse became mine. The Tower Master gave me a playful wink. Try it on. For the first time in months, I removed the mana storage ring I'd been wearing. I slid the eclipse ring onto my finger in its place. SSSHHHH. A faint whisper echoed in my ears, almost imperceptible, but only for a moment. Then, a wave of power, hot and cold, dark yet seductive, surged through me, brimming just beneath the surface. The trait embedded in the ring was Eclipse. It was a composite trait of mana devouring, mana absorption, and mana storage. While it had the drawback of gradually corrupting its user due to its origins in black magic, that didn't concern me. After all, the Crow Helm, the GMO Helm, protected my mind with its intangible power at all times. The Tower Master must have known that as well, which is why he felt confident giving me the Eclipse ring. Wow. Kim Mabiob looked at me with envious eyes. Black Tiger Sword Master, you're so lucky. An 8 great treasure. How is it we're both level 5, but there's such a massive gap between us? If you work hard to build up your mana, you'll grow much stronger too. Still, I'll never catch up to you, will I? I won't deny it. There's no way to surpass my trait swap ability. Even being a golden spoon can only take you so far. Well, let's wrap this up. Have the disciples clean up the area and prepare a simple funeral for Elder Joe. Yes, Tower Master. By the Tower Master's order, I stayed at the Sun Mage Tower for a few days. During that time, I heard the full story behind the aftermath, and it was truly astonishing. Haha, to think they embezzled this much. Even the Tower Master sighed in disbelief after reviewing the reports. The Solar Eclipse sect had been siphoning resources from the Sun Mage Tower for decades, no, centuries. The tower had been aware they were skimming to some extent, but it had been tolerated for the sake of maintaining unity. However, the scale of their theft was unimaginable, and all of it had been poured into their ultimate goal, the birth of a 9th level Grand Mage. Kim Mabiob tilted his head in confusion. Level 9? Do you think they could have really achieved that? Based on the reports, it was possible. It would have required an absurd amount of resources, human sacrifices, body modifications, rare elixirs, and the essence of a phoenix fused with a black crow magic ship, but the potential was there. In the Tower Master's office, he paused mid-sip of his coffee and tapped his fingers on the desk. With proper research, and if we substituted their crude designs with a golden crow magic chip, the heart of a divine phoenix, and the Sun Mage Tower's solar heart furnace, it might have been possible to create a stable level 9 Grand Mage. Typical mage behavior, always pushing boundaries, even when discussing forbidden topics. It sounded like a haphazard build thrown together in a raid boss fight. Something you'd only see in-game as an exclusive mechanic for a boss monster. The side effects must have been unimaginable. I casually threw out the remark without hesitation. The Tower Master, who had been lost in thought, suddenly let out a dry laugh. True. Warriors really are intuitive. The side effects are enormous. Even in the best-case scenario, it would strip away one's humanity. Strip away humanity? Grandfather, what does that mean? What do you think it means, kid? It means turning into a psychopath. Wadash? That's unacceptable. Of course it is. A level 9 Grand Mage without emotions. That's not just a disaster. It's an apocalypse. Even in the best-case scenario, the result was psychopathy. What about the worst-case scenario? The answer was simple, a raid boss. A monstrous mutant, a colossus driven purely by the instinct to slaughter, devoid of reason or intelligence. The Tower Master tilted his head slightly. Though the chances were slim, Elder Joe might have actually reached level 9. If that had happened, our tower would have suffered catastrophic losses. Just giving you the Eclipse Ring doesn't feel sufficient. There's no need for anything more. The Eclipse Ring alone is already more than I deserve. I'm deeply grateful. Let's see. I'd like to give you something worthwhile, but nothing else seems suitable. There are a few things I can think of, but they don't match your caliber. The Tower Master's gaze scanned me slowly, evaluating me from head to toe. As weapons, I had the Black Tiger Sword, Mjolnir, and Aegis. For armor, I had the Protective Suit and the GMO set. For accessories, I had the Heart of Abundance, the Eclipse Ring, and the Danger Detection Ring. Maybe another ring would have been a good addition, but there weren't many rings that could replace the functionality of danger detection. Grandfather. Kim Mabiob, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly lit up and interjected. How about giving him the Red Cougar? The Red Cougar. Yes? Black Tiger Sword Master drives that old junker of his. The Red Cougar would be a perfect gift. If you're going to give him something, it should at least be on the same level as the Eclipse Ring. Our 8 great treasures, or rather, 7 now, are all geared toward mages, so he can't use them anyway. Well, that's true, but the Red Cougar is. Then what about the White Bull? Warriors love SUVs, don't they? Even Black Tiger Sword Master's current car is an SUV. That's not the point. For once, the Tower Master seemed flustered. The Red Cougar? I couldn't help but recall the time I drove it while searching for the Phoenix Valley. The car had felt like an extension of my body, responsive and smooth, practically gliding under my control. The White Bull was tempting too, but it wasn't quite on the same level as the Red Cougar. Besides, I'd always preferred sports cars over SUVs. The only reason I drove an SUV now was because it had been free. If I had to spend my own money, I wouldn't have bought one in the first place. The Red Cougar is a bit much. Maybe another flying car instead. Wow, grandfather. Kim Mabiob glared at him, his eyes wide with indignation. You're being so stingy to Black Tiger Sword Master. He's not just any warrior, he's the Black Tiger Sword Master. The Eastern Army commander personally acknowledged him, the GMO group's chairman practically proposed to him, and he's an honorary paladin of both the Thor and Gaia orders, not to mention the savior of the Old Father's cult. And you're offering him some random flying car? Not the Red Cougar, not the White Bull, not even the Black Charger? Just some flying car? That's so unfair. He even helped you with the Black Flame research and found the Phoenix Valley twice. But still, the Red Cougar. Grandfather, I didn't know you were such a cheapskate. Only a grandson could say something so boldly. The Tower Master, visibly flustered, finally snapped. Fine, fine, he can have the Red Cougar? Are you happy now? Ugh, raise a grandson and this is the thanks you get. No respect for his old man. Hehe, grandfather, you're the best. TCH, if you were a granddaughter, I'd marry you off to him. But no, you had to be born a useless boy. Hey, I think I turned out great. Look at the solar eclipse sect. That Hyung Jagai ruined the whole sect because of his nonsense. That idiot got manipulated by Elder Joe, but forget it. Think whatever you want. The Tower Master shook his head as if he didn't even want to say Elder Hyungja's name aloud. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out a small magical chip. It was the key to the Red Cougar. He stared at it wistfully, as if reluctant to part with it, before handing it to me. Here, take it. Thank you. I've received so much already. Well, you've done just as much for us. Oh, and one more thing, if that brat asks to borrow it, don't let him. He's totaled over 10 flying cars already. Totaled 10 flying cars? But don't flying cars have all sorts of safety features? Kim Mabiob furiously shook his head in denial. Then he gave me a pleading look, his eyes practically begging me to let him borrow it someday. Given how he had stood up for me earlier, I felt like I should lend it to him at least once. Fine. But I'll activate all safety settings and restrict the control permissions to the lowest level. If you drive recklessly like last time, I'm never lending it to you again. Kim Mabiob's jaw dropped open in mock offense. Haha, of course. I'd never abuse someone else's car. My grandfather's car and someone else's car, those are two completely different things. Trust me. TCH, TCH. The Tower Master clicked his tongue from the side. That Red Cougar's as good as totaled. Black Tiger Sword Master, care to bet? I say the Red Cougar will be wrecked and scrapped within a day of lending it to him. Surely not. The Red Cougar's spirit seemed quite intelligent when I tested it out. Considering how many brain cells I lost designing that car's spirit. Ugh, do as you wish. You'll only understand once you experience it yourself. That brat is a menace. I'm telling you, 10 flying cars. Kim Mabiob grinned from ear to ear. It seemed he was genuinely obsessed with flying cars. There was an unsettling glint in his eyes. Normally, he came across as a goofy, harmless guy. And honestly, he was pretty much a goofball. But right now, he had the focused intensity of a man possessed. People like him were the scariest. I might need to rethink lending him the car after all. After taking enough time to rest, I returned to the city. The SUV would be delivered later by the Sunmage Tower's transportation service. Thanks to that, I was able to enjoy a refreshing drive in the Red Cougar. It is an honor to serve you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Oh, I'm glad to meet you too. This car would pair nicely with the magic spirit of my estate. I soared through the skies. Before I even realized it, the towering skyline of Seoul, the city of skyscrapers, was drawing closer. In the spot where Warrior Kim had departed, the Tower Master gazed at the distant flying car with a profound expression. No matter how much I think about it, something doesn't add up. What doesn't? It's about the Black Tiger Sword Master. If he were just a regular person, this wouldn't be possible. Oh, come on. Wasn't it you who said, the world is vast, and there are all kinds of people out there? Listen here, kid. Does this make sense to you? Didn't the Black Tiger Sword Master use a quad-layered mana shield in the dimensional labyrinth? Well, then that explains how he blocked the solar flame before. Tisk, tisk. I should stop talking. You're such a blockhead sometimes. I really wonder who you take after to be this dense. Obviously, I take after you, grandfather. If you took after me, you'd have been a level 5 mage, not just a pyromancer. Pfft. Sure, it's possible for one's abilities to change during the process of leveling up. A warrior specialized in grand magic combat transitioning into a practical combatant? That's plausible. The Tower Master himself had seen such things several times over his life. But a practical combatant using a quad-layered mana shield? And not possessing a single artifact related to shields? Could he really be a Cheonma Gozeong? The words escaped the Tower Master's lips like a muttered thought. He dismissed the idea almost immediately, but his mind kept circling back to it. Is it similar to Cheonma? Or perhaps Heavenly Killing Star? Not even close. It's said to be a divine blessing that allows someone to use every ability in existence. Come on, that's absurd. Where would something like that even exist? Well, who knows? You never can be certain. In fact, there was a rumor among mages a few decades ago about the appearance of a Cheonma Gozeong. What? Seriously? Not many believed it. The rumor came from the Heavenly Mountains, after all. What's that supposed to mean? Well, at the time, the Heavenly Demon was so terrifying that anything seemed possible. The man reached level 9 in his 20s. Can you even imagine how incredible that is? It spawned countless ridiculous rumors, to the point where it became impossible to separate truth from fiction. You met the Heavenly Demon, didn't you, grandfather? Yes, I did. It was decades ago, back when the Tower Master himself was young and brimming with vitality. The image of the heavenly demon standing above a field of kneeling high-level superhumans, gazing up at the sky, was still seared into his memory like a brand. Come to think of it, it's not entirely impossible. How so? If he inherited mixed lineage, it could be feasible. Mixed lineage? You mean like giants or spirit races? Exactly. Off the top of my head, I can think of elves, dragons, and fallen angels. During the War of Divine Annihilation, most mixed races were either wiped out or returned to their own worlds, but it's still possible through distant genetic inheritance. Didn't you say the chances of that were astronomically low? They are. But it's not unheard of. I occasionally receive reports about mixed lineage individuals in my office. That's very different from something as uncertain as the Chongyop Jigoziong. Even now, the Tower Master had a secret laboratory conducting experiments on mixed lineage specimens. A surge of curiosity washed over him. What kind of lineage did Warrior Kim have? What method could allow someone to change their abilities so drastically? At novel bin at. Part of him wanted to capture Warrior Kim and study him, but that wasn't an option. Unlike in the past, Warrior Kim was now a prominent figure. It seemed Warrior Kim himself wasn't fully aware of how significant he had become. No matter. If the traditional approach wasn't viable, a more subtle method would suffice. The Tower Master turned to look at Kim Mabiob, studying him intently. Kim Mabiob reflexively shrank back. What is it? I don't have to study math anymore, right? Kim Mabiob recognized the expression. It was the look the Tower Master always wore when he was about to assign him a task. Mabiob. Why yes. How long do you plan to hang around the tower like this? What? I'm working hard. I just downed a ton of elixirs today. Do you think raising your mana level is all it takes? What about your training? I've been training. I spend 4 hours a day sweating it out in the training hall. Training halls can't compare to actual combat. Huh? Actual combat? It wasn't the word Kim Mabiob had been expecting. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you assigning me a mission? That's right. You're an adult now, and a level 5 pyromancer at that. It's time you earned your keep. Awesome. What do I need to do? Bounty hunting? Dungeon exploration? Rift breaking? You're not going to make me collect materials, are you? His eyes were full of excitement. The Tower Master feigned a stern expression. This is an important mission. Don't take it lightly. Of course. I'll give it my all even if it costs me my life. That's the spirit. That's my grandson. The Tower Master's eyes gleamed mischievously. Register for the Colosseum. Huh. There's an underground fighting arena in Buchan, the largest in the country. Register there. Fight your way up the rankings. At the very least, you need to become the top-ranked mage in the level 5 category. Why? I'll explain later. A plan was already forming in the Tower Master's mind, piece by piece. Since reaching level 5, Warrior Kim hadn't visited the Colosseum. But judging by his track record, it was only a matter of time before he went there to earn diamonds. In solo matches, his growth would eventually hit a ceiling, which would lead him to participate in team matches, particularly the unrestricted battles. That's when he'd insert Kim Mabiob into Warrior Kim's party. Close enough to observe everything firsthand. I'll also need to recruit a reinforced and a priest. The Tower Master's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he pondered how to embed his agents into Warrior Kim's party without raising suspicion. Baeksorin glared at me. Her eyes glimmered with a wolf-like killing intent, cold and unrelenting. Tap. Baeksorin leapt lightly into the air. As she soared, she released a burst of mana mid-flight, shooting it straight toward me. Just as I raised the black tiger sword to block her attack. Clang, clang, a deafening noise struck my ears. Look at me. A voice roared like a lion's roar. Instinctively, my eyes turned in its direction. I nearly lost track of Baeksorin, but using the resolve contained within my Vajra body, I regained control of myself. Clang. I deflected Baeksorin's sword. No, the holy sword I had given her with the black tiger sword. Tisk. Baeksorin clicked her tongue in frustration. Then, gracefully recovering her sword, she unleashed a storm-like flurry of strikes. At first glance, the onslaught appeared chaotic and haphazard, but each strike traced a precise, deadly path, sharp as a razor. No set form, just raw instinct honed by experience, an intensely practical and intuitive chain of attacks. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Heavenly Killing Star is truly broken. Recently, I had been putting extra effort into training Baeksorin. After leaving her to her own devices for some time, I'd taken advantage of a break in my schedule to spar with her daily. This was the result. Heavenly Killing Star Indomitable Rampaging Train. 9 Live Swordsmanship Expert Chain Attack. Do you see it? Her swordsmanship and slashes have leveled up to Swordsmanship Expert, and now she's even acquired Chain Attack. This is the effect of inheritance. Normally, SSR grade characters don't learn inherited skills so easily, but since she has Heavenly Killing Star, she picked it up almost instantly. Baeksorin doesn't need anything else. Once she hits level 5 and completes her personal quest in the Colosseum, she'll awaken Mars swordsmanship. Hiya! Janet's shout came from behind me as she charged. Her sword radiated a blinding white glow. Innate chi. I couldn't afford to let my guard down and unleashed my full strength. Giant strength Vajra body mana soul. Tiger King sword technique Sigurd cultivation technique sword chi. They say you learn as much by teaching as by training yourself. This time, I felt it firsthand. The proof? Sword chi? The experience I'd accumulated in real combat had finally manifested as a tangible result. I unleashed my mana to its maximum potential, combining Mana Soul with the Sigurd cultivation technique. A white sword chi clashed against Janet's innate chi. Her innate chi was heavy and blunt. My sword chi was sharp and precise. Thankfully, Janet was still inexperienced. Boom! The explosion sent Janet flying far away. Just once? Please. Baeksorin cried out desperately and thrust her blade toward me. Nope. Not a chance. Swordsmanship expert close combat mastery Grand Assault. Tiger King sword technique Sigurd cultivation technique Mana Soul. Using Grand Assault, I disengaged from her attack, somersault through the air, and kicked off empty space. As I launched a series of Tiger King sword technique strikes, Baeksorin's body was soon covered in blood. Arg, teacher, take it easy, will you? You should take it easy first. She had the nerve to complain, yet no one was more intense than her whenever a sparring match began. I quietly sheathed the black tiger sword. That would be enough for today. Baeksorin still seemed energetic, but Janet looked exhausted. Janet, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I just need a little rest. It wasn't just Baeksorin who had grown. Innate Chi Mana Soul Vajra Body. Shield Mastery Taunt Cooperation. Janet was progressing down a classic development path. One slot in her setup was reserved for the Nephilim sword, which she would acquire during her personal quest. For now, equipping Taunt and upgrading it to Lion's Roar later was the optimal choice. Until then, cooperation worked just fine. Janet's personal quest was in the Great Labyrinth, and it would take time to acquire the Nephilim sword there. I shifted my gaze back to Baeksorin. You'll hit level 5 soon. Haha, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. You should take some pride in yourself, you've done well. Hehe. Baeksorin chuckled sheepishly. Janet, on the other hand, stared at her with envy written all over her face. I want to level up quickly too. How do you get stronger so fast, Soren? You're growing stronger too. But I'm still so far from level 4. It was true. While Baeksorin had been leveling up at a pace nearly on par with mine, Janet was still stuck in the middle of level 3. Crossing my arms, I thought for a moment before speaking. When Soren hits level 5, let's get you to level 4 too. Teacher. It's not that easy for me to level up. Drink some nectar. What's the problem? I've got enough nectar sitting in my vault to last a lifetime. Baeksorin's eyes widened. Nectar? Isn't that ridiculously expensive? I heard it costs at least tens of billions of won. Gasp. Don't worry. For someone like me, nectar is practically a common gift. Wow, our Black Tiger Sword Master really is next level. Could I have just one bottle? For you? Plain water. Pfft. What a waste. Baeksorin stuck her tongue out mischievously. Have we grown closer recently? Perhaps the killing intent of Heavenly Killing Star had been suppressed, allowing her childish instincts to surface more often. Baeksorin had started to act more playful, like a mischievous brat. The two of them are progressing smoothly. Since Baeksorin's personal quest would unlock at level 5, it was time to prepare. Colosseum Unlimited Battle, Rank 1. The challenge was not in the individual category, but the team category. It would be great if there were a level cap. In the game, the semifinals and finals often matched you against level 6 parties. It would likely be the same here. The best option would be for me to reach level 6 before taking on the challenge. Still, preparation wouldn't hurt. Who else should I recruit? My mind raced with possibilities. If I considered Baeksorin and myself as fixed, where could I find another superhuman to join us? A level 6 superhuman was out of the question. But there were a few viable level 5 candidates. Good morning, superhuman. Come in. Is the boss here? Hello. Just then, Kim Chulkwan opened the mansion's front door and walked in. Kim Chulkwan could work. He'd been at level 4 for a few months now. Leveling up as a reinforced type is relatively simple. After taking my advice, Kim Chulkwan had hired several mages and magic scholars to conduct research at the Jinwubong facility. Now, he was methodically collecting mutation factors based on the build I had laid out for him. What about Kim Mabiab or Kim Sage? Kim Sage would be difficult, but Kim Mabiab was a viable option. I could put in a request, lure him in by suggesting it was time for him to gain some practical combat experience, or even offer a test drive of the Red Cougar as a reward. The methods to bring him on board were endless. Warrior Kim, Baeksorin, Kim Chulkwan, Kim Mabiab, Kim Sage. TL note, I was going to translate it as Mage Kim and Priest Kim for this part, but that would be confusing, so I didn't. What combination would work best? The classic team setup would be Warrior Kim as the vanguard, Kim Chulkwan as the midline, Kim Mabiab as the rear guard, and Kim Sage as support. However, squeezing Baeksorin into the mix complicated things. Their synergy wasn't great. In fact, it was terrible. After much deliberation, I came to a decision. I would include Kim Mabiab and Kim Sage. The optimal arrangement would be me taking the midline and assigning Baeksorin as the vanguard. Kim Sage is the real problem. Kim Sage was stuck in the Great Labyrinth because of the Old Father's cult. How could I get him out of there? While I mulled it over, I overheard Kim Chulkwan chatting with Baeksorin and Janet. Divine Annihilation Day is coming up soon. Wow, has it already been a year? Time really flies. Divine Annihilation Day. Janet, what did you get last year for Divine Annihilation Day? I didn't get anything. Huh? Oh, sorry. Baeksorin looked apologetic for asking. This year, I'll buy you a gift. Really? Yep. This year, I'll be your Santa grandfather, grandma. Janet chuckled quietly. The idea of a Santa grandma seemed to amuse her. Oh, right. This world doesn't have Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. Naturally, there's no Christmas, either. This is a world where Jesus was never born. Instead, there's Divine Annihilation Day, December 25th, the same date. It's a day commemorating December 25th, 1648, when the Old Father was officially declared dead and the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation came into effect. Similar to Christmas, it's celebrated as a global holiday. And like Christmas, there's a tradition of giving gifts to children, inspired by the war hero Santa handing out presents to orphans during the Divine Annihilation War. What are you doing for Divine Annihilation Day, teacher? Baeksorin asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Next to her, Janet also looked at me with a face filled with quiet anticipation. Janet and I are planning to go to Myeongdong. Would you like to join us, teacher? In my original world, Myeongdong was the heart of Christmas festivities, and it seemed to serve a similar role here as the center of Divine Annihilation Day celebrations. I've received an invitation to an event, so I'll be attending that. An invitation. There's an honorary paladin gathering in Hanamdong. Initially, I had no intention of attending. Why bother socializing when I could spend the time training alone? But the location of the gathering, as written on the invitation, completely changed my mind. Embassy of India in Korea. Those 7 words were the reason. And the reason was simple. The host was Amit Kumar, the honorary paladin of the Shiva Church and the current Indian ambassador to Korea. In the game, Amit wasn't an important character. He didn't even have a voice or an illustration, just a few lines of dialogue. However, if you dig into the background settings of a certain character, you realize Amit's significance. Kali. One of the 3 major warriors in the game's warrior class. The wielder of Kalaratri. Unlike Baeksorin, who lost her parents early, or Janet, who suffered from child abuse, Kali had lived a prosperous and happy life. At least until the Soul Terror incident in Episode 1. That event nearly killed her, leading her to hone herself as a warrior, her key backstory. Although the updates to her arc came much later in the game. An honorary paladin gathering. Baeksorin's eyes widened in surprise. Then, is Chado-jun going to be there? Chado-jun? Who's that? Chado-jun? Chado-jun? You seriously don't know? Even Janet knows who he is. Who the hell is that? When I shrugged, Janet looked at me as though I were impossible to believe. It was rare to see such a vivid expression on Janet's face. Even Kim Chul-kwan glanced at me with a look of disbelief. Superhuman, you don't know Chado-jun? He's the hottest celebrity right now. How would I know? If he's not a game character, I have no clue. I don't watch TV at all. Seriously. Even if you just use your smartphone a little, you'd see his ads everywhere. Oh, look, there's one now. Up in the sky, a magical drone zipped by. Displayed on its advertising screen was a handsome man with a radiant smile. Okay, fine. He is good looking. He'd outshine any actress standing next to him. Baeksorin, practically foaming at the mouth, shouted at me at novel bin at. How can you not know Chado-jun? These days, if you don't know Chado-jun, you can't even have a conversation? You can't. Not a superhuman, is he? That's the point. He's not a superhuman, and he's that good looking. That makes him even more amazing. No plastic surgery, no prosthetics, no magic, just pure natural good looks. If he's not a superhuman, I'm not interested. Ugh. Chado-jun is an honorary paladin of the Shiva Church. He's a lifelong Shiva Church follower and was awarded the title for his generous philanthropy. Kim Chul-kwan chimed in with an explanation. I nodded in agreement. If he's an honorary paladin of the Shiva Church, there's a good chance he'll attend. Really? The gathering is at the Indian Embassy. To my knowledge, the Indian ambassador to Korea is also an honorary paladin. At the very least, all the honorary paladins of the Shiva Church are likely to be there. Wow. Baeksorin's eyes lit up with excitement. Janet's reaction was similar. For the first time ever, she looked visibly thrilled as she stared at me. Take us? Please take us with you. You too. Yes, please. We want to see Chado-jun. I want to see Chado-jun too. This isn't difficult. Besides, I was also curious to see the 3 warrior class legends standing side by side. Something I'd never witnessed, not even on my smartphone. It was the kind of moment I'd only ever seen streamers brag about capturing. I nodded slowly. All right, let's go together. But weren't you planning to go to Myeongdong? Are you sure you don't mind skipping that? We don't mind at all. Divine Annihilation Day comes every year, but Chado-jun won't just show up like this again. Suit yourselves? It wasn't a bad idea to have them meet him and get acquainted. When I finally agreed, Baeksorin and Janet clasped hands and squealed with delight. Kaya, it's Chado-jun. I need to brag to Yuri. Yuri? Oh, her? She'll be so jealous. She made such a big deal out of getting an idol's autograph. Just wait until I show her Chado-jun's signature. I'll crush her spirit. Let's ask him to take selfies with us too. Great idea. These girls are really living their best lives. I wasn't sure who Yuri was, probably one of Janet's friends. Still, watching them grow up and thrive like this filled me with both a sense of guilt for neglecting them as their teacher and a sense of pride for how far they'd come on their own. Superhuman. Kim Chul-kwan cautiously called out, glancing at me for approval. I realized I'd been holding him up for too long, despite how busy he usually was. Leaving Baeksorin and Janet to enjoy their chatter, I headed to the secret training room with Kim Chul-kwan. Boom, boom, boom. It was barehanded combat against Kim Chul-kwon. I discarded all my magical equipment, fighting him with nothing but my raw strength. Even so, he wasn't a match for me. After a few bouts, Kim Chul-kwon collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Ga, as expected, you're incredible, superhuman. You've got talent, no doubt. But don't rely solely on your supernatural abilities, focus on improving your hand-to-hand combat skills. You've been practicing your shooting, right? Yes. Should I bring my gun? Go ahead. I took a paintball gun while Kim Chul-kwon used a live firearm. The result? My overwhelming victory. Kim Chul-kwon didn't manage to land a single shot on me. Meanwhile, his entire body was covered in splashes of red and blue paint. He let out a bitter laugh. This is brutal. Grabbing a gun and depending on it too much will only hold you back. You need balance, harmony between your fists and your firearm. That's the path you should follow. Even if the gun seems stronger now, your fists are actually far more lethal. Once you reach level 5, the balance will completely shift. Keep that in mind. Do you really think I can reach level 5? You said you've already gathered all the mutation factors I mentioned, didn't you? Yes. The mana circuit is almost complete as well. Then it'll be easy. Don't get too hung up on leveling up. Focus more on refining your martial arts and firearm techniques. Like I've told you before, level and combat power don't always go hand in hand. If you want to be treated like a true level 5, you'll need to back it up with skill. I'll remember that. The re-established Iron Fist gang had already taken control of Gwanak district. Their dominance was on a completely different level compared to the past. I heard they'd secured magical packs from all their executives and subordinates. Now, they were expanding into Jeonkan district. Dak Sandong, once under the control of the Poison Gang, had already fallen into their hands, and they were steadily encroaching on Gazandong and Saihyungdong. Everyone's working hard. Seeing my disciples and subordinates grow stronger filled me with both satisfaction and a twinge of urgency. I had to get stronger too. Much stronger. At least strong enough to take down the heavenly demon single-handedly, which meant reaching level 9. Swish, slash. I devoted myself to training my swordsmanship at full power. I pushed my mana to its limits, swapped traits, rested, and then pushed my mana to the brink again. I could feel myself growing stronger by the day. Though it wasn't as rapid as when I acquired new traits, I could sense my stats gradually increasing by 1 or 2 points at a time. This feeling, it was addictive. And then, even traits began to appear. Training instructor. The traits were a result of all the effort I'd put into my own training, as well as the time I'd spent teaching my disciples and Kim Chul-kwon. And so, days passed 1, 2, 3. Before I knew it, the eve of Divine Annihilation Day had arrived, much like Christmas Eve in the old world. It looked like a small palace. That was my impression upon seeing the Indian embassy. The stunning building stood tall, resembling the Taj Mahal brought to life. Baek-sorin and Janet couldn't hold back their amazement. The building is so beautiful. It's gorgeous. The original is supposed to be even prettier, right? I'd love to see it one day. You mean the Taj Kali? Yes. In the original world, it was the Taj Mahal. Here, it was the Taj Kali. Swish. A flying car zoomed overhead. Unlike the endless rows of ground vehicles below, flying cars passed freely. Baek-sorin pouted. We should have brought the Red Cougar. That's a 2-seater. Right. But teacher, why'd you pick a sports car in the first place? You should have chosen an SUV or a sedan. Haha. I shrugged lightly. Sports cars just suit my taste. Even now, I had driven an SUV to bring both Baek-sorin and Janet. Otherwise, I'd have brought the Red Cougar without a second thought. Still, maybe I should consider acquiring at least one flying sedan. Once I bring Kali into the group, there might be occasions when the 4 of us need to travel together. May I see your invitation? Here it is. I handed over the invitation. The embassy guard, who had been all business during our initial exchange, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing it. He glanced between the invitation and my face several times, clearly astonished. Are you the Black Tiger Swordmaster? Yes, that's me. My apologies? I didn't recognize you since you arrived in such an ordinary vehicle. The ambassador has been expecting you. Please, come in. The guards hastily gestured for us to proceed. Their leader spoke into his earpiece, notifying someone inside of my arrival. Suddenly, there was a burst of activity from within the embassy. Even without equipping keen ears or a similar trait, I could sense the commotion. I slowly drove the car inside. Before I reached the parking area, an elderly butler stepped forward, bowing politely. You must be the Black Tiger Swordmaster. We've been expecting you. I am Sahil, Ambassador Karat's butler. Please allow me to handle the vehicle. His Korean was flawless. Baek-sorin, Janet, and I stepped out of the car. The butler moved aside, and a middle-aged man approached us with his family. Welcome. I am Ashim Karat, the Indian ambassador to Korea. Isn't it customary to greet guests inside the mansion? The man wasn't a superhuman, but his sharp eyes and solid build exuded an undeniable aura. I respectfully greeted him in return. I'm Warrior Kim, a level 5 superhuman. Thank you for the invitation. Haha. Aren't you the superhuman whose stock has been skyrocketing lately? You're also an honorary paladin of both the Thor Church and Gaia's Church. It's truly an honor to have you here today. And you're even more handsome in person. You're too kind. This is my wife and my daughter. Hello. I'm Warrior Kim. You're quite a figure. I heard the Transcendents are paying you a lot of attention these days. Now I see why. Haha, if only our daughter were 10 years older, I'd be marrying her off to you. Mom. Kali, behave yourself. Ugh. Hello, I'm Kali Karat. Finally, it was Kali. I casually glanced at her, keeping my expression neutral. Her father was the Indian ambassador, and her mother was a Korean diplomat. For now, Kali was just a little girl. But in the future, she would become a deadly superhuman wielding a devastating blade. How do I recruit her? In the game, Kali realized the need for strength and entered the superhuman world after the Soul Terror incident. I couldn't recreate that exact scenario here. If it were discovered, things would get messy. I'll think about it. For now, just building a connection was enough. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Come inside. It's Divine Annihilation Day, after all. We've prepared a lavish feast, including traditional Indian cuisine, Indian-Korean fusion dishes, and Korean classics. I'm sure you'll enjoy it, Black Tiger Sword Master. Thank you. The interior was already bustling with activity. Guests were scattered about, chatting in groups. No, shouting might be a better description than chatting. The cause of the ruckus was a group of people gathered in one corner, singing at the top of their lungs and chugging down alcohol like it was water. Row, row, row your boat with might and fury. To the cliffs beyond the horizon, we sail. Defeat the Kraken and drive out the serpent. Until we arrive at the promised land, Vinland. They were Nordic warriors. Each one wore the paladin crest of the Thor Church proudly on their chest. The scene reminded me of Sigmund and Jordis, whom I'd met in the labyrinth city of Aachen, and I couldn't help but smile slightly. Unfortunately, that smile seemed to provoke one of the Nordic warriors. A particularly large and menacing warrior flinched and stormed over, his face contorted with anger. What's so funny? Who do you think you're laughing at, huh? His voice roared like a lion's. Kali flinched, startled, and shrank back. Eek, that scared me. Sir Harold? I apologize, but this is my guest. Besides, he's also with the Thor Church. Silence? Nordics do things the Nordic way. The warrior loomed over me, his face threatening, though his eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. The waves of mana emanating from his body were unmistakable. It was familiar mana honed through the Sigurd cultivation technique. Drink. He shoved a massive tankard toward me, almost demanding that I accept. Honestly, these Nordic warriors are impossible to understand. The tankard was as large as my head. Still, with giant strength, Vajra body, and indomitable equipped, drinking this much wasn't a problem at all. I downed the drink in a single go without spilling a drop. The warrior let out a roar of admiration. Truly, you're my brother? A man among men. A warrior among warriors? A Nordic among Nordics. Brother. The Indian ambassador gave the Nordic warrior a puzzled look. The warrior puffed out his chest and declared proudly, yes, my brother. Can't you see it? Don't you feel it? Not in the slightest. That's because you haven't awakened a superpower yet. With money, getting to level 1 is easy. You can't feel mana, so you wouldn't understand. You just wouldn't. Oh, for heaven's sake. It seemed they had known each other for quite some time. Ambassador Karat shook his head in exasperation, while Kali's face lit up. You know each other. In a way. He must be from Sigmund's bloodline. Of course. Naturally. And why do you sound so disappointed? We're the same bloodline. Brothers. Right. Is that how you talk to your brother? Don't be so cold. Fine. I'll speak more casually. That's more like it. They weren't even blood related, yet they were calling each other brothers. Perhaps it was because of the harsh conditions in Northern Europe, but they tended to treat distant kin and even school ties as family or bloodline. Beck Soren and Janet, seeing the Nordic warrior for the first time, were left stunned. He had approached as though picking a fight, then offered me alcohol and started dancing in joy. It was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded. From a Korean perspective, this kind of behavior was hard to grasp. Drink, drink. Hey, Kim. You've been in Korea all this time. Why haven't you visited the branch? We were waiting. I even brewed a 99 proof mead for you. That's not mead, that's pure alcohol. We can use magic to refine it. Magic. You devil? Using the evil power of magic on sacred mead. So, are you going to drink it or not? The Shiva Church may have organized the banquet, but it was the Thor Church that turned it into a drinking contest. The Nordic warriors tried to drag me further into their booze-fueled revelry, but salvation arrived just in time. It's Chadojan. It was the now familiar face of the famous celebrity, Chadojan. He appeared wearing the honorary paladin insignia of the Shiva Church on his chest. Sorry, brother. My students are huge fans of Chadojan. Mind if I step away for a moment? Huh? Of course. But man, I'll never understand Korean women. What's so appealing about that flimsy, pampered pretty boy? He's handsome. Huh? Back in my homeland, someone like him wouldn't even be considered a... Shut that guy's mouth. This is Korea, not Norway. It nearly became a serious international and religious incident. The Nordic warriors panicked and dragged the loudmouthed one away. Thanks to them, I managed to escape and approached Chadojan. I felt like I just dodged a bullet. If I hadn't, I might have been trapped with those guys all day, maybe even for 2 or 3 days. Hello, I'm such a fan. It's really Chadojan. Haha, nice to meet you. At first, Chadojan responded with his usual businesslike smile. But when he looked at me, his expression froze. What now? Do I have something on my face? His eyes widened in disbelief as he examined the scar on my right cheek, the 2 paladin insignias of Gaia and Thor on my chest, and the Protector Alliance emblem. Finally, his gaze fixed on the black tiger sword at my waist, engraved with the black tiger. Wait. Are you the black tiger sword master? That's what people call me these days. It's an honor. I'm a huge fan. Excuse me? A fan? What's he talking about? With an excited expression, Chado-jun reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was a large sketchbook. The sight of something the size of his torso emerging from a tiny pocket wasn't strange to anyone here. A spatial expansion pocket was perfectly believable for someone of his caliber. If it's not too much trouble, may I have your autograph? Wow. Baek-sorin and Janet gawked, their jaws dropping. They looked back and forth between me and Chado-jun, their faces filled with disbelief. Honestly, I was just as surprised as they were. Taking the marker Chado-jun handed me, I felt my mind go blank. I'm not sure I'm qualified to do this. It's an honor for me. You're the most famous superhuman right now, the future Transcendent and Legion Commander. I have no connection to any Legion Commander. Yes, I heard the official announcement. But his face said otherwise. He didn't believe me. Honestly, I couldn't blame him. The evidence was hanging visibly at my waist. With a small sigh, I signed the sketchbook and handed it back. Baek-sorin and Janet seized the opportunity and dashed forward. Can we get your autograph too? We'd love a selfie. A selfie, please. Who are you two? We're our teacher's disciples. Baek-sorin puffed out her chest proudly. When I nodded in confirmation, Chado-jun smiled brightly. You're the Black Tiger Sword Master's disciples? What an honor. Of course, I'll sign for you. Shall we take a selfie too? Baek-sorin and Janet squealed as they clung to Chado-jun, giddy with excitement. I felt a headache coming on. I quietly stepped away and moved toward a quieter corner. Even then, it seemed peace wouldn't come easily. Despite hiding in the corner, people kept approaching me non-stop. Hello there. I'm Park Chuljin, a director of Dragon King Group. I also happen to serve as an honorary paladin for Gaia's church. It's truly an honor to meet you. Knowing that the Black Tiger Sword Master is part of Gaia's church as an honorary paladin is incredibly reassuring. Here's my business card. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Choi Sojung, the Western Army Division Commander. It's good you've established ties with the Osiris Church. I've been curious for some time what kind of person could earn the recognition of that obstinate Tiger Legion commander. How about a sparring session sometime when you're free? I'm Zhang Jiayi, who studied at the Glacier Mage Tower. I'm now serving as an honorary paladin of the Momoquilla Church. I heard about what happened in the Great Labyrinth. You shared the treatment, no, the method to overcome the demon's stigma. If you ever come to the Great Rift, be sure to find me. I'll guide you properly. Most of the people were like this. At the very least, they were members of the 4 major factions. And even among them, only those holding a certain level of authority approached me. It felt like just yesterday when I was wandering the back alleys and polluted zones, but my rise in status had been staggering. I exchanged greetings, shared conversations, and swapped contact information with countless people. For someone as unsociable and disinclined to mingling as I am, it was pure torture. Should I not have come? At least I'd brought Baek-sorin and Janet. That was my saving grace. After taking selfies with Chado-jun, they had stuck close to Kali. In the banquet hall, there weren't many girls their age. Naturally, the 3 of them started hanging out, quickly building camaraderie. You're both superhumans? Really? Yeah, I'm telling you. Not just level 1, but level 4 and level 3. That's seriously amazing. Amazing? The really amazing one is our teacher. If I hadn't met teacher, I might have died. No way, really. I mean it. Good. I'm counting on you too. Taking advantage of an opening, I finally managed to slip away. I escaped into the garden, seeking a quiet spot. I even activated the stealth trait for good measure. Only then was I truly free from the crowd of people swarming me like gnats. Ugh, I'm going to die. Fighting a million soldiers would have been easier. I'd rather swing my sword for 3 or 4 days straight. I sprawled out on the grass. The weather was clear, but not a single star could be seen in the night sky. The overdevelopment of magic engineering and the resulting environmental pollution had erased starlight from Seoul's night, even on a clear day. At best, the moon shone faintly in the sky. As I gazed at the moon, lost in thought, I heard it. Rustle, rustle. The sound of someone moving through the bushes. I felt a presence. Then, a face suddenly poked into view. Found you? A face full of freckles. A woman in her late 20s wearing a black gold breastplate. Her appearance was unremarkable, plain enough to be seen anywhere. But the faint wave of mana emanating from her marked her as level 5. Hello. The woman smiled down at me. I'm Choi Joo-hee, honorary paladin of the Old Father's cult. Choi Joo-hee, honorary paladin. The moment I heard that name, a chill ran down my spine. I knew who she was. No one else in this world knew, but I did. The name Choi Joo-hee was fake. Her real name had already been offered to a god and erased from existence at Novel bin Adat. In truth, her identity was. Choi Joo-hee smiled again. A crescent-shaped, beautiful smile. This is the second time we've met in person, isn't it? She didn't even bother hiding it. I stiffened as I looked at her. No, at the Saintess. I'm not sure. I feigned ignorance. This is the first time we've met. Oh my. The Saintess's eyes gleamed with mischief. You know everything already. She snapped her fingers. The garden, brightly illuminated by magic lamps, suddenly dimmed. Despite the lamps still glowing, an unnatural darkness settled. And then, a suffocating presence surged forth. The oppressive force of an 8th level mana wave crushed down on me. It constricted my chest, making it hard to breathe. If I hadn't been using the Trinity build with Giant's Strength, Vajra Body, and Undying, I would have been forced to my knees. Are you the Saintess? I asked, as if just realizing it now. The Saintess smiled, baring her white teeth. That's right. It's been a while. She sat arrogantly on a garden stone, as though it were her throne. I stood up, regulating my breathing. Though the mana pressure had receded, its echoes still lingered ominously in the air. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be busy with the Divine Annihilation Day? It's not Divine Annihilation Day, but Resurrection Day. And someone of my position doesn't need to concern themselves with such trivial matters. The archbishops below me handle all of it. Resurrection Day is trivial to you. It is. Compared to truly important matters. The Saintess stared at me intently. Her gaze was like that of a hyena eyeing its prey. I met her eyes head-on, unflinching. The smile at the corners of her lips deepened. You know, don't you? I've been showing you a great deal of consideration. Consideration? What consideration? I've never felt anything of the sort. Ha ha ha. If I hadn't intervened, that wretched body of yours would have perished long ago. Haven't you ever found it strange? You killed our church's high-ranking paladin, then an inquisitor and his escort knights, yet you're still alive. That's... Now that I thought about it, she was right. The old father was a cruel and petty god, and the church like its god was just as merciless. Yet when I killed the lion knight Oduzik, there had been no reaction. Even though it was a fair duel, it didn't add up. And the inquisitor? I thought I'd hidden it well, but clearly, she knew. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned it. It was because I was pulling strings behind the scenes. Do you understand now? Why would you do that? So that the great soul can become our church's savior and light. The Saintess clasped her hands together. Her dark eyes traced the murky sky above. May you grow strong and healthy. I'll gladly help. I'll ensure that your wretched vessel doesn't shatter, so it may become the great container worthy of the soul's exalted stature. You crazy lunatic. The words escaped me before I could stop them. I didn't care if she was 8th level or anything else. When someone openly tells you they want to possess your body for their god, you'd lose it too. Who says I'm going to let that happen? Ah ha ha ha. The Saintess's eyes glimmered with madness. Aren't you tired of it? Struggling in this sea of suffering. This hellish earth is the source of all evil. Forget everything and offer yourself to the old father. Then, and only then, will you find peace like salt calming the waves. Take that nonsense back to your own damned church. Someday, the great soul will understand my sincerity. That day will never come. Ah ha ha ha. The Saintess stood up. The madness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling calm. She stepped beside me and pointed at the sky. Do you see it? See what? The joy that is approaching. Could you just leave already? It begins today. Today. The corners of her lips curled into a sly smile. Everything starts today. You played a significant role in it, you know. Thanks to the chaos you stirred up, we were able to achieve many things in the shadows. What are you talking about? You'll understand soon. Very soon. She mockingly bowed her head in my direction. Until we meet again, may you remain strong. Do not die under any circumstances. May the Old Father's blessing, the forgotten God's protection, the imprisoned demon's grace in the great labyrinth, and the otherworldly being's favor beyond the great rift flow to you like a mighty river. Swoosh. A strong wind blew through the garden. The mana-infused gust forced my eyes shut. When I opened them again, the Saintess was gone. Who? A long sigh escaped me. What the hell was that lunatic here for? It felt like she had come to see me specifically, but why? Just in case, I patted myself down. After confirming the Saintess had truly vanished, I used both my inner vision and sixth sense to inspect my body. Nothing seemed amiss. Had she really come just to deliver a warning? It's like a progress check. To see whether I was growing well as the perfect vessel and sacrificial offering. A chill ran down my spine. If the Saintess herself was keeping an eye on me, how could I possibly avoid her grasp? I have to do it. If I fail, I'll be devoured by the evil god. I have to grow stronger than her expectations. Beyond level 8. Past level 9 and even further. Strong enough to defeat the old father if he returns. Ha. Another sigh. It's already overwhelming dealing with the heavenly demon, and now I have to fight a god? And not just any god, the old father, who once waged the divine annihilation war against the entire world. But I have no choice. If I want to survive. If I want to live. I sat down on the garden stone where the Saintess had been moments before, lost in thought. Despite the brief encounter, the Saintess had let a few things slip. First, the Great Soul. The Saintess had referred to me as the Great Soul. At first, I thought it was sarcasm, but now I knew otherwise. The Saintess genuinely believed I was the Great Soul, and she called Warrior Kim's body wretched. The Great Soul. Is she talking about me? But I'm far from great. In my original world, I was nothing but a failure. I had accomplished absolutely nothing. I was a pushover, taken advantage of in every way. Work, love, life, everything was a failure. I spent my days doing manual labor, loading and unloading cargo, and living alone, slowly withering away in a tiny Goshaiwen. Was she referring to trait swap? That was the most likely explanation. If Warrior Kim's blank body had abilities bound to the physical vessel, then trait swap might be a soul-bound ability. If so, it made sense to call me the Great Soul. I wasn't great, but trait swap certainly was. Everything begins today. That was what bothered me most. I created chaos, and they used that opportunity to do a lot. What chaos did I supposedly cause? Come to think of it, I had done quite a lot. Just looking at the major incidents, I dismantled the Cleaner Association, disrupted power within the Hunter Association, and played a role in the GMO group's succession. And there were countless smaller events as well. If the Old Father's cult benefited from all that, then, no way, a chilling realization struck me. Already? Could it be that Episode 1, a storyline that hadn't even begun in the main game, was starting now, a near expansion pack level event unfolding today? That would explain everything. The Saintess had come to see whether I'd survive Episode 1 or not. If I just dropped dead, it would defeat the purpose of moving the timeline forward. It would have been better to stick to the original plan and let it happen a few years later. Damn it. What should I do? What could I do? Of all times, today had to be December 24th. The year was different, but the date was identical to the soul terror of Episode 1. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like things were already in motion. I can't stop everything. If I were level 8 or even level 7, I could prevent all of the key events. With one emergency call, I could have mobilized all of Korea's institutions to heighten their security measures. But I was only level 5. To the higher UPS in Korea, I was promising but still too low level to wield real influence. Let's focus on what I can do. I started making calls. The first number I dialed was Gu Hae-yeon-gwan, Division Commander. I'd gotten his contact information when I received the Black Tiger Sword. I would have preferred a direct line to a Legion commander like the Tower Master, but this would have to do. The call rang for a while before Gu Hae-yeon-gwan picked up. Oh, it's you? What's the occasion? I've been hearing about your accomplishments lately. Keep it up. Adat novel bin adat. His voice slurred slightly. He'd probably been drinking. I skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. The president is in danger. What? I repeat. The president is in danger. Not just the president, the prime minister and both deputy prime ministers as well. According to the information I've just received, all 4 of them will be assassinated tonight. Do you realize what you're saying? Can you take responsibility for this? I paused briefly, organizing my thoughts to confirm my reasoning. It was certain. Not because of my judgment but because I trusted the Saintess's actions. In the game, the Saintess often made cryptic remarks. At first, I thought it was just part of her mysterious persona, but I later realized the truth. She knew everything. She made those remarks to sound impressive because she was the mastermind behind it all. It's certain. I'll take full responsibility. Fine. I'll handle this personally. Make sure you report this to the Legion Commander. That's not your concern. Please, I'm begging you. The Legion Commander needs to know. Gu Hae-yeon-gwan couldn't handle this alone. Unless he personally stepped in, the assassination couldn't be stopped. The assassins targeting the president were level 7. To send level 7 superhumans or higher to the president, the Legion Commander had to be informed. Fine. He ended the call, clearly irritated. It felt like the favorability I'd built up with him had just taken a nosedive. But I had no choice. Next, I called the Sun Mage Tower Master. Terror? Across all of Seoul? Haha, listen. Do you really think Seoul is that easy a target? It's impossible. Even our Mage Tower couldn't pull off something like that. This is information I gathered from the underworld. I'm 99% confident in its accuracy. The underworld. Do you remember where the information about Phoenix Valley came from? The Tower Master fell silent for a moment. Then his voice came through with a hint of reluctant agreement. You're right. So far, trusting you has never led me astray. Fine. But prepare yourself. If nothing happens, you'll owe me a favor. Of course. I promise. I'll see you in Seoul. The third call was to Song Huiyang of the GMO group. I've been hearing reports about unrest in the underworld, but terrorism. Yes. You'd do well to prepare. I've heard the targets are the Superhuman Tower, Gwangaewamun Station, Gangnam Department Store, and the Hangang Bridge. Where are you getting this information? That's a secret. Normally, I'd dismiss anyone else, but... Her voice was calm, free of any lingering bitterness. All right. I've been feeling uneasy anyway, so we'll prepare. Let's have dinner sometime soon. That sounds good. See you then. Song Huiyang's voice had grown cheerful as she ended the call. The final calls I made were to the Thor Church and the Gaia Church. I didn't expect much. Both churches were too busy celebrating Divine Annihilation Day, likely already too drunk to take anything seriously. Both the Thor Church Archbishop and the Gaia Church Archbishop dismissed my words with a half-hearted "we'll take care of it" and moved on. I had done everything I could. Now, all that remained was to rely on the people I had called, particularly the 3 critical contacts. There wasn't much time left. I couldn't stop everything. I just had to save one person, the president. In the game, the president, the prime minister, and both deputy prime ministers were assassinated in succession. The Minister of Magi Technology was appointed as the interim president but failed to respond effectively. Many members of the National Assembly were also killed, triggering intense factional strife between political parties. Later, it was revealed that the center of the conflict, Yoon Byung-jin, a key National Assembly member, was acting under the Saintess's orders. He was also the boss of an assassination group central to the Seoul Terror. However, that revelation didn't come until episode 3. Now that I think about it, Yoon Byung-jin, the former president of the Hunter Association, who supported him, was already dead by my hands. What would happen? Not much would change. Even in the game, Yoon Byung-jin wasn't a particularly significant villain. If the former Hunter Association president were gone, another superhuman villain would simply take his place. For now, midnight was approaching. My anxiety grew. Episode 1 The Seoul Terror, a massive, indiscriminate attack across the entirety of Seoul. And this place, the Indian Embassy, was included in the attack. In the game, Kali's parents were severely wounded during the attack, barely surviving. This trauma became the reason Kali awakened as a superhuman. Soren, Janet. I rushed into the embassy building. The two, happily chatting with Kali, turned to me in shock. Teacher, what's wrong? Come here for a moment. In a secluded area, hidden from Kali and anyone else, I pulled the two aside and gave them a firm order. From now on, both of you must stay right next to Kali. We're already with her. Is something happening? You know I've got wide connections, right? Of course. Teacher's network is legendary. I came across some information. The embassy is going to be attacked soon. What? What do you mean? Beck, Soren and Janet's eyes widened in shock. It's nearly certain, so stay close to Kali. If anyone comes, just stall for time. I'll take care of it and join you quickly. What about you, teacher? I need to guard the main entrance. The real force attacking the Indian embassy would come through the main gate. The assassins who would target Kali's parents were secondary forces. Beck, Soren and Janet could buy time. There were also embassy security guards, so it wouldn't be impossible. The two nodded reluctantly and headed back inside. When I glanced back, they were trying to mingle with Kali again, but their expressions were stiff. Kali noticed something was wrong and started asking questions. After making sure the three were safe for the moment, I stepped outside. I stood in the center of the beautifully lit garden, staring up at the sky, the pitch-black night. The magical clouds overhead made it feel even darker tonight. Finally, the moment arrived. Midnight. Midnight, 12 a.m. I took a deep breath and checked my weapons. I ran my hand over the black tiger sword and Mjolnir strapped to my waist, then patted the two pistols holstered on my side. I also checked the sniper rifle and shotgun slung over my back. Finally, I inspected the magically expanded golf bag I had kept on me even while mingling at the festival. Boom! The explosion rang out at that exact moment. Kaya! Mommy! What's going on? What happened? Screams and chaos erupted everywhere. With that, episode 1 The Seoul Terror had begun. The ground faintly trembled. The air itself was screaming. The sky, which had been dark just moments ago, was now dyed crimson. Flames surged upward. Chaos and panic descended upon the city like a hellish storm. Call 119. Someone call 119. Bring my car. Everyone, shut up. I said, shut up. The entire city seemed to be engulfed in flames. I silently gripped the black tiger sword. Had Gu Haiyongguan reported to the Legion commander in time? Were the Tower Master and Song Huiyang making their moves? And what about the Thor Church and the Gaia Church? The thought of the situation that would become clearer with dawn filled me with dread. I wanted to hop on Red Cougar right now and head straight to the president. At this moment, there was no one more important than the president. Right. I operated my smartphone. Using the Magic Spirit Control app, I summoned Red Cougar. With this, at least I had achieved basic mobility. Bang! In the midst of the chaos, a bomb went off. Not just anywhere, but right at the embassy's front gate. The massive iron gate shattered into pieces, crushed by a magical explosion. The honorary paladins, who had been panicking and running around, turned toward the gate in shock. What's that? A bomb? It's a bomb. Damn it! Where's my weapon? Where's my weapon? See crap. Unlike the embassy's inner turmoil, there was no immediate response from the front gate. The superhumans, emboldened by the silence, cautiously approached the gate. Then, through the cloud of dust, the monsters emerged. Kayak. Beasts resembling humans. No, more like oversized orangutans. Their bare bodies were covered in tough, scaly skin. Between the scales, a repulsive fluid oozed out, like blood mixed with pus. Their faces resembled crocodiles. From their cold, slit-like pupils, malice dripped like a crimson mist. Blood demon soldiers. Chadojun shouted in horror. Why are the soldiers of the serpent god here? You'd only find these guys in the depths of South America. They were soldiers created by one of the ancient evil gods that once ruled the New World. Humans who had been offered as sacrifices were modified into soldiers who served directly under the winged serpent. And now, these beings had resurfaced, crossing hundreds of years to reappear here. I narrowed my eyes as I looked at the blood demon soldiers. Everything was happening exactly as it had before. Episode 1, Seoul Terror. Boom! I stumped on the ground with all my might. Using aerial assault, I launched myself into the air. Without stopping there, I used an air leap, then a GMO leap, and finally air dash, propelling myself downward. Bam! At the moment of impact, I activated Shield Bash, slamming into the blood demon soldier at the very front. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly. No, it was more like the sound of flesh bursting apart. The blood demon soldier didn't just collapse, it exploded. It was as if a bomb had been placed inside its stomach and detonated, turning its entire body into chunks of meat that scattered in every direction. Kuhn. The blood demon soldiers, who had been charging in fiercely, suddenly froze in place. Even they had never seen such a sight before. These creatures were far sturdier than ordinary humans or even warrior-class superhumans. Though the mass-produced, lowest-tier blood demon soldiers were only level 3, they were far from pushovers. Yet one of them had been crushed like soft tofu. It was only natural for them to be stunned. This was the power I had built up over time. Launching myself with aerial assault, switching to real combat techniques at the moment of impact, it was all part of my skill set. From the moment I confronted the blood demon soldiers, victory had already been decided. Swish, swish. I didn't let my guard down just because I'd taken out one. I unleashed a storm of relentless strikes. Equipping my swordsmanship expert skill and using my real combat expertise, I swung my sword according to the Tiger King sword technique. Flashes of light erupted. Crescent-shaped arcs cut through the air. Sword chi blossomed like petals in bloom. Craik, gah, kiaik. Their confident charge had become meaningless. The blood demon soldiers were swept away without resistance. For beings once hailed as the soldiers of a god, their helplessness was almost pitiful. Seeing this, the morale of the superhumans behind me surged. Charge. Kill them all. These vile creatures? How dare they defy the glory of Lord Shiva? Fight for Thor. For Valhalla. For the glory of Gaia. Amaterasu Susama. Osiris shall return. Lady Mamaquilla, grant me strength. The honorary paladins charged forward. Each shouted the name of the god they served, surging toward the blood demon soldiers. Most of the people here had been invited as part of the 7 major churches. To become an honorary paladin of one of the 7 major churches, being level 3 was not enough. Most were level 5 or higher. In a straightforward fight, blood demon soldiers were no match for them. However, if they let their guard down, they would become prey to the blood demon soldiers. Unlike the typical blood demon soldiers of the evil gods, the ones attacking the embassy had a dangerous trait. I raised my voice to warn them. These guys' breath and blood contain mutagenic substances. If your resistance is weak, stay back. What? Oh no, it's true. My body is mutating. They carried an infection far more potent than that of zombies. Just being near them could infect someone, transforming them into a blood demon soldier. And not just into any blood demon soldier, into high-level ones. A normal human would mutate into a level 3 blood demon soldier, but a level 3 or 4 superhuman would become level 4 or 5. The infection's limit was level 6. In the game, this was the reason the embassy had been reduced to rubble. The mass mutations had turned the tide, and even the superhumans had fallen. Bang, bang, die. I grabbed my shotgun and began firing. Though it was technically rapid fire, every shot hit its mark. I pulled the trigger 10 times, and 10 blood demon soldiers exploded into bloody chunks. This was thanks to the overlapping effects of the destruction ability and the destruction trait. Adding to that, Black Flame also activated. As the corpses were engulfed in black flames and writhed, a Nordic warrior wielding an axe raised his eyebrows. Brother, I thought you only wielded a sword, but you're great with guns too. But as a man, why not finish them off with your sword? These creatures were once human, after all. We should send them off as humans. I shrugged as I reloaded my shotgun. I don't see mutants as people. That's how it had always been. Even back when I dealt with that porcupine-headed mutant. Before their transformation, there might have been room for pity. But once they were fully mutated, I never hesitated to finish them off. If anything, my hands shook more when I shot down Rodir's gang. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splattered all over me as I shot down more blood demon soldiers. The Nordic warrior, wiping the blood off his face furiously, stepped back. Ugh, this won't do. I'll get my beautiful priestess wife to purify me and come back. Suit yourself? He's married to a priestess? Well, I suppose that makes sense. The priests of the Thor and Gaia churches are allowed to marry freely. Bang, bang, bang. I switched my shotgun into sniper mode and fired a few precise shots. Hiding in the dust behind the gate was another blood demon soldier. It had a thinner, more wiry build than the others, likely a special variant. It had concealed itself using stealth traits. But it wasn't enough to escape the sight of my bright eyes trait. Kaiaak. Grrrrk. With pitiful cries, the creature collapsed to the ground. And with that, the situation was resolved. Not a single blood demon soldier that attacked the embassy was left alive. They'd all been reduced to piles of meat. Wow. This is the Black Tiger Swordmaster, the man recognized by the Legion commander. I felt the heavy weight of their reverent gazes. It was only natural. I had taken out nearly half the blood demon soldiers by myself. I was drenched in blood, breathing in their foul stench, yet my expression hadn't changed a bit. Brother, seems like things are wrapped up here, don't they? The Nordic warrior, shaking off his axe, approached me. I need to head to the Thor temple. My son is there. Judging by this situation, it seems this wasn't the only place under attack. Go ahead. The entire city of Seoul is likely under assault. The end times are upon us, truly. What about you, brother? Got somewhere to be? I'm checking on the ambassador and his wife first. The Nordic warrior's face lit up with realization. Of course, those bastards wouldn't have entered through just the front gate. Let's go together. Before I could even respond, he was already charging ahead with a grunt. The other superhumans weren't far behind. Beep beep, beep. Some quickly summoned their flying cars and took to the air, while others sprinted toward the parking lot. A few followed the Nordic warrior as he rushed into the embassy. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens were frozen in confusion, unsure of what to do. Chado-jun approached me, his face pale as a sheet. Black Tiger Swordmaster, what should we do? For now, it's safer to stay here than to leave. No more monsters should come. And if more do come, in that case, talk to the embassy staff and get yourself a gun. I cut him off coldly. No matter how handsome he was or how famous a celebrity he might be, I didn't have time to babysit Chado-jun. Not when Kali was still inside. And not when my disciples were waiting for me. Ain Herjar cultivation technique mana core aerial assault. Swift dash mobility. I poured my points into mana-based and movement-based traits. My body became as light as a feather, and power surged within me. I unleashed it all. Flash? Was it just my imagination? It felt like lightning crackled around me. The mana radiating from me propelled me forward, leaving an electric glow in its wake. In an instant, I crossed the large garden. By the time I opened my eyes, I was already at the embassy. If I do this right, I might be able to create a lightning trait. I had the mana core and mobility traits already. If I could gather acceleration and psychic traits as materials, I could create it whenever I wanted. But that was a concern for later. I entered the embassy through the open doors. Bang bang bang, clang, clash, damn it, you bastards. Move, I said move. The lobby was absolute chaos. Assassins clad in black were clashing with superhumans. Guns spat fire, while swords and axes collided, sending sparks flying at Novel bin at. The Nordic warrior bellowed as he tried to push forward, but he seemed to be struggling. An assassin wielding a spear-like weapon as red as blood was holding him back. Brother, deal with this bastard. The Nordic warrior shouted as soon as he saw me. There wasn't even time for me to swing my sword. I pulled out Mjolnir and hurled it. Of course, I activated the throw trait before tossing it. Boom! Mjolnir shot forward like it was being pulled by a magnet, heading straight for the assassin. TCH. The assassin narrowly dodged by twisting his body. His form dissolved into shadow, reappearing in another location entirely. It was a movement so fast, it was nearly akin to teleportation. Though Mjolnir cleaved through empty air, the Nordic warrior was freed, and the path to the interior was wide open. Brother, thank Yoa. I didn't stop to listen to his thanks. I simply walked past him. Mjolnir flew back to my waist like a magnet returning to its pole. Now at the center of the assassins, I could have just moved on, but that would have been a waste. I drew my dual pistols and unleashed a hail of bullets. Bang 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 bang. Ga. Ugh. Aik. The attribute I'd chosen for the bullets was paralysis. It was far more effective than stun rounds. Resistance was nearly impossible. As expected, the assassins froze stiff, their movements completely locked. Even a single second of immobility in combat could be fatal. Wherever I passed, assassins dropped like flies, painted in a storm of blood. Thank you for your help. Osiris will be pleased. May the blessings of Lord Shiva be upon you. I leapt high into the air and swapped my traits mid-flight. As I hung in the air, I used Bright Eyes, Sixth Sense, and other sensory traits to scan ahead. At the deepest part of the embassy underground, near a massive iron door, there stood the ambassador and his wife, along with a group of others, facing off against enemies. This is bad. It was a scene I had seen in the game, rendered only in shadow back then, but now playing out in vivid detail. I couldn't be late. Even the slightest delay could mean the death of the ambassador and his wife. In the game, they had somehow survived, but if they died here, who knew how Kali would react? Boom! I sprinted with everything I had. No, it wasn't even a sprint, it felt like low-altitude flight. I charged forward, breaking through the air like a missile. Shockwaves were forming with each step. As I passed by a porcelain vase, it shattered into pieces. When I twisted my body near a window, cracks spidered across the glass. I sprinted down the emergency staircase. Faster. And faster. In just a few minutes, I reached the lowest level of the basement. When I rammed into the final iron door blocking my path, it crumpled like paper and flew off, struck by the traits I had momentarily activated. Boom! The resulting explosion echoed like a bomb had gone off. Every pair of eyes turned toward me. Teacher. The first voices to greet me were Beksorin and Janet, calling out excitedly. Neither of them was in perfect shape. Their sword-wielding arms trembled slightly, and they were bleeding in several places. But they were alive, and there didn't appear to be any serious injuries. That was enough. Humph. Still rookies. The superhuman they were facing didn't miss the moment when they looked my way. With a sneer, he unleashed a burst of mana. His axe flared with a crimson glow as it swung toward the two of them. Aik. Kaya. Beksorin, who tried to dodge, and Janet, who braced herself with her shield, were both sent flying like bowling pins struck by a ball. The impact was enough to guarantee at least one broken bone. I glanced at them briefly before shifting my focus away. The situation was far too urgent to spare any more attention for my students. Die. The superhuman swung his axe again. There was no one left to block it. The bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely. Whatever had gone wrong, the special bodyguard who, in the game, had defended the ambassador and his wife to the end was nowhere to be seen. The axe descended. Between the bloodstains caked on its blade, the edge glinted ominously. And through that edge, a face came into view. A face frozen in terror, with wide, fearful eyes. The face of none other than the Indian ambassador. There was no stopping it. I was too late. There was only one way. Gripping Mjolnir, I whispered. I trust you. Crackle. Mjolnir responded with a flash of lightning. At the same time, a new sensation blossomed within me. It felt as though Mjolnir had become a part of my body, an extension of myself. Like a new sensory organ, it seemed to scan the space around me in meticulous detail. The air splitting sharply, the hair brushing past my skin, the bead of sweat falling and evaporating, it all painted a vivid image in my mind. Acquired the trait, empathic vision. A specialized enhancement trait, perfect for divine weapons like Mjolnir or Aegis. Boom! Thanks to it, I was able to save the Indian ambassador. The lightning storm unleashed by Mjolnir didn't scatter randomly, it focused entirely on the front. It struck only the axe, only the superhuman wielding it, again and again. Gah! He was a level 5 superhuman, the same level as me. But in terms of combat prowess, the difference was like heaven and earth. And after being hit by a barrage of lightning bolts, I arrived in front of him. As a swordsmanship expert, I drew the black tiger sword in a single motion. A white line sliced through the air. The black tiger sword passed cleanly through his neck. The superhuman's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to say something, his lips moving silently, but no sound came out. Swish! A delayed slicing sound echoed, and his head rolled to the ground. The assassin and attacker who had neutralized the ambassador's bodyguards and even incapacitated Beksorin and Janet? None of that mattered. Not in front of me. Within seconds, his neck had been severed. I should have been more cautious. To be honest, I got lucky. If he had gone all out on defense, I wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. His focus must have faltered because his target was right in front of him. He was likely planning to kill the ambassador and escape right after. See, Captain. This is impossible. How could this happen? The captain was a level 5. The assassins visibly faltered. Some of them were already retreating quietly, trying to slip away unnoticed. No, you don't. That's not going to happen. Swish! I hurled my sword with the same momentum from my previous swing. A flash of light erupted. Instead of charging, I combined flash with throw to execute a ranged attack. The black tiger sword, emitting a blade aura, pierced through several assassins in quick succession. Gah! Arg! Their screams served as background noise as I moved. I launched myself after the black tiger sword, pulling out my dual pistols mid-air. My traits shifted seamlessly, as naturally as water flowing. By the time I began pulling the triggers, I had transformed from a traditional warrior into a perfect gunslinger. Bang bang bang! There was no need to use paralysis rounds. I combined explosive and impact rounds instead. First, I struck with the explosive round in my right hand, stunning the target. Then, with the impact round in my left, I blew their heads off. They were merely level 3 assassins. There wasn't a single one who could withstand my attacks, especially with black flame enhancing them. You bastard! One of the assassins, desperate, let out a guttural roar. If I'm going to die, I'll take you with me. He pulled a cylindrical bomb from his coat. For a moment, my body froze. A tingling sensation crawled up the back of my neck, and the ring on my left index finger burned hot. Danger sense? I didn't know exactly what that bomb was, but it was clear it was dangerous even to me. The distance was too short. Whether I used an explosive round or a paralysis shot, it would be faster for the bomb to detonate than for me to take him down. The moment I realized this, I positioned myself in front of the assassin directly between him and the ambassador's group. Once again, I shifted my traits. Domain shield, mana shield, shield bash. Einherjar cultivation technique, mana core, empathic vision. I channeled all my mana into Aegis at novel bin at, utilizing the newly acquired empathic vision trait as well. Fwum! Aegis unfolded to its full capacity. An intangible force field solidified into a visible shield. Combined with my mana shield and domain shield, it became one singular, impenetrable barrier. The result was no longer transparent. A completely opaque, pure white shield formed in front of me. Finally, the bomb exploded. Flash! A brilliant light of pure mana erupted. There was no heat, no shockwave, just a destructive force that evaporated everything it touched. I could see it. The assassins dissolving. Swallowed by the light, they turned into black ash and melted away. Huff! Huff! I could hear the Indian ambassador's labored breathing behind me. After confirming that all the assassins were obliterated, I deactivated Aegis. Is it over? Yes. It's over. Activating Bright Eyes, I scanned the area. No assassins remained. The area was completely cleared. The ambassador's wife, who had been holding on to her composure, fainted on the spot. Darling, Mom. The ambassador and Kali hurried to support her. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who had collapsed earlier were slowly getting back on their feet. The same went for Beksorin and Janet. Both of them looked pale and unwell. I pulled out 2 bottles of high-grade healing potions from my golf bag and tossed them to the 2 women. Drink these. Stay here and protect the ambassador until dawn. Got it. What about you, teacher? I've got somewhere to be. The president. Saving the ambassador and his wife made me realize my mistake. The current situation was several years earlier than the game's timeline, almost a decade. In fact, the president would likely be a different person as well. In Arcane Seoul, the president had encountered assassins at the Blue House. But here, who knows where the president might be? Even if the Legion commander and the Tower Master were taking action, there was still a chance the president could be assassinated. The Indian ambassador's face turned grim. Black Tiger Swordmaster, isn't it too dangerous? Please, stay here at the embassy. You've already saved me and my family. I can't bear to send you into more danger. This is something I have to do. If you insist. I understand. But please allow me the chance to repay this debt in the future. Of course. The ambassador opened a reinforced door, revealing a secure, well-equipped safe room. The ambassador and his wife entered first, followed by the bodyguards. Just before stepping inside, Baeksorin and Janet turned back to look at me. Teacher, please be careful. I trust you, teacher. Don't worry. Get some rest in there. This will all be over soon. I moved swiftly, like the wind, and exited into the garden. The embassy was littered with corpses. Most were assassins, but there were also bodies of staff members and even a few superhumans. Not even the honorary paladins had been free from losses. As I reached the garden, I noticed a bright red sports car descending from the sky, its engine humming. Welcome aboard, Master. The ownership transfer had updated the car's title, even changing its method of addressing me. Search for the president's location. Cross-reference it with his residence. Understood, Master. Initiating search. Checking the Blue House's publicly posted schedule. The Divine Festival itinerary includes only morning and afternoon events. Analyzing personal movements. Scanning news articles and television reports. Searching gossip columns. No evening schedule? The Divine Festival only truly comes alive at night. Finally, the results appeared. A series of small holographic screens projected before me, displaying the president, a bald, elderly man arm in arm with a young actress. The woman is the president's lover. They've spent the past 2 Divine Festivals together. Isn't the president married? He is currently separated. This isn't France, for crying out loud. France? I'm afraid I don't understand your comparison, Master. If this were my original world, it would have been a scandal. His approval ratings would have plummeted. Was the sense of dissonance I felt every time I saw things like this because I came from a Confucian-like country? So, where is he now? Searching. Hacking into traffic data. Unable to hack national traffic systems with my current capabilities and those of the mansion's magic spirit. Attempting to hack black boxes of cars parked near the actress's residence. Failed, 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 failed. Success, success. Confirmed. The president's car has entered the apartment complex where the actress resides. The address? Cheongdam. Nice neighborhood. I grabbed the controls immediately. Let's go. Whoosh. All propulsion systems roared to life. Rapid acceleration. Even faster than when Kim Mabiab drives. But sharper. Flawless stability. The magic spirit, excited, cheered me on. Limeters removed? Step on it, Master. Push it beyond its limits. Unfortunately, the destination was far too close. The Indian embassy was in Hanam-dong. From Hanam to Cheongdam was barely 4 kilometers. I hadn't even pushed it to full speed before I was already looking down at a luxury apartment complex in Cheongdam. Through augmented reality, one specific building was highlighted in blue. The actress's residence was on the top floor. The magic spirit extended a glowing blue ladder from the flying car to the rooftop, marking a clear landing path. Master, you can land over there. No time for that? But isn't that your destination? There's no need to land. I don't understand what you may Master. I opened the door mid-flight. Beep 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 beep. Warning alarms blared, but I ignored them. And then, I jumped. Whoosh, the wind felt refreshing. A dizzying height. And winter. By the calendar of my original world, it was Christmas Eve. The biting December 24th wind lashed against my entire body. The apartment building approached rapidly. What had looked like the size of a cigarette pack quickly grew larger and larger. No wingsuit, no parachute. I used the wind to adjust my trajectory. My eyes locked on the floor I had seen marked in augmented reality. 19, 18, 17, 16. I counted silently as I descended, approaching the gap between 2 apartment buildings. As I reached a 45-degree angle with the top floor double the height of a typical apartment in my original world, I shouted internally. 1. Now. Phoom. I flipped my body and unleashed my mana. My entire body became a rocket booster, expelling mana like the tail of a comet. The direction of my descent, initially at a sharp 90-degree angle, suddenly adjusted to 45 degrees. Then I added GMO Leap, a skill of the Tiger King sword technique. This allowed me to practically fly horizontally, smashing through the apartment's window. The impact was enough to shatter the special reinforced glass, which had been designed to withstand bullets and even rocket-propelled grenades appropriate for a VIP penthouse in a high-rise building. Crash. What the hell? A burly man turned to look at me, his face twisted in shock. My entry took less than 0.1 seconds. In that split moment, I assessed the situation. The penthouse spanned over 100 paiyong. Even the living room alone was massive enough to host a futsal match. At its center stood the president and the actress, surrounded by a group of attackers. The superhumans who had been protecting the president lay dead, having clearly failed in their defense. As I descended upon them, I drew the black tiger sword. Swoosh! Once again, my swordsmanship expert trait proved invaluable. The Tiger King sword technique, augmented with sword aura, came into play. Thanks to Einherjar cultivation technique and mana core, I maintained perfect control over my mana. A blinding flash erupted, sweeping through the assassins. Gah! Block him. Careful. Where did this bastard come from? My attack, which converted all of my kinetic energy into destructive force, struck with devastating power. Combined with my high-level traits, it was unstoppable. Even a level 5 superhuman couldn't withstand it. One such superhuman, whom I had been watching closely, attempted to block my strike but was sent flying, coughing up blood. He was a mutated bio-enhanced soldier. His entire body had hardened, his stature towering as if he had integrated troll DNA into himself. In close combat, he wasn't far behind a warrior-class superhuman, but his opponent was the wrong one. The difference in power was overwhelming. Still, he didn't die in one blow. Even as blood poured from his mouth and his body trembled, his muscles contracted as he forced himself back to his feet. So, a troll-enhanced soldier, huh? It didn't matter. While I slashed through other assassins with Crescent Moon Slash, I grabbed Mjolnir with my left hand and hurled it at him. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted. I hadn't even infused additional mana into Mjolnir, just the combination of throw and empathic vision was enough. That alone sufficed. The hammer's massive head smashed into the troll-enhanced soldier's skull. Thud! The hulking body, momentarily standing, began to collapse. When the heavy, troll-enhanced body hit the floor with a resounding crash, the only person left standing in the room was me. I had cut down all the superhuman attackers with the Black Tiger sword. Phew, I really have gotten stronger. Back when I fought the Dagger Gang, I swung my sword like a baseball bat. Now, it truly felt like an extension of my body, but there was no room for complacency. One by one, I ensured that the remaining assassins, those still clinging to life, were dispatched with a clean decapitation. As 10 heads rolled across the floor, the actress, who had been trembling, let out a blood-curdling scream. Kaya. And then, she fainted on the spot. She's surprisingly delicate for someone living in this messed up world. In contrast, the president remained calm. Are you the Black Tiger Swordmaster? Yes. I'm here to rescue you. Ha. Thank you. If you had been 5 seconds later, I'd be dead. He appeared composed on the surface, but his heartbeat was racing like crazy. That's a president for you. Still, to survive in this savage world, you'd need nerves of steel. For now, let's leave this place. The blue house will be safer. Do you have anything with you? My flying car, but... Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ziyuyung, an intangible wave spread out from the entrance, sealing the entire area. A barrier isolating the inside from the outside. It was a space disruption magic resembling a forbidden zone. At the same time, a horde of assassins poured in. There's been interference. The assassins' cold, piercing eyes fixated on me. Their levels were low. Only their captain was level 5, while the rest were level 3 or even ordinary humans. But their equipment was flawless. Every single one of them carried mana-enhanced rifles, and their gloves were mana-storage gloves. Even the backpacks on their shoulders radiated mana waves. Kill him. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta? A barrage of concentrated gunfire rained down. The deafening sound of gunshots tore through the night, aimed directly at me. Eek. Even the seemingly composed president ducked and hid his head. It appeared he thought no one, not even someone who looked like a warrior, could possibly withstand the onslaught of dozens of mana-enhanced rifles. But soon, his eyes widened in shock. Because of Aegis, which I had deployed. The milky white mana shield glowed as it absorbed the attacks. Bang bang bang. The mana-enhanced rifles were certainly powerful. Each shot dealt significant damage, not quite on par with my Dasan rifle, but still formidable. However, it wasn't enough to pierce my barrier. For every hit the shield absorbed, I supplied it with additional mana. A magic shield warrior. The level 5 warrior leading the assassins exclaimed in disbelief. Wrong. I'm a PvP specialized gunslinger. Now that the assassins had emptied their magazines and were reloading. Gunslinger, shooting, aim. Rapid fire, quick reload, black flame. I unleashed the shotgun. The entire 10-round magazine was emptied in a flash. The assassins, though trained and swift in reloading, couldn't keep up with me. With my high-tier gunslinger trait and stacked quick reload, I was naturally faster. Each shotgun round, infused with impact and black flame, shredded the assassins into dozens of pieces. Aiic. Ugh. Skriaya. Even as I reloaded the magazine once, I continued to fire. The difference in skill was overwhelming. My hands moved so fast they appeared blurred, my motions seamless and precise. By the time I finished, half of the assassins were dead. Damn it. The lead assassin ground his teeth in frustration. But what could you do? He wasn't a magic shield warrior or a tank, just a regular assassin. He couldn't step forward to block my attacks, and hiding in the shadows to strike was impossible since his position had already been exposed. All he could do was helplessly watch as his subordinates were slaughtered. Kill him? Kill him now. Another barrage of gunfire was unleashed. I held up Aegis again to block the shots. Since I couldn't reload the shotgun with one hand, I discarded it. Instead, I drew my pistol. I chose the heavier, larger caliber one. Bang! I fired each shot with precision. Even though I had allocated 5 slots for defense and mana traits, I had still made room for my gunslinger traits. My firepower might have been reduced by half, but it was still highly effective. Every shot hit its mark perfectly. Each trigger pull shattered a helmet on the first hit, crushed the skull on the second, and blew the brain apart on the third. It was an attack utilizing the destruction and impact attributes. The helmets they wore were high quality but meaningless in the face of my pistol. When the magazine was empty, I threw the pistol into the air and reloaded in one fluid motion, a signature gunslinger move. The remaining assassins were completely wiped out. Heads exploded, and bodies crumpled to the ground. I felt strangely light. My hands and feet felt weightless, as if I could float into the air at any moment. The thought crossed my mind, even if hundreds or thousands of assassins like these swarmed me, they wouldn't stand a chance. I understood why. Acquired the trait, Massacre. A trait that dealt bonus damage to low-level enemies and restored health and mana with each kill. From now on, sheer numbers were meaningless against me. These enemies were nothing more than walking experience points. Ha, ha ha ha. The lead assassin let out a hollow laugh, his spirit completely broken. If I'm going to die, I'll take you with me. He clutched a bomb close to his chest and charged at me. But it was already too late. I had already seen it coming with bright eyes and shot him with my pistol. The bullet was a paralysis round. Before his fingers could press the detonator, he froze in place. What? That was all he could utter before my sword pierced through him. The black tiger sword, glowing with a meteor-like brilliance, had already impaled him. Ha ha ha. The president wore a bemused expression. Black tiger sword master, just what kind of superhuman are you? You seem like a warrior, but also like a magic shield fighter, and even a gunslinger. I've heard you're level 5, but you certainly don't feel like it. You seem at least level 6, if not higher. You flatter me. You live up to your reputation as the Black Tiger Sword Master. Now I understand why the Legion commander bestowed the Black Tiger Sword upon you. It must have been because he recognized your strength. The president stared intently at my face. His gaze wasn't just piercing, it felt like he was trying to dissect me with his eyes. What's with this guy? When I gave him a puzzled look, he chuckled bitterly. I thought, perhaps, you might resemble the Legion commander. But no, I see that's not the case. Some people make that assumption, but the Legion commander and I are not related by blood. Well, the Legion commander has never cared about bloodlines. He's always been a man who values people for who they are. As we spoke, I kept an eye on the outside. The spatial disruption barrier was still active. Should I break through it? I couldn't unleash sword aura, but I could use blade energy. With enough time and mana, I could tear through a spatial disruption barrier like this. Move in. Kill everyone inside. Thud, thud, thud. The door to the apartment burst open, and small bombs rolled in. The bombs activated, spewing green smoke. Poison gas. I instinctively glanced at the president. He raised his right hand, giving me an OK signal. The ring on his finger glowed with a radiant, multicolored light. The actress was the same. Wealthy people like them always wore protective magic rings as a basic precaution. I activated GMO barrier through my hat. A soft, golden light cascaded down like a curtain, enveloping my face. The curtain of light functioned like a combination of goggles, a headset, and a gas mask, shielding me completely. Though the green gas thickened, filling the apartment, it was useless against us. Thanks to GMO sight, I could see everything clearly through the gas, reading the situation with ease. Swish, swish. Assassins crept in, wearing sound-dampening shoes. They moved like a special forces unit straight out of a movie, fully equipped with helmets, goggles, gas masks, mana-enhanced rifles, and mounted mana shields. Not that it mattered, they were just snacks to me. Bang, bang. I fed them shotgun blasts. Before they could even form up or settle into position. The moment our eyes met, I pulled the trigger. Blood and sparks flew as death rained down. Even through their gas masks, I could hear them cursing in frustration. Superhuman? There's a superhuman here. All internal squads are down? Second internal squad eliminated. We need backup? We need backup. There's an incredibly strong superhuman guarding the president. At least level 6. Level 6. By now, the assassins had stopped trying to enter. Instead, they resorted to tricks from outside. Through bright eyes and GMO sight, I saw them aiming what looked like a rocket launcher at me. From outside the wall. As if the apartment wall wasn't even there. What is that? It didn't seem like an ordinary rocket launcher. Which meant I couldn't let it hit me. I aimed my shotgun and fired. The intangible bullets passed through the wall, striking the assassins. Ugh. Gah. It wasn't a lethal hit. The rounds were infused with the paralysis attribute. Enough to incapacitate but not to kill. Still, it was enough to throw the assassins into disarray. Panicked, they dropped the rocket launcher and retreated. For a moment, the battle paused. An eerie stillness settled over the room, yet I felt more tension than ever. The danger sense ring on my finger burned like fire, and my throat felt tight. When I tried to swallow, my tongue was dry as sandpaper. I tightened my grip on the shotgun. What's wrong? Even the president seemed to notice something amiss, looking at me with concern. Using bright eyes and sixth sense, I scanned the surroundings. Nothing appeared. But the unease only grew stronger. Then, when a woman walked in through the front door, I understood the source of my dread. Well, do I have to handle this myself? A woman in her early 30s wearing jeans and a white tank top. Her right arm was a solid steel prosthetic. Her face was partially replaced with an alloy, and her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all cybernetic implants, giving her an unsettling appearance. At a glance, she resembled a bio-enhanced soldier. But she wasn't. Mistaking her for one and dealing with her as such would be a fatal error. Damn it! It's Massacre Empress. The boss of Episode 1, Soul Terror. In the game, encountering her required completing numerous surprise quests, side quests, and regional quests to build progress. After that, the main quest would unlock, and only after completing it and descending to the lowest level of the Massive Terror Alliance dungeon would you face her. Level 7 Massacre Empress. In the game, she wasn't too difficult. If you leveled up properly in the main storyline, had the right equipment and traits, and tackled her with a full level 7 party, she wasn't insurmountable. But now, here I was a mere level 5 standing face to face with Massacre Empress. No help. no backup, and carrying extra baggage in the form of the president and the actress. This was bad. And it was all because of the massacre trait I had just acquired. As her name implies, Massacre Empress also possessed the massacre trait. A level 6 superhuman? A level 5 superhuman? Facing her head-on was nearly impossible. Even if you managed to land a lucky hit, she wouldn't go down easily. When she entered phase 2, she would activate the unapproachable trait, entering an invincible state. Fighting her without a consumable to nullify invincibility was suicide. Massacre Empress looked at me with a cold smile. Her cybernetic eye whirred as the iris expanded and contracted unervingly. Well, Black Tiger Sword Master? What an unexpected prize. If I chop you up and hang your remains in Gwangae Waman, that old tiger will just love it, won't he? Her face was the same as in the game. Despite the time difference, she hadn't aged a day. Of course she was far older than she looked. She's already over 50, isn't she? Swing. Massacre Empress unsheathed her sword. It was closer to a Japanese katana than a traditional blade. The moment it left its scabbard, it radiated a sharp, jet-black light. Yato Masamune. A cursed blade that always hits its target and inflicts a random curse with every successful strike. Among the weapons obtained in Episode 1, it ranked highly. I wasn't particularly fond of katanas, but players who liked them were absolutely obsessed. I tossed the shotgun aside and drew the Black Tiger sword. With my left arm, I deployed Aegis, and in my left hand, I gripped Mjolnir. Massacre Empress's cybernetic eye whirred, its aperture adjusting rapidly. Dual wielding? Let's see how well the old tiger trained you. She took a single step forward. From a distance, she swung the Masamune downward. A light motion, as if swatting away a fly. But the result was like a storm. The ash-gray sword energy, tinged with black light, flew toward me. Boom! Ugh! I blocked it with Aegis. All my traits had been switched to defensive ones. Even so, the overwhelming force struck me like a hammer. Cracks formed across the milky white shield, and a sour sensation welled up from my heart and stomach. I couldn't hold it back. Ugh! A torrent of blood spewed from my mouth. Just blocking one attack had brought me to this state. But instead of retreating, I charged forward. Equipping my Trinity build and double power build, I became a meteor. Massacre Empress's aperture widened. Was that surprise on her face? Her metallic lips twisted slightly, a smirk that could have been mocking or impressed. She swung the Masamune in a crescent arc to block my attack. Clang! A deafening boom echoed as a shockwave exploded at point-blank range. It was astonishing. Massacre Empress had deflected my full-powered meteor sword attack with such an effortless move. She hadn't even exerted any real strength. Not bad, Massacre Empress said, peering into my eyes. A faint smile lingered in her cybernetic eye and her mechanical voice. The recoil from her block rippled through me. It felt like my heart and stomach were being twisted, but I refused to stop. Massacre Empress was far more skilled in offense than defense. And with her massacre trait, she was especially lethal against weaker opponents. If I hesitated here, even for a second, my head would be rolling within 3 seconds. Die. If I wanted to live even a second longer, I had to keep moving at novel bin at. I had to unleash an unrelenting barrage of attacks. The moment my meteor sword was blocked, I was already in motion. Giant Strength Vajra Body Mana Core. Onslaught Empathic Vision Shield Bash. When I became level 5, I had consumed the Goat Demon Elixir, which granted me the Onslaught trait. The more consecutive attacks I landed, the more my attack power and speed increased, stacking up to 10 times. I had no choice but to trust myself. To trust the traits I had accumulated and my ability to switch traits. Boom! The shield bash struck. Aegis slammed into Massacre Empress's face. Just before impact, Aegis expanded fully, amplifying the force of the attack. Massacre Empress didn't dodge. She simply widened her mechanical eye's aperture and met the attack head-on. As if it were amusing to her. Even after taking the hit, she didn't seem to have sustained much damage. Her glowing cybernetic eye, the ash-gray sword energy surrounding the Masamune, everything remained intact. In fact, the mana coursing through her steel prosthetic arm only intensified, as if she were preparing to slice me in half. No way. I immediately launched my next attack. Close Combat Mastery Strike. I swapped out Empathic Vision and Shield Bash for these traits. I hurled myself at her like a cannonball, like a dump truck, slamming into Massacre Empress. Thud. This attack actually caught her off guard. Her aperture contracted slightly. If she were human, it would have been the equivalent of furrowing her brows. But this wasn't the end. My assault had only just begun. Swish! I swung the Black Tiger sword in rapid succession. The Tiger King's twin slash, a dual slash technique. 2 crescent slashes tore toward her chest. Apparently, even she couldn't take this lightly, as she blocked with the Masamune. Boom! Immediately after, I brought Mjolnir down upon her. It wasn't a refined or sophisticated move, just a raw, straightforward attack. The only traits I had equipped were Close Combat Mastery and Empathic Vision. But a divine weapon was still a divine weapon. Lightning surged straight toward her steel prosthetic arm. You bastard. By now, this was my 5th consecutive attack. Aside from her first move, Massacre Empress hadn't been able to swing her sword properly. Her frustration seemed to boil over as her aperture expanded to its maximum. Ignoring my relentless assault, she lunged forward with a thrust from the Masamune. I'm dead. A red warning flashed in my mind. My instinct screamed at me to dodge, to escape. But I didn't evade. Instead, I brought up Aegis to block. Dodging was impossible. The Yato Masamune was a weapon with a guaranteed hit ability. It couldn't be avoided, only blocked. Boom, ugh. The impact was twice as powerful as her previous attack. Massacre Empress was finally starting to take this seriously. A fiery pain shot through my arm. My bone had fractured. Internal damage worsened as blood gushed from my mouth like a fountain. Massacre Empress twisted her metallic lips into a smile. She seemed convinced it was over. But it's not over until it's over. Even as I felt my arm go limp, even as pain twisted my gut, even as my mana circuits wavered dangerously, I ignored it all and charged her again. I stabbed with my sword, slammed into her with my body, struck her with Aegis, and brought Mjolnir crashing down. You little. Massacre Empress, now visibly furious, swung the Masamune with frantic aggression. Yet none of her strikes landed a critical blow. The overwhelming force of her attacks tore at my body, but they weren't enough to kill me outright. A curse? Equipping Indomitable every time a curse hit me, I neutralized it immediately. Massacre Empress's sole weakness, close quarters combat. At a range where I could feel her breath right in front of me, where her evaporating sweat heated my body, she couldn't fully utilize her abilities. 6 of her traits were practically sealed, leaving her to rely on occasional basic attacks. That's why I was clinging to her so desperately. Boom, boom, you're like a goddamn tick. Get off me. What the hell did that old tiger even teach you? Massacre Empress roared, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The apartment began to collapse. Walls and pillars cracked, and the floor started to give way. Along with the shattering space disruption barrier, the crimson sky burned vividly into view through the crumbling structure. Red, get the 2 of them out of here. I seized the opportunity and shouted. Right on cue, Red Cougar flew into view. The president, quick on the uptake, hoisted the actress onto his back and leapt onto the flying car. Massacre Empress turned her mechanical eye to the president and Red Cougar. So that's what you were aiming for. She shifted her stance, raising the Masamune high before tucking it behind her back. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Her ultimate skill, Heaven and Earth Severance. Can I block this? I could use Grand Escape to flee, but if I ran, the president would certainly die. I couldn't let that happen. If the president died, the Soul Terror would unfold exactly as the Saintess intended. The chaos would spiral out of control. The Korean government would become a shell of its former self, utterly paralyzed during Episode 2, the Zombie Crisis, and Episode 3, the Awakening of the Ancient God. The Saintess would laugh wickedly in the shadows, delighting in her success. I'd rather die than let that happen. Iron Body Undying Mana Core. Ain Her Jar Cultivation Technique Mana Shield Empathic Vision. I invested every single trait into defense. Gripping Aegis with both hands, I channeled all my mana into it. In my other hand, I held Mjolnir. Activating the GMO set to its fullest extent and amplifying my mana with the Eclipse Ring, I simultaneously siphoned mana from Massacre Empress. My entire body radiated light, especially my iron-reinforced fists, which shone brilliantly. When I activated the Iron Fist, my defensive preparations were complete. Die. Massacre Empress swung the Masamune. Flash, the world split apart. The ash-gray, razor-sharp energy cut through me and Aegis alike. Ugh. Aegis shattered. The milky white shield disintegrated, and my arm was severed. I felt death looming over me. However, while the blade had severed my arm and struck my chest, it didn't pierce my heart. The energy dissipated just before it could. Aegis. My Iron Fist reinforced arm. My S-rank protective gear. And my Iron Fist reinforced torso. The blade's power had been exhausted, worn down as it tore through my defensive layers. Massacre Empress's aperture widened in disbelief. You blocked it? You? At level 5. By now, the president had boarded Red Cougar. Vroom! Red Cougar roared as it sped away at maximum velocity. Massacre Empress ground her teeth audibly. Let's see you block this again. She tucked the Masamune behind her back once more. A dazzling aura of mana erupted from her, killing intent surging from sky to ground as if it would cleave the world in half. Even before her blade moved, the sheer pressure crushed down on my heart like a physical force. I laughed. Genuinely, with all my heart, I laughed. Thank you. What? Thank you for being such a fool. You bastard. I pressed my severed arm against the ground with one leg, while using the other to retrieve the shotgun I had discarded earlier. With my one good hand, I reached into the top pocket of my golf bag. My fingers brushed against something hard. The Grand Escape Ring, a gift from the Tower Master. I had never used it until now. I activated it. Flash. A brilliant light consumed me as the world faded into the distance. You son of a... Massacre Empress's enraged scream echoed faintly, growing fainter as I vanished. Cough. Gah. As soon as I arrived, blood poured from my mouth. It felt like my insides were being forced out. Chunks of flesh mixed into the blood, and I could see them as they spilled out. My head spun, a dizzying whirl of agony, as if the entire world was tilting off its axis. I felt like I was sinking into a swamp, bound and dragged down by spectral hands. Barely, I managed to swap my traits. Undying Resurrection Regeneration. Wound Recovery Healing Vigor. Even with Undying, it wasn't enough. I had to equip every sub-trait I could muster. I cast Healing in rapid succession. Flashes of light pulsed from my body dozens of times before I could cling to my fading consciousness. Gah, ugh. Still, it wasn't enough. The internal injuries showed no signs of improvement. Every inch of my body ached, weighed down by crushing fatigue. My head was in such a fog that it wouldn't be surprising if I fainted at any moment. I can't keep going like this. Staggering, I made my way down to the basement. The underground training room. It was equipped with a magical bath, much like the one in my first home on Junwubong Mountain. A top-grade magical bath designed to function as a mana reservoir. I threw myself into it without hesitation. Splash! The warm energy of the bath enveloped my entire body. But as if in resistance, cold energy surged from my wounds, particularly from the gash across my chest and the severed stump of my left arm. This wasn't something the bath alone could fix. With trembling hands, I reached out. A small magical safe was installed right next to the bath. I unlocked it with biometric authentication. Inside, a radiant golden potion came into view. An elixir. I equipped potion dependency and potion addiction and drank it in one go. The warm, smooth, and refreshing liquid washed down my throat. From my solar plexus, heat blossomed and spread throughout my entire body. The icy mana that had been wreaking havoc was subdued in an instant. Regaining clarity, I quickly pressed the severed stump of my left arm against my shoulder. What couldn't be reattached even with undying and 5 subtraits instantly fused together. A sharp jolt of pain followed. From the elbow down, where the arm had been severed, the entire left forearm throbbed with unbearable agony, as if it was being burned alive. It felt like reliving the trauma of the wound all over again. But the pain was fleeting. The torment that had plagued my body and tortured my mind vanished as if it had been washed away. HAAA. Leaning back, I exhaled a long sigh. As expected, elixirs were truly extraordinary. For a moment, I felt gratitude toward the Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower, who had offered me this elixir a few months ago as an apology. If it weren't for that, I'd probably be dead by now. It's been so long. The last time I'd been this battered was during my fight with the president of the Cleaner Association. After that, no matter who I fought, whether it was Odazik, the Lion Knight, or the Hunter Association's president, or even during the massacre of the Inquisitor's party in the Grand Labyrinth, I had never been injured to this extent. I rubbed my chest. The rib fractures that had caused severe internal injuries had now healed, leaving only faint scars. Those, too, would disappear completely if I continued to equip Vajra body and undying. Phew. I lay there for a long time, staring blankly. Though my body had recovered, my mind still craved rest. The grotesque face of Massacre Empress floated in my thoughts like a dark cloud. Her eerie prosthetic eye staring me down. Her twisted metallic lips. Masamune falling like a thunderbolt? I was lucky. Incredibly lucky. Perhaps I'd been reckless. I should have run the moment I saw Massacre Empress. But if I had, the president would have died. To save the president, I had no choice but to fight Massacre Empress. Ha, ha ha. Laughter burst from my lips. I couldn't help but recall her expression when I used Grand Escape at the last moment. The mix of frustration and disbelief on her face was priceless. How does it feel, Saintess? Not everything goes your way, does it? With the Terror Alliance suppressed so early, even the Saintess must be feeling some degree of pain. Thinking about that made it all worthwhile. Who knows? This incident might trigger some sort of butterfly effect. The Old Father's cult, whose power will be revealed in episode 3, definitely won't align with how they were depicted in the game. Let's get some sleep. It was already dawn. The night had faded into white, and a new day had arrived. I had done all I could. It was time to leave the rest to others. What's the Legion commander up to? The Tower Master? Song Huiyang? The archbishops of the Thor cult and Gaia cult are probably going to get chewed out when this is over. My eyelids grew heavy. I closed my eyes, letting the warmth of the bath lull me into slumber. The constantly reheated water gently relaxed my body and mana circuits, soothing them like a soft blanket. How much time had passed? My eyes opened naturally. The smartphone I had left next to the magical bath was vibrating incessantly. Beck Soren. I glanced at the clock. It was 10 a.m. I'd slept deeply without realizing it. Hello, Soren. Teacher. Beck Soren's voice burst from the phone, practically yelling. Why haven't you been answering your phone? I was worried sick. I was exhausted and resting. Nothing's wrong on your end, right? Of course there is. Do you even know where I am right now? Aren't you at the embassy? I'm at the Blue House. The Blue House. What? The Blue House? I could already guess what was going on. The counter-terrorism efforts must have progressed enough to dig into my activities. Naturally, they'd find out that my students were at the Indian embassy in Hanamdong. Whether it was an invitation or for protection, they'd have brought her to the Blue House. Beck Soren's excited voice rang out. And guess who's here with me? Who? The Legion Commander and the Tower Master, perhaps. How did you know? Of course, I knew. Those two aren't the type to just sit back and watch. Splash. I stood up from the bath. All my mental and physical fatigue was completely gone. I began picking up my clothes and getting dressed. Out of habit, I put on my protective suit over my underwear. No, this won't do. The top of the suit had deep, jagged cracks. The area where the sword had directly struck was especially damaged. The other parts of the suit were in no better condition. It was cracked like a turtle's shell, on the verge of shattering completely. What choice did I have? I didn't have any decent clothes to wear right now. I threw on a ragged black tracksuit over it. It was a gift from Manager Choi. It supposedly had self-repairing magic imbued, but upon closer inspection with my insight, even traces of that magic were nowhere to be found. Masamune's attack had obliterated every bit of enchantment on the tracksuit. I'm going to need to buy both armor and a new magical tracksuit. While the tracksuit was a minor issue, losing the armor stung. It had excellent defensive capabilities, and the giant strength trait it boosted was great. I had planned to use it long term. I wondered if it could be repaired. Would Jochul be able to fix it for me? Clicking my tongue, I stepped outside. I'm heading to the Blue House. Let's meet there. Yes, teacher. The president says he's looking forward to meeting you. He kept saying you're the one who saved him. That's how it turned out. You're amazing. Wow, are you and the president old acquaintances? Not exactly. I flagged down a taxi and headed for the Blue House. With my SUV and Red Cougar both back home, I had no other choice. We'll need to conduct an inspection. Of course, I understand. At Novel bin at. The scars of last night's terror attacks were still visible everywhere. Buildings lay in ruins along the roads, and many places were still in the process of extinguishing fires. Soldiers blocked roads with armored vehicles, conducting inspections. Half of them were from the national military, while the other half were from the Eastern Army. The sight of troops equipped with Magi-tech gear standing shoulder to shoulder with superhumans in armored suits was a stark reminder that this wasn't an ordinary day. All things considered, they did well. Compared to how the game depicted these events, it was like heaven and earth. Seoul burned for 3 days straight. Corpses littered the streets. Crying filled the air from all directions. It felt like the end of the world, with death and despair overflowing. Those were the words that appeared when you first logged into the game after watching the cinematic trailer. In contrast, the people here looked uneasy yet hopeful. They found reassurance in the sight of the military and the Eastern Army. Somehow, they believed things would turn out okay. They had faith in the government, and in the Legion commander, a hero of both independence and war. A positive change that I had brought about. Are you the Black Tiger Sword Master? The president has been waiting for you. After more than 10 checkpoints, I finally arrived at the Blue House. The moment they saw me, the guards opened the gates. That didn't mean they slacked on security. From the moment I was a few hundred meters away from the Blue House's main gate, hidden eyes had been thoroughly scanning both me and the taxi I was in. Black Tiger Sword Master, you've arrived. The president came running out in the middle of a meeting. He looked shocked when he saw my cracked chest armor but relaxed upon confirming my face and finally broke into a smile. You are truly incredible. I've been impressed with you ever since you fought Shin Yurine, that wench. And yet, you don't have a single scratch on you. I was badly injured, actually. I'm on my way here after getting treated. Really? Your face makes it look like nothing happened. I used an elixir, of course. Elixir. At my words, the president's face stiffened slightly. From his perspective, it must have looked like I had completely overwhelmed Massacre Empress. It was understandable for him to misinterpret the situation. Just as he seemed ready to say something more, a massive shadow loomed over me, and a heavy hand clapped my back with force. Ha ha ha, what did I say? I told you this kid would show up looking just fine, didn't I? A booming voice, like a tiger's roar. It was the Legion commander of the Eastern Army. Despite being over 100 years old, the commander looked no older than his late 40s. Yet here he was, hammering on my back as if I were some kind of anvil. So, you used an elixir? My disciple's foresight was spot on. You owe your life to him, you know. The Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower chimed in. Indeed, if not for the elixir given to me by the Tower Master's disciple I would have been a goner. Yes, I'm always deeply grateful. At my polite reply, the Tower Master's grin grew even wider. Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit? Future President of Sun Security? I suppose you've run out of elixirs by now, haven't you? Once I return to the tower, I'll have a few more bottled up and sent your way. Oh, and remember, whenever you feel like it, let me know. Sun Security has been waiting for you with open arms. What is this kid talking about? Future President of Sun Security? He's the next Legion Commander? Legion Commander. Don't call me a kid. I'm well over 80 years old. You brat, you're still younger than my own son, and now you dare to sass me? Tisk tisk, the world is truly going to the dogs. When your late father and I were fighting for independence, you were still a snot-nosed brat. Ugh. When it came to age, the Tower Master couldn't win. The Legion Commander laughed uproariously, clearly reveling in the Tower Master's plight. Then, his gaze sharpened as he looked back at me. So, you fought Shin Yurine one-on-one? Yes? Yes, that's correct. Shin Yurine, that was the real name of Massacre Empress. She takes after her father, so her skills must be quite something. How did you manage to fight her? Your current level of skill wouldn't have been enough. I'm not the same as I was back then. Thinking about it, when I first received the Black Tiger sword from the Legion Commander, I wasn't even a sword expert. I had some swordsmanship training, but it wouldn't have been enough to impress him. Back then, he outright criticized my clumsy movements, basic level swordsmanship, and awkward skill execution. I went in ready to die. Ready to die. Yes. Her appearance was bizarre, but the aura of a powerful warrior radiated from her at a glance. I knew if I stayed on the defensive, I'd inevitably die, so I charged. Haha, so you turned it into a brawl, eh? Yes. It just felt like the only way to handle her. You're truly a warrior. Your name isn't wasted on you. That's right, exactly right. Shin Yurine learned the sword from her father, and her father was once called the Sword Emperor. Some even called him the greatest swordsman among the Korean people. A traitor, sure, but his skills were undeniable. Didn't you defeat him in a one-on-one fight, Legion Commander? Well, even someone like him couldn't measure up to me. But anyway, what's with your appearance? Only now did the Legion commander take notice of my clothes. The tattered tracksuit. The protective suit, cracked like a turtle's shell. Should I give you something to wear? I've got an old combat uniform from my younger days gathering dust in the Legion's armory. The combat uniform of the Black Tiger Legion? That wouldn't be bad at all. While it wasn't on the same level as the Black Tiger sword, it was still SSR grade gear, easy to move in, and equipped with excellent traits. But wouldn't it be a bit much to accept both the Black Tiger sword and the Black Tiger Legion's combat uniform? People were already suspicious, wondering if I was some secret disciple or even an illegitimate descendant. If I added this, the rumors would only get worse. Then again, it's hard to refuse SSR grade equipment. Surprisingly, it was the president who came to my aid. Legion Commander, I don't think that's the right approach. While I understand your fondness for the Black Tiger Swordmaster, I'd appreciate it if you allowed me to handle this matter this time. Huh? What are you talking about? He saved the president of this nation. On top of that, I've received reports that he contacted you, the Tower Master, and even the new chairman of the GMO group ahead of time. If not for the three of you mobilizing, last night could have ended in disaster. Well, that's true. Yeah, I did wonder why he suddenly called me. Therefore, I'd like to take full responsibility for rewarding him appropriately for this incident. As it happens, I have just the perfect protective suit in mind. Wait a moment. Don't tell me. Yes, that one. The Legion commander's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to recognize what the president was referring to. When the president nodded firmly, the Tower Master furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Hey, President, tell me already. Combat uniforms and light armor are fine, but for someone like the Black Tiger Swordmaster, a protective suit is the most fitting. And when it comes to protective suits, nothing beats American-made ones crafted with materials from the Great Rift. American-made? Great Rift materials? Oh, no way. The president turned his gaze to the side and nodded again. The chief secretary entered the room, carrying a magical box. A platinum box with an elegant, antique design. It was exactly like the top-tier premium loot boxes in the game. The chief secretary placed the magical box before me. It seemed to have its own magical power, as it floated at the perfect height for me to open it. Please, open it. The president gestured toward the magical box. With trembling hands, I opened it. Brrrrrrr. A powerful vibration. A radiant glow surged forth. The magical box slowly opened. Inside, a single set of protective gear emerged. It was exactly what I had hoped for. A dull gray protective suit. Its design was simple and unadorned, with no visible magic circles or jewels on the surface. The only decoration was a swirling pattern of pale gray-white tendrils. Star Spawn. It was a one-piece suit, top and bottom fused together. Though it was a mass-produced item, it was made from the blood, leather, flesh, and bones of a divine descendant, rivaling the likes of Mjolnir or Aegis in quality. The traits embedded in it were as extraordinary as its name, Star Spawn. As expected, it had stacked attributes. Evolution, passively gains experience over time. Array, redistributes stats based on the wearer's traits. Adaptation, shifts physical defense and magical resistance depending on the type of incoming attacks. Supremacy, grants the wearer the evaluation values of a superior race during various checks. Divine Blood, greatly enhances all stats using Divine Blood. It was an overpowered set of traits. This protective suit was practically made for me. The Array trait, in particular, was a perfect fit. If I switched to a warrior-type trait, my attack power and agility would increase. If I switched to a soldier-type trait, my strength and durability would be boosted. If I became a gunner, my attack speed and movement speed would be amplified. But it wasn't without its downsides. Unlike Mjolnir or Aegis, this protective suit came with penalties. Whispers, the voices of otherworldly gods seduce and enthrall the mind. Mutation, prolonged use results in physical transformation. These two penalties were no joke. In the game, if you left your character unattended, they'd periodically suffer mental confusion. Self-harm was minor compared to what could happen. In severe cases, characters would commit suicide or become incapacitated in combat. Some even mutated into grotesque monsters or turned into blobs of flesh. The Tower Master scowled at the sight of the Star Spawn protective suit. Why would you give him something like this? Have you lost your mind? If our future son's security president gets hurt wearing that accursed thing, will you take responsibility? Ha, you'd think you already forced him to hand over his seal just from hearing you talk. Legion Commander, who uses seals anymore? What is this? The independence movement era from 80 years ago. These days, people sign their names. Signatures are the norm. TL note, funny enough, in Japan people still use a stamp with their family's name. That wasn't entirely accurate. These days, digital documents were the real standard. Silently, I picked up the protective suit. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary enhanced protective suit. But as soon as I touched it, and as it absorbed my mana wave, its true nature revealed itself. It rippled and writhed, moving like a living creature. Though it soon settled back into its original form, the impression it left was anything but ordinary. You'll be fine. The Legion commander spoke gravely. Even though it's made from the offspring of otherworldly gods, it's just an object. As long as you keep your mind and body steady, it won't be able to erode your spirit. After all, it's not the god itself or a direct descendant, just remnants, scraps from the lowest of their servitors. And what if something does go wrong? Humph. Do you think I'd have given the Black Tiger sword to someone who couldn't handle this? Everything has a purpose, you see. The Legion commander had a point. If Arcane Seoul were a pure cosmic horror game, the whispers and mutation penalties would be unmanageable. But Arcane Seoul was a mobile game, meaning that with proper preparation, you could ignore these penalties and still make full use of the Starspawn protective suit. There were various ways to mitigate the risks, but two traits were commonly used for this purpose: Vajra Body and Indomitable. With either of these traits equipped, your character could freely wear the Starspawn protective suit. Luckily for me, I always kept Vajra Body equipped in my daily life. Even in combat, equipping Indomitable occasionally and casting Purification once in a while would suffice. Essentially, I could enjoy all the benefits of the suit without suffering any of the drawbacks. I bowed deeply to the president. Thank you. I will make good use of it. I'm glad you like it. Why don't you try it on now? Shall I? There was no need to step into a changing room. Holding the protective suit close, I infused it with my mana. It squirmed and opened up, wrapping itself snugly around me. As it did, the protective suit I had been wearing crafted by Jochul was automatically ejected. Rip. The upper section of the old suit, already cracked, tore completely in half. Still, I picked it up. If it could be repaired, I could pass it down to Beksorin. If not, it could at least serve as a decoration back home. Teacher? Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. Beksorin and Janet were genuinely delighted. They must have realized, based on the reactions of the Legion commander and the Tower Master, that this wasn't an ordinary piece of equipment. Mr. President, it's time for your next meeting. Ah, is it that late already? The president rubbed his temple. For a brief moment, a series of numbers flickered across his seemingly ordinary eyes before disappearing. Black Tiger Sword Master, thank you so much for everything today. Unfortunately, I must leave for official duties now. Should I head inside as well? Legion Commander, that's up to you. But it would be greatly appreciated if you attended. I have some requests to make of you and some matters to discuss with the Eastern Army. Then I suppose I'll go in too. Tower Master, your attendance would be of great help as well. You're more than welcome to join us. So, does that mean I can go home now? I was about to make my polite goodbyes when the Legion commander threw a thick arm around my neck. Where do you think you're sneaking off to? You're coming in too. Huh? Me? Why? Why else? If you want to be a Legion commander someday, you'd better start paying attention to how things work now. I have no intention of becoming a Legion commander, though. Huh? Sure you don't. Do you think people will leave you alone once you hit level 7, or even level 8? You're already the ruler of Gwanak district, and you're eyeing Guro district too, aren't you? What? Do you want to be the kingpin of the underworld instead? That's not it. As long as you're in the warrior class, the higher your level gets, the less peace you'll have, even if you want it. Every lowlife out there will be swarming to leech off of you. You'd better establish yourself now. At the very least, they need to understand you're not someone they can mess with casually. That's the only way you'll carve out the time you need to train. Otherwise, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will be poking at you, and you won't have a moment to yourself. In his own way, he had a point. I was already beginning to attract attention. Up until now, only certain people knew who I was, but starting today, the entire nation would. Last night's exploits would undoubtedly make the news. Fine, I get it. But I'm just observing, right? Of course. No one's going to ask you to speak. Well, they might ask where your intel came from. That's not something I can disclose. Then just bluff your way through it. His tone was completely casual, as if it wasn't a big deal. He flexed his arm muscles intimidatingly, sending a clear message if things went wrong, he'd resolve them physically. The Tower Master clicked his tongue in disapproval. Aren't you old enough to know better? What kind of thug behavior is this? No wonder government officials flinch whenever the Eastern Army is mentioned. Why can't you act more dignified, like the Legion commander of the Western Army? Like that old hag? Why would I do that? Sigh. Alright, let's get moving. We don't have all day. Everyone here is busy. The meeting proceeded quickly. I'd expected it to be dull and boring, given the high-ranking officials in attendance, but it moved along like a game mission briefing. The terrorist attack was orchestrated by an organization known as the Terror Alliance, a coalition of 12 groups, including illegal assassination organizations, international mercenary groups, underground mage towers, and cults. Their leader is Massacre Empress, Shin Yirin. We are currently sweeping up their remnants, and their headquarters is. A 3D map of Seoul was displayed in the center of the conference room. Red markers were scattered across it. It was a familiar sight. It looked exactly like the map you'd see at the start of Episode 1 in the game when the Seoul Terror event began. Each red marker represented a sudden quest, side quest, or regional quest. In the game, you had to painstakingly clear each one. Capital Defense Division, 3rd Division, 2nd Regiment, 4th Battalion, terrorists eliminated in Ikondong. Eastern Army, 2nd Division, 4th Regiment, 1st Battalion, civilians rescued in Banpodong. Superhuman Association's Blue Dragon Raid Team, Superhuman Tower successfully defended. GMO Security has reclaimed Molidong. Many civilian casualties reported. Medical support requested. Sun Mage Towers Mages. Thor Cult. Gaia Cult. The red markers were disappearing rapidly. It wasn't the work of a single player but the combined efforts of dozens of forces. A short while later, the chief secretary personally manipulated the 3D map to deliver the next briefing. Mr. Chen Ryan has located their headquarters. It's deep underground beneath Cheongai Mountain. The entrance is hidden at the site of the Old Seoul Grand Park. I checked the time. It was exactly noon. Less than half a day since the terror attack began, and most of episode 1's content was already being cleared. I was right to save the president. I was right to coordinate everything as I did. Excellent work. The president clapped his hands. This is a massive terrorist organization. Let's make sure we wipe them out completely. Order the Capital Defense Command to deploy a spatial isolation barrier and fully encircle Cheongai Mountain. Not even a rat should be able to escape. I'll lend a hand. I should contact that old hag from the Western Army, too. What's she doing while things are falling apart? Still twiddling her thumbs. Ha ha. Thank you, Legion Commander. I'll convene the Tower Masters. They're so sluggish they won't budge unless I personally kick them into action. At this rate, episode 1 would be wrapped up in 3 days. That was good news for me. Looking at the gradually clearing map of Seoul brought a sense of relief. When will the operation begin? As soon as the encirclement is complete and the operation plan is finalized. We need to make an example out of them. Damn right. We can't let them think they can get away with this. They need to know there are consequences for messing with us. The Legion Commander, who had been speaking with the President, suddenly turned to me. You're joining in, right? Me? You mean me? Of course. You're the MVP of this operation. You need to see it through to the end. Watch how Shin Yireen gets utterly destroyed by me. I wasn't so sure about that. The Terror Alliance's headquarters dungeon at the end of episode 1 was a decent dungeon. Its layout was straightforward, with few traps but lots of monsters, making it a great place to earn experience and rewards. But for me, it wasn't all that appealing at novel bin at. The Moss-immune blade, the unholy leather armor, and the relic of evil are great rewards, but the problem was, I already had better gear. Almost all of my current equipment was SSR grade. Even the GMO set, while technically not SSR, was treated as such in practice. The only exceptions were the Iron Fist and the Danger Detection Ring. And the Danger Detection Ring's replacement doesn't drop in the Terror Dungeon. While it was true that the dungeon offered some strong consumables like Loki's Mockery or Seth's Whispers, I wasn't interested enough to participate just for those. Honestly, I'd already done more than enough. I'd warned them in advance, and I'd saved the president. That was plenty. I'd prefer to train alone. You idiot, real combat is the best teacher. That's exactly why. When I faced Shin Yireen her sword I realized something. Yeah, I can see that, but still. As the Legion Commander fell into thought, a man in a formal suit suddenly interjected. Does the Black Tiger Sword Master really need to participate? The nation was attacked, and it is our duty to handle this. Please leave it to us, the National Army and the Superhuman Police. Judging by his demeanor, the man seemed to be the director of the National Intelligence Service. His eyes burned with determination. It appeared he found it humiliating that they hadn't been able to act before the attack. The Legion Commander's expression turned sour. Can I trust you with this? Please trust us. We will restore the honor of the National Intelligence Service. We'll give it everything we've got. I swear we'll tear Shin Yireen that dem woman's heart out. The police are fully prepared as well. The NIS director, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the police commissioner all spoke in unison. The Legion commander waved them off as if he'd lost interest. Tisk. I thought this might be a good chance to take on a disciple. Fine, do as you like. I'll head to Chior 1 and take a nap. Please do. Honestly, neither you nor I are the type to move for something as trivial as catching Shin Yireen, are we? Why not send one of your bright grandsons? As for me, I think I'll dispatch one of my disciples. That sounds good. Hyun-gwan, he's the brightest among my grandsons, after all. Before the meeting was even over, the Legion commander and the Tower Master left. I waited for the right moment and quietly slipped out as well. See you around, kid. Yes, take care. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? My progress on developing extreme polarization is coming along nicely. So is mine. After all, I'd secured 3 of the 6 materials needed. The Legion commander gave me a hearty slap on the back, while the Tower Master chuckled leisurely before they exited the Blue House. I did the same. Once I got into the SUV and picked up Baeksorin and Janet, I finally felt like I could breathe. Teacher, were you nervous too? Of course. It's the Legion commander and the Tower Master we're talking about. They're stronger than the president, right? Exactly. Their overwhelming power wasn't what made me nervous, though. It was something else entirely, trait switching. By now, it seemed that those at around level 8 or so could detect it. The Legion commander seemed to have some inkling already, and judging by his reactions, the Tower Master was suspicious as well. Wow, teacher. Baeksorin exclaimed, her eyes glued to her smartphone. You're all over the internet. Me? What about me? Look at this. Someone recorded your fight at the Indian embassy. She showed me her smartphone. It was footage of me fighting, captured clearly. It seemed to have been taken with a smartphone camera, but the quality was surprisingly good. The camera work was excellent, too, following my every move. They filmed it well. Right? Wow, watching this, you really are amazing, teacher. You weren't this good before, were you? There's no rule saying I have to stay the same as before. You're incredible. Somehow, even the fact that I'd issued a prior warning was starting to spread. People were also catching on to how I had mobilized the Eastern Army, the Sun Mage Tower, and the GMO group. It was all so obvious. Even if the damage was relatively minimal, thousands of deaths had already been reported from last night's events. This was clearly an attempt to divert attention by crafting a hero narrative. It irked me slightly, but I decided to let it slide. They were desperate enough to resort to this, after all. Besides, fame was a double-edged sword. It could be poison, but it could also be medicine. And now was the right time for me to scale up. Even in a world like this, which was practically a feudal aristocracy, public recognition could be a significant advantage. When I arrived home, an unexpected guest was waiting for me. As I opened the garage door to park the car, a young girl suddenly jumped out of a vehicle parked on the road. Hello. It was Kali. Following her out of the car were the Indian ambassador and his wife. Good evening. We've come to thank you. But something felt off. For people who'd come to express gratitude, their expressions were strangely stiff. After inviting them in and serving them coffee, I finally understood the reason. Kali suddenly knelt before me and bowed deeply. Teacher, I want to become your disciple. A welcome sound to my ears. I almost burst out laughing. No, that won't do. I need to keep my expression in check. Think of something sad. Something sad. If I laugh here, it'll look like I've been waiting for this moment. Instead of laughing, I stiffened my face. What do you mean by disciple? What are you talking about? Well, Kali glanced at her parents before turning her gaze to Baeksorin and Janet. Then, biting her lower lip hard, she finally spoke. This time, I truly realized something. A person must have strength. Kali, it doesn't necessarily have to be physical strength, does it? Superhumans aren't the only ones who can be strong. There are plenty of other ways to become powerful. The ambassador's wife spoke in a soothing tone, trying to dissuade her. But Kali seemed resolute in her decision. I think making lots of friends is good. Becoming someone important to the nation is also good. But if it weren't for Sister Soren and Janet this time, Dad might have died. Especially Janet. She's younger than me, yet she blocked that bastard's attacks multiple times. But, Kali, I'm not saying I won't become a diplomat. You can still be a diplomat after becoming a superhuman, can't you? Grandma even said I had enough potential to inherit Kalaratrai. The ambassador's face twisted in frustration. Do you have any idea what happened to your grandmother in her final days? I know, but still, I refuse to raise you to become a superhuman. If you insist on it, be prepared to never see me again for the rest of your life. The ambassador was going to extremes. Understandably so. Kali's grandmother, her father's mother, had gone on an expedition to the Great Rift and met a tragic end. No, it wasn't just a tragic death. She had mutated and become an otherworldly entity. If Janet's personal quest leads to the Great Labyrinth, then Kali's personal quest is tied to the Great Rift. Her personal quest would conclude with raiding her grandmother, recovering Kalaratrai, and collecting her grandmother's relics. Dad. Kali's face was filled with shock and confusion. She had never expected her father to react so severely. Baeksorin and Janet also wore expressions of alarm. I bowed my head deeply, breaking the heavy silence. First, let me express my respect and gratitude for your mother's dedication to humanity. She was just someone who lived the way she wanted and then passed on. There's no need for respect or gratitude. However, because of people like her, because of the efforts of senior protectors, we're still alive today. As a current protector, I feel compelled to show my respect and gratitude. A current protector. That's right. You are a protector too, Black Tiger Sword Master. The ambassador's gaze shifted to my chest. It landed between the two honorary paladin crests, where the Protector Alliance badge hung unobtrusively. I intend to one day explore the Great Labyrinth and embark on an expedition to the Great Rift. Huh? Are you serious? Exploring the Great Labyrinth? An expedition to the Great Rift? You, Black Tiger Sword Master and future Legion Commander, who has wealth and glory already guaranteed. So that's how the rumors had spread. Instead of denying it, I calmly replied, I want to grow stronger. Staying confined to reality only allows for so much improvement. I've heard that even the Eastern Army commander used to treat the Great Labyrinth like his backyard in his youth. Superhumans. Ambition isn't exclusive to superhumans. Even ordinary people have it, don't they? Isn't it the same for you, Ambassador? Without ambition, you wouldn't have climbed this high, and you won't continue to rise without it. The ambassador's gaze seemed to ask what my point was. I focused my attention on Kali, who was listening intently, and spoke. There's a misunderstanding you have, Ambassador. A misunderstanding? What do you mean? It's about Miss Kali. Don't you think she's too beautiful? What does that have to do with anything? And this cruel world is always dangerous for someone beautiful. The ambassador fell silent. He immediately understood what I was trying to say. I understand that you oppose Miss Kali becoming a superhuman because of your mother's final days. But think carefully. How did your mother manage to survive to such an old age, give birth to you, and raise you so well? Wasn't it because she was a superhuman? If she hadn't been a superhuman, could she have protected herself during the Indo-Pakistan War and ensured you could be here today? Kali closely resembled her grandmother. Though she was of mixed Indian and Korean descent, her Indian lineage was more prominent. That's why she was destined to inherit Kalaratrai in the future. The ambassador let out a low groan. You're not entirely wrong. But I still oppose it. The superhumans I've seen constantly sought out danger to level up. I would rather cut ties with my daughter than watch her live such a life. Dad, honey, listen carefully, Kali. I only came here because you were so insistent on meeting the Black Tiger Swordmaster, but becoming a superhuman is out of the question. If you want to be a mage or an operator instead, I'll support you. But a superhuman? Absolutely not. He's more stubborn than I expected. As I was contemplating how to persuade him, Baeksorin suddenly interjected, escalating the situation. I don't think an incompetent father has the right to say that. What did you just say? Isn't it true? You could have become a superhuman too, couldn't you? Why didn't you? If you had been a superhuman, if you'd at least reached level 5, you could have defeated those terrorists no matter how many attacked. Level 5 isn't as easy as you think. At the very least, you wouldn't have died helplessly, right? You know that, don't you? If our teacher had been just a few minutes late, you'd be dead right now. You'd have left Kali all alone in this world. Can you even imagine what kind of life a daughter would live after witnessing her parents die right in front of her? Baeksorin's words shot out like a machine gun. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she clung tightly to Janet's hand, her knuckles turning white. Right, that's how it was. Janet's parents had died right before her eyes. They had died while helping Janet, who had been turned into an experimental subject, escape. It's okay. I'm sorry. I got emotional for no reason. It's okay. Really, it's fine. The much younger Janet, still far smaller in stature, embraced Baeksorin and comforted her. Taking advantage of the moment, I decided to explain Janet's situation. Janet was born with innate psychic abilities. Because of that, many mages targeted her from a young age. She was even kidnapped by a mage tower and nearly turned into an experimental subject. In the process, her parents lost their lives. I see. My deepest condolences. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I've heard that Miss Kali also possesses innate psychic abilities passed down through her bloodline. Kali too. Baeksorin and Janet turned their heads sharply toward me. Meanwhile, Kali's eyes grew wide with surprise. Her expression made it clear that this was news to her. The ambassador coughed awkwardly, looking uncomfortable. It's not certain yet. Are you absolutely sure? I've heard that every woman in your family awakens their psychic abilities without exception at the age of 18. We don't know yet. I'm genuinely curious as to how you plan to suppress her psychic abilities without awakening her as a superhuman. You're aware of the kind of pain unawakened individuals have endured, aren't you? That's something I'll handle on my own. It's not a matter for the Black Tiger Swordmaster to interfere in. And that pain will be your daughter's to bear. I deliberately laced my words with sarcasm. The ambassador shot up from his seat, glaring at me. I shifted tactics, choosing to address the ambassador's wife instead. Madam, I don't think you're aware of this, so I'll tell you now. You might want to prepare yourself mentally. Excuse me? What exactly are you trying to say? What is it now? The bloodline of the ambassador's family carries the essence of Kali, the goddess. This essence awakens in women at the age of 18. If they don't properly manage it by becoming superhumans, they suffer as their heads and limbs are torn apart. Many have died because they couldn't endure the agony of their brains splitting apart. Kali is a goddess with 11 heads and 10 arms. Women who inherit her blood experience the same phenomenon. To mitigate this, the martial art Kalaratri was created. Without mastering Kalaratri, they either die, become monsters, or, if lucky, end up spending their lives in a hospital. The ambassador's wife's mouth fell open. My goodness, that's even worse than divine fever? Honey, is this true? Say something. There is a solution. You know my friend, Dr. Palashi, don't you? Dr. Palashi has developed a procedure to effectively suppress divine blood. Soon, Kali will undergo the procedure. That way, she can live a normal life without needing to become a superhuman. She won't have to risk herself in dangerous places like the Great Labyrinth or the Great Rift. Oh, really? It seems the procedure had some degree of success. Given that Kali lived for several more years in the game, it must have worked. But now I can see it clearly. The method wasn't perfect. A man this stubborn couldn't have possibly allowed Kali to awaken as a superhuman in the game. In the end, the procedure must have failed, and Kali's own determination must have led to her awakening, which he was forced to support wholeheartedly. I let out a short, derisive laugh. Of course, it must have gone through clinical trials, right? Well, suppressing divine blood with human technology, huh? Well, sure. We've already killed and imprisoned gods in the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation. What's so hard about suppressing their blood? Not a century-old technology, not even a decade-old one, but some brand new, untested method? Sure, good luck with that. I delivered the sarcasm with sincerity and ended it with a smirk. This is absurd. The ambassador's expression was noticeably sour. Looking at his wife, who was still seated, he shouted, "What are you doing? There's no need to listen to this any further. Get up. We're going home. You can go home by yourself. What? And if you mention disowning her or anything like that one more time, prepare for a divorce." What? What did you just say? The ambassador's wife didn't even glance at him anymore. Instead, she gently stroked Kali's face a few times and then looked at me with desperate eyes. I've heard of Kali's daughters before. Every time we visited the Shiva temple, the priests would act unusually respectful toward her. So that's what this was about. They always asked when Kali would begin her superhuman training. It's because she carries the blood of the goddess. Half out of reverence, half out of concern. Shiva temple priests would know this better than anyone. Sigh. And this man never told me anything about it. How could he? The ambassador's wife glared at the ambassador. Her eyes were sharp, like those of a high-level superhuman or a prowling tiger. Her intense gaze made even the ambassador flinch. If she learns under your guidance, will my daughter become strong enough not to be controlled by Kali's blood? Honey, I told you, it's not necessary. Dr. Palashi's procedure will. Stay out of this. Her roar was like a lion's, booming through the room. The ambassador flinched and looked away, pretending to be preoccupied. It seemed he was genuinely afraid of his wife when she got serious at novel bin at. I glanced at him before nodding slowly. It's possible. Miss Kali carries the blood of a goddess. To those who don't understand it, that may seem like a curse, but with the right knowledge and training, it becomes a blessing. My prediction is that she will reach level 5 within a year. Level 5 within a year? Haha, even though I'm not well versed in these things, I know that a level 5 superhuman is extraordinary. I heard it took my mother-in-law quite some time to reach that level. Everyone's talent is different. You'll see for yourself. Isn't it true that one has to undergo mana surgeries at birth, consume rare elixirs like daily meals, and train under renowned mentors just to reach level 5? That's not always the case. I patted Beck Soren on the shoulder. My disciple, Soren, has been a superhuman for less than 6 months. Yet, she's already level 4 and on the verge of level 5. From what I can tell, Kali possesses similar talent. Is that so? If she had started superhuman training from a young age, she'd already be level 5 by now. Even so, it's not too late. But it's important to start as soon as possible before it becomes too late. Come to think of it, I was speaking as if it was already a foregone conclusion that I'd become Kali's teacher. I shifted my gaze toward Kali. Her crimson-tinted eyes met mine, brimming with determination. Do you want to become my disciple? Yes. Kali nodded without a hint of hesitation. I didn't know I had a connection to the goddess Kali, but regardless of that, I want to become a superhuman? Sister Soren and Janet told me about you. They said that while your training is really tough, you're a great teacher. I want to learn from you and become stronger as quickly as I can. Kali, no matter how much you, honey. A thunderous roar cut through the room. The one who tamed the ambassador was none other than his wife. Once again, the ambassador shrank back, pretending to stare at the distant mountains, avoiding confrontation. It was clear now convincing the ambassador's wife was the correct approach. Very well. With talent like Miss Kali's, I'm sure I'll learn a lot myself. A descendant of a god. Miss Kali, welcome as my disciple. I'll be a bit rough with my teaching methods, but I hope you'll persevere. Wow, really? You're accepting me? I can call you teacher now, right? Go ahead. Yes. This is great. You did it. Kali burst into laughter, and Beck Soren and Janet jumped with excitement, celebrating the outcome. Judging by how well they got along, it seemed they'd already formed a bond during the Westphalian Covenant of Divine Annihilation. It was a good decision to group these three together. The ambassador's wife also smiled warmly, but there was one person in the room who couldn't bring himself to smile. Really? His face was twisted with unease. He looked at Kali, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. That was likely because his wife's piercing glare was fixed directly on him. I couldn't blame him entirely. The ambassador had seen firsthand the grotesque transformation his mother had undergone. It was so horrifying that it left a trauma deep enough to paralyze him. But still, this wasn't the behavior of a mature adult. In any case, this was an issue that would be resolved later. There would be some distance between Kali and her father for a time, but once we retrieved her grandmother's relics from the Great Rift, things would smooth over. To make that happen, I needed to train Kali into a superhuman as soon as possible. Let's get started. Started on what? What do you think? Your first lesson. Already. You heard from Soren and Janet, didn't you? My training style is Spartan. Welcome to hell. The first task I gave Kali was to hide in a wardrobe. Her expression was one of utter confusion. Hide? In the wardrobe? That's right. Squeeze yourself in between the clothes. You'll eat, sleep, and do everything in there. Even the bathroom business. For waste, she could use magic ships. They're commonly used by assassins and are a must-have for soldiers on extended operations. It would suffice for the few days required to unlock her trait. The ambassador, who had been listening, furrowed his brow. Do you really believe someone can become a superhuman like this? Yes, I do. Then, by that logic, all the children in India who play hide-and-seek in closets should be superhumans by now. It's different for everyone. You should know that better than anyone, ambassador. Know what? There's a scarecrow courtyard in your hometown's Kali temple, isn't there? It's meant for hide-and-seek. It's mentioned in Kali's personal quest. That's where both Kali's grandmother and Kali herself acquired certain traits. Kalaratri, which ended with Kali's grandmother, was once a flourishing martial art with hundreds of successors at its peak. But over time, it dwindled through colonization, the Sepoy Rebellion, world wars, and the India-Pakistan conflicts, leaving only Kali's grandmother as its last practitioner. Well, yes, that's true, but since you've entrusted her to me, I'd appreciate it if you trusted my methods. The ambassador shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. At that, his wife tugged on his arm. Let's go home. What? And leave Kali here. She has a good teacher now, so we should leave her in his hands. This is ridiculous. Kali is still so young. She needs to start preparing early if she wants to be a superhuman. She's already late. She hasn't even started high school yet. And whose fault is that? If you had been honest from the start. Sigh, a descendant of a god. If you had just come clean earlier, I wouldn't have acted this way. The ambassador's wife glared at him, her eyes practically sparking with flames. He's definitely going to get an earful when they get home. Honestly, he went too far. In a world where gods and demons freely walk the earth and mutants are everywhere, it's inexcusable to keep your bloodline a secret, no matter how traumatic your experiences. The ambassador was dragged out by his wife, leaving Kali truly alone now. Kali clenched her fists with resolve and stepped into the wardrobe. Teacher, I just need to stay in here. Yes. And while you're at it, keep repeating to yourself, I'm hiding, in your mind. That will speed things up. This sounds familiar. Don't assassins train like this? Exactly. This was the method to obtain one of Kali's starting traits, stealth. I managed to acquire it quickly thanks to Baeksoren. I briefly considered giving Kali a cloak of concealment, but I decided against it. Warrior Kim and Kali are fundamentally different. Kali is an SSR grade character. If she's not trained properly in alignment with her character background, it takes an incredibly long time to unlock traits. It's crucial to replicate her background and create a similar environment. The Kali temple had wardrobes, scarecrows, and all the rest. While I didn't have scarecrows at home, I did have golems. Security magic golems. I set one to patrol in front of the wardrobe. How long do I have to stay in here? Until you feel ready. The realization will come naturally. How long do you think it'll take? 3 days. 3 days? That long? 3 days is fast. Your SSR grade, after all. It's only because this is a starting trait that it'll unlock so quickly. If it weren't, even a month wouldn't be enough. I put a finger to my lips and made a SHH sound. Kali began her silent training. She already looked restless, her lively personality showing signs of strain. Teacher, are you planning to train Kali as an assassin? Not an assassin, but she'll need similar psychic abilities. Wow, how did you know it's assassin related? I've done something similar before. You've tried everything, haven't you? Didn't she say she underwent mana induction and mana sensitivity training before? Baeksoren must have been really serious about becoming a superhuman. Well, in this world, if you want to succeed, becoming a superhuman is the only option unless your parents are exceptionally talented or have wealth and influence to push you forward. Clang, clang, clang. I had no intention of wasting the 3 days. While Kali was training, I sparred with Baeksoren and Janet, pushing their limits, while also preparing for the next stage of training. After an intense workout that left us drenched in sweat, I put on a popular idol fan cam on the TV and started dancing. Baeksoren, who was sipping on a drink to cool down, burst into laughter as she watched me. Haha, teacher, what is that supposed to be? Giant's strength, Vajra body, undying. Tiger King sword technique, weapon master, close combat mastery. With my current state and no related traits, even I had to admit my movements were stiff, like a creaky tin doll. Why is it that even with higher levels, I still look like this? This is the limitation of an N-tier character. No matter how much I level up, my character's limitations are painfully evident. Still, I danced with determination. Unable to watch any longer, Baeksoren joined in, correcting a few of my movements. Thanks to her, my dancing became somewhat decent. And I acquired a trait. Acquired the trait, dance. This is another trait Kali needs to acquire after stealth. I could leave her to dance alone, but it's much more effective if she inherits it from someone. Once I equipped the dance trait and danced smoothly, Baeksoren looked at me like she couldn't believe her eyes. Teacher, you learn incredibly fast? I thought it would take you at least a month based on your first attempt. Well, I'm just built like that. You could even debut as a professional dancer. Actually, there's a warrior build that uses the dance trait. It's commonly referred to as the battle dancer, though I rarely used it. Rather than enhancing oneself directly, the build focuses on buffing allies and debuffing enemies. But I've always preferred builds where I directly grow stronger. Kali combined traits of an assassin, a dancer, and a psychic. Stealth, dance, and slow were the foundational traits. When combined with Kali's unique trait, Blood of the Goddess, they would evolve into entirely new traits over time. Time passed. I danced, sparred with Baeksoren and Janet, and made preparations for the third stage of training by ordering a few items. Money wasn't an issue. I still had plenty left over from the inheritance war with the GMO group. The construction work, however, I did myself. As I began building a special training facility in the garden, Baeksoren and Janet curiously peeked over. What's this? It looks weird. Oh, I've seen something like this on TV? Isn't it something soldiers use? At first glance, it looked similar. It resembled the obstacle courses used in military ranger training. But the interior was entirely different. The core of the course lay in the magic ships embedded throughout the obstacles. It was impossible to clear this course using normal methods. Teacher. Roughly a day had passed when I heard a voice calling me from the bedroom where the wardrobe was. I think I've done it. Really? Congratulations. Huh? Teacher? Why are you talking to thin air? Baeksoren looked at me oddly as I spoke into the empty space. Then, Kali emerged with a broad smile. How was it? Wo. Baeksoren and Janet were genuinely shocked. Their eyes widened, and Baeksoren smacked her own knee in realization. Stealth? That's stealth, right? I've heard of it before. That's right. But it's more effective than I expected. Ah really? This is my first time using it, so, typically, stealth only reduces your presence. It doesn't render you completely invisible. There's no way someone could stand right in front of you, as Kali just had, and not be noticed. I activated my insight vision and observed Kali. Blood of the goddess stealth. It was still just stealth. The raw, unevolved form. However, the blood of the goddess was clearly already influencing it. I nodded with approval. Well done. You're doing great. Let's move on to the next stage. Can't I rest for a bit? You can rest after you awaken. Kali, what's my teaching style again? Spartan style. Good. Then you know what to expect. I resisted the urge to whisper "this is Sparta" into her ear. That movie doesn't exist in this world, after all. I turned on an idol dance fan cam I'd been watching for the past day. This time, it's dance. Dance? I've never danced before. No problem. Talent runs in your blood. As a descendant of a god, Kali was essentially a high priestess of her lineage. The Kali cult didn't revere their goddess with rituals and songs, they celebrated her with dances and war. Just as it had taken only a day for her to awaken stealth, it wouldn't take long for her to master dance, either. I immediately started bending my body into motion. At first, Kali stumbled awkwardly, her movements stiff and jerky. But soon, she began copying me and the idol on the screen. And then, she surpassed me. Her dancing grew so graceful, it was as though the idol from the screen had stepped into reality. This is why SSR grade characters are a class above the rest. While trait evolution is overpowered, even their starting traits make them incomparable to others. You're amazing, Kali. That was incredible. It seemed her trait would awaken sooner than expected, just as I had anticipated. After 5 consecutive hours of dancing, Kali's movements subtly changed. Sharper, clearer, more dazzling. With insight vision, I could see a faint seed of a magic circuit forming inside her. Well done. That's enough for now. Take a break, and we'll continue tomorrow. HHNNNGH. Kali collapsed to the floor, her face pale. Is it always this hard to become a superhuman? This is nothing. Soren, tell her about your awakening. Kali, this is really easy. When I awakened, I got bitten by zombies dozens of times. Zombies? Why? To awaken my traits. That's why Beck Soren started with the indomitable trait. Without it, she wouldn't have made SSR grade. She would have ended up as an SR grade heavenly killing star at best. Janet chimed in as well. I had to run all day. Run? For how long? 15 hours. I ran non-stop for as long as I was awake. What? Didn't you collapse? Nope. My body was overflowing with mana, so I didn't collapse. Then I ate until I felt like throwing up. What? I was required to eat 10 servings of food at a time and used mana to force myself to digest it. Teacher helped me with that part. Right. Remember when you were training and sparring back then? Yes, I got beaten up a lot. Did she? Well, that was unavoidable. It was part of her Vajra body training. Janet's innate chi was extremely weak at the time. I had to feed her, push her to her limits, and even hit her repeatedly. Hearing it explained this way makes me sound like a villain running an abusive training camp. What choice did I have? That's the only way Janet could become an SSR grade psychic. Leaving her as an SR grade superhuman wasn't an option. Kali's body trembled. So I really did have it easy. Of course. Spending one day locked in a wardrobe and dancing for 5 hours straight is nothing compared to being bitten by zombies or undergoing borderline abusive training. Beck Soren studied Kali for a moment before turning to me. Teacher, is dancing a trait too? It can be. But lots of people who aren't superhumans are great dancers. When combined with mana, it becomes a trait. Without mana, it's just a normal skill. The important thing is whether you can channel mana into your dance. Even people who aren't superhumans can develop mana circuits for dancing. What can you do with dance? I can't even imagine. Why was she asking this? The dancer build is well known for its expertise in buffs and debuffs. That's common knowledge. But all 3 of them were looking at me with curious eyes. They acted as if they'd never even heard of the dancer build. Seeing their reactions, I realized something. These kids don't really know much about superhumans. And it made sense when I thought about it at novel bin at. Knowledge is power. In this world, physical strength directly translates to authority. Even if the internet is a vast ocean of information, reliable and accurate knowledge is rare. Just as one issue buries another, an overload of information obscures the truth. Without proper education, access to knowledge is inherently limited. You all know about word of command, right? Of course. It's when someone says, do this, and you're forced to obey, right? Exactly. The trait for word of command is derived from singing. If you awaken and evolve a song-related trait, it becomes word of command. Huh? I thought that was only a priest ability. That's why most of them come from choir backgrounds. Oh, dancing is similar to singing. If you evolve a dance-related trait, it becomes divine dance. With divine dance, you can twist the laws of the world or summon spirits and demons to achieve various effects. That's amazing. I've never heard of this before. So, does that mean I'll be able to use this divine dance ability someday? I shook my head. No, you shouldn't awaken divine dance. Why not? Because there's something better suited for you. Kali is one of the top 3 warriors in her class. Why would I ever turn her into a buffer or debuffer? Giving Kali divine dance would be like modifying a golden goose to lay silver eggs. A complete waste of potential. I pointed toward the guest room. Get some rest today. Tomorrow's going to be tough. The way you say that makes me really scared. Stay strong. Teacher's training may be Spartan, but at least he makes sure you awaken quickly. It's better than spending months trying to awaken and failing, isn't it? I guess that's true. Kali wobbled as she headed toward the guest room. My house, which was practically a mansion, had no shortage of guest rooms. It seemed Baeksorin and Janet had decided to sleep in the same room as Kali. I could hear them chatting away for a while, their voices reaching outside the room, before everything eventually went quiet. The next morning, I was already at the obstacle course. I was almost fully armed. Black tiger sword and Mjolnir hung at my waist. My twin pistols were secured in their holsters, a shotgun was slung across my back, and I held a sniper rifle in both hands, checking its condition. Clack! The sound of a round being chambered echoed as I completed the loading process. Just then, Baeksorin came out and raised an eyebrow at me. Teacher, what are you doing? Getting ready for training. Where's Kali? She's on her way. Kali appeared moments later, looking remarkably refreshed after just a day of rest. Standing at the edge of the obstacle course, I gave her a simple explanation of the training method. Kali, today's task is simple. You'll keep running this course over and over until you awaken your third trait. What about breaks? I'll decide and give you someone appropriate. She sighed already, and we hadn't even gotten to the main part yet. I raised the sniper rifle in my hands and said, but just completing the obstacle course isn't enough for you to awaken. That's why I'll be giving you a little help. A little help? Why does that sound ominous? You're going to shoot her, aren't you? Baeksorin's intuition was sharp as ever. Janet, standing next to her, burst into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. Come on. There's no way teacher would go that far, right? Oh, but I would. I absolutely would. It might sting a bit, but hey, she won't die. Probably. I narrowed my eyes and fixed my gaze on Kali. While you're navigating the obstacle course, I'm going to shoot you with this. Kali's eyes wavered, trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Baeksorin sighed from beside her. Teacher, stop scaring her. You modified that gun, didn't you? Even if it's a real gun, the bullets aren't actual bullets, right? Soren's right. The bullets are real, but they're not lethal. They're rubber rounds designed for suppression. Phew. Kali visibly relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. But she really shouldn't let her guard down. Bang! I aimed at the log bridge ahead and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the rubber round struck the bridge, causing a puff of dust to rise from the surface. Even though it was a rubber bullet, the impact was loud and forceful enough to draw attention. Kali stiffened, her expression turning grim. W1T, it hurt if I get hit. It will hurt. And this isn't an ordinary gun either. Have you heard of the Dasan gun? Adat novel bin adat. Dasan gun. That's a new one for me. It's an enchanted firearm. For you, I've loaded it with a stun enchantment. If you get hit, the pain isn't the only issue, your body will freeze up. And if that happens, you'll have to start the course over from the beginning. This was why I built the facility myself. There was a high likelihood of falling while navigating the course, so I made sure the entire area was as safe as possible. No matter where she fell, she wouldn't get hurt. And the obstacle course is also littered with magical traps. Magical traps. Don't worry, they're not dangerous. They're slow magic traps. When you hit one, your body will slow down. As you experience this alongside being hit by my bullets, pay close attention to the sensations. They're directly related to the trait you need to awaken. The stun enchantment on the Dasan gun and the slow traps I had prepared were key. The obstacle course itself was designed to replicate the Kali temple, but these two elements were the real deal. There are two ways to implement stun and slow, one is to affect the nervous system, and the other is to manipulate time itself. Time. The domain of the goddess Kali and the authority granted by the blood of the goddess. By learning time-related slowing techniques and evolving the three traits she'd already acquired into time-related abilities, Kali would become a fully realized SSR grade character. Haya. Kali let out several deep breaths, clearly trying to steel herself. Alright, I'll do it. But, teacher, I have a suggestion. Go on. Running this course indefinitely is too exhausting. Can I rest for 10 minutes after each lap? Maybe even have some ice cream? Yesterday was so tough. She looked at me with a desperate expression. I paused, considering her request. Was it really that difficult? Compared to what Baeksorin and Janet had endured, it was nothing. Baeksorin and Janet chimed in from the sidelines. She's right, teacher. Running without rest is too harsh. And it's not just running, is it? You're shooting her and throwing magical traps into the mix. Kali's situation is different from ours, teacher. Well, they weren't wrong. Baeksorin had been utterly desperate to become a superhuman. Janet, on the other hand, carried a deep, vengeful resolve in her heart. Kali, meanwhile, was more of a silver spoon type. Not quite on Kim Mabiob's level, but still a privileged young lady from a wealthy family. Even after learning about her bloodline, she probably hadn't fully grasped the reality of it yet. All right. You can rest for 10 minutes after each lap. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know. I can have it delivered by drone. Yay? I'll do my absolute best. Good. Putting in your best effort is what matters. Kali moved to the starting point of the obstacle course. The first challenge was the diagonal rope net climb. I had installed magical safety fields below to ensure she wouldn't get hurt even if she fell. I'd spent quite a bit of money building this facility. Might as well make the most of it later. If I tweak it a little, I might even be able to unlock a few traits for myself. I'm starting now. Kali began climbing the rope net. Her initial movements were clumsy, but she quickly adapted and started climbing smoothly. She must have seen something similar on TV or the internet before. Suddenly, her pace slowed. One of the magical traps embedded in the net had activated. Her speed dropped to less than half. I calmly raised the sniper rifle in my hands. Although the obstacles partially blocked my view and the angle wasn't great, I had a clear shot through a small gap in the net. Bang! A sharp crack echoed. AHH. Kali let out a scream as she fell. Kali, are you okay? Baeksorin and Janet rushed toward her in a panic. I, on the other hand, remained calm. With insight vision, I could see that her metabolic processes had slowed to an extreme due to the combined effects of stun and slow, but she hadn't sustained any injuries. Sure enough, Kali staggered to her feet a moment later. This isn't easy. Are you hurt? What about where the bullet hit? Ugh, it's bruised. Even though I had adjusted the bullets to minimize pain, a bullet was still a bullet. Her right shoulder, where she'd been hit, was visibly bruised and swollen. Baeksorin shot me a glare filled with reproach. I handed her a high-grade healing potion I had prepared in advance. Apply this to the wound. There's no need for her to endure the pain while running the course. Wow, teacher. That's surprisingly sweet of you. You never gave us anything like this. Don't you remember drinking holy water like it was water? Do you know how much each bottle cost? Oh, right. I didn't get anything. That's because your trade awakening was different. Did she seriously think Vajra body awakening and slow-related awakening were the same thing? Baeksorin carefully dabbed a small amount of the healing potion onto Kali's wound. High-grade healing potions were worth their price. The bruise vanished almost instantly, and Kali's expression visibly brightened. Soren, keep this with you and apply it whenever she gets hurt. She's going to get hurt a lot. Don't you have a gentler method, teacher? If we take it slow, it'll take too long. Normally, you'd start building a foundation from a young age, then awaken traits through intensive rituals during the goddess festival. Pain and hardship are unavoidable. There's no need to rush this much, though. I don't have time. And neither do you. Me. You're about to reach level 5. Baeksorin let out a surprised gasp, as if even she hadn't realized it. That's the heavenly killing star for you, always full of surprises. Thanks to the real combat she had during the Soul Terror incident, her mana circuits were blooming. She was right on the verge of level 5. Hearing my words, Janet began hopping up and down excitedly. Congratulations. Thanks. But it hasn't happened just yet. It's going to happen soon. Anyway, when you hit level 5, I have to be there with you. Also, once you're level 5, you'll start participating in the Superhuman Combat League at the Coliseum, so keep that in mind. Superhuman combat? Isn't that too dangerous? You told us not to fight humans because it's too risky. I'll be fighting alongside you. Wow. Baeksorin started stomping her feet in excitement. She must have been bottling up some frustration after only fighting monsters, mutants, and magical beasts. Even though fighting terrorists had eased some of that tension, it probably wasn't enough. Now, the anticipation of achieving level 5 and the prospect of superhuman combat lit her eyes up with excitement. Kali, watching Baeksorin, looked at her with envy. Do you think I can become a level 5 like Sister Soren? Of course. You and Soren have similar talent. Actually, all three of you do. You were all born with gifts from the heavens. If you work hard, you'll reach level 8 in no time. Level 8? I'd be happy just getting to level 5. Level 5 will happen soon enough. Alright, you've rested long enough. Let's get back to it. When you approach the part of the course where the trap triggered earlier, prepare yourself. Same with when I shoot. You can resist it if you focus. Resist? But I'm not even a superhuman yet. You can. The blood of the goddess flows within you. Kali started running again. The same scene repeated itself. She climbed the net, slowed down, got shot, and fell. This happened all morning. Out of 18 obstacles, she couldn't get past the first one. Baeksorin glanced at her watch and spoke up. Maybe we should break for lunch. Yeah, let's eat first. Even ghosts that die full look better, and even Mount Jeonggong is best appreciated on a full stomach. I made sure the meal was plentiful. I grilled marinated beef ribs over charcoal, serving them with lettuce wraps and other vegetables, along with a pot of doenjang stew I had made myself. Janet and Kali, both of whom had lived in Korea for a while, devoured the food with enthusiasm. This is so good. Did you make this yourself? I didn't know you were such a good cook, teacher. It's basic stuff. I even made the kimbap we ate yesterday. That wasn't delivered. Nope. Living alone for so long, I've learned to cook just about anything. But there was a specific reason I made this meal myself. Cooking. That's right, this trait. During the Japanese cuisine school incident, crafting-related traits had proven extremely valuable. So, these days, I wasn't just focusing on combat traits. I was also paying attention to lifestyle and crafting traits. Even household chores reflect this. Though I had bought an expensive cleaning drone, I still took the time to clean this massive mansion myself whenever I had spare time. I often hand-washed laundry, too, even though I had a washing machine. There's a high-level trait you can combine from cleaning, laundry, and other lifestyle traits. It's surprisingly effective despite seeming unconventional. Do you really think I can do it? I can't believe I couldn't even clear the first obstacle all morning. You can do it. Don't lose heart. Soren and Janet patted Kali on the shoulder to comfort her. Instead of showering her with empty words, I gave her objective data. You're making progress. At first, the moment a trap triggered, you slowed down immediately. But now, you're resisting for 0.3 seconds before it takes effect. 0.3 seconds? Does that even matter? In the world of superhumans, it does. You've also moved one step higher on the net before I hit you with the sniper rifle. One step. Your goal for the first obstacle is to resist for 0.5 seconds. Once you do that, you'll move out of my sniper angle. Even if I shoot, the pillar will block the bullet. I had designed the angles meticulously. Even without being a superhuman, someone with just slightly better than average resistance could clear the obstacle. 0.2 seconds. Kali repeated those words to herself, her eyes lighting up. That's how people are. When the goal is within sight and rewards are immediate, they find strength. There's a reason games are so fun. Unlike real life, they give you clear short-term goals and quick rewards, making them addictive. The effect of that 0.2 seconds was tremendous. After lunch, Kali rushed back into the course and cleared the first obstacle in one go. Yaaah. Standing at the top of the net, Kali let out a triumphant roar like a lion. The second and third obstacles were similar. Though they required slightly longer resistance times, she failed only once or twice before overcoming them. She also began resisting the stun enchantment. Instead of freezing immediately when hit, her movements became sluggish before she stopped entirely. Teacher, doesn't it feel like she's almost there? Yeah, she's close now. Inside Kali's heart, a new seed was sprouting. The other seeds within her were stirring in response. Among them, one mana circuit hidden deep in her spine stood out. Blood of the Goddess. The key now was awakening it. Using the large speakers I had prepared earlier, I began playing a specific type of music. Boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. The music was a composition of loud and small drum beats. It made your heart race naturally. Blood surged violently through the body. It felt as though the ferocity of the jungle and the chaos of a bloody battle were drawing near. Even I, Soren, and Janet were flushed red. The one reacting most intensely, of course, was Kali. Her face turned bright red. Bloodshot veins appeared in Kali's eyes. The mana circuit hidden deep in her spinal cord and the 3 seeds nestled within her heart flared up with an intense mana resonance. I'm glad I paid close attention to the descriptions. As I've mentioned countless times, Arcane Seoul is a mobile game. The Kali Temple is only described in detail within Kali's personal quest. I remembered Kali's dialogue from the game and recreated the environment as closely as possible. Music? Even in this world, you can find everything online if you dig deep enough. A YouTube-like app does the trick just fine. Eeeeah. Kali let out a wild scream. Eeeeah. Her movements changed. She looked like a lioness on the hunt. Ignoring the slowing traps entirely, she charged through the obstacles with unrelenting speed. The stun bullets from my enchanted gun? They were no different than mosquito bites to her now. She sprinted across the log bridge, leapt up the tightrope like it was a springboard, scaled and descended the rock wall effortlessly, plunged 10 meters down using a rope. Bang, bang bang. I fired continuously, this time with my twin pistols instead of the sniper rifle. Without my traits like sharpshooter and aim assist, I wouldn't have been able to hit her from such a distance. The stun bullets struck her body repeatedly, unrelenting in their assault. Yet their effects only pushed her further. The time-related properties of the stun bullets resonated with Kali's core, awakening the dormant power of the goddess within her. Kali abruptly stopped and stood tall, her body rigid. The deep drum beats echoing from the speakers and the mana saturating the garden were guiding her toward the goddess, toward her distant mother, toward the goddess Kali, who had descended in ancient times to bear her child. The seeds began to germinate. Roots extended, sprouts emerged. The stems intertwined with her spinal cord, merging into something entirely new. Her traits were redefined into superior abilities. Stealth evolved into shadow step. Dance evolved into blood dance. Slow evolved into time manipulation. Each was a top-tier ability, mobility, combat technique, and crowd control, all with enhanced effects. With shadow step, she could traverse the battlefield freely through shadows. With blood dance, a combination of martial arts and dance, she could deliver powerful attacks while evading fluidly. With time manipulation, she could accelerate her own movements and decelerate her enemies. But something's still missing. Blood dance, while strong, is more akin to combat enhancement traits like swordsmanship expert or close combat mastery than full-fledged martial arts like the Tiger King sword technique. It's excellent for boosting normal attacks, critical hits, and evasion, but the last missing piece is Kalaratri, the most lethal of the 3 great sword arts. With Kalaratri, Kali would finally become the complete top 3 warrior character she was meant to be. Haya. Kali exhaled deeply. She took a step forward. In that instant, her figure vanished, reappearing from within my shadow. She playfully reached out to grab me, but there was no way I'd let her succeed. I caught her wrist firmly. Kali giggled as I restrained her. Hihi, guess it didn't work. Congratulations on your level 3 awakening. Eek, level 3 already. She must have unknowingly consumed a lot of elixirs growing up, courtesy of her silver spoon upbringing. Disbelieving, Kali quickly patted herself down as if to confirm. Even after hearing it from me, she struggled to process it. Soren and Janet, however, beamed with joy. Congrats. Wow, level 3 right from the start? That's amazing. You'll hit level 5 in no time. Seriously, are you going to hit level 8 before I do? You're not allowed to. Same here. Thank you. Really, thank you. Kali, who had been stuttering like a broken machine, soon smiled brightly and expressed her gratitude. To Baeksorin and Janet for their congratulations. To me for awakening her abilities. Pop pop pop. She dashed through the obstacle course as a test run. Her speed was terrifying. 15 seconds. She cleared all 18 obstacles, not spending more than a single second on any of them. That was the power of Shadow Step and time manipulation. Kali was fundamentally an assassin-warrior hybrid. There was a reason why she was considered more lethal than even Janet, the most offensively powerful member of the group. Impressive. He. Kali stuck out her tongue and grinned at the praise. Unlike Baeksorin and Janet, who had a much rougher journey, Kali's awakening was comparatively smooth. Or was it? Without the Soul Terror incident, Kali wouldn't have become my disciple in the first place. Janet. Yes. Drink the elixir and hit level 4. It's the perfect time for you to do so. Thank you so much. I handed her the elixir I had prepared in advance. Unlike Kali, Janet's awakening was straightforward and didn't require expeditions or intricate setups. But Janet's level up wasn't the main course. The real event was something else. And Soren. Yes. You and I are going on a little trip. I've been waiting for this. It was time for Baeksorin's personal quest. Time to harvest the seeds I had planted long ago. Time to claim the Mars swordsmanship. I was only planning to bring Baeksorin, but an extra had tagged along. Not just Janet, who had recently reached level 4, but even Kali decided to follow as well. The three of them kept giving me curious looks, their eyes practically sparkling. Is this the Colosseum? So fascinating. But isn't this illegal? I've never seen it on TV before. There are illegal ones, sure, but there are also legal ones. This place is legal. To be honest, it's a gray area. The arena itself is legal, but not everything that happens inside is above board. If it weren't so murky, they'd probably broadcast this on TV, but they've completely banned that possibility. After all, people dying isn't uncommon, and things like creating diamonds are outright illegal, making it impossible for this to be brought into the open. They call it the Colosseum, but in reality, it's a massive underground fighting arena. Black Tiger Sword Master. A familiar face appeared for the first time in a while. Junk dealer from the Sinwon market approached with a wide smile. Welcome, are these people your disciples? They're incredible. 2 of them are level 4, and the other is level 3. That wasn't entirely accurate. Baeksorin was on the verge of reaching level 5. Are you here to participate in the warrior rankings? There are a few challengers who've just shown up. Why not wipe them out like you used to? Not today. My disciple will be competing instead. Your disciple. When I glanced at Baeksorin, Junk Dealer followed my gaze. At first, his expression was skeptical, but after carefully observing Baeksorin, his eyes met the predatory gaze unique to the heavenly killing star, and he flinched. Oh, I know who this is. Aren't you the infamous Mad Tiger everyone's been talking about? Mad Tiger? What's that supposed to mean? Well, you see, people started calling you that because you fight like a crazed tiger. Baeksorin's face twisted into a scowl. Junk Dealer quickly shifted his attention to Janet, pretending to know her as well. Where the Mad Tiger goes, the Iron Goddess follows? It's an honor to meet you for the first time. Wait, why am I the Mad Tiger while Janet gets to be the Iron Goddess? You can't blame me for that. Junk Dealer gave a helpless expression, clearly uncomfortable. I waved a hand at Baeksorin. Let it go. Nicknames always change over time. But why does mine have to be Mad Tiger? Well, it's not completely inaccurate. Teacher. With her heavenly killing star fighting style, it was inevitable for her to gain such a nickname. Even in the game, she had similar ones. Among players, she was often called Crazy Woman or Psycho Woman. Isn't Mad Tiger better than Crazy Woman or Psycho Woman? We're starting with the warrior ranking match. Get the registration done. Yes, of course. But, are you sure? Sure about what? The rules require both men and women to compete wearing only their underwear. For men, that meant just their boxers. For women, only a bra and panties. Baeksorin folded her arms and smirked. That's fine. What difference does gender make to superhumans? Tell them to bring it on. You're confident. Still, you should be cautious. There are always some creeps who try to get handsy with female fighters. If anyone like that shows up, I'll break their balls. Wow, sister, you're amazing. Janet and Kali's eyes sparkled with admiration at Baeksorin's fearless attitude. You two find that impressive. I couldn't understand their sense of admiration. Thanks to the prior notice, the registration process went lightning fast. This would be Baeksorin's debut match. Dressed in a white bikini, her entire body was oiled up. Under the dim lights, her well-trained physique commanded everyone's attention. Her opponent stood across from her, a towering warrior, heavily muscled and at least a head taller. Woo-ah. Pulverizing fist? We're counting on you again this time. Rip her clothes off. We trust you. This level of vulgarity was mild compared to the usual. The underground arena's female participants were relatively rare, which only made the reactions even more extreme. Kali looked worried as she muttered. Do you think sister can win? The opponent looks really strong. She'll win, no question. But they're both level 4, right? Level 4 doesn't mean all level 4s are equal. Baeksorin's traits were as follows. Heavenly Killing Star Indomitable Rampaging Train. 9 Live Swordsmanship / TL Note, did a slight mistake when naming her traits previously. While slash and swordsmanship weren't easily usable without a weapon, the remaining 4 traits alone were overwhelming. In comparison, her opponent's traits were martial arts, strike, endurance, vigor. Not even R grade. At best, an N grade fighter nearing their growth limit. It was impossible to imagine an SSR grade fighter like Baeksorin losing. Hiya. As expected, the match ended in an instant after a brief exchange of blows. Thwack. Baeksorin's palm struck down in a devastating blow. A faint light flared, slicing through the air like a crescent moon, sharp and radiant. The attack even made the air hiss with its intensity. Gawk. Her opponent, despite his massive size, collapsed, clutching his chest where the palm strike had landed. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Janet and Kali cheered enthusiastically. Wow, you're the best. As expected of her. I couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Even for someone SSR grade, isn't this too much? Executing a slash one of the most advanced techniques with nothing but her bare hands? That was impossible in the game. Without equipping a sword, slash wouldn't even activate. Baeksorin stood over her fallen opponent, looking down at him coldly. That was quick, wasn't it? Damn it. The defeated opponent obediently conjured a diamond as payment. And so began her unstoppable streak. One after another, Baeksorin faced consecutive challengers, and none could stop her rampage. Every opponent that appeared was crushed. Of course, they were all level 4, so the result was inevitable. Matches between different levels weren't allowed outside of unlimited divisions. After who knows how many fights, the leaderboard on the side of the warrior class arena changed. Level 4 warrior class ranking. Number 1 Mad Tiger Baeksorin. Where my name used to be, Baeksorin's now stood proudly. Hwaya. Back in the waiting room, Baeksorin let out a deep sigh. Her skin glimmered faintly, an unusual radiance to it. The face I was so familiar with now looked subtly different. She seemed a little taller, and although it was still undeniably Baeksorin, there was an odd refinement to her appearance that made her look even more beautiful. In a calm voice, I said, Sorin, congratulations. Thank you, teacher. It's all thanks to you. Before meeting you, I never even imagined I could become a superhuman. Why's that? Did something happen? Oh, could it be? Unlike Janet, Kali seemed to understand the situation. Sister, congratulations? But doesn't your body usually go through a reconstruction when you reach level 5? Yours seemed to finish so quickly. That's true. Wait, level 5? Congrats? Wow, so that's what it's like to reach level 5 so quickly. Realizing the situation belatedly, Janet also offered her congratulations. Even Junk Dealer standing nearby gawked with his mouth hanging open. Amazing. Level 5, really? Both master and disciple at level 5? Truly incredible, truly incredible. Starting from level 5, one is officially recognized as a high-ranking superhuman. In the Colosseum, level 5 participants are allowed to compete in unlimited matches. Technically, level 4s can participate as well, but victory is far less likely, so it's practically an unspoken rule to wait until level 5. The atmosphere grew lively with laughter and smiles. Janet and Kali gazed at Baeksorin with eyes full of envy. How do I trigger her personal quest again? In the game, it was simple. All you had to do was enter the Colosseum with a level 5 Baeksorin. That would automatically prompt the rank 1 warrior, the King of Destruction, to approach her and trigger the quest. So, you're the one making waves lately. Tisk, just a wet behind the ears rookie. What? You want to fight me? Beat the rank 2 warrior first, then we'll talk. Then, and only then, will I acknowledge you. He'd say lines like that. Winning rank 2 in the unlimited division would unlock the finals, where defeating the King of Destruction's party would reward you with a fragment of Mars. A divine artifact containing the Mars swordsmanship technique, which only reacted to the heavenly killing star. What if the King of Destruction isn't rank 1 anymore? Would he still hand it over? If not, would I have to chase down whoever held the top rank now? As I mulled over the possibilities, a knock interrupted my thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Someone opened the door and cautiously stepped inside. It was a towering man, heavily muscled, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs at novel bin at. A professional wrestling mask concealed his face. The King of Destruction. The same superhuman who had once been utterly defeated by me, losing the Iron Fist in the process. He bowed respectfully when his eyes met mine. It's been a long time, Black Tiger Sword Master. Well, that's unexpected. I had assumed he'd still be bitter and seething after losing the Iron Fist. It has been a while. You've grown stronger, I see. You flatter me, Swordmaster. Compared to you, I'm just a speck of dust. I've tried my best, but I still have much to improve. Despite his humble words, he had indeed become significantly stronger. Giant strength, Vajra body, combat training, martial arts, punch, kick. The Vajra body was a notable addition. If he had gained an immortality trait to complement it, he'd be terrifying, but it seemed he hadn't reached that point. And then there were punch and kick, traits that, when combined with martial arts, formed the foundation for a combat specialist. Give him a few more years, and by the time the game timeline begins, he might evolve into a combat expert rather than just a martial artist. In that case, he wouldn't be an SR grade character anymore but an SSR grade 1. Noticing my appraising look, the King of Destruction lowered his head politely again. My late master would be pleased. Master, The Iron Fist, it was my master's legacy. He always dreamed of making his name known while wielding the Iron Fist. Though it wasn't me, seeing you bring such fame to the artifact would have brought him joy. This guy was suddenly pulling a guilt trip on me. So, why was he here? The King of Destruction raised his head, meeting my eyes directly. His gaze burned intensely, like twin torches. I know I'm no match for you, Swordmaster, but I can't just give up on the Iron Fist without a fight. I've come to request the rematch you promised me. A rematch, you say? Yes. Please grant me one more chance to learn from you. He clearly knew that I was on the verge of reaching the peak of level 5 and breaking through the barrier to level 6. He also understood that once I surpassed that threshold, I'd be out of his league forever. This was his only chance. Even though his odds of winning were slim, he'd rather fight me now than face me after the gap widened further. Very well, I nodded calmly. The King of Destruction had no way to defeat me. Giant strength, Vajra body, undying. Mana soul, close combat mastery, sixth sense. I had filled my traits with top-tier abilities. With a combination of triple synergy and double power traits, enhanced further by combat techniques and sensory traits, I was unstoppable. In the game, such a difference meant I could win while eating ramen. No, even if I left the fight to auto-control, I'd still win, just as I had been crushed by that heavily pay-to-win player back in the day. At least he wasn't coming into this rematch without some level of strategy. The King of Destruction's fiery determination was evident as he continued. The match will be an unlimited party battle. That's right. We had agreed on an unlimited match back then, hadn't we? But a party battle instead of a one-on-one? Not a one-on-one match. No, let's be honest, would I stand a chance against you in a solo match? You'd knock me out cold in just a few hits. So, I'd like to ask for a small advantage. Fair enough. At least he's being straightforward about it. I preferred this honesty over any underhanded tricks. Fine. Let's do it that way. When would you like the match? If it's within the near future, any time will do. But I hope you won't make me wait too long. Black Tiger Swordmaster, you're already overwhelmingly strong, and if you grow any stronger, even an unlimited match won't be viable anymore. That's true. An unlimited party match. And the relentless determination blazing in his eyes. The King of Destruction had no intention of holding back. No matter the cost, no matter the method, he intended to reclaim the Iron Fist. This is troublesome. An unlimited party match hinges on the strength of your party members. If 3 are strong, even one weaker participant can simply ride along. Given the current strength of the King of Destruction, even if he didn't perform well as a vanguard, he could still serve as an effective meat shield. And the 3 people he must have recruited for this, they won't be his usual party members. In the game, when you face the King of Destruction's final party, all of them are level 5, equipped with high-level traits and top-tier magical artifacts. The difficulty is fairly high, though not unbeatable. But at this point in time, the other 3 likely hadn't reached level 5 yet. They were set to be a bit weaker than the King of Destruction. In that case, I narrowed my eyes. A few names came to mind. Legends of the past who could only be fought by recruiting the King of Destruction and his entire party while completing their personal quests. The Ruin King, the Sky Dragon King, the Black Demon King, and the Angel King. The masters of the King of Destruction and his companions. By the time the game begins, they were all long gone from the world. But right now, at this moment, when the fates of major characters were intersecting, you must have recruited some extraordinary individuals. Yes, indeed. They're truly remarkable. Black Tiger Swordmaster, I hope you won't let your guard down. I don't want this to end too quickly. That remains to be seen. I'm serious. Though they've aged, they're people who could still beat you in a one-on-one fight. He wasn't bluffing. The Ruin King was already dead, but it seemed like the Sky Dragon King, the Black Demon King, and the Angel King would be participating. A warrior at level 5, a reinforced, a mage, and a priest at level 6. This wouldn't be easy. I've made a rather bold request, haven't I? In return, if I lose, I'll give you this. The King of Destruction pulled a small fragment from his pocket. For a moment, I almost shouted in shock. A figurine of a naked man holding a sword and shield. The figure's body was lean yet muscular, with sharp definition. A V-shaped torso, chiseled abs, and powerful thighs formed a perfect golden ratio. It was Mars's fragment. One of the 3 great sword techniques in Arcane Seoul, the Mars swordsmanship, was sealed within it. The very reason I had gone out of my way to recruit Bexorin, train her, and bring her to the Colosseum today, now it gleamed enticingly in the palm of the King of Destruction's hand. What's that? Kali's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's a statue of the god Mars. A statue of a god. Yes. From what I've researched, it contains the power of the god Mars. When you infuse mana into it, it glows like this. Wum, wung. The fragment began to shimmer. It emitted a deep, resonant hum, vibrating with a solemn, majestic mana wave. Seeing this, I was completely certain. The Mars swordsmanship was hidden within this artifact. The power of the god Mars? How do you obtain it? I don't know. Huh? You're offering it as a reward even though you don't know how to use it. Well, if there's something so mysterious about it that even appraisal magic can't identify it, doesn't that prove its worth? It must be a high-grade artifact. There's only one way to unlock the power of Mars's fragment. A superhuman born with the heavenly killing star must infuse their unique mana wavelength into it. When that happens, the fragment will shatter like a memory chip, imprinting the Mars swordsmanship into the heavenly killing star's brain. Afterward, the technique can even be passed down to others. Fine. Let's proceed with that. Wadash. Teacher, you don't even know what that is. I've at least heard the legends about Mars's statue. Besides, this rematch was something I promised long ago. Think of this as a bonus gift. Thank you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Adat novel bin adat. What about the rules? How do you want to handle them? Let's keep it Colosseum style. Unlimited battle format. All I want back is the Iron Fist. I desire nothing else. Ah, so this was about the reward. Normally, in an unlimited match at the Colosseum, the winner can claim everything from the loser. This includes any diamonds created from melted mana circuits, all equipment worn by the loser, and, with mutual agreement, even other assets like real estate. However, if a participant forfeits before the match begins, they only lose their entry fee. That works for me. If I win, I'll take the Mars statue. If you win, you get the Iron Fist back. Consumables are the responsibility of each participant. Agreed. There's a reason I offered such generous terms. The superhumans the King of Destruction would bring were too old. Even if they've lived peaceful lives, they're practically at death's door. If I forced them to destroy their mana circuits to create diamonds, they might literally keel over on the spot. That would inevitably turn the King of Destruction and his allies into my sworn enemies. If I were desperate for diamonds, I wouldn't care about building animosity, but I no longer have any magical artifacts that need to be fed diamonds. There's no reason to make unnecessary enemies. The match will take place within a month. No, within 2 weeks. I'll notify you at least 3 days in advance. Very well. You'll need that time to assemble your party and practice coordination. See you then. Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. Thank you for your understanding. I stared at the spot the King of Destruction had just vacated. Baeksoren's personal quest has come full circle in such an unexpected way. With this development, I no longer need to include Baeksoren in my party. What should I do? I had 3 options. Option 1, Baeksoren. Option 2, Kim Chul-kwon. Option 3, recruit external members. This required careful consideration. While the Iron Fist isn't the best piece of gear I have, its absence would still be annoying. Its 1-second invincibility has proven extremely useful. And since I've already agreed to the fight, I might as well win. I have no intention of allowing the King of Destruction to earn the title defeated Kim the Warrior in the old days. Baeksoren, the Heavenly Killing Star, versus Kim Chul-kwon, the gang boss. Objectively, Baeksoren is the better choice. An SSR grade character versus an N grade one. Even if I used the Leviathan build to load Kim Chul-kwon with several high-tier traits, it wouldn't fully close the gap between them. But still, I've never actually used Baeksoren before. In the game, I never managed to pull an SSR grade character. The one time I drew the Heavenly Demon, I ended up getting dragged into this world. Let alone Baeksoren, one of the top 3 warrior class characters. All I ever did was watch streamers using her while I sat there drooling. On the other hand, I've used Kim's party extensively. Warrior Kim as the vanguard. Reinforced Kim as the bruiser. Mage Kim as the mage. Priest Kim as the support. I know exactly how to combine them, what tactics to use, and how to maximize their performance. I've defeated plenty of high-ranking opponents in the Colosseum using this setup. This rematch? It's the same scenario. Even if the enemy reinforced, mage, and priest are level 6, they're well past their prime, practically on their deathbeds. They'll probably be similar to the King of Destruction's in-game party burst damage that's strong in the short term but with severely lacking endurance. Kim Chul-kwon is the better choice. This conclusion even surprised me. Up until now, I had been certain I'd include Baeksoren in the party. But after running simulations in my head, the results were clear. Rather than adjusting my strategy around Baeksoren and relegating Kim Mabeob and Kim Sage to supporting roles, it would be more effective to fully optimize Kim's party. Besides, the current Kim Chul-kwon, Kim Mabeob, and Kim Sage are no longer stuck at N grade. 2 weeks, I'd need to prepare as much as possible in the meantime. Kim Sage is the issue. Kim Mabeob could be convinced to join with some coaxing. But Kim Sage, that's the tricky part. The moment he leaves the Grand Labyrinth, he'll be drawn to the old father's cult like a moth to a flame. While I was mulling over strategies, Baeksoren clenched her fists tightly. Teacher, I'll work hard. It's a party battle, right? Party battles require 4 members? I'll do my best. I appreciate the thought, but I'm planning to bring someone else. What? Why? Who? I just hit level 5, but I'm confident I can handle any level 5 opponent. I'm going with a traditional party setup, not a hybrid one. Warrior, reinforced, mage, and priest. That's the plan. Oh, Baeksoren made a face that seemed to say she had no choice, but it quickly turned into one of confusion. But do you have anyone to bring along? Teacher, you've always worked alone. I do. I sent a message right away. The Grand Labyrinth is a no-signal zone. Messages can only be sent or received when a courier periodically delivers data, much like a postal service. So, I was already prepared to be grateful if I got a reply within 3 days. Kim Sage. To my surprise, I got a phone call instead. Oh, Sage? Is that you? Hyung? Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. Where are you right now? Weren't you in the Grand Labyrinth? I'm shocked to be getting a call from you. I'm in Korea right now. What? How? I got hired as a bodyguard for a rich family. No, I mean, how's that even possible? The boss here has some insane influence. Have you heard of the Sun Mage Tower? The Sun Mage Tower? Why's that coming up here? Of course I know it. Who in Korea doesn't? I got hired as a bodyguard for the grandson of the Tower Master. Wait a minute. You're talking about Kim Mabiab, aren't you? You know him. Of course. I've worked with him a few times. I even have his phone number. Wow, really? That's the first I've heard of it. Anyway, the boss the Tower Master made a deal with the Old Father's cult. For now, our church has been excluded from their heresy interrogations. That's great news. Congratulations. Thanks. But why would the Tower Master go out of his way to do that? He said it's because of our church's blessing. Your church's blessing? Oh, that makes sense. The golden blessing is top tier among blessings. Increasing critical hit rate, evasion rate, resistance chance, and item drop rate all at once? It's incredibly rare. So, you're working closely with Mabiab for now? Yes? I just finished a meeting and moved into the room next to his. That's perfect. I was planning to ask you and Mabiab for a favor anyway. What's the favor? I'm participating in an unlimited party match at the Buchan Underground Arena. I'm putting together a party with a warrior, reinforced, mage, and priest. Naturally, I thought of you. Oh, really? That's perfect. What do you mean? That's exactly what I was assigned to do. Mabiab's going to start gaining real combat experience at the Buchan Underground Arena tomorrow, and my job is to assist and protect him. Are you serious? You're starting tomorrow. I told you, it's all set. What the hell? How could things align this perfectly? Is this just a coincidence? Even with the golden blessing, it's hard to believe. The Tower Master specifically hiring Kim Sage for this mission while negotiating with the Old Father's cult? I decided to set my suspicions aside for now. Outwardly, I maintained a calm tone and continued the conversation. That's perfect. I was planning to invite Mabiab to my party anyway. He helps with my unlimited match, and I help him gain combat experience. It's a win-win. The Tower Master was actually considering hiring you as well. Looks like everything lined up perfectly. Should I mention it to him? No need. I'll handle that myself. I'll call Mabiab directly. You just sit tight. Got it. So, how's it been? Have you received any new divine powers recently? Nothing major yet. But once the temple construction is complete, I might get some new ones. Good. Even what you have now is more than enough. After chatting a bit more, I called Kim Mabiab. He answered with a voice that was a mix of surprise and excitement. Black Tiger Sword Master, how have you been? I've been well. It's been a while since the incident with the Ilshik sect. How's Red? Is Red doing well? Of course. Still going strong. You've got to let me borrow it sometime. That might be a bit. Haha. Anyway, what's this about? I repeated the explanation I'd given to Kim Sage. Mabiab responded enthusiastically. That's great. I was actually going to ask you for help too. My grandfather told me to properly learn from you if I ever got the chance. So, you'll join? If so, I'll do my best to teach you during the downtime. I can't commit to long-term training, though. That sounds amazing. But keep in mind, the unlimited match will be tough. Come on, Black Tiger Sword Master, you're in the party. I'll just run around avoiding hits while you take care of everything, right? There's a high chance the opposing team will have 3 level 6 members. Mabiab fell silent. I held back a laugh and continued. Make sure to stock up on elixirs and come fully equipped. You don't need mythical grade artifacts. Just wear your usual gear, but bring anything special you've received as a gift. Shouldn't I consult my grandfather first? If you want to, go ahead. But let me give you a piece of advice: using gear that's way above your level won't help you improve. Treat this match as a learning experience and give it your all. That's all you need to do. This match is closer to a friendly exhibition, so the chances of either of us dying or sustaining mana circuit damage are very low. I'll discuss it with my grandfather. He knows a lot about these kinds of things. That's a good idea. I ended the call. By the time the conversation was over, one thing was clear. Mabiab was hiding something from me. But what? What is the Sun Tower Master scheming? I pushed my suspicions aside for now. The best way to uncover the truth would be to meet them in person. After all, I had bright eyes. While I couldn't read minds like a clairvoyant, I could easily infer their intentions through subtle cues: eye movements, heartbeat, pupil dilation, and fluctuations in mana wavelengths. Kim Mabiab is still naive. Since he seems tangled up in something with Kim Sage, I could carefully coax him into revealing what's going on behind the scenes. Finally, I called Kim Chul-kwan. Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. These days, even Kim Chul-kwan and Manager Choi call me Black Tiger Sword Master. They didn't at first when I got the Black Tiger Sword, but after the media endlessly repeated Black Tiger Sword Master this and Black Tiger Sword Master that, the two of them eventually adopted it as well. Hey, are you ready? Yes, I've finished preparing. But didn't you say you were busy? I have a favor to ask you. A favor? Please, just give me an order. Everything I have already belongs to you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Still, I can't treat you like a servant. Life is give and take. No matter how much Kim Chul-kwan has sworn loyalty to me, there are lines I won't cross. Kim, I'll help you reach level 5 right now, but I need you to give me 2 weeks of your time in return. Of course. What do you need me to do? And with that, Kim Chul-kwan was recruited. We moved to Jinwubong Mountain. The facilities here were once under the Cleaner Association's control, complete with labs for biological modifications and mechanical limb implants for superhuman enhancement. Now, the Iron Fist gang has taken over, using the facility to mass-produce superhumans by modifying their gang members. This is amazing. Kali's eyes sparkled as she took in the unfamiliar side of the facility. Baek-sorin and Janet wore similar expressions of fascination. It was their first time witnessing a reinforced leveling up. Huff, huff. Kim Chul-kwon climbed into the glass chamber, breathing heavily. In his hands, he carefully held a crystalline flask. The liquid inside shimmered with radiant hues, swirling like a jewel. It was reconstruction elixir. As an N-grade reinforced, Kim Chul-kwon required this elixir to break through his limits. Kim Mabyeob and Kim Sage had already left N-grade behind by advancing their classes, Mabyeob as a pyromancer and Sage as an apostle. Let's begin. When I first strengthened Kim Chul-kwon, I used an occult-themed build, a combination of werewolf, vampire, and ghost traits. It was effective up to level 4, but its efficiency dropped drastically after that. That's why I suggested a different build, and Kim Chul-kwon had spent months sweating blood to gather the materials I recommended. Azura mutation factors. Infernal gold. The mana core of a fallen angel, occasionally found in the Grand Labyrinth. The combination? Demon build. Among players, it was known as the demon build, a synergy of fiend, infernal, and demonic traits. The mutation process began. Kim Chul-kwon's growth limit shattered as his mana circuits were restructured. During the process, his body broke down repeatedly, only to regenerate. Even his distorted face splintered apart like shattered glass struck by bullets. The fragments crumbled into countless pieces before forcibly knitting themselves back together. What's happening? Why does it look like that? Is this supposed to happen? The gruesome scene left Baek-sorin, Janet, and Kali hopping nervously in place. There was no helping it. While all superhumans face hardships when leveling up, reinforced suffer the most. The higher the level they climb, the more limits they break. Reinforced always stare death in the face. That's the price they pay for their rapid leveling process, which they can attempt as long as they have the materials. Huff, huff, huff. At last, Kim Chul-kwon succeeded in leveling up. He crawled out of the glass chamber, gasping for air. I patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Cough. Thank you. The effort had been worth it. Before, Kim Chul-kwon had traits like martial arts mighty strength toughness, dexterity blood-sucking cold touch. After crafting a new mechanical arm and incorporating the blood-sucking trait, he had reached level 4. But now, his traits had transformed. Martial arts 6-armed Azura combat specialist. Infernal mana low-altitude flight corruption. No one would call this N-grade anymore. In fact, it was practically beyond R-grade and approaching SR grade. Though the growth limits would remain a challenge, for now, his progress was remarkable. Is this the place? I heard my brothers here somewhere. Just then, Kim Mabyeob and Kim Sage arrived. At that moment, Kim's party was officially complete. First, let's check on Kim Mabyeob's status. Phoenix Pyromancy Heart of the Phoenix Fire Specialization. Mana Soul Rampage Meditation. Is this for real? Is this really the same Kim Mabyeob who could barely use magic at the start, with Mana Bullet being his only usable spell unless you added a magic trait or advanced him to a pyromancer? In just a few months, he's completely transformed. It's like watching an ugly duckling turn into a swan. It looks like the Tower Master has been seriously training Kim Mabyeob. At this level, you'd have to consider him an SR grade character. Sacred Apostle Full Recovery Light of Purification. Holy Domain Wrath of the Divine Golden Blessing. Kim Sage hasn't changed much. His traits are still optimal for supporting from the rear. To be honest, just rotating Golden Blessing across the entire party would fulfill his role completely. Hide in the Holy Domain, unleash Wrath of the Divine, and use Full Recovery and Light of Purification when needed. That's all there is to it. Still, he's weaker than the Black Demon King or the Angel King. Those two are also SR grade. Moreover, they're level 6 SR grade. No matter how old they are or how close to death they might be, you can't ignore the level gap. In a 2-on-2 fight, we'd smoothly lose. In the end, I have to be the wild card. Well met, Mabyeob. Hello. It had been weeks since I last saw his face. Kim Mabyeob shook my hand with an awkward smile. While he smiled as if nothing was wrong, he couldn't quite meet my gaze. As I thought, something's up. If it were the Tower Master or other sly schemers, they'd expertly hide their expressions, but Kim Mabyeob clearly couldn't. Let's go inside and talk. You said you wanted to learn practical experience from me. Yes. Thanks to the Black Tiger Sword Master, I've become a pyromancer and grown much stronger, but it seems I'm still lacking in my grandfather's eyes. That's how it is for every grandfather. Sage, it's been a while. It's been a while, Hyung. We entered inside. Kim Chul-kwon, Baek-sorin, Janet, and Kali were already waiting. Hello. I've heard so much about you. You're the grandson of the Sun Mage Tower Master? Wow. Haven't we met before? While everyone exchanged greetings, my eyes met with Kim Sage's. Kim Sage subtly gestured. He glanced at Kim Mabyeob, who had his back turned and couldn't see us, then turned back to me and made a locking motion across his lips with his fingers. I understood immediately. Kim Mabyeob, or more accurately, the Tower Master must have made some kind of secret pact, binding Kim Mabyeob to silence. It's disappointing that I couldn't get a proper explanation, but this much is already enough. I sat down on the sofa and swapped my traits. Bright Eyes 6th Sense Insight. Track Focus Meditation. I equipped every trait that seemed useful and began deducing. What's the Tower Master's aim? Why would he negotiate with the old father's cult, bring Kim Sage along, and place his grandson at my side? The conclusion came quickly. Every mage pursues knowledge. A mage's curiosity. A mage's thirst for knowledge. It's the same for mages who covet power, wealth, or authority. There's no mage who lacks curiosity and the thirst for knowledge. The Tower Master is among the extreme cases of this. He must have gotten a sense of my trait-swapping ability. He plans to observe me through Kim Mabiab. The same likely applies to Kim Sage. The Tower Master must have presented an offer Kim Sage couldn't refuse. Privately, Kim Sage might be my acquaintance, but publicly, he's a faction leader and an apostle of a god. If a deal threatening the survival of his cult was on the table, there's no way he could turn it down. There's only one issue. Will they simply observe and write reports, or will they use some magical method to deliver the information directly to the Tower Master? The Tower Master isn't the type to use such tricks on his own grandson. But Kim Sage? On second thought, it's impossible. Kim Sage is an apostle. No matter how weak a god is, if it's a god who has regained their self-awareness, they wouldn't allow their apostle to be used in such a way. This much should be fine. Report writing? Let them do as they wish. I'll soon reach level 6. I can feel my mana circuits and physical stats nearing their limits. If I handle this unlimited battle well and train for a bit, I'll be ready to challenge level 6. Once I hit level 6, I'm confident I can challenge even level 7. Level 8? Of course, that would be hard. Especially against someone like the Tower Master, it'd be almost impossible to win. But if I risked my life, I could at least stab him once. If worse comes to worst, I'll just escape to the Eastern Army. Would the Thor cult, Gaia cult, or Protector Alliance just sit quietly? I've already grown too big for them to easily abduct me as a test subject. If it's impossible to hide everything perfectly, sometimes it's better to flaunt and boast instead. A level 5 warrior, a level 5 reinforced, a level 5 mage, and a level 5 priest, a textbook party composition. It's an honor. I'll lend my strength for the glory of the Black Tiger Sword Master. I'd love to join too. For a party battle, having diverse roles is better. It complements each other. Kim Mabiab's eyes sparkled. It was clear he was excited for his first party battle. In terms of firepower, I'm stronger than a regular mage. I'm terrible with defensive and support magic, but I'm confident in offense. I saw him at the Mage Tower. Wow, he's incredible. His firepower is right below the Sunfire. My grandfather says that once I reach level 6, I'll be comparable to the Sunfire. Really? That's amazing. It's a bit unfortunate, though. A mage can use Sunfire along with a variety of other spells. On the other hand, Phoenix Pyromancy had much faster casting speeds. Unlike the widespread, radial blasts of the Sunfire, Phoenix Pyromancy can be used in various ways, firing like a machine gun, swinging like a whip, and so on. I gave the three of them a warning. I've already mentioned this to Sage, but I didn't explain it in detail, so I'll go over it now. Our opponents are the King of Destruction's party. The King of Destruction is a level 5 warrior-type superhuman, commonly referred to as a brawler. Under no circumstances should you allow him to close the distance. The same goes for you, Kim Chul-kwan. Even if you transform into Azura, it will be difficult to shake him off. Don't let him get close, dodge and fly low to keep your distance. Got it? Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. I'll keep that in mind. The King of Destruction's chain joint locks. Once you're caught, it's over. I only managed to counter him because I'd encountered him so many times before in the game. If I hadn't known how to deal with it, the match would have ended right there. The real issue isn't the King of Destruction but the other three. There's a high likelihood they're all level 6. Level 6. They're superhumans with experience, powers, and equipment befitting their level. Do not underestimate them. Come on, brother. Who underestimates level 6 superhumans? Even level 5s are treated like bosses wherever they go. In smaller municipalities, they could even win elections if they ran for office. He wasn't wrong. I glanced at Kim Chul-kwan, Kim Mabiab, and Kim Sage. All three of them were burning with fighting spirit. This was their first time going up against high-level superhumans. They were tense enough that their pupils were slightly dilated and their bodies were sweating lightly from the heat, but their muscles were relaxed, an ideal state for combat. For someone like me, who used to think of these three as just low-level, game-like and grade characters, this was a refreshing shock. It meant they'd already finished mentally preparing themselves, even though they hadn't yet experienced real combat against high-level superhumans. Feeling satisfied, I nodded. The time frame is 2 weeks. I plan to apply for the unlimited battle exactly 2 weeks from now. Until then, we'll stay together, train, and even spar with other suitable parties to prepare. Phew, I'll do my best. I won't bring shame to you, Black Tiger Sword Master. I'm looking forward to this. Hyung, what about me? Do I just stay in the back and sprinkle blessings? The strategy was simple. Using the help of a magic spirit, I materialized a coliseum. Among the various battlefields in the deepest regions, I chose the most basic one. 4 pillars and 2 platforms. This is our strategy, a full-on charge and chaos. Charge? Chaos. That's right. Not a conventional strategy, but an all-out assault. What? You and Mabiab won't just stay in the back, you'll be charging too. Huh. Can we even do that? I'm worried. Having Kim Mabiab and Kim Sage stay in the rear won't work. If the King of Destruction breaks in, they'd both get taken out in under a minute. No, scratch that. 1 minute? I'd bet on it being over in 30 seconds or even 10 seconds. Think about it. While I'm holding off their warrior, can the 3 of you handle the other 3 on your own? That would be tough. Against level SIXS, to be honest. What if I hold off their warrior and charge in? Could we even hold out until then? Right. Our defenses are weak. Why are our defenses weak? Oh, I'm the weak link, aren't I? Kim Mabiob's mouth dropped open as he realized the flaw. Kim Sage was fine. He had good defensive abilities as well as support capabilities. The problem was that Kim Mabiob couldn't provide any defensive support. As an attack-specialized pyromancer, the moment it turned into a 2v2 ranged firepower battle, they'd be finished. I'll take the front and absorb all the incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 of you will charge from the rear. Kim Chulkwon, you'll need to protect Mabiob and Sage. Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. But I don't have a way to charge. Just run. What? I'll make some potions and consumables for you. Use them, run at their mage, and punch them. What? Kim Mabiob let out a panicked scream, clearly wondering what I was talking about. Kim Sage also looked equally startled. Punch them. Yeah, Sage, you too. Go after their priest, tackle them, trip them, do whatever it takes to bring them down. If we turn this into a brawl, we'll have the advantage. I've never done anything like that before. It's fine. You'll learn from me. And remember, all 3 of them are over 80 years old. They might have close combat experience, but they won't be able to match us physically. If they were warrior types, underestimating them because of their age would be a huge mistake. But mage types, priest types, they could be underestimated. At least in a hyper-close brawl. I stared intently at Kim Chulkwon. Kim Chulkwon is the biggest problem, though. Who's their reinforced? My guess is a Flame Wyvern bio-enhanced reinforced. They're more adept at mid-range suppression than close combat. I hear they use guns, missiles, and beam cannons, and resort to flamethrowers or emergency evasion when things get up close. A Flame Wyvern. I could already picture it. Kim Chulkwon chasing them desperately, while the Sky Dragon King nimbly dodges and slips away. Low-altitude flight versus soaring and gliding. Considering the power difference between level 5 and level 6, catching up would be nearly impossible for Kim Chulkwon. Baek Soren, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. What if you handle the Sky Dragon King yourself, teacher? I was thinking. Isn't Kim Chulkwon at least stronger than the King of Destruction? At the very least, he could keep him occupied. If he stalls for time, and you take down the Sky Dragon King first, you can go after them one by one. What do you think? Now that I think about it, that makes sense. Even if I'm level 5, I can still take down a decrepit level 6, no problem. If Kim Chulkwon doesn't get caught in a joint lock by the King of Destruction, he can buy us some time. And Kim Mabiob and Kim Sage have a chance in hyper-close combat. I snapped my fingers loudly. Good. Soren's suggestion makes sense. Let's go with that. Kim Chulkwon, there's something to keep in mind against the King of Destruction. Never get caught in a joint lock. If that happens, it's over even for me. Even for you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Adat novel bin adat. Yeah, the King of Destruction's joint locks are top tier among everyone I've seen. Let's spar. I'll teach you how to avoid them. Yes, I'll rely on you completely, Black Tiger Sword Master. And Mabiob and Sage, you'll be sparring with me as well. I've been waiting for this. Phew, I'm nervous. But why are you looking at me like that, Soren? It's nothing. Baek Soren, who had been looking at him with a pitying expression, quickly adjusted her face. Even Janet and Kali were shaking their heads as if they could already see what was coming. And thus began their descent into hellish training. Exactly 1 week. I worked the 3 of them to the bone, barely letting them sleep. Their lack of rest was supplemented with hearty meals, holy water, and healing potions. With the instructor trait equipped, I drilled them relentlessly for a week. By the end, their eyes were sunken deep into their faces. Yet, their skin glowed with a milky radiance neither completely wrecked nor fully normal. They were walking a fine line between burnout and peak conditioning. Ugh. Blurg. Mabiob, if you're going to puke, go over there. See, couldn't you go a little easier on us? I'm fine, sir. No, Black Tiger Sword Master. Please, push us harder. You're insane, aren't you? Mabiob, you wouldn't understand because you're a golden spoon. Opportunities like one-on-one guidance from someone like the Black Tiger Sword Master are incredibly rare. You have to seize moments like this. Can't I just hire a tutor? Who would even agree to that? I've never learned anything from anyone my entire life. I had to figure everything out on my own. This is the first time I'm receiving proper guidance. Wah. Kim Mabiob was born with a golden spoon. Kim Sage, while from a questionable background, still belonged to an established cult. Their circumstances were worlds apart from Kim Chulkwon, who had clawed his way up from absolute rock bottom. Hearing Kim Chulkwon's story seemed to awaken something in both Kim Mabiob and Kim Sage. They clenched their teeth and threw themselves into the training with renewed determination. Today's a practice match. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Is it time? Yes, but we'll keep our tactics hidden. We'll stick to a standard strategy. What about all that training? No need to use it. Mabiob and Sage, you'll stay in the back and use magic while Chulkwon and I charge forward. With overwhelming base stats, what tactics were necessary? It was simple. The practice match was, quite literally, just practice. No one could stop me as I charged forward under the golden blessing. When I unleashed the Black Tiger Sword and threw Mjolnir, the superhumans on the other side knelt before me without resistance. KHH. We've lost? Now, fulfill the conditions. KHH. Understood. I stripped the superhumans of their diamonds and magical equipment. While the equipment was decent, it wasn't enough to impress me. Most of it was R-grade, with occasional SR-grade gear mixed in. The diamonds and magical equipment were divided into 4 equal parts. The 3 of them were visibly stunned as they received their shares. Is it really okay to take this much? But Black Tiger Swordmaster did all the work. Honestly, you could take everything, and we wouldn't have a right to complain. It's important to be fair in these matters. To be honest, there's nothing here I particularly want. Just give me priority if something catches my eye later. Of course. I agree. No complaints here. Even against me, there were parties reckless enough to challenge us, thinking we lacked teamwork due to being hastily assembled. What a ridiculous assumption. Both in the game and in this world, the Kim party fit together perfectly. We won 3 matches in a row. Diamonds, magical equipment, and cash our earnings were plentiful. By the time we could communicate with just a glance. By the time we could comfortably call each other brother without hesitation. We faced the King of Destruction's party in the Colosseum. It was just as expected. 3 elderly men with wrinkled faces stood alongside King of Destruction. An old man clad in several layers of steel armor, looking like a warrior. An old man in a protective suit with his hands stuffed into his pockets, just like me. And an old man in a suit, surrounded by an intangible barrier. At a glance, it was impossible to tell who among them was the mage or the priest. Excuse me, sirs. Kim Mabiob was visibly flustered at the sight of the elderly men. Aren't you a bit too old to be out here? Judging by appearances alone, they seemed older than the Sun Mage Tower Master. They probably were in reality too. If I recall correctly, their official ages in the setting were close to 90. Ha ha ha. The old man in the protective suit let out a hearty laugh. Young man, despite how I look, I can handle one youngster just fine. Do your best. Pain is the great equalizer, whether you're young or old. Before the match began, I gave my team a reminder as I looked at the opponents. Everyone remembers, right? Mana becomes stronger with age. Do not, under any circumstances, underestimate them just because they're old. Hyung, is that old man in the protective suit really a mage? Yes, he's a black mage, known as the Black Demon King. He doesn't look like a mage at all. Disguising appearances is a basic skill for mage-type superhumans. Otherwise, they'd be targeted by concentrated fire. Kim Mabiob and Kim Sage both stiffened as they looked at their opponents. This was the unlimited battle. A match with no set rules. And no time to prepare beforehand. That's why all 4 of us had already consumed the potions we'd prepared before stepping into the arena. The heat is rising already. It's the Warrior King party versus the King of Destruction party? Will King of Destruction claim victory in this rematch? Or will Warrior King snatch a win from these legends of the past? The match begins now. Everyone, shout out the countdown loud and clear. 10, 10, 9, 8. Ding, ding. The numbers appeared. Above the invisible barrier dividing us and King of Destruction's party, the green number 10 appeared. The number slowly grew larger. At the same time, it shifted to red. My heartbeat quickened. The blood coursing through my veins roared like a waterfall. The effects of the Mad Dog potion, which all 4 of us had consumed, were in full force. Finally, when the number hit 0, a red flare erupted into the air. Begin. I kicked off the ground. Moving at the predetermined speed and angle, just as we had practiced countless times, I charged forward. Tat tat tat. The other 3 followed behind me. The sound of bodies launching forward, the heavy panting as they sprinted, filled my ears. The distance between us and King of Destruction's party was exactly 50 meters. A distance a normal human could cross in about 8 seconds. For superhumans? Especially ones under the effects of a potion that drastically heightened both their reflexes and aggression? It wouldn't even take a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, we were already upon King of Destruction's party. Wah! The commentator gasped in shock. Yuwuo, that's it. Close the gap. Kill them. The crowd erupted in cheers. You bastard. King of Destruction reacted instantly, stepping in to block my path. Not a chance. Not today. You're not my opponent. I shifted directions. Using leap, I ignored inertia, turning almost 90 degrees before leaping high into the air. Evading King of Destruction, I charged toward the steel-armored old man Sky Dragon King. The perfect harmony of leap and aerial strike. Sky Dragon King's eyes widened. Do I look that easy to you? Sky Dragon King leapt into the air. Swoosh! One of Sky Dragon King's traits activated, Soar. The moment he lifted off the ground, dragon wings sprouted from his back, and the gaps in his armor opened, releasing an intense surge of mana. Level 6 was indeed on a different level. He ascended faster than I could close the gap. Straight up, toward the sky. Clack, clack. At the same time, Sky Dragon King aimed his arms at me. His armor shifted, revealing mounted machine guns. Missile launchers emerged from his shoulders. If I left him alone, his full volley trait would rain down firepower on me. But I had already predicted this. Hap. The moment Sky Dragon King activated Soar, I swung my left arm. A bolt of lightning shot from my fingertips. Mjolnir, enhanced with mana resonance and further refined with the throw trait. It flew straight toward Sky Dragon King's head. The only difference between him and his in-game counterpart was the level gap, level 6 versus level 5. He moved exactly like the version of himself from the game, making him predictable to me. Gah! Sky Dragon King twisted his body in an attempt to dodge. His wings created a vortex that disrupted Mjolnir's trajectory. Boom! While it failed to crush his skull, the lightning erupted, forcing Mjolnir to return to me. That was more than enough. I leapt from the ground once, then again with leap, and finally used aerial strike to pounce on Sky Dragon King. Damn it! Sky Dragon King cursed. He spread his wings, gliding to avoid my attack. Aerial combat was undoubtedly Sky Dragon King's domain, but I had my own methods. Flash, a single sharp strike, a crescent moon glowing brightly, a sword chi slash cut through the air. It flew straight towards Sky Dragon King, slicing through space itself. The final technique of the Tiger King sword technique, Tiger King's flight. Sky Dragon King clenched his teeth and raised his fists. His armor gleamed as multiple layers of barriers appeared. The sword chi tore through all of the barriers but failed to pierce the armor itself. Even as he coughed up blood, Sky Dragon King extended his arms toward me. Tat 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 tat. The machine guns roared with continuous fire. Swoosh, swoosh. Missiles launched from his shoulders. I was still midair. Not a full volley, but the firepower was immense. To anyone watching, it looked like I was about to be overwhelmed and brought down. But, as always, I had anticipated this. Gunplay, Bright Eye, Sixth Sense. Mana Shield, Mana Resonance Shield block. I planted the Black Tiger sword into the ground at my side. Instead, I drew a small caliber pistol. I activated the Aegis shield equipped on my left arm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, less than 0.1 seconds. Tat tat tat. Gunfire erupted. I didn't even need to aim, firing purely on instinct. The muzzle flashed. The destruction-infused bullets struck the incoming missiles. All 12 of them. The pistol's magazine held 12 rounds, perfect for the task. What the? Sky Dragon King's eyes widened in shock. As for the machine gun, naturally, it was blocked by the Aegis shield. Despite its firepower enough to shred through steel, it couldn't penetrate the Aegis, which was reinforced with a mana shield. This bastard is. He was clearly stunned. His reptilian eyes stretched wide, almost as if they'd tear apart. Thud. I landed on the ground. Launching myself forward again, I rapidly closed the distance. Sky Dragon King tried to escape with soar once more. You're really going to try the same trick in front of me again? Swoosh. Tat tat tat. As I hurled Mjolnir to disrupt his trajectory, I unleashed rapid fire from my dual pistols. The bullets carried the stasis effect. Of course, not even the greatest weapon could completely incapacitate a level 6 superhuman. But against someone like Sky Dragon King, it was enough to momentarily stall him. And for me, that brief hesitation was more than sufficient. Ugh. In less than a second, dozens of bullets hit their mark. Even then, all it did was make him falter. I flicked my hand. Mjolnir, linked through mana resonance, abruptly changed direction. As if it had been lying in wait like a deep-sea anglerfish with its mouth open, ready to swallow its prey. Boom! Mjolnir exploded right in front of Sky Dragon King. The resulting lightning storm engulfed him entirely. Though his barriers flared up in a desperate attempt to deflect the attack, it was already too late. While Mjolnir's assault was interrupted, it didn't stop me from grabbing him and slamming him to the ground. Crash! The earth trembled violently upon impact. Gah! Sky Dragon King coughed up blood once more. By the time he came to, I had already drawn the Black Tiger sword. Sharp enough to slice a sheet of paper in half with a simple drop, its blade now rested menacingly against Sky Dragon King's neck. Surrender. I had no intention of killing him, but if he wasted any more time, I wouldn't hesitate to act. Ha! Ha ha ha! Sky Dragon King chuckled bitterly as he looked up at me. This doesn't make sense. Even for the Black Tiger Sword Master, this much? Are you really just level 5? How could this happen? It felt like you saw through my every move, my every intention. Of course he would feel that way. I had bright eyes and sixth sense. But more importantly, I had already faced him countless times in the game. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not fear 100 battles. I had simulated and practiced every scenario down to 0.1 second intervals. Sky Dragon King never stood a chance against me. The difference in stats? I simply bridged the gap with overlapping high-tier multiplier traits. Without saying a word, I lightly waved the Black Tiger sword. Sky Dragon King let out a resigned sigh before declaring quietly, I surrender. You win. With that, the score was 4-3 in our favor. I raised my head to assess the battlefield. Die, you bastard. You, fight like a proper mage if you're a mage. I'm not a mage, though. Kim Mabiab and Black Demon King were engaged in a chaotic brawl, just as I had instructed. Black Demon King tried everything to shake him off, but Kim Mabiab clung to him like a madman. Even when magic flared, he simply countered by blasting fire to melt it away. The Sun Mage Tower Master really did train him well. Yuwoo. Kim Sage was in a similar situation. Desperation clung to him as he latched on to Angel King. Angel King, horrified, unleashed bursts of holy power, but Kim Sage simply neutralized it with his own divine energy. If Kim Mabiab and Black Demon King were having a wild brawl, Kim Sage was like a cicada, firmly attached and refusing to let go. Damn it, Sky Dragon. Where do you think you're looking? You seem awfully relaxed for someone in a fight. Thwack. To everyone's surprise, Kim Cholkwon was holding his own. Using his 6 enhanced arms, he swung steel whips with precision. One of them struck King of Destruction squarely. If King of Destruction hadn't blocked it with his arm while gritting his teeth, the match might have ended right then and there. Get out of my way, you rodent-like bastard. Ha ha ha, catch me if you can. Kim Chul-kwan was toying with King of Destruction. With his 6-armed Azura and Infernal Mana, Kim Chul-kwan easily utilized low-altitude flight to his advantage. On the other hand, King of Destruction lacked any mobility skills. The classic grounded type. If King of Destruction could close the gap, he'd have a chance, but after going through my hellish training, Kim Chul-kwan wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Kim Chul-kwan's got this. I shifted my focus elsewhere. Boom! Kicking off the ground with immense force, I launched myself like a cannonball toward Black Demon King. Black Demon King's face turned pale as he saw me coming. What? Already? How? He wasn't about to go down without a fight. Ripping off part of his protective suit, he activated a one-time use magic chip. Flash! A bright light signaled his teleportation. Huh. Kim Mabiob, mid-swing, stumbled forward as his target vanished. Black Demon King reappeared right next to Angel King. Thud. Ugh. Without hesitation, he kicked Kim Sage away and grabbed Angel King's hand. Then, they teleported again. How many one-time use magic chips did he have hidden? The flash stretched upward as they teleported onto one of the 4 pillars installed in the arena structures we had yet to utilize. Standing atop the pillar, they looked down on us. Angel King quickly erected a divine barrier around Black Demon King, providing him protection. This game is over. Black Demon King's voice boomed with confidence. You're truly impressive, Black Tiger Sword Master, and you youngsters are equally commendable. But do you really think this is the first time we've faced a situation like this? Your youth, your boldness, they're admirable. But you cannot overcome the years we've accumulated. Kim Mabiob was visibly shaken. He could feel it. Black Demon King and Angel King were joining forces to cast an immensely powerful grand spell. Mana surged violently, not just shaking the atmosphere, ripping it apart. The space seemed like it would collapse under the sheer force of the spell. Faster than I thought. Even though it was a grand spell, its casting speed was beyond expectations. From my experience in the game, rushing in to interrupt it would only result in falling into a magical trap. If that's the case, the best course of action now is, Mabiob, summon the Phoenix. Sage, create a domain and focus your blessings on me. Be ready with full recovery and purification. You don't need to use wrath. Yes. I detached the Aegis shield from my arm. Not to disarm it entirely, but to hold it in both hands. Then, I swapped my traits. Diamond Body Mana Soul Combat Expertise. Mana Shield Mana Resonance Shield Block. I entrusted the counterattack to Kim Mabiob. I relied on Kim Sage for solid support. And I focused solely on defense. Defense and nothing else at novel bin at. Whoosh! The grand spell took form. It felt as if the atmosphere itself was boiling. From Black Demon King, black orbs emerged like bubbles, rising endlessly into the air. There were at least dozens, no, hundreds of magical constructs being born, swelling ominously. This was their final move. A desperate strike fueled by every last ounce of mana they had. The proof? Black Demon King's already wrinkled face was now marked with blotchy, dark spots that resembled poisonous mushrooms. Die. A rain of magic descended. Countless black beams shot down like a storm. Each one carried the full destructive power of a level 6 black mage. Enough to obliterate a 10-story building in a single strike. A level 5 defensive warrior might survive 1 or 2 hits. But dozens? Hundreds? To the audience, I must have looked like a mere mantis challenging a massive wheel. SHHHHK? I deployed Aegis. The milky white barrier bloomed brightly. When the golden blessings rained down upon it, it transformed into a radiant platinum hue, shining brilliantly. Through clear eyes, I stared at the massive light bearing down on me. The moment the beams pierced toward me, I struck them with the shield. Boom! A violent shockwave. It felt as if my arm was shattering, the force piercing through my spine. But I endured it. With the unyielding strength of the diamond body, capable of withstanding physical, magical, and mental assaults, I held my ground. Bam! Bam bam! The beams pounded relentlessly against me. The Aegis trembled under the pressure. It felt as if I had become an anvil, hammered incessantly. The agony wrapped around me like I was being tempered in a furnace. My back bent. My knees grew heavy. It felt as though surrendering and collapsing to the ground would be the easiest thing in the world. But, I opened my eyes wide. I hadn't clawed my way through life, surviving hellish trials, just to fall to a mere level 6 NPC. A grand spell? A black magic spell so powerful that it consumed even the caster's life force? It didn't matter. To hell with all of it. I was going to win. I had to win and obtain the Mars swordsmanship. With it, I would defeat the heavenly demon, the saintess, and even the old father. Uaaaaah. I roared as I swung the Aegis wildly with both hands. Even without bright eyes or sixth sense, I trusted my instincts. I trusted the experience I'd built up in this insane world. I trusted the battle-hardened version of myself. Half unconsciously, yet with half my focus laser sharp, I struck back with the Aegis. At some point, I felt the Aegis begin to draw mana from me. I didn't resist. I let it take as much as it wanted. And then, the Aegis began to glow, scattering an intangible force in every direction. It was as if the shield was replicating itself, overlapping layer upon layer. a vast area in all directions. It looked like scales unfurling from a fish or layers of paper stacking over one another. It was a wall made of shields. The moment I saw it, I understood. I had acquired the trait, Shield Wall, a survival trait ranked as first tier even in Arcane Seoul. It replaced Shield Block, taking its place in my arsenal. No longer did I need to strain myself, swinging and striking with the Aegis. Simply holding it up was enough to block the beam bombardment. Black Demon King let out a desperate cry. This is impossible. How can this be? How is my dark bombardment? Black Demon King, who had aged another 10 years in mere moments, now had no hair left on his head, his face entirely sickly and pale. Kim Mabiab glanced at me and asked, should I finish it? In his hands was the phoenix he had summoned. A miniature phoenix, meticulously crafted with the utmost mana by Kim Mabiab, whose mana reserves were among the highest. Though it couldn't match the dark bombardment, it was more than enough to shatter Angel King's barrier. Let's finish this. Kim Mabiab unleashed the phoenix, and I charged in to end the match. I've lost? King of Destruction declared with a haggard expression. Sky Dragon King, Black Demon King, and Angel King stood with calm expressions. I checked the condition of Black Demon King. Although he had expended his vitality, his complexion was surprisingly fine. The poisonous mushrooms that had spread across his face earlier were now completely gone, leaving only some wrinkles. He must have downed an elixir he'd stashed away. As expected, I couldn't afford to let my guard down at novel bin at. The information I gained from the game. The strategy one had prepared in advance. The all-out assault that struck them off guard. If not for these three factors, I wouldn't have been able to win, no matter how skilled I am. Objectively speaking, these three old men were stronger than me. The proof? Every time I looked at them, my senses buzzed sharply. It was an instinct, whispering to me that I needed to charge at them immediately. If I was going to take them down, I had to do it now. At first, I wondered if I'd awakened some kind of strange new trait, but after focusing deeply with my intuition, I realized what it was. Invincible trait. If Massacre thrives on overwhelming the weak, then Invincible is the exact opposite. It strengthens me when I fight against those stronger than myself. In simple terms, you could call it a challenger's trait. The condition was to defeat 3 high-level opponents in succession. The reason it didn't manifest back when I fought the Inquisitors group in the Great Labyrinth was simple. They were weaker than me. But these 3, my instincts recognized their strength before my rationality could. I was definitely lucky this time. Take Sky Dragon King, for instance. If he had been more prepared and not underestimated me for being a mere level 5 rookie, this wouldn't have ended so easily. Complacency is the enemy. I reminded myself of this once again as I received the statue of Mars. I've received it. Phew. I suppose it will be difficult for us to demand a rematch now. If you wish, I'll accept. But do you think it's possible? You already know the answer, King of Destruction. True enough. I would soon reach level 6, and King of Destruction knew that. Even if he gathered his old master's friends and challenged me again, would he be able to win? The answer was a resounding no. King of Destruction, looking forlorn, returned to his party. I watched as the 3 old men patted his shoulders in consolation before approaching me. One by one, they spoke. Ho ho, I am truly amazed. Not just the Black Tiger Sword Master, but your companions were equally outstanding. Indeed. That fist packed quite a punch. Ugh. At least you guys managed to put up a fight. What about me? I'm just cursing the passage of time. If only I were 10 years younger, I could have shrugged off a sword strike like that with a laugh. Our time has passed. Not that we ever had a time to begin with. I bowed politely. Apologies if I overdid it. But I simply couldn't afford to hold back with my skills. Apologize? What nonsense. If you had gone easy on us, that would have been the real insult. Black Tiger Sword Master, we both did our best within our limits. It was truly an honor to cross swords with you before I die. Exactly. Someday you'll be a Legion commander. I now have a story to boast to my grandchildren. Who would believe you're only level 5? Watching you awaken new abilities in real time was a first for me in my 90 years of life. To my surprise, the 3 old men were unexpectedly good-natured. We shook hands one by one. Their hands were deeply wrinkled with age. Black Demon King gave me a sly wink. With talent as exceptional as yours, and a personality to match, Black Tiger Sword Master, you're sure to become the greatest under heaven. Is that an outdated phrase these days? You're too kind. Not at all. There must be a reason Black Tiger's beloved blade has chosen you. When you rise even higher, I hope you'll look after my nephew and that disciple of mine who'll debut someday. I'm not asking you to train them, but if you happen to meet them as enemies, could you hold back a little? That much is easy. I'll make sure of it. Thank you. Truly, thank you. What a rare gem you are. Nowadays, anyone who picks up a sword is quick to flaunt it. If I had a granddaughter, I'd make you my grandson-in-law right now. My thoughts exactly. It seemed they weren't too bothered by their defeat. Was it because of their age? Or had they reached a certain level of enlightenment in life? After a long while of singing my praises, they laughed heartily and left the arena. The announcer's voice rang loudly. The legendary party that once ruled the Colosseum, reigning supreme for over a decade. Alas, time spares no one. They have finally bowed their heads to a rising star party? Had this not been an exhibition match, had their diamonds and equipment been truly at stake, they might have crossed the Styx today, but the fact that it was an exhibition match has saved their legacy. Will the legendary party, our rank 1 champions, seek revenge? We'll find out in 2 weeks, or perhaps a month from now. Black Tiger Swordmaster, will we have a second match? Kim Chul-kwon, who had started addressing Kim Sage and Kim Mabiab informally, still spoke to me with respect. His face was red with excitement, still fired up from his duel with King of Destruction. No, I have no intention of it. That's a bit disappointing. If you crave combat, visit the Coliseum sometimes and compete in ranking matches. Is that okay? Just be careful not to lose. Or negotiate a special contract with the organizers beforehand. If you lose and your mana circuit is destroyed, it'll be a headache. For reinforced types, repairing mana circuits is no easy feat. A downside of the reinforced class, despite their ease in leveling up. Kim Chul-kwon nodded solemnly. Kim Mabiab, standing next to him, nudged him playfully. Hey, want to team up with me and give it a try? Sure? Sounds good. What about me? You too, Sage. Let's do it together. Black Tiger Swordmaster is busy, so it'll just be us. I looked into it, and there are 2-on-2 and 3-on-3 formats. Do you think we'll be fine on our own? Not all matches are unlimited. Regular ranking matches are fine for us. It seemed the 3 of them had gotten hooked on the Coliseum. Well, it makes sense. None of them had ever experienced the superhuman battles before. Kim Chul-kwon's previous fights had been gang wars. Kim Mabiab came from a privileged background and avoided real fights. Kim Sage had spent his time running away. The Coliseum would definitely be beneficial for all 3 of them. Let's head back. With that, the Kim party disbanded for the time being. I doubted I'd have any need to call on them for a while. However, on the day we parted ways, at a brief gathering afterward, Kim Mabiab discreetly called me aside. Hyung. The truth is, even though I hadn't asked, Kim Mabiab began spilling his secrets. It must have been weighing on him. Still, I didn't expect this. Mages are typically cold-blooded and selfish by nature. I thought he'd keep it a secret since it was an order from his grandfather. I draped an arm around Kim Mabiab's shoulder. It's okay. It happens. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. To be honest, I already found it odd. How did Sage just so happen to arrive in Korea at the perfect timing? I won't say anything to my grandfather. There's no need to keep it from him. Are you sure? I think it'd be better to smooth things over. My grandfather, you might not know this, but he's actually a very scary man. I know enough. It didn't matter. The Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower had probably obtained recordings of my matches through other means. There had to be at least one spectator who filmed the event. It would be better to be upfront than to try to hide it. This way, I could gain further proof that Kim Mabiab was emotionally aligning himself with me. Just tell him the truth. That's too risky. Don't worry. I've already thought it through. And thank you for being honest. I owe you. You've changed my life, Hyung. Hiding things from you didn't feel right. Thanks. No, really, Hyung. I'm the one who's thankful. His face looked much more at ease. The shadow I'd sometimes noticed when he looked at me was now completely gone. He returned to the gathering and began drinking and laughing with Kim Chul-kwon and Kim Sage. I was genuinely glad. The emotional distance between me and Kim Mabiab now felt as close as it did with Kim Chul-kwon and Kim Sage. Can I trust them, even a little? What a ridiculous thought. Trusting people is foolish. There's nothing as stupid as putting faith in another human being. I stared at my reflection in a nearby mirror, forcing my expression to harden. The only one I can trust is myself. I need to grow stronger, faster. And for that, I must first master Mars swordsmanship. As soon as the gathering ended, I called Baek-sorin to the secret training room. Teacher, did you call for me? Though I only summoned Baek-sorin, Janet and Kali came along as well. Once they were all seated, I handed the statue of Mars to Baek-sorin. Take this. Huh? Why are you giving it to me? It's yours? What? You know about Mars, right? Of course. The Roman god of war. In Greece, he's known as Ares. In Rome, Mars. And in Arcane Seoul, he's a god who still exists. Though his cult has been overshadowed by Gaia's cult, making him almost powerless. But there's one lesser-known fact. I looked Baek-sorin in the eye and spoke clearly. There's one more thing you should know. Mars is also the god of the heavenly killing star. The god of the heavenly killing star. Baek-sorin jumped up from her seat. Janet's eyes went wide, while Kali looked confused. Teacher, Uni, what's this heavenly killing star? Oh, you didn't know? Sorin is the heavenly killing star. What? You never told her. It's not exactly something worth bragging about. I had no idea. Don't think about the nonsense you see in dramas. Not all heavenly killing stars are psychopathic murderers. Especially not Baek-sorin. Didn't I go through all that trouble in the forbidden zone of the shopping mall just to bestow Indomitable on her? I pressed the statue of Mars into her hands firmly. Baek-sorin hesitantly accepted it. Soon, her eyes turned hazy. This feels strange. Don't resist. Trust your instincts with your mana. Your instincts will handle the rest. Baek-sorin closed her eyes. Mana began to surge from her. Baek-sorin hadn't learned any specialized mana cultivation techniques. She'd even consulted me about it before, but I strongly advised her not to learn one. That was because of Mars swordsmanship. The big 3 sword arts aren't just martial techniques, they're also mana cultivation techniques. Swoosh. The mana overflowed. The statue of Mars resonated with Baek-sorin. Light poured from the statue and into her. At the same time, her wild, violent mana was refined and refined again. It wasn't just gaining an attribute, it was solidifying. A single blade. Or perhaps, a warrior honed to the extreme. Baek Soren's aura shifted. She transformed from a reckless barbarian who only knew how to charge into battle to a seasoned veteran. Like a gladiator who had claimed 10,000 victories in the Colosseum, slaying monsters, mutants, superhumans, and beasts alike. Hey. Baek Soren exhaled deeply. Silently, she drew her sword. It was the holy sword I had given her. Janet and Kali quickly realized the mood and excused themselves, leaving only me and Baek Soren in the secret training room. In the vast space, almost as large as a futsal field, Baek Soren began her sword dance. Swish, flash, boom, I could see it clearly. Her slashes, her swordsmanship traits, were dissolving. Mar's swordsmanship filled the void they left behind. But it didn't stop there. The dissolved traits of slashing and swordsmanship fused together, evolving into a new trait. Swordsmanship expert. In mastering Mar's swordsmanship, Baek Soren's traits underwent the following changes. Heavenly Killing Star Indomitable Rampaging Train. Mar's swordsmanship expert 9 lives. Her offensive, survival, and mobility skills now formed a perfectly balanced harmony. This was the true majesty of an SSR grade character. Honestly, there wasn't much left to improve. When she reaches level 7 later, I could just help her complete a high difficulty quest to evolve swordsmanship expert into master of the blade. After that, she'd truly take off. Totally broken. As I let out a faint chuckle, Baek Soren continued her sword dance. She was still bold and aggressive. But unlike before, there was restraint now. Instead of recklessly throwing herself into the fray, she attacked and retreated wisely. On top of that, she could use Mar's swordsmanship to unleash a ferocious sword aura. What more needed to be said? Baek Soren sheathed her sword with a deep sigh. This is incredible. Now I understand why you never taught me any sword techniques separately. I've been planning to teach you this swordsmanship ever since I took you on as my disciple. From what I know, it's one of the top 5 sword techniques in the world. Top 5? How does it compare to the Black Tiger's invincible swordsmanship? It's the most famous sword technique in Korea. But to be blunt, while it might be top tier among SSR grade martial arts, it doesn't hold a candle to the big 3 sword arts. Far superior. The Black Tiger's invincible swordsmanship is certainly an excellent technique, but it's no match for Mar's swordsmanship. Mar's swordsmanship. So this is called Mar's swordsmanship. It's not named after a god for no reason. No matter how impressive a human's swordsmanship is, it will always be beneath that of a god. Mar's swordsmanship, Nephilim sword, and Kalaratri, all of the big 3 sword arts originated from gods who still exist in Arcane Seoul. Baek Soren's face flushed as she gripped her sword tightly. Thank you so much. I don't even know how I'll repay this. Is this what you wanted from me? That's right. I didn't bother to dodge the question. I have no interest in pretending to be a saint. If I want something, I say it outright. You know how it works, give and take. Since I gave something to Baek Soren, I have every right to demand something in return. I told you before, didn't I? After you reached level 5, I'd collect my payment. That time is now. That's fair. If I said I wanted nothing, it would have been a lie. I'm not a philanthropist or your father. From the beginning, I accepted you as my disciple because there was something I wanted. Teacher. But still, you're my teacher, and I'm your disciple, right? Of course. Once a disciple, always a disciple until death. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. What, did you think I'd cut ties after teaching you this swordsmanship? Not exactly, but you do seem to find me a bit of a bother. I find not just you, but everyone in this world bothersome. Ahahaha. Baek Soren burst into laughter. It was the truth. In my previous world, I'd been betrayed so many times that I consciously and unconsciously kept people at arm's length. It seemed Baek Soren had picked up on that. After laughing for a while, Baek Soren wiped the smile off her face and spoke seriously. I'll teach you. Thank you. I'll make sure to learn diligently. Of course, I should teach you. You've completely changed my life, teacher. Without you, I'd probably still be in the superhuman union. Enduring abuse from those awful senior members. Calling them seniors is too generous. Those women were nothing but trash. Oh, by the way, do you remember Lee Jae-yeol? The guy who picked a fight with you. I remember. I ran into him last week at the superhuman tower. You should have seen his face when he saw me. His eyes went completely wide with shock. Ha ha ha. I can imagine. He still seems to hold a grudge against you, so be careful. What's he going to do? He's just a measly level 4. Even if he bears a grudge, what can he accomplish? The only reason he inherited Seongchan's security is that his father and older brother suddenly died in a chain of freak accidents. But even so, it's still just Seongchan's security. He's nothing compared to me. True. How could someone like the great Black Tiger Swordmaster even be mentioned in the same breath as the head of a mere security company? Are you mocking me? Ahahaha. The tension between us, which could have grown awkward, was instead lightened by a playful joke. After a brief bout of laughter, Baek Soren turned serious, raising the holy sword. Teacher. Shall we begin? Teaching you this properly will take at least a few years. That was true. In the game, it was nearly impossible to inherit a top-tier trait like Mar's swordsmanship through a simple teacher-disciple relationship. Let's do it. But there's always a way. Equipping the training trait, I prepared to cross swords with Baek Soren. Mars swordsmanship doesn't have any set movements. Baek-sorin spoke softly and carefully. Well, it might be hard to believe, but it's all just a few principles and guidelines. I know, I've heard about Mars swordsmanship before. If I were to explain Mars swordsmanship in martial arts terms, it would be called a wild beast sword style or a practical combat style. There are no set techniques. Instead, there's only intent, pure sword intent. It's as if the practical experience of gladiators from the Colosseum has been compressed and injected into it. That's the true essence of Mars swordsmanship. The only way to teach this is through sparring. That makes sense. That's what I've heard as well. Be careful. I'm not the same person I used to be. Don't hold back. Come at me. Underestimating Baek-sorin after she awakened Mars swordsmanship? That would be an absolute mistake one only a suicidal fool would make. Baek-sorin pointed the holy sword at me. The worried look in her eyes had completely vanished. All that remained was the heavenly killing star, a lioness hungry for blood and craving battle. Heya! Her war cry rang loudly through the training room. In the blink of an eye, Baek-sorin closed the gap between us. Even though I equipped her with the rampaging train trait, her sheer speed was stunning. In the time it took to blink, her sword aura was already slicing toward me. The blazing sword energy crackled like a bolt of lightning. It was the perfect angle for a shield block. But I suppressed the urge to deploy Aegis. To inherit Mars swordsmanship, I had to rely solely on my sword. Using Aegis, Mjolnir, or the Dasan rifle was out of the question. I carefully raised the Black Tiger sword and parried the holy sword. Swordsmanship expert, Mana Soul, close combat mastery. Bright eyes, sixth sense, training. This was my current trait setup. It leaned heavily into the senses, turning me into a pure martial artist. This was the optimal condition to inherit Mars swordsmanship. Even so, it would likely take months. Even factoring in Warrior Kim's blank slate physique and the training trait, it wasn't a quick process. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing echoed dozens of times. Baek-sorin's eyes gleamed fiercely. She charged at me recklessly, over and over again. Her gaze wasn't one of a student looking at a teacher. It was as if she were staring down a mortal enemy. She thrust, slashed, struck down, parried, swung, and slashed again with the holy sword. And she didn't stop there. Light kicks and punches were a given. She rammed me with her shoulder, threw her body weight into me, slammed me with her elbow, kneed me in the ribs, and even headbutted me without hesitation. Thud, smack. I didn't just sit there and take it. Using close combat mastery, I returned the blows to Baek-sorin. Soon enough, both of us were covered in blood. Our bodies were bruised all over, and something was broken in both of us. Huff, huff, huff. Phew, huff. As time passed, the gap between us became apparent. Our breathing. While I calmly regained my breath, Baek-sorin was panting heavily, as if she would collapse at any moment. My body's superior. Even at the same level, an SSR grade character's overall stats are far higher than those of an N grade character. However, because I had taken a reconstruction elixir that used 4 mutated mana cores, my physical abilities far surpassed those of SSR grade Baek-sorin. Even without using trait swaps, I had this much of an advantage. Baek-sorin, now gasping for air, collapsed onto the floor in a spread eagle position. I give up? Ugh, this is exhausting. Let's take a short break before continuing. Drink a potion. What about you? I'm fine. Leaning against the wall, I took a brief rest. With the undying trait equipped, my broken arm healed quickly, and the bruises on my body faded away at an equally rapid pace. Baek-sorin drank her potion, staring at me as if I were some kind of monster. Teacher, are you really human? Are you sure you're not some kind of troll reinforced? I'm just a bit strong, that's all. He. Still, this was the first time we've had a proper fight. Was I holding back? Of course. Swordsmanship is your weakest skill, isn't it? What era was she living in? That might have been true back when I didn't have swordsmanship expert or other swordsmanship traits. But now, I had mastered the sword. Not to mention, I was strongest when mixing Mjolnir, Aegis, and the Dasan rifle with seamless trait swaps. You've rested enough. Let's start again. Wait, I'm not ready yet. I need more rest. You're level 5 and have Mars swordsmanship. This much is sufficient. Oh, I forgot to mention Mars swordsmanship isn't just a combat technique, it's also a mana cultivation method. Try using Mars swordsmanship to recover while you rest. What? How? I have no idea. Baek-sorin pursed her lips, lost in thought. Then, she began to move. Her sword dance unfolded, not graceful or elegant but fierce and wild like a frenzied warrior's dance. Swoosh. Mana began to gather. A whirlwind of sword energy swept through the room. Particles of light streamed around Baek-sorin like rainfall. Through my bright eyes, I could see the potion's effects taking hold far faster, rapidly restoring her mana and stamina. I smacked my lips, watching the scene unfold. Absolutely broken. As I've said before, the big 3 sword arts are both martial arts and mana cultivation techniques at novel bin at. They replenish mana and stamina during battle. Earlier, Baek-sorin hadn't realized this, which is why her mana and stamina had depleted so quickly. But going forward, that would change. I'm coming. Boom! She charged at me again. Unfortunately, Baek-sorin hadn't yet managed to fully utilize the effects of Mars swordsmanship. All she could draw upon was its explosive attack power and reckless aggression. That alone was impressive, but she wasn't able to tap into the near-infinite stamina and mana the technique offered in the game. Even as I focused on the sparring session, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. It's because of her low level. To fully utilize a supreme martial art, one must be at least level 7. Baeksorin was still level 5. While she could use Mars swordsmanship, she couldn't unlock its full potential. It couldn't be helped. At least the transmission process was working, so I had to take solace in that. Huff, huff, huff. Baeksorin collapsed again, completely drained. I sheathed the black tiger sword at my waist. Hungry? Let's eat before continuing. Food. I'll make something special, so look forward to it. You're cooking yourself? I'm so excited. With my cooking trait, I decided to show off my skills for the first time in a while. I prepared medicinal cuisine, a type of food well known in the game for its doping effects. It greatly boosted stamina and mana recovery. While I didn't have the medicinal cuisine trait, I could replicate the recipe perfectly. This is delicious. Teacher, you're amazing at cooking. You could open a restaurant. It's even better than the dishes our chef makes. Baeksorin wasn't the only one eating enthusiastically. Janet and Kali practically devoured the food with their eyes lit up. Days passed in a similar pattern. I would spar as soon as the day began, feed Baeksorin medicinal dishes when she collapsed from exhaustion, spar again, and when she got tired again, I'd give her an expensive healing potion. At first, she loved the medicinal dishes, reacting with great enthusiasm. But eventually, even the best meals had their limits. After eating the same food for several days straight, Baeksorin started whining. Teacher, isn't there anything else to eat? Can't I have some ramen? I swear I'm going to die. No ramen until the training is over. Ugh, when will it end? Just stick it out for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Fine. But where are Janet and Kali? They said they went off to hunt in a forbidden zone or something. Those traitors. Clearly, they had escaped to avoid eating medicinal cuisine. Even the tastiest food becomes tiresome when eaten every day for a week. And when it's healthy, non-spicy medicinal cuisine with no added salt or chili powder, it gets even worse. In the end, Baeksorin was the only one stuck eating medicinal dishes. What about me? I ate regular meals, including rice platters and ramen. With mighty body and undying, I didn't need doping. 2 weeks passed like this. I sat Baeksorin down and pulled out a magic pouch. When I turned the pouch upside down and shook it, dozens of diamonds spilled out. Baeksorin swallowed nervously as she stared at the pile of diamonds. Teacher, what's that for? To replicate Mars swordsmanship. You've got your own life to live. You can't spend months or years training here with me. Hehe, I don't mind, though. Really. Hehehe. Instead of answering, Baeksorin giggled and grinned. Her expression betrayed her restlessness. Keeping a heavenly killing star confined in a basement training room for 2 weeks, it must have been unbearable. If not for her sense of gratitude, she would have bolted long ago. With enough diamonds, we can shorten the time needed for transmission. Mars swordsmanship is no exception. That's such a relief. I thought it was going to take years. How could we stick together for years? Save that kind of thing for when you're teaching your own disciple someday. The reason I hadn't used diamonds earlier was simple. The seed of Mars swordsmanship hadn't yet been created within me. In game terms, the progress bar hadn't even appeared. You need at least 0% progress before you can use diamonds. Thankfully, after the last sparring session, the conditions had been met. This took forever. Even with the training trait equipped 24/7, it still took this long. If it had been any other character besides Warrior Kim, it would have taken 2 months instead of 2 weeks. Let's begin. Focus on Mars swordsmanship. And that's all you need to do. I'll handle the rest. Yes, teacher. Baeksorin began swinging her sword. There was no meditation involved. Mars swordsmanship was a purely dynamic martial art and mana cultivation technique. When she performed the warrior's dance, she was able to focus completely. I used bright eyes to examine Baeksorin. After confirming her total immersion, I grabbed the diamonds in both hands. I pushed them forward gently, imagining myself pressing them into place as if I were enchanting a magical artifact. As soon as my mana wavelength was transmitted, the diamonds dissolved into the air. To be more precise, they dissolved into Baeksorin. Her mana wavelength absorbed them. They flowed toward the mana circuit where her mana was originating. Flash! A burst of light. Her mana circuit emitted a blinding radiance. As the diamonds dissolved, they etched a new mana circuit into the void. The mana circuit of Mars swordsmanship. Mars swordsmanship itself. I watched the mana circuit intently, feeling nervous. According to my calculations, I had just enough diamonds. But you never know. Mars swordsmanship is such a powerful technique that it might require more than expected. That would be a problem. I didn't have any extra diamonds to spare. Rumble. Thankfully, it wasn't insufficient. The mana circuit was perfectly formed. It compressed and materialized, taking the shape of a jewel. A diamond. It was as solid as steel and as steadfast as an aged warrior. I reached out. The trait jewel wrapped around my hand as if it had been waiting for me. It resonated with the seed of the trait within me, forcing it to sprout and grow. Gah! The mana circuit was engraved. The sensation was entirely different from when I had acquired previous traits. It felt similar to when I combined high-tier traits, only much worse. It was excruciating, like branding my veins and nerves with a heated iron. Like hammering jagged nails into every inch of my body. In the game, when characters used diamonds to accelerate the transmission process, they often collapsed from exhaustion afterward. Now I knew why. I doubled over, my body contorted like a shrimp, and coughed up blood. Then, I heard whispers. A god's voice. Kill. Dismember the flesh. Sever the bones. Rupture the heart. Cut the throat. Devour the flesh. Drink the blood. Kill them all. The world turned crimson. Baeksoren's sword dance filled me with hatred. I wanted to charge at her and snap her neck. To sever her arms, slice her legs, and stab a hole through her stomach? So this is the heavenly killing star. It only lasted a brief moment. There was no need to equip Indomitable or use resolve or purification. It was just an echo, a residual sensation accompanying Mars swordsmanship. But in that brief moment, I understood the madness Baeksoren constantly suffered as the heavenly killing star. I also understood why, without Indomitable, she could never fully ascend to SSR grade status and would remain an SR grade heavenly killing star. Phew. Mars swordsmanship had successfully taken root. Power surged through me. My senses had sharpened. The world looked completely different. Even though I deliberately unequipped all my other traits aside from Mars swordsmanship, I could clearly perceive every weakness in Baeksoren's wild movements. This is incredible. I couldn't suppress the excitement welling up inside me. My body brimmed with joy. Gripping the black tiger sword tightly, I charged at Baeksoren. Giant's strength, mighty body, undying. Mars swordsmanship, close combat mastery, grand assault. This was the Mars swordsmanship-oriented build I had planned from the start. Baeksoren reacted immediately. She swung her sword to meet my charge. Her instincts guided her blade, deflecting the black tiger sword and striking toward me like a serpent. A deadly strike aimed straight for my chest. Before I could even think, my body reacted on its own. The black tiger sword, along with the mana circuit, roared like a wild beast. The black tiger sword twisted in an arc, deflecting her holy sword. Then, it lashed out violently, targeting Baeksoren's neck. Baeksoren didn't falter. She lunged at me, refusing to back down. In turn, I leaped into the air and launched myself toward her. Our swords clashed repeatedly, sparks flying with every collision. Our bodies slammed against each other, producing dull thuds. The intensity of the battle was unlike anything before. Mars swordsmanship versus Mars swordsmanship. Our duel was savage, relentless, and blood-soaked. And I mean that literally. Blood sprayed everywhere, as if it were raining red. Both Baeksoren and I were once again covered in blood. The pace was faster than anything we'd done so far. And the bleeding, it was incomparable. See, congratulations. Baeksoren gasped, struggling to stay upright. Her face was pale, her lips bloodless. She'd endured so much. No matter how incredible a heavenly killing star she was, there was no way she could overcome a Mars swordsmanship build based on a trinity of synergy. Thank you. It's all thanks to you? Is it over now? Yes. It's completely over. Yahoo, I'm going to go eat some ramen. She wanted ramen that badly? Without even drinking a healing potion, Baeksoren bolted out of the room. Soon, the fragrant aroma of spicy ramen wafted from the small kitchen. It made my mouth water. Teacher, you're going to eat some too, right? If you offer me some, I won't say no. As I ate the ramen, I thought to myself, I need to hit level 6 soon. And one more thing. I also needed a top-tier mana cultivation technique. Even though Mars swordsmanship is technically a mana cultivation method, I couldn't rely solely on it. Its inherent mana attributes weren't compatible with the Nephilim sword or Kalaratri. I had to refine my mana attributes with a cultivation method I'd already planned out, so I could seamlessly switch between the big 3 sword arts during combat. Should I drink nectar? Not yet. My instincts whispered that my body and mana circuits weren't ready. I was just one step away. One tiny step. A bit more activity and experience, and I'd reach it. The Terror Alliance has already been annihilated. Unlike in the game, the Terror Alliance didn't put up much of a fight in this world. They were crushed by a combined operation involving the National Military, the Eastern Army, and the Western Army. Their leader, Massacre Empress, along with a few key members, had managed to escape. But it seemed unlikely they'd be able to rebuild the organization. Still, remnants of the group lingered. The government was currently working with the Superhuman Union and other superhuman organizations to hunt them down. Maybe I'll go after them. That seemed like the best option. It was better than staying cooped up at home doing self-training. But I couldn't just head out without any information. After some thought, I made a call. To someone who was perfect for situations like this. Black Tiger Sword Master. Manager Choi's cheerful voice came through the smartphone. He sounded thrilled. You called at just the right time? There are a few requests that specifically named you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Do you have any recommendations? Of course. 2 of them are particularly interesting. I think they might be worth your time. What are they? One's from the Hunter Association, and the other's from Monster Village. From what I've gathered, it seems the 2 groups are fighting each other. They're fighting each other? What in the world is going on? Please explain in detail. What exactly is going on? You said a fight broke out. You're aware that the Terror Alliance collapsed, right? I saw it on the news. Its official name was the Rights Alliance. These days, everyone just calls it the Terror Alliance. That was true even in the game. When the Terror Alliance fell, its remnants scattered everywhere. Some hid in Seoul, some fled north to North Korea or abroad, and some ran off to the Tibike mountain range. So, yes. Some of them escaped to the Monster Village. The monster village is protecting them, and the Eastern Army or National Defense Forces seem too preoccupied with clearing areas around Seoul to deal with it. They outsourced the task to a superhuman organization, and it seems the Hunters Association took responsibility for the Tibike mountain range. It was a rational decision. The hunters often operated in Cheonma State and Paju State and made frequent expeditions to the Tibike mountain range. Naturally, they clashed with the monster village in the process. They occasionally mistook mutants for monsters and hunted them down. The monster village is harboring terrorists? Why? Apparently, one of the terrorists was a mutant. Adat novel bin adat. That made sense. The monster village, which blindly accepted any mutants as their own kind. To them, whether it was a terrorist or not, they were family. The Hunters Association, however, would strongly oppose such a stance. From their perspective, the terrorists were criminals and needed to be captured at all costs. Conflict was inevitable. Did you receive any contact from Black Tiger? Both the association and the monster village have reportedly tried reaching out to you several times. I put my phone on silent mode and locked it in a safe during training. Ha ha ha. You've been completely immersed in your closed-door training. That's the only way to be efficient. So much had happened while I was training. The rewards were reasonable enough. The Hunters Association offered decent magical equipment. The monster village offered mutant mana cores of a type I could personally choose. Plus, tens of billions of won in cash. So, I've risen this high already. I thought to myself, although it also left me conflicted. Am I going to get nothing but backlash for stepping into this mess? Choosing to side with either faction would inevitably lead to criticism. In this case, however, I had no choice but to support the Hunters Association. It wasn't just about siding with them, it was practically fulfilling a request from the Korean government on their behalf. And there was also my connection with the Legion commander. Manager Choi spoke with an excited, hopeful tone. So, will you accept the request? Both the Hunters Association and the Monster Village are desperately hoping you, Black Tiger Swordmaster, will mediate for them. Sigh. There's no way around this. Even from my perspective, there's no one else fit to take on this request but me. Fine, I'll accept the request. You've made the right decision? I'll inform them immediately. Do I head straight to the Monster Village? I'll get back to you after I've made the arrangements. I left all the details, including the specific rewards, to Manager Choi. Normally, a case like this would require a meeting at the association's headquarters, but due to the urgency, they decided to meet directly in front of the Monster Village. Apparently, the Hunters Association had already set up a camp at the edge of the Tibike mountain range. I immediately took off in my Red Cougar. It didn't even take 30 minutes to arrive. The camp looked like a military base, complete with trenches, barbed wire, and machine gun emplacements. As I landed in front of the camp, the person in charge came running out in a hurry. Director Kim, no, Black Tiger Swordmaster? It's been so long. Have you been well? I recognized the face. What was his title again? A manager, I think. I had met him when I first joined the Hunters Association. He was one of Director Kang's close aides. Ah, right. It was Manager Park. It's been a while. You're Manager Park, right? I think the last time we met was when we were hunting down that vampire. Ha ha ha, you remember? Yes, that's me, but I'm no longer a manager. I'm a director now. A director? Congratulations. You've been promoted. Ha ha ha. Director Park laughed awkwardly. Frankly, he lacked the skills to be promoted to director. The only reason he became one was probably because he stood by the current association president when he rose to power. Director Park led me inside. Hunters were already gathering in droves. Dozens, no, hundreds of them, all looking at me with admiration, respect, and envy in their eyes. You wouldn't believe how much everyone's been waiting for you. Some members couldn't even believe that Black Tiger Swordmaster was part of our association. Surely not? Well, it's because your appointment wasn't publicized. A formal ceremony would have been nice. I'm not a fan of such things. Ha ha ha. Of course, of course. That's why the president didn't push it either. When is the president arriving? He'll be here shortly. He said he was flying over in a hovercar. Then he'd be here soon. We entered a large tent. After being served a cup of coffee, we didn't have to wait long before the tent flap fluttered open, and a familiar face walked in. A round, chubby face. A shiny, bald head with even less hair than before. He was now closer to the image I remembered. Once Director Kong, now the president of the association, his face lit up when he saw me. Oh my, look who it is. The pride of our association, our greatest asset? The savior of Seoul, Black Tiger Swordmaster, Director Kim himself. He seemed to be in a great mood. Clearly, he assumed that my visit to their camp meant I'd side with them. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to happen. If I antagonized the Monster Village, where else was I supposed to source the materials for the level 6 reconstitution elixir? It's been a while. You're looking better than ever. All thanks to healing potions and holy water. These days, the stress is unbearable. Just look at my forehead. Your personality seems to shine even brighter. Ha ha ha, thanks for saying so. Oh, I'm truly relieved that you came, Director Kim. I heard you've been in seclusion. Yes, I was learning a new sword technique. A new sword technique. The association president brushed his hand near my waist, where my weapons were strapped. His hand lingered particularly on the Black Tiger sword, more so than on Mjolnir or the Dasen gun. Was he thinking I might have been learning Black Tiger's invincible swordsmanship? He quickly adopted a serious expression and sat across from me. You've heard the general story from Manager Choi, haven't you? Yes, that the monster village is protecting terrorists. Exactly. If it were just some low-level grunt, we might have been able to turn a blind eye, but this isn't the case. It's a senior member. You're aware that the Terror Alliance was composed of 12 organizations, correct? I know. Well, this person was the deputy leader of one of those organizations. That's a big deal. No wonder the Hunters Association was so desperate to pursue them. What's their level? A deputy leader, so they're not level 7, but level 6. Yes, that's the only reason we could even attempt to deal with them. If they were level 7, it would have been impossible. We'd be the ones getting wiped out. That makes sense. Anyway, we managed to hit them with a poisoned arrow and a sealing bullet and almost had them, but the bastard escaped to the monster village. Now, thanks to them, we're left chasing our tails. Have you spoken with the monster village? We tried, but they're adamant. Even if the Legion commander himself showed up instead of me, they said they wouldn't hand over their kin. What a headache. The monster village going into full kin protection mode is one of the hardest things to deal with. They'll just keep repeating the same line over and over, with their ears closed and eyes shut, making persuasion near impossible. The association president looked at me with hopeful eyes. Black Tiger Sword Master, I heard you have connections with the monster village. We really hope this matter can be resolved amicably. We clash with the monster village often, and if this issue ties us up, it'll be a pain in the neck for a long time. I'll do my best. By the way, what kind of terrorist is this fugitive? Do you have any information? Ah, here. The president signaled with his eyes, and a secretary waiting nearby handed over a tablet PC. A cruel-looking face filled the screen. It didn't even look human. Its eyes bulged out like a frog's, its skin was covered in scales, and its nose was reduced to mere traces, while its snout jutted out unnaturally. It was impossible to call this creature human. SR Chameleon. I searched my memory. Charmeleon was a mutant, not a reinforced. The difference between a bio-enhanced reinforced and a mutant was simple. One was innate, while the other was acquired later. There was no mention of that in the character description. It wasn't a recruitable character, so I didn't know the details. Charmeleon was one of the random bosses that would appear while exploring the dungeon of the Terror Organization's headquarters. If it had been a recruitable character, complete with its own quest line, I would have known its backstory in detail. Even though I hadn't personally experienced it, streamers had shown everything. A mutant. Apparently. That's probably why the monster village is reacting this way. If someone pretended to be a mutant in the monster village, they'd end up dead from a punch by Grizzly Bear, no question about it. Grizzly Bear isn't some pushover. Alright, I'll go talk to them myself. Would you like to come along, President? Well, they tend to have violent reactions whenever they see me. Got it. I'll go alone, then. I boarded the Red Cougar and took off. Normally, if a flying car approached the monster village, they'd shoot it down immediately. But Manager Choi said he'd take care of it in advance, so I trusted him and flew toward it. Sure enough, instead of anti-air missiles, a mutant wearing a magic cloak appeared in front of me and stopped me in midair. Someone I recognized. It's been a while, Black Tiger Sword Master. It has indeed. Their face was hidden beneath a gas mask, making it unrecognizable. Their body was covered in loose, baggy clothing. There was only one way to identify them: those skeletal hands peeking out here and there. It was Skeleton Snake. You came because of them, didn't you? Yes. I heard you're sheltering a terrorist. Sorry, but I can't hand them over. Turns out they're one of us. They lived a hard life among humans, and now that they've found us, can we really turn our backs on them? Even if the entire village were wiped out, we wouldn't abandon our kin. This is why I didn't want to get involved. I shrugged my shoulders slightly. I'm not planning to force anything. I just want to have a conversation. Can I come in now? Hold on a bit. We're adjusting the barrier. If you fly in right now, the automatic missiles will fire. Your defenses are impressive. Too many people are after us. If it weren't you, Black Tiger Sword Master, we'd have turned you away immediately. It took quite a bit of time. A blue circle appeared in the air, and I passed through it to enter. What unfolded before me was the same scene as before. A picturesque village of treehouses surrounded by blooming flowers. Something's different, though. Chimneys had been installed on every house. White smoke rose lazily from them, carrying a faint magical scent. Just as I'd taught them, they were using level 0 mana core powder for cooking. From afar, the spicy, salty, and sweet smells wafted in, making my mouth water involuntarily. Thank you. For what? For everything. You're being awfully sentimental. I slowly steered the Red Cougar down into the monster village. Mutants hopped and bounded toward me to greet me. It's a human. A human? The sugar human is here. No, it's the salt human. Message human. What in the world is message human now? Suppressing a small laugh, I parked the Red Cougar in a corner. The moment I stepped out, the mutants swarmed me. They hugged me, licked me, patted my back, sent waves of mana rippling through the air, and even lit fireworks pure chaos. It's been so long. Way too long. You should have come earlier. We missed you. The ice cream was amazing. So was the army stew. The chicken, too. And the beer. Why did you take so long to come back? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It didn't matter if they were male, female, young, or old. Giant mutants 5 meters tall, dwarves barely reaching my knees, amorphous blob-like ones resembling slimes, plant types, beastmen, insectoids, mermen, all of them expressed their joy with overwhelming enthusiasm. If this kept up, I'd be dragged off and forced to drink with them for 3 straight days and nights. Sensing the risk, Skeleton Snake pulled off her gas mask. Under the sunlight, her terrifying face, a bare skull with glowing mana in the sockets where her eyes used to be, was revealed. Clear out. Her voice was like a lion's roar laced with frost. No, it was more like the wail of the dead. The excitement in the air immediately evaporated. The mutants started glancing around awkwardly before quietly retreating. Ah, right. I left the gas stove on. Oh dear, I need to feed the cats. Granny Skeleton Snake sure has a temper. Skeleton Snake pressed her gas mask back onto her face. With the mutants parting like the Red Sea before her, she strode forward confidently. Eventually, we arrived at Grizzly Bear's house. The interior, which used to be stark and barren, had undergone a dramatic transformation. The first thing that caught my eye was a massive kitchen and an equally enormous refrigerator. In the past, Grizzly Bear only consumed herbal medicine. Now, it seemed he'd fully awakened to the joys of gourmet food and cooking. Grizzly Bear spread his arms wide to greet me. Black Tiger Swordmaster? It's truly been ages. It hasn't been that long, has it? It's only been a few months. Only a few months? That's forever? Anyway, you've gotten even stronger. Didn't you come here last time saying you were about to hit level 5? Now you look like you're almost at the end of level 5. Yes, I'll probably need to impose on you again soon. Ha ha ha, anytime? For our Black Tiger Swordmaster, I'd even tear out my own heart. Now, let's not go that far. A visible wave of relief washed over him. He had gauged my stance and seemed to conclude that I wasn't here to forcefully impose anything on him. It was time to get down to business. We can catch up later. First, I'd like to meet Charmeleon. Are we really doing this, between us? Business is business. I may be a friend to Hope Village, but I'm also an honorary director of the Hunters Association. Ugh, I'm not here to settle things today. Let's just talk, for now. Let's see if we can find a solution that works for everyone. Fine, I'll trust you on this. How on earth was I supposed to handle this? A solution that works for everyone? Is that even possible? Soon enough, Charmeleon was brought in. A normal build, but an unmistakably alien face. If you stuck a chameleon's head on a human body, this is exactly what it would look like. The moment I saw him, I realized something. You've got to be kidding me. Let me make a correction. Grizzly Bear wasn't just a pushover. He was the king of pushovers. A walking definition of gullibility. What should I do? I accelerated my thoughts. Charmeleon entered the house, our eyes met, and I rose to greet him politely, all the while my brain was working at full speed, sparking with ideas. Hello, I heard you called for me. The method was simple. I just had to reveal that Charmeleon wasn't actually a mutant and that he had deceived Grizzly Bear and the mutants of the monster village. The problem lay in the specifics of how to do it. Words alone wouldn't work. Mutants don't believe anything until they see it with their own eyes. Even in the game, you had to go through tremendous effort to prove it. But there's no time for that. At novel bin at. I made my decision. Pretending to exchange pleasantries and maintaining a facade of respect, I subtly switched my traits. Giant's Strength. Mana Soul. Sigurd Cultivation Technique. Grand Assault. Close Combat Mastery. Subjugation. Thud. I immediately lunged at Charmeleon. The distance was a mere 2 meters. Close enough that I could reach him with just an outstretched hand. Huh. Charmeleon gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Grizzly Bear roared in fury. Gasp. Skeleton Snake reached out her hand. Too late, all 3 of them. Before they could react, I had already pounced on Charmeleon like a lightning bolt. Crash! We tumbled to the ground as a single mass. Gah! Charmeleon screamed in pain as we collided with a solid wooden dining table, smashing it into pieces. The impact struck his entire body, leaving him howling. Pinning Charmeleon down, I wrapped my thick right arm around his neck and squeezed with all my strength. His face turned blue almost immediately as he struggled violently, but it was futile. He'd already been subdued. Charmeleon was level 6, a tier higher than me. But that didn't matter. He had been caught completely off guard and ambushed. Besides, Charmeleon, true to his name, was skilled in transformation and stealth, not direct combat. Grizzly Bear stood up, his face red with rage. What do you think you're doing? How dare you attack one of our own in front of me? No matter how much of a benefactor you are to our village, do you think I'll let this slide? In contrast, Skeleton Snake remained calm, her expression composed. Chief, why don't we listen to Black Tiger Swordmaster first? He's not the kind of person who would attack one of us without reason. Whose side are you on? I don't care how much you love ice cream, you think we should trust a human. Not a human. Black Tiger Swordmaster's intelligence. He's not an idiot. I trust that he understands what it means to attack one of our own in our village, especially in front of the chief. Isn't that right, Black Tiger Swordmaster? I nodded firmly. Of course. Allow me to explain. For mutants, showing is always more effective than telling. While keeping Charmeleon restrained with my right arm, I used my left hand to rip his clothes apart. To be precise, only his upper garments. As expected, his reptilian, scaly torso was revealed. Grizzly Bear narrowed his eyes. Why are you stripping him? Are you some kind of pervert? Skeleton Snake, on the other hand, remained as stoic as ever, her gaze fixed on me as if she couldn't understand what I was doing. Their reactions left me bewildered. What's wrong with them? Can't they see it? Don't you see? See what? What exactly are we supposed to notice? Even when it was laid out so blatantly, they still didn't get it. I glanced down at the back of Charmeleon's head. Thanks to the bright eyes trait I had switched in, something caught my attention, something no ordinary person would notice. A navel. Now, let's think about this. Do mutants have navels or not? The answer depends on the type of mutant. Mammalian mutants, like grizzly bear, or demon-type mutants, like yacha, or demonized beings, do have navels. They are gestated in a womb, mature, and are born that way. However, plant types, bird types, and reptilian types like Charmeleon do not. They develop inside eggs for 3 months, drawing in mana to mature, and then awaken by hatching from the egg. Therefore, Charmeleon shouldn't have a navel. But he does. A navel pierced with a mana core earring, emitting waves of sensory distortion mana. The problem is that neither grizzly bear nor skeleton snake noticed the navel. This can't be explained by simple sensory distortion mana waves. There's only one possibility. In the terror organization quests, you sometimes encounter Monster League terrorists as random spawns. When you capture them, they occasionally drop treasure maps. If you follow the maps to the treasure vaults, you can find consumables like one in particular, Loki's Mockery, a target-specific transformation consumable. It doesn't work as a buff for the user but rather as a debuff for others. If this item was used on the monster village, it explains the current situation. If it wasn't something of this level, it wouldn't have been enough to fool Grizzly Bear. This guy got too complacent. He probably thought that equipping a sensory distortion mana core would suffice to trick them. He likely didn't expect me, a promising warrior, to possess perception and detection type traits like Bright Eyes or Sixth Sense. He might have considered the possibility of Bright Eyes, but not this level of scrutiny. Ugh, let me go, let go. Nope. Chief, save me, please. You just wait right there. Grizzly Bear stretched out his arm. An arm thicker than most people's height, more like a tree trunk than a predator's limb. I clicked my tongue and spoke curtly. Just stay quiet. Chief, you don't even have the right to speak right now. What? If you can't realize that you've been duped, then just stand there and watch. You were fooled, plain and simple. What did you just say? I ignored him. Whether Grizzly Bear started breathing fire or not, I focused on my work. Purification. It's a trait I hadn't used in a while, included in the Vajra body configuration. Purification isn't limited to myself, it can be used on others too. I cast Purification on Charmeleon repeatedly. Mana waves surged around him in rapid succession, engulfing his body. Perhaps he sensed something was happening, as he twisted his neck and began screaming in desperation. Please spare me. He's trying to kill me. Stop this at once. Grizzly Bear roared in fury. You can see what I'm doing. Why don't you stay put and watch quietly? Grizzly Bear, who looked like he was about to explode, suddenly froze. His massive paws trembled slightly as he observed the mana waves I was emitting. Even without perception or detection traits, a level 7 being could still vaguely understand what was happening just by feeling the mana flow. Spare me. Charmeleon's voice began to weaken naturally. After all, Grizzly Bear was glaring at him as though ready to kill. Not at his face or eyes, but at his navel, the spot where the mana core piercing was embedded. How dare you? How dare you? Grizzly Bear's fury, once directed at me, shifted its focus. Now, it burned solely for Charmeleon, the imposter who had pretended to be a mutant, deceived the village, and endangered everyone. Grizzly Bear raised his arms high and let out a roar. How dare you deceive me? Whoosh! Crimson energy flared like a volcanic eruption. Gone were the gentle, cow-like eyes of Grizzly Bear. All that remained was a raging wild bear. A chill ran down my spine. The blazing red energy enveloping him, a manifestation of ultimate martial mastery at level 7, was crackling like a storm of lightning. Wait. Still pinning Charmeleon, I raised my left hand to stop him. You can't kill him. And why not? This bastard must have subordinates? If we kill him, we won't be able to catch the rest of them. A deputy leader wouldn't be traveling alone. Grizzly Bear gritted his teeth as he glared at Charmeleon. You rotten scum, you should be grateful. If it weren't for Black Tiger Sword Master, I would have torn you to pieces and fed you to the children. Skeleton Snake approached quietly. She snapped one of her fingers, then multiplied the fragment into a chain of bones, which she wrapped tightly around Charmeleon. It wasn't just physical restraint, it sealed his mana as well. Charmeleon, gasping and choking, glanced back at me. How did you know? Know what? My disguise was perfect. I used everything I had, my full abilities and even rare treasures passed down in the organization. Guess it wasn't enough to fool me. I knew the moment I saw you. Don't you know about a warrior's intuition? A warrior's intuition, damn it. Charmeleon spat out a string of expletives, too vulgar to repeat. Before he could say more, Skeleton Snake smacked him across the mouth. Shut up. Whack. The sound was sharp and satisfying. Charmeleon coughed up blood, along with several white teeth that clattered to the floor. Grizzly Bear grinned menacingly. Well done. Hit him one more time for me. Sure. Thud. This time, she struck the back of his head. Charmeleon slumped over, unconscious. You've done us a great favor again. This could have turned into a disaster. If it weren't for you, Black Tiger Sword Master, our entire village might have faced ruin. Grizzly Bear's voice had softened, his earlier rage dissipating. It's nothing. The truth would have come out eventually. No matter what that guy used, there's a limit to how long someone like you could be deceived, Chief. Even for a moment, it's still a problem. I was too naive. Like you said, I was a pushover. I should have thoroughly verified and tested him before letting him into the village, but I got blinded by the thought that he was one of our kin. Grizzly Bear looked genuinely remorseful. It had been a close call. This was a terrorist. What if he had set off a bomb inside the village? Not a regular bomb, but a special magical bomb that could trigger mutant berserk rampages. That would have been catastrophic. The entire monster village could have been turned into rubble. Who knows what that bastard might have planted in the village? Check the areas he's been in for bombs or traps. You're right. I didn't even think of that. Skeleton Snake, could you take a look around? Why is it always me? Because you're reliable. Fair enough. I'll go. Also, check the barrier. There might be his subordinates hiding nearby. I doubt that's the case, but fine. I'll look. Skeleton Snake dragged the unconscious chameleon out of the house. Not long after, a commotion erupted outside. What the hey, what are you doing, Skeleton Snake? Why are you tying up that poor guy? Let him go? Whatever mistake he made, let him go. Idiots! Open your eyes and look. Huh? Hey, a navel. He's not one of us. He's not? He's human. What? No way. It seemed Charmeleon's arrival had been a major topic of conversation throughout the monster village. Listening to the escalating chaos outside, I let out a bitter chuckle. Ugh. Grizzly Bear sighed deeply and collapsed into his seat. He clapped his hands loudly, causing the mana in the house to ripple. A door swung open, and to my surprise, humans entered the room. Humans? Chief, you called for us. Yeah, make me a big bowl of ramen. I need to calm my nerves. And that guest is. Oh, make another bowl for him too. As you can see, he's human. Make it human style, got it. Yes, Chief. The humans, dressed in white chef uniforms and wearing tall hats, bustled off to prepare food. I stared at them with a bewildered expression. They were chefs. Grizzly Bear chuckled. When you're stressed, eating is the best remedy. How about it? Care to join me? Haven't you missed a meal by now? Sounds good. I sat across from Grizzly Bear. With the table destroyed, we had to sit on the floor to eat. That seemed to suit Grizzly Bear just fine. He was clearly used to it. Given his massive size, he probably always lived like this. Having been born during the Japanese occupation, it made sense that Grizzly Bear was more accustomed to sitting on the floor. Slurp? Surprisingly, the ramen was delicious. It felt like a cross between Japanese-style ramen and Korean instant ramen. The handmade noodles were cooked to perfection, with a spicy broth and a generous amount of toppings. It gave the impression of dining at a trendy spot in Hongdae. As I quickly devoured my portion, barely tasting it as it disappeared down my throat, Grizzly Bear lifted an entire pot and drank the broth straight from it. Isn't it too salty? The saltier, the better? Human ramen is too bland. Anyway, I'm always grateful to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy anything like this. I didn't expect you to hire chefs. Haha. It's all the rage in our village these days. You noticed the chimneys, right? Of course. It looks like you're using firewood as well as gas. You can't mix monocore powder with a gas stove. But we installed city gas too. It's convenient for quick cooking. You installed city gas? Out here in the middle of nowhere. If you've got enough money, it's easy. The chef standing nearby chuckled awkwardly. Well, he wasn't wrong. With enough money, you could install city gas or anything else, no matter how remote the location. Even the chefs themselves must have been lured here with promises of high salaries and excellent benefits. Regardless, it was a positive change. The village, which once felt like a primitive, barbaric place, now had the atmosphere of a place where people actually lived. What do you plan to do with Charmeleon? We'll interrogate him and then hand him over. Whether they roast him, boil him, extract his mutation genes, or turn him into a berserk monocore, I don't care. That's rather cold of you. Humph. Why should I care if a human dies? Except for you, of course. You're our village's friend and benefactor. Grizzly Bear finished the last of the ramen broth in his pot. It'll probably take about a day. It's getting late, so why don't you stay the night? Are you sure? Of course. You have no idea how much the villagers have been waiting for you. Especially after what you did with Charmeleon, they'll be even happier to have you here. Who knows, someone might even propose to you. Well, about that. I'm joking. Honestly, do you think our village's women are the type to attract humans? But hey, if you find someone you like, I won't stop you. Grizzly Bear winked playfully. With his cow-like eyes sparkling mischievously, I couldn't figure out how to respond. I ended up chuckling despite myself. The night in the monster village was unforgettable. The mutants celebrated with more passion than any Nordic warriors I'd encountered, reveling in drink, song, and dance. Despite their fearsome appearances, their hearts were pure. For the first time in a while, I was able to set aside my worries and enjoy myself. But at dawn, as the joyful night gave way to the cold rays of the morning sun, the entire village lay in a peaceful slumber. That was when an explosion, no, a deafening blast shattered the tranquility. Terrorists. What? Terrorists? I snapped awake immediately. I sprang to my feet as if propelled by a spring. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr area. I quickly checked my mana circuits. Nothing seemed out of place. but the screams echoing from outside were far from normal. Ah. Gug, grrkkk. Save me, my body, my body. The worst case scenario had happened. A bomb capable of triggering rampant mana berserk in mutants. It had to be a mana rampage bomb. A curse escaped my lips. Damn it. What were Grizzly Bear and Skeleton Snake doing? No, if I was being fair, some of this was my fault as well. Instead of relaxing and enjoying the night, I should have been more vigilant. I shouldn't have left everything in the hands of the mutants, just because this was their village. Drink the holy water? Hurry. Get to the chief's house. Quickly. Chief? Activate the barrier? Now. I'm on it. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Compared to what we endured under the Japanese, this is nothing. We can overcome this. I dashed outside. Grizzly Bear stood in the center of the village. Thud. He dropped to his knees and bowed toward his house. The vibrations from his movements rippled through the earth. Immediately, Grizzly Bear's house and the other houses in the monster village began to glow like fireflies, radiating light. The light accumulated, forming walls and a ceiling, constructing a barrier. The energy emanating from it was cleansing in nature. The mutants, who had been writhing in agony, gradually regained their composure. We're saved. Chief, you did it. Thank you, Great Mother. It seemed the immediate danger had been averted. Some of the more severely affected mutants were being tended to by others, who were giving them holy water and using traits similar to purification. It didn't look like I needed to intervene there. That left one clear course of action for me. Bright eyes, sixth sense, insight, detection, X-ray vision, track. I focused my gaze and activated my traits. The bright eyes trait illuminated my vision in gold, allowing me to scan the entire monster village. The mana inside the village was still writhing threateningly, but outside, faint traces extended beyond the barrier. There. What I found were human traces, specifically, superhuman ones. Although the chefs were human, all of them were ordinary people. The only superhuman entering and leaving the village at this time could be a terrorist. Whoosh! I launched myself into the air. As I soared like a great bird, the mutants began murmuring in confusion. Huh? Where's he going? Hey, stop right there. Wait up. It seems some of them were suspicious of me. I chuckled and shouted back over my shoulder. Follow me, I've found the trail. Huh? What? No need for unnecessary misunderstandings. To make my point, I deliberately slammed the ground as I landed. The impact sent dirt flying like a landslide, leaving craters dozens of meters wide in my wake. Although it slowed me down a bit, it was worth it to get the message across. As I narrowed my eyes and focused on the trail ahead, a thought crossed my mind. Now that I think about it, where's Skeleton Snake? She had been absent the entire night. While she wasn't the type to lead the festivities, she wasn't the type to pass up an opportunity to enjoy the rare delicacies the village had to offer either. Born half-human, Skeleton Snake had gradually mutated fully into a mutant by adulthood. Among all the changes she underwent, regaining her sense of taste had brought her immense joy. Could it be? Did she get captured by the terrorists? Though she wasn't as strong as Grizzly Bear, she was still a level 6 mutant. Even in a village filled with level 6 mutants, she was among the stronger ones. No, wait. If she let her guard down, it was possible. After all, I had been lax myself and ended up watching the village get attacked. Level alone wasn't everything. Even with countless level 6 mutants here, carelessness could be their downfall. I can't rush in blindly either. I combed through my memories. Specifically, the consumables obtained from the Monster League's treasure maps. There were 3 particularly powerful consumables I remembered. I had even bought them at auctions from time to time with gold. Loki's Mockery, Set's Whisper, Britra's Desolation. What if someone used all 3 at once? Think about it. You walk into a room, and suddenly Beksorin and Kali Karat appear to welcome you. While you're distracted, they use Set's Whisper to apply increased damage and mental attack debuffs, then follow up with Britra's Desolation to drastically lower all your stats. If they attacked at that moment, even I might be in trouble. If my theory was correct and Skeleton Snake had indeed fallen to the terrorists, this was probably the process they used. I slowed my pace slightly and reached into my golf bag. I retrieved a vial of holy water that I had bought in bulk earlier. Since I might not have time to drink it, I also took out an auto-injector, the kind that could be used instantly with just a press. After filling the injector with holy water, I picked up my speed again. Huh? Wait for me. Is this the place? Yes, I see it too. There are human footprints. No way they could fool me. With those good eyes of yours, why didn't you notice earlier? I thought they were the chef's footprints. The trail led to a small cave. Even from the outside, I could sense a sinister energy spilling out. Just before entering, I hovered in the air, hesitating briefly. Should I wait a little longer? Should I enter with the mutants? At least 5 of them were trailing behind me. All of them were level 6 mutants. No matter how many terrorists were inside, they would make short work of them. But it's better if I go in alone. Too many people can complicate things. And there's no telling what cunning tricks the terrorists might have prepared. If they used a method similar to Loki's Mockery, manipulating me and the mutants into fighting each other, that would be the worst case scenario. It would be safer to handle this alone. Unless the Monster League's leader had somehow risen from the dead and come here personally, no one inside could stop me. And the leader had already been killed by the Eastern Army. There it is. I'll go in. Please wait outside. Huh. Why? You just want to have all the fun yourself. The terrorists might escape. We can't let them get away. They need to pay the price for daring to attack Hope Village. That's true. Agreed. Just leave it to us. If you go in and get hit by another rampage bomb, it'll be a disaster. A big one. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. The mutants quickly scattered. Whoosh, bang, some fired mana flares into the air. I could probably trust them to handle the perimeter. Surely, they wouldn't fail to capture any terrorists trying to flee. Hew up. I took a deep breath, filling my entire body with mana. Vajra body indomitable undying. Mana soul Sigurd cultivation technique mana armor. I equipped every debuff resistant trait I had. With this setup, I could even withstand curses from a level 6 or 7 dark priest. The only problem was that if my assumptions were correct, this set might still not be enough. Deploying Aegis, I grabbed Mjolnir and stepped into the cave. Inside the dark cave, the sound of dripping water echoed, tapping against my eardrums. The passage was narrow, just wide enough for a single person to squeeze through. Through bright eyes, I could tell that the walls weren't completely natural, they bore clear traces of artificial construction. Whoosh! A gust of wind passed through, sounding like a ghost's wail. The cave widened, funneling into a small plaza-like space. Though shrouded in darkness, I could see with clarity the fluorescent lights installed on the high ceiling and the wireless mana charging devices connected to them. Flosh! Suddenly, a bright light washed over me. Huh? Teacher. Baek Soren appeared before me. What brings you here, Black Tiger Sword Master? Then I saw Manager Choi, Black Tiger Sword Master. Even Kim Chul-kwan was there, looking at me with confusion. My vision wavered as if the world itself were twisting. Reality seemed to distort. Ah, right. I had called them. I'd asked Baek Soren, Manager Choi, and Kim Chul-kwan to come here to gain some experience and take care of a few tasks. Or had I? A hazy fatigue clouded my mind. A strange, floating sensation consumed me. And just as a foreign concept began forcing itself into my thoughts, I instinctively plunged the syringe in my left hand into my thigh. Thunk! The sickening sound of flesh being pierced. A fiery pain surged through me, but even then, I hadn't fully regained my senses. Hey, Soren, I called you to gain some experience. What snapped me out of it was the cold liquid spreading through my veins. The icy chill of holy water coursed through my body, awakening my mind. A lightning bolt seemed to strike inside my brain, and in that instant, the true form of the Baek Soren I had perceived slammed into my retina. It was a monster. A hairy beast. The figure of a woman resembling a bipedal wildcat, a reinforced mutant, was drooling as she crept closer to me. From behind, I heard a warning shout. Be careful, mockery didn't work on him. What? That's impossible? It's supposed to work on anyone below level 7. He's using holy water. He had it loaded in an auto-injector. Damn it, did he bring high-grade holy water? That stuff's expensive. Sorry to disappoint, but it was just low-grade holy water. I was short on cash after buying a house. But I had trait swaps. With the combination of traits included in Vajra Body Resolve, the ultimate debuff resistance, Undying, the pinnacle of recovery, and Mana Soul, which provides inherent resistances, the efficiency was equal to that of high-grade holy water. Swoosh! I didn't waste time talking. I immediately hurled Mjolnir. The storm of lightning it created made the wildcat woman flinch and leap to dodge. I tried to redirect its trajectory with my intent, but I failed. The superhuman who had shouted earlier had fired a rocket launcher, forcing me to redirect my focus. You insane bastard. A rocket launcher? In this confined space? To make matters worse, something about it felt off. The danger detection ring on my finger was heating up. I shifted my focus to Aegis instead of Mjolnir, deploying a mana shield to block the rocket. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Mana flames surged wildly. An incendiary round. Equipped with magical resistance and black flame, I managed to block it. While I successfully defended myself, I had unintentionally given them precious time. From the shadows, a swarm of terrorists emerged, surrounding me like a hive of wasps. There were a lot of them. At least 100. The more surprising part was that every single one of them was level 5. Fortunately, there didn't appear to be any level SIXS among them, but their sheer numbers made them an overwhelming force. The wildcat woman bared her teeth at me, grinning. Should we call the ones outside to join us? Do we really need to? I kept my eyes fixed on the man who had fired the rocket launcher as I spoke. I could feel it. He had Loki's mockery hidden in his pocket. It wouldn't work on me, but it would be devastating if used on the mutants outside. Considering the mental interference and conceptual manipulation I had just experienced, the danger was clear. As I had thought earlier, fighting them alone was 100 times better than letting the mutants get involved. TCH. The wildcat woman scoffed. You think you can handle all of us by yourself? Dream on. No matter how famous you are, Black Tiger Sword Master, you can't defeat us alone. You know me. Of course. Do you know how much massacre Empress has placed on your head? If we catch you, we can live the rest of our lives in luxury. Hell, we could retire to South America and live like kings forever. So that's what this is about? I scanned the area. Most of them were beast-type reinforced mutants. But there were warriors, mages, and priests mixed in as well, almost half of the group. The composition was very different from the monster league I knew. Quietly, I drew the Black Tiger sword. This was a trap, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, it was a trap. We just didn't expect you to show up this quickly. and the fact that the vice president's cover got blown was unexpected too. A trap, huh, a trap. I calmly surveyed my surroundings. 100 level 5 superhumans. By any objective measure, this was a force that should have made me panic, stomp my feet, and curse my luck. And yet, why? I couldn't imagine myself losing. Even my danger sense wasn't activating properly. There was only a faint tension, like a feather brushing lightly against my back. This is what you call a trap? Just this much? What? If you wanted to catch me, you should have brought 100 level SIXS instead of 100 level 5S. A brief silence. Then, laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. This idiot's out of his mind. What? 100 level 6S. Wow, Black Tiger Sword Master. No, warrior. Your guts must be spilling out of your belly. Anyone listening to you would think you're some level 6 or level 7 ultimate stage superhuman. Even a level 7 wouldn't stand a chance against 100 level SIXS. You'd need an 8th level transcendent for that. Tisk tisk, looks like our dear Black Tiger Sword Master has been riding his success too high. You think you're the main character of this world or something? Hey, what are you all doing? Let's show this so-called hero what the real world feels like. Yeah, let's do it. The Empress said to bring him in alive, as long as he's breathing. Got the biopacks ready. Yeah, we'll cut off his head and stick it in the biopack. Don't want to leave the body attached and risk him going berserk. Killing intent swirled around me, thick and oppressive. The superhumans aimed their weapons at me in unison. Yet, still, I felt no danger. I gripped both the Black Tiger Sword and Mjolnir, holding them together in a dual-wield stance, and silently swapped my traits. The first choice. One-man army. A combination of fury, willpower, onslaught, destruction, unstoppable, and massacre. This was a trait that only activated during combat. Unlike the more universally applicable traits like Giant's Strength or Vajra Body, it lacked versatility at novel bin at. But because of its limitations, its amplification was exponentially greater. And there was one more critical detail. One-man army was a necessary prerequisite for the top-tier trait hero. One of the few top-tier traits in existence, divided into specific branches. Traits like Giant's Strength and Vajra Body ended where they were, with no higher evolutions. But for the sake of my future beyond level 7, one-man army wasn't just an option, it was mandatory. Boom! A ripple of mana burst outward. 100 superhumans, all undoubtedly weaker than me. Recognizing them, my mana circuits began to release overwhelming power. The air itself seemed to distort. My presence, infinitely expanding, began to warp the expressions of the superhumans around me. They clenched their teeth, sensing deep down that something was terribly wrong. What the hell is this? This doesn't make sense. He's supposed to be level 5? That's insane. The intel was wrong. Cries of panic and terror filled the air as the realization hit them. I exploded forward, unleashing my mana, propelling myself like a thunderbolt. A black shadow loomed over them like the scythe of death. The hunt had begun. This wasn't a battle. It was a hunt. Thunder rubbed his non-existent eyelids. This must be a dream, right? He asked the friend beside him. The three-eyed friend, who usually kept the central eye on his forehead closed, had it wide open as if it were about to tear apart. It's not a dream. It's real. Wasn't that human only level 5? Does a level 5 human do this? Well, he's not exactly an ordinary human, is he? Come on, I know that much. Thunder floated midair, lightly bobbing up and down. The fact that his entire body was made of electricity wasn't even worth talking about. Not when compared to the sight laid out in this small square. A field of corpses. An utter massacre. Decapitated heads, shattered skulls, charred bodies electrocuted, and corpses with gaping holes blown through their chests lay scattered haphazardly. There were about 100 of them. Judging by the magic wavelengths lingering in the air, they were all level 5. It was an incomprehensible scene, one that defied belief. A level 5 superhuman had accomplished this alone? Boom! It wasn't over yet. The sound of consecutive explosions echoed from further inside. Are we even supposed to be here? The human did tell us to stay outside. Huh? Are you seriously scared of a human? Great job, Mr. Protector of the village. You weren't scared. Of course not. Then why is that eye on your forehead shaking like it's experiencing an earthquake? Thunder let out a quiet snort in his mind. He headed deeper inside. After passing through a wide corridor, they reached a point where they could finally see the human slicing a terrorist clean in half. Arg. A terrible scream rang out, but no one cared. What was truly terrifying wasn't the scream, it was the cold blade aura emanating from the black sword and the turbulent waves of mana raging around it. Instinctively, Thunder assessed the human's strength. The conclusion was immediate. I can't win. Unbelievable. Thunder was level 6. That human was level 5. Despite the gap in levels, Thunder knew he'd lose, but the mutant's instincts closer to that of a beast than a human had been quietly warning him all along. Don't fight him. Never fight him. Phew. The human exhaled, swinging the sword in a long arc. Fresh blood sprayed out, yet the black sword instantly returned to its pristine state, as if it had never been sullied. When did you arrive? Just now. A few of them tried to run outside, but we caught them all. Found a secret passage, too. Well done. Hee hee. Of course we did. Who do you think told us to do it? We mutants are the best, don't you think? Nobody listens as well as us hopefuls. What's with this guy? Just a moment ago, he was acting all proud like he wouldn't budge, and now he's behaving like a lapdog wagging its tail? Thunder stared at him in disbelief, but the three-eyed mutant was shameless. He raised his forehead eye dramatically and gave Thunder a "what's your problem?" look. Thunder decided it wasn't worth saying anything. The human nodded and walked further inside. Thunder quickly followed. Are there more? No, there are no more terrorists. That last one was it. Then why? By the way, have you seen Skeleton Snake since last night? Huh? What? Thunder's eyes met those of the three-eyed mutant. I didn't see her. The last I saw, she was leaving the village yesterday afternoon on some errand for the chief. The chief is the problem. Always making people do weird things. Then why don't you become the chief? No way. If I became the chief, I wouldn't even be able to leave the village. I'd have to constantly offer prayers to the Great Mother. The interior wasn't very deep. The place seemed to have been carved out using some sort of magical method. Other than the square, there wasn't much room to expand due to the lack of time and resources. That's why it only took them about 10 minutes to reach the deepest part of the cave. A damp, lightless area, blocked by iron bars. It was clearly a prison. That's where Thunder saw it. Snake. The creature was stripped entirely bare. Her gruesome form, reduced to bone, heart, and mana circuits, was chained up and exposed. Clank, clank, clank. Whatever had been done to her, the mana circuits were glowing red-hot, pulsating wildly. Her heart was thrashing erratically, beating 10 times a second. Out of rhythm. Instead of the sound of a drum, it emitted the shrill wailing of glass being torn apart. The meaning of the scene was crystal clear. It was on the verge of rampage. A mutant, unable to overcome its curse, was moments away from turning into a complete monster. Snake. Thunder called out to Skeleton Snake, his voice filled with sorrow. Was she hit by a bomb? That was the first thought that came to mind. I wasn't sure. Even if Skeleton Snake had been subjected to 3 simultaneous debuffs and abandoned, this state would be extreme. Skeleton Snake had lived far too long. On top of that, she carried the instability debuff before completing her personal quest. If her exclusive equipment Shroud of Silence and Mask of Stillness were removed, she would quickly go berserk or fall into exhaustion. Keys? Where are the keys? Thunder was panicking, but I ignored him. Bang! I pulled out a shotgun and fired. With a single shot, the thick magical lock was destroyed. I kicked down the broken iron-barred door and entered. Up close, the condition was even more appalling. Tiny fractures covered the surface of the heart. The moment that heart shattered and transformed into a mana core, Skeleton Snake would die, and a monster would be born in its place. Gosh. From my golf bag, I pulled out as much holy water as I could. I poured nearly 10 bottles over the skull and heart. Then, from the hollow sockets of the empty eye sockets, a faint red glow flickered and focused on me. This place is... Thunder jumped in fright, phasing halfway through the ceiling before returning to his original position. Are you awake? Looks like those human bastards got you. Where are your clothes and mask? Ugh. The holy water was nowhere near enough. Skeleton Snake only regained consciousness briefly before the light in her eyes faded, and her head slumped down. Thunder and the three-eyed mutant both started shouting and jumping around in panic. We have to take her to the Great Mother, now. Hurry, hurry. Quiet down, will you? These are magical handcuffs and shackles. Trying to break them without the key could lead to disaster. What? You're right. Damn it. What do we do? Should we bring Old Owl? That geezer's magic is second to none. When will you get to the village and back? Skeleton Snake will be dead by then. There was no time. No time to find the key, no time to fetch a high-level mage. I consciously took a long, deep breath. Through my bright eyes, I examined the magical handcuffs and shackles. Intricate circuits were etched into them, like spiderwebs or the fine arrays of semiconductors. To disable them, you'd need either a key or the exact magical code. But bright eyes, combined with my instincts, revealed the weak points to me. I can do it. A spot thinner than a strand of hair, narrower than the eye of a needle. I drew my black tiger sword. Summoning my sword chi, I focused. Even the blade itself mustn't touch the target. Only the sword chi, an extremely fine and sharp gleam of light, must strike precisely at 4 points simultaneously to disable these restraints. Hey, Thunder's distrustful voice called out to me. You're not seriously planning to use your sword, are you? Don't even think about it. Not even a sword saint could pull that off. Breaking the cuffs and shackles isn't the only issue here. I ignored him. I had something the sword saints didn't, a particular trait. I focused. Drawing my breath thin and long, I fixed my gaze solely on the handcuffs and shackles. When the vague sensation solidified into certainty, I struck. 4 streams of blazing meteors shot forth. They erased the weaknesses in the mana circuits and vanished. Crackle, a faint spark of electricity fizzled. And that was it. No trap spells activating, no mana circuits going berserk. Instead, the handcuffs and shackles fell open limply. As Skeleton Snake collapsed forward, Thunder hurriedly ran to support her. How did you? His eyes were filled with shock as he turned to me. The three-eyed mutant nudged Thunder repeatedly. You said not even a sword saint could do it. Then he must be a sword god or something. Sword god, my ass. I let out a small laugh and personally took Skeleton Snake from him. It was much better for me to carry her than Thunder, who was as light as a feather. Purification. I used it continuously as I spoke. Let's move. Quickly. With just that, I propelled myself forward. not only using dash but employing leap, sprint, and mobility all at once. I surged through the narrow passageway like a gust of wind. Thunder and the three-eyed mutants scrambled to keep up. Wait for us. How is that human so fast? He could outrun you in a race. Bullshit. No human is faster than me. To be fair, Thunder was fast. Being a nearly weightless electricity-based mutant, combined with his level 6 abilities and abundant mana, made him formidable. As he pushed himself to catch up, he gradually closed the distance. It made me think to myself, I need to develop lightning interception techniques. Sure, Thunder was an ally, but if he were an enemy? What if it was a life or death situation where I couldn't afford to be caught? It was worth preparing for such a scenario. Before I knew it, we'd reached the outskirts of Monster Village. Leaping high into the air, I descended like a bird. Grizzly Bear, startled, raised his massive paw as if to strike but froze upon recognizing me and Skeleton Snake in my arms. His face stiffened as he took us in. What happened? She was captured by terrorists. Looks like she was ambushed when she went out yesterday. Damn it, I should have sent Thunder with her? And what about her clothes and mask? Where are they? Grizzly Bear took Skeleton Snake from me and gently laid her on the ground. Then he began bowing low. The wooden houses trembled slightly, especially the chief's house, where a massive branch extended outward. Leaves dangled from the branch, almost like a human hand. From the tip, a single dewdrop formed and fell. It glimmered as it seeped into Skeleton Snake's mouth. But that was all. For a moment, it seemed like her condition stabilized, but it didn't last. It was only enough to briefly delay the inevitable rampage. A collective sigh of despair filled the air. This can't be. No. Snake? Skeleton Snake? Pull yourself together. Chief? Please, do something. The mutants began collapsing in despair. Some had already started shedding mana wavelengths instead of tears, while others shook their heads, murmuring that it was hopeless. A few turned away, gazing at the distant mountains to avoid facing reality. The atmosphere of Monster Village, already gloomy from the terrorist attack, grew even heavier. That's when Skeleton Snake regained consciousness. Lying on her side, she barely lifted her head to look around. She glanced at Grizzly Bear, who had sunk to the ground in despair. Then at Thunder, whose human-shaped body had shrunk and curled up tightly. Finally, she looked at the chief's house, its sagging branch, and the other mutants, who avoided her gaze. All of them quickly hid their tears, refined their mana waves, and lowered their heads. Seeing this, Skeleton Snake let out a laugh. Without a single facial muscle, with no flesh on her jawbone, she made a deliberately cheerful rattling sound. What's with the mood? Did someone die? Why is it so somber? It's my time, that's all. Do you know how old I am? I'm older than Grizzly Bear. Over 200 years old. I'm your big sister, you know. Honestly, I've lived way past my time. When it's time to go, you just go, right? But, still, the prophecy? What about Teacher Tojong's prophecy? It must have been wrong. Prophets aren't always right, you know. They get things wrong more often than they get them right. Skeleton Snake spoke casually, as if it were no big deal. Her hollow eye sockets turned to the utterly distraught Grizzly Bear. Can you do it, little bear? You promised. If any of us were about to go berserk, you'd put us down. But. Grizzly Bear fidgeted with his massive paws. Decades of companionship. From his words, it seemed like she had taken care of him like a big sister when he was younger. For someone like Grizzly Bear, who held such deep attachment to his kin and fellow mutants, this wasn't an easy decision. Skeleton Snake turned her gaze to me. Black Tiger Swordmaster, take my mana core. Me. Yes. I told you before, didn't I? I was hoping the prophecy might come true, but it seems that wasn't the case. Please use my mana core well. It would be best if you used it to create a recomposition elixir. I felt my breath catch. Was this how organ donors felt? Rather than take her mana core to the grave, Skeleton Snake wanted to offer it to me as a small token of gratitude. Grizzly Bear slammed his paw against the ground with a thunderous roar. I can't do it. Damn it all. Damn it all. If you don't, who will? Killing myself wouldn't solve anything, and you know it. God damn it. God damn it. Grizzly Bear began pounding his head against the earth. I stared at Skeleton Snake, deep in thought. There wasn't no way to save her. After Episode 6's nuclear war, 3 methods were discovered to stabilize mutants and bring them closer to normality. But right now, only one method was viable, and even then, it came with severe drawbacks. The success rate is far too low. At best, it's 10%. If the mana core went berserk, it wouldn't just fail, it would explode. Not just a small detonation, but a catastrophic explosion large enough to obliterate Monster Village. The mana core would obviously be destroyed in the process. And I wouldn't come out of it unscathed, either. Is there even a reason for me to take that kind of risk? Not really. Skeleton Snake and we'd only met for the second time. There was no loyalty or obligation to put my life on the line for her. But ignoring her plight entirely didn't sit well with me, especially because of the name she'd mentioned. Teacher Tojong. In my original world, he was merely a scholar of practical studies. Though widely known for Tojong Bijal, the divination manual often attributed to him, most historians agree that it wasn't actually his work. But in this world, Lijahem Teacher Tojong was a renowned prophet. If you had to pick one prophet from the Joseon era, his name would be the first that came up. He was also a level 8 mage. Skeleton Snake's personal quest ends with acquiring Legiahem's legacy. I ran a finger over the ring on my hand, the danger detection ring. Legiahem's legacy could replace this ring. An SSR grade item. That alone made it worth the risk. There is one method, though it's extremely unlikely to succeed. I turned to Grizzly Bear and Skeleton Snake. The chance is slim, but there's a way to treat Skeleton Snake. Would you like to hear it? There's a way. Hope flickered in Grizzly Bear's eyes. What is it? Whatever it is, I'll trust you. Let's start right away. The failure rate is over 90%. You should assume it'll fail. Are you okay with that? Of course. If we leave her like this, she's guaranteed to die anyway. Isn't 10% better than 0%? Please. I'm asking you to. Save Snake? If you save her, I'll give you everything I own. The mutants clung to me desperately. Fine. Let's give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? If it fails, I can always bail out and run for my life. High risk, high reward. Sometimes, you just have to take the plunge. First, call in the Hunters Association. Use my name to get them here. Humans? Why call them? Our village doesn't allow humans unless they're friends. Then I guess we'll have to give up. Grizzly Bear hesitated, chewing on his lip. Thunder, who had been sprawled out in a puddle, rapidly reformed his human shape. Snake's dying, and you're worried about village rules? I'll bring them here. I quickly listed the materials I needed. 1 bottle of elixir, a handful of mutant mugwort, a handful of mutant garlic, 100 level 0 contaminated monocores, a pinch of spirit powder, a strand of the Reaper's hair, a single angel's tear, and 1 drop of demon saliva. I have an elixir. I'll bring the spirit powder and demon saliva. Mutant mugwort? Mutant garlic? Do those even exist? I harvested some from the mountains a while ago. My storage is full of them. Then go get them quickly. The mutants rushed back to their homes. Some of them, despite their own twisted forms, didn't hesitate. The entire village was moving to save Skeleton Snake. As I watched them, I mentioned the final ingredient. We'll also need the Great Mother's blood. The Tree Mother, the guardian deity of Monster Village. Though her divinity was faint, she was undoubtedly a being that had ascended to godhood. 2 drops. 1 drop for Skeleton Snake at novel bin at. And 1 for me. The Great Mother's blood. Grizzly Bear's face contorted with reluctance. It was understandable such a precious substance, the blood of a god, was not something taken lightly. But there was no need for me to persuade him. The branch that had hovered over Skeleton Snake earlier swayed gently, producing a clear sound. The leaves folded inward, forming small cups, and fell. 2 leaves. Each held a clear, radiant liquid, glowing faintly as they floated midair with a soft ringing sound. Great Mother. Grizzly Bear reverently received the leaves, his expression filled with guilt. The liquid inside the leaves was none other than the blood of the Tree Mother, a sap so pure and crystalline it resembled tears. Even from a distance, its profound fragrance tickled my nose. Grizzly Bear handed the leaves to me. Please, make this work. For the Great Mother to make such a sacrifice, as her priest, I feel utterly ashamed. I will do my best. That's all I ask. Just do your best. Not long after, the hunters arrived en masse. They had all disarmed themselves and were looking around curiously. This isn't what I imagined. So, this is that Manhwa, Hope Village. At the forefront stood the association president. His face was still round, and his forehead was even shinier than before. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in a single day, probably from stress. When he spotted me, his expression brightened, and he rushed over. Black Tiger Swordmaster, you called for me. Yes. Thank you for coming. I began pulling out items from my golf bag, a space as vast as a car trunk. Among the tools I always carried with me were my crafting materials, including alchemical tools, syringes, and glass bottles. President, you used to be a sniper, right? I need you to donate some blood. What? Blood donation. It's urgent. I'll explain later. Just give me some blood for now. Oh, and I'll need lubricant and mana fluid from your prosthetic hand too. Black Tiger Swordmaster. I gave him a meaningful look. A look that said, this will be worth your while. The president caught on and extended his right hand. Click. He twisted his prosthetic hand and adjusted it in several places, revealing a small opening. From it, black lubricant and transparent mana fluid dripped out. I collected them all in a glass vial. After that, I inserted a syringe into his other arm and drew blood, completing the task. I'll need blood from the rest of you as well. Huh? Us too? What's this about? If anyone else had asked, we would have refused. But since it's you, I collected blood, oil, and mana fluid from the hunters. Only the enhanced ones, whether they were biomutant enhanced or prosthetic enhanced. While doing this, I used my meditation trait to sift through my memories. It'd be ideal if I had a radioactive mutant. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 ways to treat a mutant. 2 of those methods require parts from a radioactive mutant. The third method hinges on how to substitute those parts. That's why I needed 3 specific components. A part of a monomutant's body, a part of a superhuman's body, a part of a transcendent being's body. In essence, the part from a transcendent being was used to compensate for the missing elements. Grizzly Bear, I'll need a little of your blood too. Me? Fine, here it is. I'll need some from the others too, but not too much. 100 cubic centimeters per person will be enough. How many people need to donate? As many as possible. But don't overdo it, just 1 from each mutation type should suffice. The mutants gathered around, offering their blood. Their willingness was so overwhelming that my ears hurt from their shouting for me to take more. I had a large glass container brought over to separate the superhuman's fluids from the mutant's blood. Mixing them produced a cloudy, horrifying liquid. There was so much that, even with only 100 cubic centimeters from each person, the total volume exceeded 10,000 cubic centimeters. Enough to fill and overflow a bathtub. Do you have a magical bathtub? One large enough to fit a person. I do. I've got one at my house. Want me to grab it? Please do. Thunder sprinted off and returned with a magical bathtub as if he were flying. It was the same model I had back at my place. Do electric mutants take baths? Suppressing my curiosity, I poured in the 3 types of enhanced fluids and the mutant's blood. Next, I activated the heating function. As the mixture boiled, it emitted an awful, grotesque stench that filled the entire area. Ugh. What is that smell? Even the hunters, and the mutants with their distorted senses, couldn't stand it. They pinched their noses and stepped back. Watching them, I issued a warning. I have to inform you. From this point on, I'll be performing a very dangerous procedure. There's a high chance of a mana overload, which could result in a mana core explosion. Mana overload. A mana core explosion. I'd prefer to do this in a quiet place, but there's no time. Grizzly Bear, please ask the Great Mother for her blessing. And President. Yes. If you're willing to take the risk, I'd like you to stay and help. I won't hold it against you if you leave, but your assistance would be greatly appreciated. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances. It was an overwhelming situation for them. Being summoned to Monster Village was already a shock, and now they were hearing about the possibility of a mana core explosion. The president hesitated, his eyes wavering. But when I locked eyes with him, he steeled himself and nodded. Of course, I'll help. If it's a request from you, Black Tiger Sword Master, it's as good as done. And besides, what's important to you is important to our association as well. Isn't that right, everyone? Ahem. If the Black Tiger Sword Master is behind this. Our director, after all, our director. No way he'd ask us to do anything that'd harm us. Though hesitant, the hunters chose to stay. Half of them were hoping for the best. The other half just wanted to curry favor with me. As expected, reputation truly matters. If I weren't the Black Tiger Sword Master or an honorary director, would even half of them have stayed? Most of them would have fled, deeming it too dangerous. So, what do we need to do? It's simple. All the superhumans here, please release your mana waves. You don't need to do anything complicated, just raise your mana waves to their maximum and let them flow into the magical bathtub over there. You mean infuse it? No, not infuse, manifest. Manifest your mana waves. Like when you retreat from a beast while trying to intimidate it. Just like that? Understood. That's not too hard. I also need the mutants of Hope Village to help. I'll need mutant mana waves as well. Got it. Mana waves weren't a direct material needed for the procedure. Instead, they significantly influenced the success rate. This was the reason I was conducting the procedure here. With the tree goddess's blessing, combined with the mana waves of the superhumans and mutants, I estimated the success rate would increase from 10% to at least 25%. Even if it explodes, the Great Mother should be able to handle it somehow. Let's begin. I added mutant mugwort and mutant garlic to the bathtub. The boiling liquid thickened even more. When I added the 100 level 0 mana cores, the mixture began to emit an eerie glow. Then came the spirit powder, the reaper's hair, the angel's tear, and the demon's saliva. The liquid transformed into something resembling molten lava from hell, an unholy mix of pitch black and blood red, looking like an amorphous monster in liquid form. Only 2 ingredients remained, the elixir and the tree goddess's blood. First, I consumed 1 drop of the tree goddess's blood. The liquid, so pure it felt like ice, washed down my throat, cleansing my stomach and coursing through my body until it reached my heart. From there, it spread throughout my entire being. My mind ascended to a state of serenity, and a gentle warmth ignited within me. From that warmth, a new power emerged. It was an entirely new kind of energy. Divine power. A radiant light spread behind me like a halo. With it came a new trait. Holy radiance. To put it simply, it was akin to a holy weapon. It seemed that because I was a warrior-type superhumans, I had awakened holy radiance. When warrior-class individuals gained divine power, they would typically also acquire either holy radiance or light's glory. So, this is how it comes. I hadn't even considered a paladin build, but this was a pleasant surprise. Having another power couldn't hurt. I focused the holy radiance in both hands and directed my gaze towards Skeleton Snake. The cracks in her heart were deepening. If I delayed any longer, it would become irreparable. Someone with telekinesis, please move Skeleton Snake into the bathtub. But don't touch her directly. I'll do it. A small, stocky owl-like mutant with eyebrows as long as a mustache extended his hand. This was Secret Owl, a rare mage-type mutant. Skeleton Snake floated gently into the air, as though cradled like a baby. Carefully, she was lowered into the bathtub with a soft splash. Arg! A scream erupted. The monster within the bathtub seemed to devour Skeleton Snake. It gnawed on her hand bones like a beast, swallowed her foot bones like a serpent, and even left bite marks on her heart and skull. Grizzly Bear stomped the ground anxiously. Black Tiger Sword Master, do something. Please be quiet. I need to focus. Hurry. If you shake the bathtub and spill the mixture, Skeleton Snake will die. At my sharp reprimand, Grizzly Bear finally fell silent. I removed the Aegis shield from my arm. Instead of equipping it, I held it in my left hand while grasping Mjolnir in my right. Divine power, holy radiance, empathic vision. These 3 traits were the core. And from here, meditation, focus, mana stabilization. I delved deep into myself, into my core, and into the sacred relics I held in my hands. I forgot about the urgent situation. I forgot about Grizzly Bear pounding his chest beside me and the association president nervously pacing. My entire being was devoted solely to myself and my soulbound companions, to the electrifying power of lightning and the majestic strength of the earth. Then, I heard the whispers, voices that no human language could describe. A grand, electrifying voice. A warm, heavy voice. Flash, a burst of light. Mjolnir, no longer just a hammer, flared into a mass of lightning. The Aegis, no longer merely a shield, transformed into an earth shield that stood as an unshakable fortress. And then I felt it. 2 gazes. One gaze looking down at me from the heavens. Another gaze supporting me from below. I quietly opened my eyes. I couldn't look directly at the gazes. I was too unworthy for that. My soul, my body, my very being were far too insignificant to meet their gaze. But this much was enough. The 2 presences. The 2 divine beings. They had nodded faintly in approval. Boom! A deafening roar. I barely snapped out of the trance. The overwhelming presence that had filled the world vanished. Yet the crackling lightning in the air and the trembling ground announced that what had just transpired was no dream. Divine relic. Even this trait couldn't fully encapsulate what I was experiencing. I felt omnipotent. I felt as though I could defeat even a level 7 superhumans with ease. Massacre Empress? Let her come. I'd utterly destroy her. Why? Because of 3 extraordinary blessings that now enveloped me. Blessing of Thor. Blessing of Gaia. Blessing of the Tree Mother. This was something that could never happen in the game. In Arcane Seoul's lore, the 7 major religions' gods would never grant their blessings to the same person. But this time, it had been possible. Because the Tree Mother had allowed the other gods to touch her domain. Thank you. The Tree Mother truly was a giving tree. Not only had she bestowed her precious drops of blood, but she had also permitted 2 other gods to intervene in her sanctuary. Now, there was no chance of failure. With the blessings of 3 gods combined, the probability modifiers were breaking through the system itself, ascending beyond its limits. I bowed my head briefly in reverence and stretched out my arms. Aegis and Mjolnir shot forth. Aegis plunged into the ground. Mjolnir soared into the sky. I moved my hands as though grasping something from afar. My left hand opened wide like a cloth being unfurled, while my right hand clenched into a tight fist. Then, I struck downward. Boom! Lightning descended. The pure thunderbolt of a god crashed down with divine authority. And beneath it stood the godly earth. It was as if Thor was hammering, and Gaia was acting as the anvil. The collision of divine lightning and the divine earth created a shockwave that instantly transformed the very composition of the liquid in the bathtub. Aargh! A scream erupted. The monstrous liquid twisted and writhed, overlaying itself onto Skeleton Snake. Huh! What the? The mutants watching let out strange noises. Oh my! Holy hell! The hunters couldn't tell whether they were in awe or despair as they murmured under their breath. One strike wasn't enough, though, was it? I moved Mjolnir and Aegis once more at novel bin at. Crack boom! Another transformation. Crack boom! And again. Crack boom! Again and again and again. I struck repeatedly. The radiance born from the collision of divine lightning and divine earth spread far beyond the horizon, across the entirety of South Korea, perhaps even to the opposite side of the earth, breaking the laws of physics to be observed as a miracle. I hammered on, silently. My crafting trait fully activated, complementing my efforts. At last, I poured the elixir into the mixture. It was complete. My life's masterpiece. Perhaps the pinnacle of my crafting trait. A mutation of a mutant. A snake. Ha, incredible. Is this even possible? The monstrous liquid that had once filled the bathtub was gone. In its place, only one thing remained. A woman with skin as pure as white jade. Apart from the lack of a navel, she appeared entirely human. The woman opened her eyes. Not the eyes of an ordinary human, but a pair of crimson orbs that glowed ominously. And yet, this only made her seem more human. Many superhumans bore such eyes after all. Is this heaven? I thought I'd end up in hell. The woman, Skeleton Snake, fixed her gaze on her own hands. She stared in disbelief for a long time before running her hands over her body. Her soft, smooth body. No longer the skeletal frame of an undead, but a true human body. This isn't a dream, is it? Snake. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. You damn woman. You had us so worried. Grizzly Bear ran toward her, crying. Skeleton Snake instinctively tried to avoid him, twisting her body. But her newly crafted body didn't move as she intended. Her feet tangled, her body wobbled, and she fell back into the bathtub. Ugh, you ugh. To make matters worse, she began to gag violently. Grizzly Bear, startled, leaned over to check on her. Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? Black Tiger Sword Master, this isn't some kind of mistake, right? Before I could answer, Skeleton Snake responded first. Beeg. She bent over, vomiting violently. Amidst the transparent bile, something sparkling flew out. Skeleton Snake grabbed it with a confused expression. Why is this? A ring. A plain-looking gold ring. But the moment I saw it, my fists clenched reflexively. Because that was the item. The treasure that appeared at the end of Skeleton Snake's personal quest. SSR Prophet's Ring. The very item that teacher Lee Jaham had embedded into Skeleton Snake's heart. The source of Skeleton Snake's longevity, allowing her to live for over 200 years. An SSR-grade ring with such remarkable performance that it was one of the most sought-after treasures in Arcane Seoul. A ring that could never be obtained by killing Skeleton Snake. And now, it sparkled right before my eyes. Skeleton Snake gazed at the ring in her hand. Her eyes grew hazy, as if she were staring into a distant past centuries ago, when dynastic kingdoms still ruled this land. This is the Prophet's. Skeleton Snake rolled the ring between her fingers, then stared at her hand for a long time before letting out a sigh. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Prophecy? What was it again? Something about a tongue, blood, and flesh. That was all I could recall. It wasn't a phrase that ever appeared in the game, so I didn't know much about it. Ugh, you ugh. Skeleton Snake began retching violently. A strange sight unfolded. A chunk of mana surged upward from her stomach, or rather, from her entire internal system, twisting its way out. What emerged was a massive mana core. Even I was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was because she was a mutant of mutants. Even after expelling her mana core, Skeleton Snake remained alive and well. In its place, a mana circuit had formed. Not a mana core like that of a mutant or a monster, but a mana circuit akin to those of superhumans. She really became human. Should I call it a complex reaction caused by the overlapping blessings of three gods? Or simply a miracle? This was something that had been impossible even in the game. Skeleton Snake held the mana core and the ring in her hands, her expression tangled with conflicting emotions. She staggered and approached me. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. It's been so long. This cold wind, this air, I haven't felt them in 200 years. Skeleton Snake took a deep breath. It was an incredible sight. She was certainly not human. Internally, she had no organs, her body was nothing more than a mass of solidified liquid from the monstrous bath. And yet, she was breathing normally, her body regulating temperature. Her mana circuit was functioning properly. She would likely be able to eat, digest, and even excrete like a normal person. Would calling her a synthetic human be accurate? Here, take this. Are you sure you want me to have it? The Prophet must have wanted this. That's why he embedded his ring into my heart. I always wondered why I couldn't find it when we parted ways. It seems incredibly valuable. That's exactly why you should have it. Black Tiger Sword Master, treasures always find their rightful owners. With a firm gesture, she handed me the mana core and the ring. First, I inspected the Prophet's ring. It was clearly the superior version of the danger detection ring. In the game, it functioned as an all-seeing tool for internal information. For example, it would reveal the full map of a randomly generated dungeon or display the rewards inside treasure chests before you opened them. In this world, it would likely have abilities such as foresight, insight, and clairvoyance. Predicting the future might be too much to hope for. Prophecy was an ability restricted to mage-class characters who specialized in the Prophet build, and even then, it wasn't fully implemented in the game. Not that it mattered. Just knowing in advance whether something was a threat or an opportunity would already be a massive boon. As for the mana core, I think you should keep it. You might need it yourself, Skeleton Snake. No, it's for you, for me. The Great Mother is speaking to me. She says you'll need my mana core to reach level 6. But you're not even a warrior-class superhumans. When I reached level 5, I had required 4 mana cores, a Giant's core, a Demon Body's core, a Yaksha's core, and a Thunderbird's core. All of them belonged to the warrior class. According to the predictions of the Mana Spirit, my next advancement would require warrior-class mutant mana cores, and I had agreed with that assessment. But Skeleton Snake shook her head. That's wrong. This time, you'll need a variety of types. Warrior, Enhanced, Mage, and Priest, the mana cores of mutants from all 4 main classes. That many? Yes. The Great Mother has provided a blueprint. Skeleton Snake extended her hand, and a single leaf fluttered down onto her palm. On it were elegant Chinese characters, each etched as though they might fly off the page. What is this? I could manage English just fine, but Chinese characters were another matter entirely. How could I know something I'd never learned? I stood there holding the leaf, dumbfounded, until Skeleton Snake began explaining each part. Don't know Chinese, huh? In order, it's Grizzly Bear, Skeleton Snake, Secret Owl, and the Three-Eyed Mutant. You'll need the mana cores from these 4 mutants. Grizzly Bear, Skeleton Snake, Secret Owl, and the Three-Eyed Mutant. And these, they're the General's Sword, Satellite Gun, Gravity Staff, and 7-Star Bead. Looks like the Great Mother is saying you need not just mana cores, but also mana circuits extracted from these artifacts as submaterials. And you will need to add a few supplemental materials, like nectar. The General's Sword, Satellite Gun, Gravity Staff, and 7-Star Bead? What is this, a Chinese incantation? I only felt confused for a moment. Then, with my 10,000 hours of gaming experience, the answer came to me. This is Baekma Hill, isn't it? In the real world, it had been the site of one of the fiercest battles of the Korean War. In Arcane Seoul, it was given the same setting. On nights with a full moon, the space there would distort, summoning hordes of undead and spectral Chinese soldiers. The 4 named artifacts were iconic loot from that area. It sounded like an incantation because the names had been strung together in a Chinese-inspired poetic style. Thankfully, they could all be found in the same location. That was much better than having to run all over the place. I understand now. Thank you. Please relay my gratitude to the Great Mother. The Great Mother will be pleased. Listening to this, Grizzly Bear's ears perked up. Then, in an exaggerated motion, he spread his arms and made a dramatic gesture as though slashing his own chest. You need my mana core? Take it right now? I wouldn't hesitate to give my life for my friends. Stop being so dramatic and go get your master's mana core instead. It has to be level 6, not level 7. Ha ha ha, I'll gladly bring it. Me too. Count me in. 3 more mana cores had been added at novel bin at. All were level 6 mana cores. These were likely treasures, the mana cores of their masters, parents, siblings, or friends cherished as sacred relics. And yet, the mutants who handed them over to me did so with bright, cheerful faces. Nuna has become human. Wow, so soft. I want to become human too. Should I ask my human friend for help? Don't even think about it. The resources required are one thing, but the process is far too grueling and painful. Even reconstructing one's body during a level up feels like dying. A mutant of mutants undergoing a transformation is far worse. It's a process so excruciating that dying in the middle of it wouldn't be surprising. But unexpectedly, Skeleton Snake said something no one anticipated. If any of you want to become human, let me know. I can help. Nuna can. For real. Of course. Thanks to what happened earlier, the Great Mother has greatly risen in stature. She's acquired new authority. But keep in mind it will hurt. A lot. How much? You saw it earlier, didn't you? It's like being pounded in a giant mortar and then roasted in fire. If you're okay with that, I'll help you. The young mutant, who had expressed a desire to become human, nervously darted her eyes around. I'll think about it first. Fufu, take your time. It made sense now why the Tree Mother had permitted the blessings of Thor and Gaia. In any case, Skeleton Snake had survived. Thanks to the mana waves emitted during her transformation, even the unstable mutants had regained their equilibrium. No mutants had died, and none had been injured. Grizzly Bear let out a powerful roar. Bring the booze? It's time for a festival. Yeah, a festival. Drink? Everyone, drink. Throw him into the keg first. Wait, hold on a second. Resistance was futile. The level 6 mutants swarmed me and tossed me into an enormous beer barrel. I was about to get angry, but then, the taste. The smell. What the hell? What did they put in this beer? It looked like beer, but the refreshing sensation was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The moment I plunged in, it drenched me completely, washing away every trace of fatigue. The aroma that wafted into my nose was the same invigorating, almost electrifying. My mind, which had been somewhat weary, instantly cleared, and all my exhaustion vanished. Nectar? Don't tell me, is this nectar beer? Yup. Spent some serious money on it. You've got to be kidding me. You mixed nectar into beer? That insanely expensive stuff? The nectar's unique effects will all be gone. Yeah, but it tastes amazing. Sprinkle some monocore powder in it, and you've got the drink of the gods? Now we know why the gods drank nectar instead of ordinary liquor. I shouldn't have taught you the monocore powder recipe. Hope Village isn't a village anymore, it's Alcohol Village. Hehe, enough talk, just drink up. Grizzly Bear dunked my head into the beer barrel. Even without its unique effects, nectar was still nectar. Without hesitation, I gulped it down. I wasn't even breathing, yet oxygen seemed to supply itself. If my stomach permitted it, I felt like I could drink the entire barrel of nectar beer. I could feel strength and mana surging through me. The combination of the Tree Mother's blood and nectar beer was enhancing my body. Hey, Black Tiger Sword Master. Thunder pulled me out and threw an arm around my shoulder. I told you I'd give you all my wealth if you saved Snake, didn't I? Take it. What are you? Whoa. Thunder shoved a small jewelry box into my hands. I nearly dropped it. It was ridiculously heavy. Despite its small size, it must have had a space expansion spell cast on it. It weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Diamonds. Diamonds? How many did you stuff in here? I don't know. Never counted. I bought one every time I earned money. Probably worth over 10 billion won by now. 10 billion? Even I had received money like this only a few times before, but it was an astronomical amount. Without hesitation, I pocketed the jewelry box. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Yup. And come visit sometime. Let's have a drink together. Haha, sure thing. It wasn't just Thunder. Other mutants approached me one by one, offering me drinks and slipping me gifts. This is a token of my appreciation. Take it. Thank you for healing my grandma. You're truly a great human. If you ever need another Yaksha mana core, just let me know. I'll give you mine if I have to. Here, human. My gift. Gold bars, jewels, rare materials, all of these were the least of it. Some mutants offered me magical artifacts, diamonds, top-tier healing potions, and even holy water. But the jackpot, as expected, came from Grizzly Bear. You need nectar, don't you? He handed me 5 bottles of nectar and 3 bottles of elixir. Life should be repaid with life. Does this seem fair? I already had a decent supply of nectar, but you can never have too much. Soon, I'd need 5 bottles for myself, and Janet and Kali would require someone they leveled up as well. As for elixir, who knew when I'd face another near-death situation like I had against the Massacre Empress? Thinking about that, elixirs were absolutely essential. Thank you. I needed these badly. After that, it was a non-stop drinking party. Everyone kept offering me drinks until I was on the verge of passing out. If it weren't for my combination of mighty body, indomitable, and undying traits, I'd have collapsed long ago. Night fell before I realized it. The hunters had long since passed out, and half the mutants were snoring away, drunk out of their minds. One more round. For a human, you're pretty tough. Ha, I've never lost a drinking contest to anyone. I'll even bring the village chief to his knees. Ha, big words for a mere human. Grizzly Bear and the association president clinked their glasses together. It was a nonsensical contest. For Grizzly Bear, the glass was the size of an espresso cup. For the president, it was the size of his own head. Clink, clink. The sound of their glasses colliding rang out cheerfully. By the time the night was nearly over, both of them were slurring their words. Back in my day, do you know how many Japanese bastards I killed? Of course, we all know. You were a freedom fighter, weren't you? There isn't a single person in Korea who doesn't know that the village chief fought for independence. Then why do you humans keep making our lives miserable? Those bastards are the problem, chief. Really, they're awful people. Because of those poachers, our association kept getting blamed unfairly. But don't worry, we've expelled every single one of them from the association, and we crush them whenever we catch them. Please don't stay angry. Come on, let's have another drink, all in one go. This was quite the rare sight. The association president, not someone with specially tailored traits like me, but just an ordinary sniper, was managing to outdrink the mutants and even wear them down. Even though the mutants were drinking alcohol laced with monocore powder, which made them get drunk faster, their resistance to substances should still be much higher than that of ordinary superhumans. When I stared at the scene, the association president gave me a thumbs up. Director, I can hold my liquor. Care for a drinking contest? Sure, let's do it. Me too, just one more. Grizzly Bear, who had been holding on until now, suddenly collapsed forward. The association president yelped and jumped out of the way to avoid being crushed. Grizzly Bear lay flat on his back, his chest heaving as he snored loudly, pew pew. The association president sat beside him, chuckling bitterly. This is unexpected. What is? To be honest, I didn't have the best impression of the people here in the village. He spoke in a voice so low that no one but me could hear. I decided to address it directly. That's understandable. They don't exactly have the most approachable appearance. And no, that's not what I meant. It's fine. They understand that much. It's really just about appearances. Humans are like that, aren't they? If someone looks different, we discriminate or avoid them. True. But their hearts are purer than those of city folk. Try to approach them without any prejudice, President. Our association will have many dealings with Hope Village in the future. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. We drank some more, downing cup after cup. By the time dawn was nearing, with the first light of day creeping over the horizon, even the association president couldn't hold on any longer. He ended up sprawled across Grizzly Bear's ample belly, snoring peacefully with an utterly relaxed expression. Ha ha ha. It was amusing. The Hunters Association and Monster Village, sworn enemies in the game always on the brink of tearing each other apart, were now drinking together and even sleeping side by side. This was undoubtedly a change I had brought about. I quietly got up. Leaving behind the snoring chorus of Monster Village, I stepped out. On my way home, I reached out to the mansion management spirit through Red Kuga's magic spirit. Master, the blueprint analysis is complete. As you instructed, the general's sword, satellite gun, gravity staff, and 7-star bead are required. When's the next full moon? It's tonight. I clenched my fist, feeling the strength of my body and the flow of my mana. This was the peak. The absolute limit of level 5. Drinking divine blood and soaking in nectar beer had clearly paid off. If that's the case, and if the full moon rises tonight, it's time to challenge level 6. Right now. TL notes.